Chapter 61. Kill the Black Hole Public Screen. Does anyone know what's going on Star right now? I don't know. Everyone I know has lost contact. They're probably dead. Yes. I'm on Star, hiding in a cave. Surrounded by berserk bugs, it's terrifying. It's all that she's fault. After she became the Bug King, she summoned all the Zerg. Now she's just walked away, leaving all of us players behind. We don't have a starship, so we can't leave. Me too. I'm hiding in a hole dug under a dead ridge bug. I can only wait for the bug tide to recede, then head to the teleportation platform. I don't know if I can hold out until then. She still has a starship? Where did she get it? It seems Hingxingwian summoned it. Can this game summon starships? Is she a cheater? Report? Report? I want to know if there's a report button in this game. No, I can't find one. No. This game is rubbish. The service is terrible. But this game makes a lot of money. Black coins can be exchanged for star coins. Other games don't allow this. There shouldn't be many people here just for fun, right? Indeed, money is everything. Why does killing monsters in this game earn you money? Aren't monsters just a bunch of data? Yeah, how can you develop a game and still lose money? Strange, then how does this company make money? Someone on the public forum started discussing where the game company's revenue came from, but someone immediately redirected the discussion. She is really a black sheep. He's harmed so many people this time, and he's even helping Zerg. And that Hingxingwian, neither of them is a good person. Yeah, they're two cheaters. I suggest everyone boycott them, and kick them out of the game to give us a healthy gaming environment. Don't you think the domineering behavior of large guilds is even more detrimental to the gaming environment? Finally, a different voice emerged, but it was quickly drowned out by the online comments criticizing she and Hingxingwian. This strangely one-sided atmosphere seemed to be manipulated. She has no competitive spirit and is not a good person. She's engaging in vicious competition. Everyone must condemn and boycott her. Boycott the cheating. Kick her off the top spot on the gold list. She must be faking her points. Boycott she. Condemn, strongly condemn. Then, a flood of comments filled the screen, cursing she and hurry and speechless. Someone behind the screen slowly smiled at the comments. Since this mission failed, I use public opinion to overwhelm you and make you despised by all players no matter where you go. But soon, his smile faded. God, she is awesome. I want to give birth to your children. Suddenly, a different voice appeared. Is the person above crazy? And then, the tone took a complete 180-degree turn. God, she is awesome. You are my God. You are my role model, the star I admire, a beacon in the darkness, a dazzling warm sun in winter. God, your heroic posture, your swift steps, your every smile and frown in battle have left a deep impression on me. I will play games diligently and check guides every day, constantly striving to improve and learn from you. You are so brave. I just want to say one thing, I want to marry you. Even if I'm an alpha, I'm willing to give up everything I've ever had for you, to live and die for you. I even bang my head against the wall for you. Crack. Jean Zifei cracked the edge of the pool. He and Bo Chung were currently in a repair pool, repairing damage to their machines. More serious damage requiring replacement parts was awaiting adaptation and fabrication at the base. A robot entered, its eyes glowing red. Damaged items will be compensated at the price. Compensation is compensation, no big deal. Jean Zifei said nonchalantly. He stared at the public screen, his body fuming with rage. Where did these people come from? Are they okay? And they were still flooding the screen. In a blink of an eye, the public screen was filled with nothing but praise for she and all sorts of crazy, angry comments about her. How could this be so outrageous? He couldn't believe that she, who had only recently joined killing Black Hole, could have such charisma and influence. So why was this happening? Jean Zifei racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. No, he had to keep recruiting. He was the vice president of a major guild. How could his charisma be less than hers? He hadn't defeated her in this mission, but he had to win the war of public opinion. Xian Yuxing. A blue object drifted across the sky, slowly passing overhead, casting a massive, oppressive shadow. It flew too low, almost frighteningly low. After all, not long ago, it had crashed into a mountain, dragging a swarm of Zerg for thousands of meters, their screams wailing and groaning. Even though the Zerg were the ones killed, people weren't happy. The players trembled in fear. Just now, the Zerg had suffered, but who knew they wouldn't be the next one? It was a starship, enormous and imposing, looking incredibly impressive. Its immense shadow and oppressive force were simply daunting, making it impossible to avoid it. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Huge discounts and sales. Don't miss this opportunity. A street vendor-style announcement suddenly blared from the starship, instantly bringing down the bar. It almost made one wonder if they heard it right. What's going on? The players hiding in the cave exchanged bewilderment. Those tucked away in crevices peeked out to see what was happening outside. That looks like the starship she and Hengxing Wuyan boarded. Someone said gravely, "Be careful, it's a trap." Dear, do you want to get home safely? Do you want a safe and secure escort? The starship's broadcast continued, its volume deafening and impossible to ignore. The Zerg, whose voices came from nowhere, began to panic, swirling into a black tangle beneath the starship. Has the terrifying Zerg planet exhausted you physically and mentally? Has the fierce struggle left you exhausted? The voice continued, tired? If so, come aboard. Aboard the Sunset Red luxury flight home, you be rejuvenated and embrace a bright future. Comfortable seats, a safe and warm environment, friendly pilots and crew, we serve you wholeheartedly. The voice from above was like a seductive, magical melodies, its content truly captivating, igniting a glimmer of hope. What does this mean? Can she take us home? Someone wondered. Is this a dream? Could she be so kind? Even if it were true, could she actually get us safely out of the Zerg swarm? Then, a beam of incandescent light shot out from the starship. With a whoosh, it cut a chasm through the surging Zerg swarm ahead, filling the air with the aroma of charred barbecue. Someone's eyes flashed with surprise, a hint of eagerness to try. Don't believe her. She's definitely a scam. Be careful, you be blasted to pieces once you get there. The voice continued, the ticket price is half of your account's black coin balance. To purchase, private message me with the coordinates and a screenshot of your balance screen, then transfer the money. By the way, I'm Chi, #1 on the gold list. You're crazy. Why don't you just go and grab it? So the more black coins you have, the more you have to pay. That's just pretentious. The voice suddenly became urgent. Due to a starship power shortage, the number of rescuers is limited, first come, first served. No time to wait. Everyone, hurry! The players hiding in the cave looked at each other, all with a hint of disbelief. It must be fake. No one would be fooled, right? Yes. No one would believe her. Everyone nodded. Then, the cave they were sheltering in suddenly shook violently. A blue glow streamed through the cracks, and then the mountain wall shattered, revealing a breathtakingly large starship suspended before them. Announcement. The 6 friends who just paid, please board the starship. The players were horrified. There had been a traitor among them. The remaining players watched as the 6 men boarded the starship, temporarily clearing the surrounding Zerg. The 6 men then waved triumphantly at them from the starship's transparent window. Shit! It was real. The cave had been blasted open, and the Zerg would soon overwhelm them, leaving them with nowhere to hide. And who would want to wait here to die if they could escape on a starship? Everyone opened their systems and, with trembling hands, sought out She, hoping to chat with her privately. The broadcast sounded again. The event is incredibly popular right now, and because spots are limited, we will select customers based on merit. Friendly reminder, I enjoy compliments. Everyone suddenly understood what was happening when they saw the public screen flooded with comments about She. God She, you are my God. God She, I will bear you a child. The public screen began with these kinds of comments, then evolved into long, elaborate essays. Then a long line of text flooded the screen. God She will unify the universe for eternity. God She will unify the universe for eternity. God She will unify the universe for eternity. Unify the universe? I'm not trying to rebel. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. But Zhao She was still very happy, counting the black coins until his hands cramped. All she had to do was pilot a starship, casually defeat a few Zergs, and snatch up a few players, and she'd be rich and famous. Yin, what's with that expression? To thank you for keeping my accounts, and for the ship you provided, I give you half of my black coin earnings. I'm being generous, right? Hengxing Wuyan, Hengxing Wuyan couldn't remember how many times he'd been Wuyan. Is his ID too unlucky? Elsewhere, in the black hole base, Jean Zifei let out a long, low growl. Witching, why is this happening? Why what? Why does she have so many crazy fans? He already gathered so many online trolls, but he still couldn't defeat her. Witching rubbed his brows. The mere mention of her name was making him feel overwhelmed. Can you please stop talking about her? Just rest for a while. Rest? This failed mission, this failed battle, this defeat, This outmaneuver, this devastating loss, and even the fact they had to compensate the other guilds to silence them. Jean Zifei sighed deeply. I can't sleep anyway. Bo Chung looked up at the sky, who wouldn't? After returning to base, she and Hung Xing Huiyan each entered their own mecha bay. They were both exhausted after this battle. Zhao Shi didn't bother to check how much she earned. She just knew it was a significant sum. This time, she saved enough black coins. She shouldn't have a negative balance again. The two agreed to set a time to do a dungeon together, and then they simultaneously exited the game. Zhao Shi was completely exhausted. She never felt so exhausted playing a game before. She felt like she could faint at any moment and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. She had previously severed her connection to reality, and now that the game was over, she had no intention of waking up. She'd rather get some sleep. She was in confinement, so nothing serious would happen. She fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, dreamless. It had been ages since she had such a deep, restful sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Shi seemed to have regained her energy, so she opened her eyes. However, upon opening her eyes and taking in the surroundings, she suspected she wasn't awake yet. This wasn't Lin Tanyan's office at all. She couldn't believe she sleepwalked, or even wandered outside, with so many disciplinary officers around. What was this place? How did she become so tongue-tied? Zhao Shi looked down, and saw that she was tied up like a dumpling. She'd just gotten some sleep. Was she going to be tortured or subjected to human experimentation? Chapter 62. Zhao Shi's eyelids felt heavy, so heavy that even opening them required a tremendous effort. She felt so weak that she suspected she'd been anesthetized. She felt like a puddle of mud, slumped deep in the bed. Even though she'd been gaming for over 10 days straight, she rested enough. She shouldn't be in this state right now. She felt something was amiss. Opening her eyes, she was greeted by a snow-white ceiling. She spun her eyes around, and next to her was a large machine. Zhao Shi tilted her head with an effort, seeing many people in white coats. The reason she could only move her eyes and head was because she was tied up. The bed was bound with restraints, securing all 4 of her limbs. These were reinforced straps, specifically designed for physically powerful alphas. She was practically tied up like a dumpling, unable to move at all. The restraints were numb and painful. Zhao Shi didn't think her physique was particularly abnormal, so was it necessary to use such a restraint? She sighed. Perhaps it was because she used insect bones in the game before, and her consciousness had been too much focused on the insect swarm. Her mind was confused, and she hadn't thought to control her behavior in real life. The result was that, to outsiders, she suddenly went crazy in Lin Tanyan's office. So, had she been arrested as a lunatic? And was she in the school hospital now? One of the school doctors noticed she was awake. Awake, the doctor said to someone else. Yeah. Zhao Shi heard a very soft sound from behind the large machine, but her vision was completely obscured, so she couldn't see anything. I'm not sick. Can you? Let me go. Zhao Shi's tongue was numb, and she spoke slowly. But her voice wasn't quiet, and the school doctors looked indifferent, turning a deaf ear. One of them flicked a strangely shaped red syringe, and raised his hand to pierce Zhao Shi's arm. Wait! What is that? I said I'm not sick, did you hear me? Zhao Shi struggled to move to the side, but the restraints prevented her from moving an inch. Zhao Shi continued to shout, even if treatment is needed, the school should have conducted psychological tests, and various examinations to confirm my illness. Using medication without any basis like this, what if I become mentally retarded? Can you bear the responsibility? She struggled violently, shaking the bed with a creaking sound. 3 people immediately came up to hold her down. The cold needle plunged into her arm without warning. She felt a stinging sensation on her skin where the needle had made contact. The needle hole tightened, as if stimulated by something, and it felt a little painful. What kind of strange drug was this? This feeling. This was definitely not a sedative. The skin began to burn, and the burning pain spread to other parts of her body. Zhao Shi's eyes suddenly narrowed. No, they weren't the school doctors. They held her arm, revealing the throbbing veins and the firm lines of her muscles. One of the doctors had a faint scar on the side of his chin, and the way they looked at her didn't seem like a doctor at all. So calm and composed. More like a killer, a secret agent. And she was just another task they needed to complete. Who are you? Zhao Shi struggled desperately, clenching her fists and concentrating all her strength on one arm. With a snap, she tore through the thick bindings on her right arm. She reached up, pulled out the nearly half-injected potion, and crushed it. A blood-red liquid trickled down between her fingers. She spun around and punched the doctor, catching him off guard on the bridge of his nose. The pain made him clutch his nose and recoil. The other two men immediately stepped forward and forcefully pushed her back onto the bed. Who sent you? Xiaoxi stood her ground, refusing to be pushed back. Lin Tanyan's lackeys? He's dead? So you're lynching me, trying to vent your anger on me? The two men remained silent, their expressions unchanging, like well-trained robots, but she knew they were real people. Their style looked familiar. Maybe it's been too long since I've taken the medicine, and I'm starting to wake up. Who? Xiaoxi heard the voice. Soon, all the remaining doctors in the room gathered around her, 7 or 8 of them. They all combined their strength, leaving Xiaoxi with no room to resist and forcibly pinned back. She felt like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. This feeling wasn't the first time. She gritted her teeth, a flicker of resentment in her eyes. They pulled another identical potion from the metal box, and were about to inject her again. Xiaoxi suddenly said, the one behind this, haha. Since you're going to kill me anyway, why not come out and see me? Let me die knowingly. She spoke to the back of the large machine. She hadn't held out much hope, just saying it deliberately to see if it could buy her some time, so she could find a way to untie the restraints. But the men's movements suddenly stopped. Then Xiaoxi heard the crisp tap, tap, tap of high heels. As you wish, Sheer. Xiaoxi saw the woman's gorgeous skirt, her gaze slowly shifting upwards, and her lips, like delicate red roses, gently raised. Long time no see, she said. Shi Rian? No, Xian Wang. Xiaoxi suddenly remembered the ceiling she had destroyed, and the powerful gun she had stolen, now confiscated by the disciplinary inspection team. She suddenly felt a little guilty. Shi Rian was probably here to take her home. Oh my god, is she going to have to go back to that life of being watched daily by a few thugs? She'd rather be in solitary confinement at school. At least no one's watching her closely. After all, the disciplinary team members are students too, and they have to attend classes too. You've really grown up. You have a lot of your own ideas. Shi Rian raised her hand, her lips curled as she calmly admired her new manicure. Without even glancing at Xiaoxi, she said lightly, Are you used to military school life? Very much so. It couldn't be better, Xiaoxi said. Oh, really? But I heard you went crazy from being solitary confinement. In Lin Tanyan's office. Shi Rian's tone suddenly grew colder, her eyes, like a venomous snake gleaming with vibrant colors. What did he do to you? Is it okay for me to be crazy with joy? Xiaoxi's remarks were casual. She certainly wouldn't reveal that she's secretly been playing games while in detention. Shi Rian looked up. Oh, you should know by now that without my protection, you'd be in dire straits, right? Indigestion? Xiaoxi felt a little confused. Is she referring to the time she and her classmates had explored a forbidden building on campus at night, only to have her gunfire destroy half of it, and then the time she'd been in detention while playing games while being offered food and drinks? Not bad. Xiaoxi thought for a moment and said, a little bit. Without my spaceship and cars, walking on foot would be slower. You're still being stubborn. Shi Rian raised a finger, and the person next to her immediately prepared the potion, ready to administer the injection to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi looked up at her in disbelief. What is this? Don't be afraid, Sheer. Just know that everything I do is for your own good. Your exam record has been entered into the Star Alliance Military Academy system, so I can't take you on now. So, in the upcoming freshman elimination rounds, I definitely find a way to get you eliminated. Shi Rian wasn't afraid of Xiaoxi finding out what she was about to do. After all, she had access to extensive medical resources, so making Xiaoxi forget those few brief moments would be easy. Just like they had done before. Xiaoxi, pinned down by the men, could only watch helplessly as the needle pierced her other arm. Suddenly, she felt her muscles, which had been hardening recently, suddenly lose their firmness. She felt a little limp, and a tingling sensation coursed through her veins, spreading through her limbs. The heat crumbled her body's defenses, and she felt her limbs grow weaker. Her head throbbed with pain, as if something were holding her body together, and her body could no longer accommodate such a thing. Xiaoxi felt as if her brain was about to burst. Shi Rian wanted to activate her S-class genes. Xiaoxi remembered the medicine she had been asked to drink before, and its color was very similar to the one in the syringe. But she had vomited it up as soon as it entered her stomach, her body instinctively resisting it. Shi Rian had worked so hard for so many years, constantly feeding Xiaoxi raw herbs, but it was all in vain. After all, a waste is still a waste. Even if someone else is inside, the essence of being a waste remains unchanged. There was a reason why the original owner was so rebellious. Shi Rian constantly pressured her to go on blind dates, simply to pass on the S-Class genes. After all, a waste with a recessive S-Class gene is useless. But S-Class genes are very useful. Shi Rian never asked what she truly wanted. She simply did what she wanted, forcing Zhao Shi to become the person she wanted her to be. Zhao Shi's head ached, and the scene before her eyes grew blurry. She vaguely saw two figures, slimmer than those fake doctors, approach her bedside. She opened her eyes to see two slender omegas, one male and one female, waiting by her bedside, looking at her lovingly. "It's okay, Sheer. You be fine after this. You've been cooped up at school for a long time. When you wake up, you can relax." As expected. As expected, they wanted her to be a stud. So, the drug Shi Rian injected her with was that. Zhao Shi narrowed his eyes, recalling the history of the battle between humans and the Zerg he looked up on StarNet. High-level alphas who were injured or unable to fight in the battlefield for special reasons were locked up and bred until they died, contributing to the advancement of human genetics. Crazy, truly crazy. Zhao Shi suddenly convulsed, as if struck by 100,000 volts of electricity. "Sheer, what's wrong with you?" Shi Rian's voice was panicked. "Untie them, quickly. Untie the restraints. How could this be? How could this drug be wrong? Why is she like this? Save her. Find a way to save her first. Use the emergency medicine first. I contact Dr. Fu immediately." The room was suddenly in chaos. Everyone was in a state of panic. Zhao Shi quietly opened one eye, a subtle smile on his lips. The acting skills he learned in the game came in handy again. Not bad, not bad. Her acting has improved again. She gave herself a thumbs up, and the next second, she gathered her strength and leaped from the bed, smashing the window, then leaped straight out. This series of actions stunned everyone in the ward. They had no time to react because of the speed. "This is the 19th floor," someone suddenly said. Shi Rian's face darkened. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "Find her for me. Live or dead." Meanwhile, Zhao Shi regretted jumping out the window. She had thought the school's medical building was a short, 5- or 6-story building. Who knew it was this tall? Her legs were practically limp with fear, and she was already drugged, her entire body limp. The last desperate leap she made during her escape had nearly exhausted all her strength. Zhao Shi desperately clung to an open windowsill on who knows how many floors below. Her hand was in so much pain it felt like it was breaking. Fortunately, she was an alpha, otherwise, no ordinary person could have endured it. She tumbled inside, rolling onto the ground, stopping beside a bed. The room was empty, with no caregivers or doctors. She felt incredibly lucky to have stumbled upon an empty ward. Zhao Shi quickly jumped onto the bed, preparing to hide under the covers. Someone. She felt like she was holding something down. Zhao Shi turned and looked down. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked, but when she did, she was startled. She met a familiar pair of light amber eyes, so close. Those eyes opened with a hint of confusion, like golden amber shrouded in a faint mist. Oh, this? Could this be such a coincidence? How many floors are there in total? How many rooms are there? What kind of odds are these? Oh my! Zhao Shi exclaimed in surprise. "You're not dead?" Lin Tanyan's tone was indifferent. "Do you really want me to die?" Zhao Shi felt that now was not the time for small talk. With a pleading look, she asked, "Can you do me a favor?" She was completely at her wit's end. She simply didn't want to be captured and bred. That wasn't the life she wanted. Lin Tanyan raised his eyelids, his gaze scrutinizing. Shouldn't she first explain why she climbed into his bed? And why she rolled in through the window? Get down. If his body hadn't been inactive for over 10 days, needing time to recover from the numbness, if his mental energy hadn't been severely depleted and hadn't recovered yet, if he hadn't sent all the caregivers outside the moment he woke up a minute ago, he could kill this ignorant alpha right now. She suddenly leaned close to his ear, her hair falling against his neck. Her warm breath fanned his earlobe, causing it to instantly burn and goosebumps to form on the back of his neck. His eyes instantly turned cold. He was unaccustomed to such contact. "I've been injected with an aphrodisiac," he heard her whisper. Lin Tanyan's pupils flickered imperceptibly. Chapter 63. Zhao Shi's entire body ached like a fever, especially her head, which felt like it was about to explode. She raised her eyes, a little dazed, and said weakly, "You wouldn't take advantage of me, would you?" Her eyes, a deep brown with a hint of red, were slightly tilted at the corners, and her pupils were set high. Even with their dazed expression, they still held a strong aggression. They were a pair of cold-blooded and world-weary eyes. Lin Tanyan was stunned by her question. Then she rubbed her temple and shook her head. I suppose you, the Interstellar Jack Su, are never short of Omegas throwing themselves at your feet. You probably wouldn't have any interest in an alpha. Even if I'm incredibly good-looking, right? Lin Tanyan, Zhao Shi successfully convinced herself and pulled back Lin Tanyan's blanket, tucking back in. Brother Yin, please help me stop my mom. Lin Tanyan laughed in anger, his eyebrows twitching slightly. This was the first time he ever met someone so audacious. No, not the first time. She was the only one, but it wasn't her first time, it was her fourth time. Why do you think I help you? Zhao Shi huddled under the covers, muffled. As the captain of the disciplinary team, you shouldn't allow outsiders to take away innocent students, right? Lin Tanyan looked up at the door, silent. 5 seconds later, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Shi was terrified, trembling slightly. She could even hear the familiar sound of high heels. Knock, knock, knock. One after another, like knocking against her ears, sending chills down her spine, like a ghost in a horror movie. Help! She really didn't want to be captured and bred. That dark, exhausting life, she would die. Zhao Shi felt herself being pushed down slightly, the blanket shifting, blocking out all light. She heard a faint sound. Zhao Shi's lips curled up slightly, relieved. She knew. Shi Rian wouldn't be able to take her away today, no matter what. The door opened. Captain, this is Miss Shi, the psychologist on the 19th floor. She said she'd lost a patient and wants to find him here. Shi Rian, clutching a stack of folders and documents, walked hurriedly in her high heels, followed by a group of muscular doctors. Please wait. Our captain hasn't let you in yet. The person at the door reached out to stop her. Shi Rian's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an inexplicable pressure that seemed to overwhelm the man, but he didn't budge. Shi Rian glanced past the man at the door to the person in the bed. This patient has violent tendencies. It would be disastrous if she harmed your captain, who's still recovering. She emphasized the word recovering. The agents disguised in white coats behind her, their muscles tense, their eyes like wild beasts, poised to burst through the door at any moment. Let her in, Lin Tanyan said calmly. Shi Rian's lips curled, and she immediately led the doctors into the ward, searching it thoroughly. But there was nothing here to begin with. It was completely bare, and no matter how hard they searched, they found nothing. Even under the bed and around the equipment were carefully examined. Shi Rian moved swiftly. They searched the entire medical building in just a few minutes, except for Lin Tanyan's ward, which she felt was the most unlikely place. After all, the news of Zhao Shi and Lin Tanyan's feud had spread across the Starnet, so of course she knew about it. This rebellious girl wasn't very bright, and coming up with all these attention-grabbing tactics would only backfire. If nothing here. Shi Rian's gaze fell on the quilt covering Lin Tanyan. It had a distinctly discordant bulge. She noticed it from the beginning, but it seemed like she was just too far-fetched. Lin Tanyan dismissed him directly. Are you finished searching? Then please leave. I need to rest. Mr. Lin, I see you don't seem well. I happen to know a little bit about medicine. How about I help you? With that, Shi Rian scurried over to the bedside and quickly reached out to the raised corner of the quilt. The next second, Lin Tanyan grabbed her wrist. And I'm still recovering and can't catch a cold. A hint of surprise flashed in Shi Rian's eyes. She had received information that Lin Tanyan had a hidden illness and should be unable to move around. He recovered so quickly. Shi Rian's red lips moved slightly. Haha, really? You don't look ill at all. Lin Tanyan's gaze turned cold. Please leave. Lin Tanyan. Shi Rian looked at him with narrowed eyes. Even your grandfather never spoke to me like that. Oh. So? What do you think? Lin Tanyan looked at her levelly, his tone calm, without a hint of threat. Miss Shi, this is the Star Alliance Military Academy. The implication. My territory. Shi Rian was stunned, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Then she saw the giant robot patrolling outside the medical building. She enlisted the help of an acquaintance within the academy to temporarily enter a false identity. Without it, they would be immediately targeted by patrol robots. The Star Alliance troops and the disciplinary team guarding the gate glared coldly at them, their hands gripping cold guns, fingers on the triggers, ready to fire. To conceal their identities, the agents she led carried no firearms. Shi Rian suddenly curled her lips into a smile. Okay, that's really good. She fluffed her skirt and turned. Let's go! After they left, one of the disciplinary team members scratched his head. This doctor, she doesn't look like a doctor at all. She looks familiar to me. Like the chairman I've seen on the news. The one who mastered Zerg genetic technology. The one who caused the Zerg murders at Communication University. The man suddenly noticed Lin Tanyan's displeasure and said quickly, "Captain, you should get some rest. I won't disturb you." The ward door quickly closed, and the entire room returned to its former silence, so quiet that one could hear the gentle breeze in the warm sunshine. The wind ruffled the azure curtains by the window, casting a shadow of the setting sun on the ground. Lin Tanyan, with a scowl on his face, pulled back the covers. He saw Zhao Shi cuddling up to his legs, fast asleep, a glistening liquid dripping from the corner of her mouth onto his trousers. Lin Tanyan's fingers clicked, and a golden storm welled up in his eyes. The next moment, Zhao Shi rolled over, nearly falling under the bed. Suddenly awake, she straightened up. Has the Western King of Hell left? She wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and looked up at Lin Tanyan. She immediately shook his hand with great graciousness, her expression concerned. "What's wrong? You don't look well. Is your hidden illness acting up again?" Lin Tanyan suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, an urge to vomit blood. But he slowly managed only 2 words, "It's okay. Thank you for your help today. I treat you to dinner next time." Zhao Shi stood up and tried to get out of bed. She was still dizzy and weak, but she felt it wouldn't be good to stay with someone else. A hand suddenly reached out from behind and held her shoulder. She turned around, puzzled. "What's wrong? You said you were drugged with an aphrodisiac?" "Yes." Lin Tanyan said. "What if I tell you it wasn't?" "No." Zhao Shi's face was filled with confusion. Surely no other drug could cause her to feel so weak and have such a headache. Or perhaps these symptoms were a side effect of the drug that boosted the expression of S-level genes? "As soon as you entered, I transmitted your symptoms and the scent of the drug on your body to my personal medical team." Lin Tanyan said word by word, "This drug is a gene inhibitor." Now it was Zhao Shi's turn to stare. "What did you say?" "You're saying the reason your S-level genes aren't expressing is because your mother has been injecting you with gene inhibitors since you were a child. Given the duration of this drug and your age, if you receive one more injection, you truly no longer be an S-level person. You can become an ordinary person." Lin Tanyan looked at her. "In other words, you're free." "I don't understand what you mean." Lin Tanyan's words completely overturned her worldview. Zhao Shi had always thought that Shirian had always been dissatisfied with her for not being a true S-rank, and had been trying to get her to mate so that she could give birth to an S-rank child that would be useful to her sooner. She locked her up at home, like a canary, wasn't that? Yes, only by breaking the eagle's wings could she become a canary. Zhao Shi's mind suddenly became confused. A person with S-level genes no longer belongs to their parents, nor to themselves, but to the Galactic Federation. Once they reach 12, and their genetic level is determined, their future life will be planned. Their life will be tailored to their genetic strengths, striving to maximize their potential. The Galactic Federation is facing internal and external troubles, and a talent shortage. This is the least wasteful way to save talent. This was the first time Zhao Shi had heard of such a thing. No, it wasn't the first time. She had seen Duidwa's memories in the game Kill Black Hole. This kind of thing was clearly a great honor in Duidwa's parents' eyes. But why did she find it a little suffocating? Wasn't this treating people like tools? What if they were confirmed as S-level, but refused the Galactic Federation's training? Zhao Shi asked. Lin Tanyan wasn't surprised by her question. They will be wiped out. A genius who can't help our side will be an enemy. Zhao Shi. Lin Tanyan looked up at her. If it were you, what would you choose? Zhao Shi had read the information on the Star Network. Too many people had died for the Star Alliance, even the most gifted. To cite a recent example, Lin Tanyan's parents died on the battlefield. The original owner's father, the Supreme Counselor of the Star Alliance, and the leader of the entire Star Alliance, died of unknown causes. The stakes were too high. She had died once before, so she cherished this life all the more. What should I choose? To be honest, the survival of the Interstellar people had little to do with her. Besides, what could she do? She was just another screw. An S-rank was at best a more advanced screw. But being a canary in a fancy cage wasn't what she wanted. Wasn't there an option to choose neither? Lin Tanyan saw her hesitation. His eyes swept over her calmly. He understood that people like she were a minority, after all. A person rotten to the core, even with the best genes, is hopeless. But everyone should have the right to choose their own destiny. Choose who they want to be, what path they want to take. Lin Tanyan lowered his eyes, but was the choice he had made now what he wanted? Hasn't he, too, been pushed to this position step by step? No one is born without the power of their own will. Chapter 64. Lin Tanyan had exposed the secret Shi Ruyan had been working on for over a decade, and he was sure to be resented. And then, he waited for Zhao Shi's answer, an answer he couldn't even fathom. High-level genes come not only with supreme status and privilege, but also with accompanying shackles. Returning to ordinary life, either living a life of mediocrity or sheltering under a tree, abandoning all glitz and glamour, might lead to the freedom one desires. But without sufficient strength to establish oneself in this world, is this kind of freedom under the protection of others truly free? What do I choose? Zhao Shi thought for 2 seconds, then shrugged, appearing nonchalant. Neither. I'm the master of my own life. No one can make choices for me. Lin Tanyan hadn't expected her to offer such a quick answer to the question that had troubled him for so long, but this answer, as expected, was completely worthless. You're thinking too simply. How can you have it both ways? It's simple. I have S-level genes, but I don't want that bastard. Zhao Shi stated her decision directly. Then Zhao Shi began to analyze it methodically. It's like having 100 million right in front of me, and then, because I'm afraid someone else might steal it, I just say I don't want it. What else could that be? As for the high-end talent training required by the Star Alliance, what's wrong with such a planned life? If the Star Alliance wants to plan it, then let them plan it. Shouldn't I just give up? For example, today the Star Alliance plans to run 100 laps. I agree, and then I run 1 lap and collapse. Zhao Shi said, as he collapsed onto the bed. I'm so tired. I can't run anymore. Even if the gods came, I wouldn't get up. What's wrong with S-rank? Can't S-rank just run 1 lap? If you have the guts, find a way to make my legs move on their own. You can't do anything, right? If not, why not find a luxury spaceship to take me back? It's so hot out in the sun, what if I get sunburned? If I get sunburned, there's no one left to carry out your talent development program. For example, if Star Alliance forces me to memorize 100 books or carry 100 old ladies across the street today, can I just carry one? For the rest of the time, I can just wander around looking at the beauties. Is that okay? Who cares? If they say my performance isn't up to par or something, I just throw up my hands and say, oh, I don't know what's going on. I've tried my best. What can he do? The most he can do is remove me from S-rank, but I was forced into this anyway. Isn't that perfect? Everyone's happy. So, Zhao Shi crossed her legs, sat up, and looked at Lin Tanyan. If you're a genius, but you feel your life is exhausting, is it possible that you're setting too high standards for yourself? After all, the track is right here. Your legs are on your body. Whether you run or not is up to you. And on this track, from beginning to end, you're the only one. Lin Tanyan, And then Zhao Shi was kicked out. The door slammed shut. Are you angry? Zhao Shi was confused. I didn't say anything. I didn't talk about him. I was just talking about myself, wasn't I? Then she suddenly realized that Lin Tanyan could actually get angry. Zhao Shi had always felt that he was quite pretentious. Whether angry or otherwise, he always acted calm and composed, treating everyone politely and distantly, with minimal emotional fluctuations. He possessed a certain air of pretentiousness, hardly resembling a real person. Now, he was somewhat popular. But what was he angry about? Zhao Shi couldn't figure it out. Zhao Shi lingered by the door for a moment, poked her head out to glance around, making sure Shi Ruyan and the others had left. Then she headed straight for the elevator. Ding. Just then, the elevator door opened. Zhao Shi walked over and brushed past someone exiting the elevator. She turned to press the elevator button and looked up, noticing the person she had just met looking back at her. He was a tall, lean alpha with silver-gray hair and icy blue eyes. His gaze reminded her of a lone wolf high in the mountains. Their aura was quite similar. Zhao Shi gave him a thumbs up. Nice hair, buddy. It was a trendy gray. The elevator door closed. A pair of blue eyes, cold as ice, shone with a chilling murderous intent. A nurse, after looking around, came over breathlessly. Eugene, where have you been? It's time to change your dressings. Eugene, did you hear that? The nurse put her hands on her hips, a little annoyed. Okay. He shoved his hands in his pockets, his fingers seemingly stroking something. Don't take risks like this again. Your life isn't just yours. Remember that? On the screen before him was a man in a wheelchair. His hair was gray, and he looked very old, but he sat as straight and upright as a pine tree. Yes, grandfather. How many people do you need to explore the Earth-shaped planetary belt? Lin Shulan asked. Not at this time. Lin Tanyan said. Didn't I teach you not to be arrogant? This time, it was just Xuanyu Star, and you almost lost your life. We haven't yet gained final control of Kill Black Hole. Sending troops in at this time is too risky. I can't guarantee their safety. Lin Tanin said, besides, the war is intense right now, and we need people everywhere. If we're short on manpower, it would be easy for them to notice the Star Alliance's involvement, which would easily alert them. Is it because someone is helping you? That she? Yes. She shouldn't be that person's person. Like other retail players, she was likely randomly assigned a terminal. Yes, I received the screen recording you sent. She possesses exceptional adaptability and combat awareness. To be able to withstand the insect bone and utilize it to this degree, her mental strength must be at least 3S. Yes. So, the two of us are enough. Indeed. The aged voice spoke, then took a sip of tea from the thermos. Young people these days are truly formidable. After speaking, Lin Shalon closed the communication, and the screen before him slowly faded. In the courtyard stood a large sycamore tree, its yellow leaves slowly falling. He stroked the cracked, worn ring on his thumb. After this incident, it's time to hand over the burden to you. Old things always have their time. As Zhao Shi stepped out of the medical building, he looked up and saw cotton candy like white clouds in the sky. A quarter of the azure sky was illuminated by the setting sun, a fiery hue. Towering green mountains can be seen in the distance. The military academy nestled between the mountains and a river. Although no birds can be heard here, free-spirited shadows can be seen flying across the sky outside the teaching area. Automated hovercrafts shuttle students around the campus, and large robots patrolling back and forth wave their arms to greet the students. It's truly a world completely different from Insect Planet. Zhao Shi looked at her laptop and saw that her confinement was over today, meaning she could go to class. She could play games and watch holographic movies again, but physical training was a bit annoying. Shiryan had injected her with that drug again, and her stamina had clearly decreased. She had to find a way to metabolize it quickly. Zhao Shi covered her head and shook it, but her head still hurt. Should she go back to the infirmary to see a doctor? Oh my, Zhao Shi, what's wrong with you? Zhao Shi heard a familiar, annoying voice. She turned around and saw that annoying face. Mu Zifang took one look at Zhao Shi's pale face, his frail figure barely able to stand, and immediately sighed, Zhao Shi, you're having a miserable time in there, aren't you? Zhao Shi nodded. It's truly miserable. It's truly horrible. After playing games for half a month and eating for free from the disciplinary inspection team, he's had a sore back from all the lying around, and he must have gained weight from the lack of exercise. It's truly miserable. But Mu Zifang's complexion was a bit sallow, which didn't necessarily mean he was doing well. Did you have too much diarrhea? Why do you look like a minion? Zhao Shi asked again, aren't you in solitary confinement for 3 months? Why are you out so soon? This question made Mu Zifang's face even uglier. He took those toothpaste-like nutritional supplements every day, which caused him to have diarrhea and stomach pain for several days. After a long argument with the disciplinary team, they finally granted him an hour's leave to go to the infirmary. Of course, he wanted to delay as long as possible. Military orders and regulations were played on repeat in the confinement room every day. It was driving him crazy. And then, there were those thousands of pages of books, and weekly exams, and random checks on memorizing military regulations. It was torture. Mu Zifang raised his chin. I'm out for a walk, isn't it? What a coincidence, you're here too. Li Ming and Juhua came over with a wave. Their faces were strangely similar to Mu Zifang's, a sallow complexion. From the other direction, Chong Wanqi and Mu Xiaoyang were also walking side by side. Seeing them there, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. Zhao Shi was puzzled and asked, did you guys arrange a meeting here? Want to explore the forbidden area again? Li Ming groaned. I'm really fed up. We only get 2 meals a day, and they're all those toothpaste-like nutritional supplements. Even a dog wouldn't want them. They must be expired. They're giving us stomach aches. Are you here to see a doctor too? The 5 of them glanced at each other and nodded, each with a bitter expression. Then they noticed that Zhao Shi was the only one who didn't nod. Aren't you here to see a doctor? Brother Juhua asked. Well, it could be considered a medical consultation. Then what's wrong with you? Zhao Shi thought for a moment. Psychopathic? Bullshit. She wasn't sick. I'm not sick. I'm just taking a walk. Yeah, a walk. Mu Zifang curled his lips in displeasure when Zhao Shi interrupted him, but he didn't have time to care about her right now. He finally escaped the confines of the solitary confinement room, his laptop finally receiving a signal. He immediately scoured the internet, checking to see if his earlier embarrassing photos were still trending. Then, with a mixture of joy and disappointment, he discovered that they were indeed gone. Then his eyes widened. The post was a blurry photo. He looked up, his gaze darting back and forth between the laptop and Xiaoxi. You? What's wrong? Several people asked him. Xiaoxi crossed his arms. Another embarrassing photo of you has gone viral? Let me be clear, this time it wasn't me. Mu Zifang immediately enlarged the laptop screen for everyone to see. A bold headline appeared on the screen. Xiaoxi climbed 14 stories to Lin Tanyan's ward. What was his intention? Late-night assassination or a conspiracy to poison? What deep-seated hatred lies between them? Click to find out. The accompanying image was a photo of the exterior wall of the medical building, with a figure hanging in the window. At first glance, I didn't know who this person was, but considering the name in the title, it seemed immediately connected to her. Is this really you? Li Ming asked weakly. Xiaoxi face-bombed. What a ridiculous post. Late night. It was clearly posted in broad daylight. These days, people just make up stories for the sake of traffic. They knew from her actions that it was an admission. Excuse me, Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Mu Ziyang adjusted his glasses, asking curiously. Brother Juhua, why did you climb his window? If it wasn't something shameful. It's really hard to explain from such a high place. Of course. It must have been something shameful. Mu Zifang said firmly, you're done. If this news gets out, the disciplinary team won't let you go. I'm sure your confinement will be extended. He suddenly felt much better, his face beaming with joy. Xiaoxi knew explanations were pointless, and she didn't want to expose her family's secrets. She threw her hands up. Oh, I had a little run-in with Lin Tanyan in his office. I moved my finger, and he ended up in the hospital. I just felt bad, so I wanted to go see him. Hey, do you want me to visit you too? What are you bragging about? You said you climbed through the window to disgust him. That's about as far as. Mu Zifang didn't believe it, and the words got stuck in his throat. Next post Lin Tanyan and Zhao, she mysteriously fainted after being in the same room. They've only been together for 2 minutes, and he still hasn't woken up. Mu Zifang looked up again, and the look in Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly changed. His face turned pale with fear, and he took a dozen steps back. Everyone, stay away from her. She might use some forbidden, evil technique. Soul-stealing, possession, or something like that. It's terrifying. Chapter 65. Is what he said true? Li Ming took a half-step back with a sullen expression. Do you really know how to bewitch souls? It's soul capture, not soul bewitching. The two words have different meanings. Soul capture refers to enchantment, while soul capture refers to... Mu Zifang explained it to him earnestly. Li Ming had never read a novel about immortal cultivation, and he was stunned by Mu Zifang's description of the settings in such literature. The others looked at each other, thinking this was simply too far-fetched. The main thing was, Lin Tanyan was a Super S rank. What kind of power could harm him? And inside the Star Alliance Military Academy? Regardless of whether Xiaoxi had done it, this was simply unbelievable. Okay, since we've known each other for a while, I tell you the truth. Xiaoxi suddenly said mysteriously, actually. He must have seen something he shouldn't have. Something he shouldn't have seen. What? Mu Zifang suddenly felt a chill on his back. Well, I won't believe a word you say anymore. He feigned disinterest, but secretly pricked up his ears. Excuse me, Xiaoxi, do you know what that thing is? Mu Ziyang looked up, a rare flicker of interest in his eyes. Chong Wanqi also leaned in to listen. Do you think Super S classes have genetic levels far superior to the rest of us? Yes. They nodded. And there are still many unsolved mysteries in this world. Perhaps there are many invisible things lurking around us, possessing supernatural powers, things that only Super S classes can see. The air pressure dropped instantly, a strange chill filling the air. Xiaoxi lowered his voice. For example, ghosts. Mu Zifang and Li Ming blanched. Chong Wanqi, Mu Ziyang adjusted his glasses and looked at Xiaoxi, as if ready to discuss an academic question. He said seriously, I have indeed read relevant literature. It says that in certain times and places, when the magnetic field is distorted, abnormal energy bodies can be generated. Xiaoxi's head spun wildly. He didn't want to discuss feudal superstitions with him anymore. Given Mu Ziyang's intellectual curiosity, he could probably talk for hours without a break. Are you going to see the doctor? The sun's setting. If you don't go now, they'd be off work. She kindly reminded them. Ouch. Li Ming clutched his stomach. I almost forgot. I was wondering why I was standing so uncomfortably. I've been wanting to leave for a long time. I've been pulling you for ages, but you won't budge, said Juwa. I can't help it. I can't move when I hear gossip. Especially about Zhao. Ahem, Li Ming lowered his voice, glancing sideways at Zhao Shi. Gossip. They checked the time and hurried to the infirmary. At that moment, several disciplinary officers suddenly appeared from nowhere and stopped Mu Zifeng. The 1 hour you requested has expired. Please return to the detention room with us. Impossible. I've only been out for 10 minutes. It wasn't long at all. Mu Zifeng shrugged them off and rushed straight to the infirmary. Then he was tackled to the ground by the disciplinary officers. One of them presented him with a signed electronic screen. It shows the exact time you requested leave and your signature. Time is up now. Fuck. This can't be true. Mu Zifeng felt numb as he looked at the time on his laptop. He regretted surfing the internet and gossiping about Zhao Shi the moment he left, instead of doing what he should have done. Can you wait a little longer? I go to the infirmary to get some anti-diarrhea medicine, and then I go with you. It's been an hour, and you haven't even set foot inside the infirmary. I can't believe you're fine. Are you just pretending? The disciplinary officer looked like he knew everything. The disciplinary officers nearby nodded. Deceiving the disciplinary officer will result in a more severe punishment according to school rules. Really, I didn't lie. Mu Zifeng himself found it strange. He had been able to bear it just now, but now he suddenly had a terrible stomachache. It's all your fault, feeding the expired toothpaste. He clutched his stomach, his legs twisted together. Expired toothpaste? What nonsense are you talking about? You're slandering the disciplinary inspectors, a crime of the highest order. Fuck you. I really... Hey! What are you doing? Let me go! Then Zhao Shi saw Mu Zifeng, struggling to maintain his dignity, twist himself into a ball. His face was a bitter melon, as if he was suppressing something, sporadically cursing. Then, he was dragged away by the disciplinary inspection team. The look on his face, as he left, was one of hardship and stubbornness. Zhao Shi shook her head, unable to bear the sight. She turned and headed for the dormitory. Then she remembered that Mu Ziyang had whispered to her before leaving, "Is that robot you used in the mechanical engineering building still there?" She answered truthfully, "No. It's in the disciplinary inspection team. We can find a time to steal it," Mu Ziyang said to her. Zhao Shi suspected she had misheard. That was her robot. Why would Mu Ziyang steal it? No, aren't all you mechanics so social? It was completely different from the image of the rule-abiding, meticulous, honest craftsman she had imagined. It could be described as worlds apart. Take the two people she met this time, for example. Each one was more bizarre than the other. Two bright moons hung high in the sky, a gentle night breeze rustled through. It must have been a good night for sleep. However, at this moment, a certain library was pitch black, save for a light flickering occasionally in the stairwell on the 3rd floor near the west entrance. The light was voice-activated. Every time it went out, a hey sounded. 3 heads were buried in a pile of books, bobbing wildly. Oh my god, how can there be so much homework? Li Ming let out a wild howl. I remember we didn't have any homework in class before, Zhao Shi thought. She once thought school was such a fun experience, but now she was skeptical. What if she had too much homework and all she wanted to do was play games? What era is this? Why do we still have to do homework with pens? 864 hand-drawn simulated battle maps. Oh my god, my hand's gonna break. Brother Juwa held 4 pens in one hand and shook his stiff hands. Oh my god. You're drawing with 4 pens at once? How do you do that? Li Ming raised his head, revealing 2 panda eyes, his eyelids drooping, his face a look of vicissitudes. 4 pens? Zhao Shi also tilted his head, looking at him in surprise. How are you supposed to finish that? Zhao Shi stretched out his arms and lifted his legs, revealing 4 pens in each hand, plus 4 pens between the toes of each foot. Of course, we have to use 16 pens to draw together, which is faster. Li Ming and Juwa, who can compare to Sister Shi? The Star Alliance Military Academy's courses are taught at a breakneck pace, like riding a rocket. Their confinement coincided with the early stages of that rapid pace, which meant the 3 of them had fallen behind on a lot of homework. The elimination rounds were approaching, and they spent the remaining 2 months frantically catching up on their studies and catching up on their homework. They also had to participate in various physical training sessions, practical training in detecting equipment, and classes on identifying various creatures. A qualified detectorist is invaluable, as they can help the team avoid risks. The more comprehensive the information provided to the leader for decision-making, the more likely they are to turn the tide of battle. Even in the detection department, with its high mortality rate, staying at the Star Alliance Military Academy is still a difficult task. The detection department, in particular, has students from all over the world. Due to the higher admission subsidy this year, there are more students from outlying planets than in other majors. These students, however, would go to great lengths to seize the slightest opportunity to rise above the rest. Zhao Shi worried that after leaving the military academy, Shirian would capture her and imprison her at home. With her current abilities, the thought of challenging Shirian was simply wishful thinking. However, staying in the detection department clearly wasn't a good option. All 3 students had died in combat during their internship at the military region. The thought was chilling. Then Zhao Shi learned that as long as they passed the detection department courses, they could transfer to another department after completing their 1-year study period by taking exams. Okay, the current goal. Changing majors. Zhao Shi was already thinking about which major to change to. She wanted one with high security, high pay, and minimal workload, preferably one with holographic games. Besides catching up on homework, she actually felt more relaxed during class. Zhao Shi occasionally played the game Kill the Black Hole while attending class, teaming up with Hingxing Wuyan to fight Zerg and creeps from the planetary belts with the character Xian in their names, accumulating points. No one had reached 1 billion points yet to unlock the next dungeon, so everyone was frantically accumulating points. The members of the large guilds were also working hard to kill monsters. Although Zhao Shi's current points were high, those of the others were closely following. Everyone was vying for a spot in the advanced dungeon. The journey on the desolate planet wouldn't be easy either. It had shifted from midsummer to early autumn, but the temperature hadn't dropped at all. Instead, it was rather sweltering. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, today was the day for the freshman elimination rounds. The competition venue was a real-world holographic simulation, divided into 10 zones. Each of them drew lots to determine which zone they would enter. Zhao Shi looked at the number 4 in his hand, and walked straight towards the gate marked 4. Why did this number feel unlucky? Adjacent to the gate was an ancient amphitheater, stained with blood. At this moment, the participating students had all arrived at the spectator seats. After they entered, the gate closed and automatically disappeared, revealing the arched wall of the amphitheater. Zhao Shi touched the wall. It felt slightly cool and rough, as if it had been there for a long time. The bloodstains on the amphitheater were a large, dark red patch, as if they had dried for a long time. Countless brutal battles had been fought here. The scenes were unimaginable. Zhao Shi's ears twitched. She seemed to hear something. Then she noticed 8 rusty iron gates, positioned in 8 directions along the edge of the menagerie's wall. There was a sound within. It was the sound of water dripping, drop by drop, onto the ground. Hiss. A long tongue scraped across the iron gate. It was its green saliva, corroding it. Glowing green scales scraped against the ground, making a harsh sound. What's that sound? The students looked around. Look there. There's something over there. Someone's face paled with fear, running a little further away from the iron gate. This simulation is too realistic. Don't be afraid, it's a simulation. Even if you don't make it, your life won't be in danger, someone consoled. A simulated battlefield. When Zhao Shi had taken the entrance exam before, she had easily identified the Zerg and the scenes in the simulation. At the time, she felt the school's simulation system wasn't advanced enough. However, generally speaking, for ease of maintenance, all teaching systems used within the school should be the same version. The scene before her now was far more detailed than the one she encountered during the exam, so detailed that she couldn't believe it was fake. So, was it possible that this wasn't a simulated battlefield at all, but rather, the legendary real martial arena, home to all sorts of real Zerg and mutant species? By doing this to these newcomers, who had only been enrolled for 3 months, was the school trying to kill them? According to the rules of the Colosseum, spectators weren't supposed to participate in the fighting and were supposed to be protected. Yet now, they were in the audience. So were they supposed to be watching their own deaths? Knockout rounds, begin. A cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. The iron gate, now corroded and cracked, collapsed. Chapter 66. Tick, tick, tick. The iron gate, corroded by the green ghost lizard saliva, cracked like fragile cardboard, melted, and vanished. The lizard crawled out, and the ground trembled. Its enormous body, covered in dark green scales, dragged dark trails across the ground, and white steam sizzled. It possessed an extremely long tongue, covered in barbs covered in pustules. The pustules constantly swelled and cracked, oozing green venom that dripped onto the ground, corroding pits in the ground that grew larger and larger. The green ghost lizard was a type of contaminated mutant, often found in deserts polluted by underground rivers. Not all planets under the jurisdiction of the Star Alliance were habitable. Many had harsh natural conditions, and some remote planets were rife with pollution and radiation. Various radiation and viruses could alter the genetics of species, creating contaminated mutants. Planets outside the Star Alliance's jurisdiction were even more problematic. Although there was no information on the StarNet about anything outside the jurisdiction, she had a rough idea of what was happening. It must be that contaminated mutants were rampant, or the environment was devastatingly degraded, like the end of the world. Order had ceased to exist, and survival would be extremely difficult. She remembered searching the StarNet for various information before, hoping to understand this world. But not only was there no information outside the Star Alliance's jurisdiction, but even information on outlying planets was scarce. It was only after she entered the military academy that she learned about these things. She had compared her home Star Alliance map with the corresponding outlying planets on the StarNet, but after searching several times, she found no such planets. Moreover, the maps she found online were different from the ones she had back home. So, at that moment, she felt that the world wasn't as peaceful as it appeared. Should it be that, because they lived on the capital planet, everything they saw was beautiful? No, it wasn't that beautiful anymore. At least for she had already experienced true death since the insect plague broke out at the Communication University. And could such things happen elsewhere? How many of them happened every day, but ordinary people didn't even know about the existence of contaminated mutants. Even if they did, they probably thought it was far away from them. The green ghost lizard's saliva was extremely poisonous. Even a little contact would cause flesh and bone rot, leaving people in excruciating pain. Without timely treatment with antidote serum, they would die. Its eyes glowed green, clearly starving. Its nictitating membrane flickered, and it swung its head around, following the scent and sensing heat. It tilted its head, its eyes fixed on the audience above. The hairs on everyone's back stood on end. She supported the back of a chair in the auditorium, feeling a little weak in the knees. So why did she come to the military academy? Did she think her life was too long, or was she tired of living? Although she loved playing action games and the thrill of killing monsters, that didn't mean she enjoyed it in real life. The main thing was, she'd probably be the one killed in real life. Even if she truly had S-level genes, wouldn't there be many S-level geniuses who died? Furthermore, her genes had been suppressed for over a decade, so it was unclear whether she could ever recover to a true S-level. Not only did she now lack a spirit form, she also lacked pheromones. She was essentially a half-crippled alpha. She couldn't help but wonder. It's said that S-class warriors awaken their spirits very early. She hasn't awakened in so many years. Is it possible she won't awaken again? Was her resistance to Shirian right? Perhaps she was hastening her own demise. Speaking of which, it's clearly a simulation, so why is there a real contaminated mutant here? And it's obvious they're unarmed right now. Even if all the students were combined, they wouldn't be a match for this mutant. She lowered her eyes. So, what does it take to pass the test? Everyone's expression was grim, even though they experienced many simulated battles. I don't know what's going on, but this full-scale simulation is so much more terrifying than being in the holographic chamber. Many people's legs weakened at the sight of the mutant, but now no one dared to sit down. They forced themselves to stand, nervously watching the green ghost lizard's movements. That's for sure. After all, in a holographic chamber, only the mind enters the scene, while in a real-world simulation, both the mind and the body enter the scene together, so the sense of immersion is definitely stronger. Will that monster down there come up? According to convention, as long as you don't leave the arena, you're considered a spectator and won't be attacked. I just don't know how the rules are set here. Just then, the voice of an old radio came over. Please, gladiators, enter the arena. The fight is about to begin. Please, gladiators. What do you mean? We still have a fight to watch? A student asked curiously. Preparation time countdown. 30 seconds. 29. 28. 27. The radio voice intermittently read the countdown unclearly. The green ghost lizard flicked its tongue and glanced around, as if waiting for something. Even more terrifying was the fact that the iron gates in the other 7 directions were also stirring. Crack. One of the iron gates made a grinding sound, a tooth grinding sound. Everyone's scalp tingled as they realized there was a contaminated mutant in each direction. One was enough. What if all the mutants emerged? The elimination rounds are starting already? What should we do then? One student's face paled, his voice trembling. No one told us what the passing criteria were. Don't be afraid. Those are all lies. We need to calm ourselves first, so we can find a solution. A female alpha stood at the highest point of the audience, looking down. She was one of the few calm individuals on the field. Her calm voice seemed to soothe everyone, and everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on her. That seems to be Ding Xinyu from Class 3. I remember she's 3A level, possessing near S level strength. 3A level? So impressive? Another student nearby continued, yes, Xinyu is in our class, and she's topped the class in all 3 monthly exams. Then let's just listen to the top student. With him around, maybe we have an easier time this time. Someone suggested, besides, the top student is the only one of us with a spirit form, so he'd definitely be able to sense more than we can. Thank you for your trust, everyone. I do my best, Ding Xinyu said. But for the time being, she won't be using her spirit form. Releasing it takes a lot of energy. Moreover, she couldn't release her spirit form reliably at the moment, only twice a day, with a duration of 10 seconds. She wanted to wait until the most urgent moment to use it. Everyone, be careful not to get hit by those mutants. Although they're virtual and won't cause us any actual harm, getting hit by them could mean you're out of the game. What? So they're fake? A voice suddenly rang out from about 7 or 8 steps away from Ding Xinyu. Ding Xinyu turned and saw someone lying under the seat over there. The slender figure seemed a bit cramped under the seat, and her long legs, folded and squeezed because there was no room for them, were squeezed together. She had cold pale skin, as if she just recovered from a serious illness. She tilted her head slightly, revealing a pair of eyes filled with a sickly look. Her sharp features paired with those eyes created a strange, incongruous feeling, as if their edge had been deliberately masked and subdued. Has technology really advanced these days? The virtual reality is so much more realistic than the real thing, it's terrifying, she said, as she slowly climbed out from under her chair. A classmate nearby explained, people with higher mental powers are better at distinguishing authenticity. The holographic equipment used in the military academy is state-of-the-art. It's normal you can't tell the difference. I can't tell either. Shit. You're Zhao. Zhao. She stood up, and the classmate finally realized who she was. His words abruptly stopped, and he quickly distanced himself from her. Other people further away began to whisper. That person is Zhao Shi, right? The playboy who bribed the teacher to get first place in the entrance exam. I heard she seems to have some issues. The man nodded his head. Not seemingly, but yes. But she comes from a wealthy family, so what if she's mentally unstable? She can still attend military school. The man lowered his voice to a whisper. Be careful, don't let her hear you. She's very vindictive, so it's best not to mess with her. Everyone nodded vigorously. The most dissolute playboy in the galaxy plus a mentally retarded psychopath equals someone you absolutely cannot mess with. Ding Xinyu hadn't looked away since she saw Zhao Shi. She came from a planet 3 spheres away. Presumably, to the natives of Lonming Star, she was just a country bumpkin from a distant planet. Especially someone like Zhao Shi, born into privilege. Someone who grew up surrounded by the stars. On her home planet, Ding Xinyu was also a child of destiny, having come here with her family's hopes. She never wanted to make a name for herself, to make her name known across the Interstellar network. She worked hard to be first, especially after hearing that Zhao Shi had placed first in the detection department freshman exam. When she learned that Zhao Shi was in the same class as her, she worked even harder. When the test results came out, Zhao Shi barely passed. Ding Xinyu initially thought that Zhao Shi's poor grades were due to her absence from class, and that she wouldn't do the same again next time. But on the second and third monthly exams, she barely passed. Ding Xinyu suddenly realized that Zhao Shi had indeed cheated, and she had worked so hard for 3 months with Zhao Shi as her goal. What a disappointment. Then, she saw Zhao Shi stand up and slump down in a chair, looking like she was watching a show, lazy and arrogant. Ding Xinyu couldn't help but secretly clench her fists. Lonming Star's termites. 10, 9, 8. The green ghost lizard below grew increasingly frantic as the broadcast counted down. At the same time, the iron gates in the other 7 directions were shaking violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. If the gladiators don't take the stage yet, will all the mutants rush into the audience as punishment? That would be a spectacular sight, wouldn't it? Zhao Shi had a playful expression. It's all fake anyway, right? Fake? Is it really fake? Ding Xinyu's heart sank at Zhao Shi's words. To be honest, she couldn't tell whether the green ghost lizard was real or not unless she released her spirit form, but now was not the time. 2, 1. As the old broadcast ended, a figure landed steadily on the arena with a pop. The other 7 vibrating doors also stopped at that moment. Ding Xinyu felt a wave of fear, but thankfully she had taken action. It turned out that without the gladiators on the field, the other 7 doors would indeed open simultaneously. Their vibrations served as a warning. The other students also noticed this. Does this mean one person must remain in the arena? Then what should the others do? The poisonous lizard was half the height of a building. Every swipe of its claws sent the ground trembling violently. From its mouth, venom continuously gushed out, corroding pits in the ground, where corroded could no longer be stepped on. The tongue, covered in poisonous sores, attacked Ding Xinyu at breakneck speed, like a nimble tentacle. She hurriedly dodged. She couldn't hold out much longer. At this level, she couldn't hold out for more than 3 minutes. Ding Xinyu stepped onto the first row of the auditorium, the tongue following closely behind her. As her foot touched the auditorium, the other 7 doors rang simultaneously, with a loud bang coming from one of them. She turned her head to see a pair of enormous, snake-like eyes glaring back at her. A section of the iron gate's bars had broken, and a small portion of its head had shoved out, still struggling to push out. She couldn't leave. She turned back, using the momentum of her foot to brush against the giant tongue. She accidentally stepped on a poisonous sore, and the venom immediately sprayed all over her foot. Ding Xinyu quickly slid off her shoes, only to see them quickly dissolve into green water. Her shoes were real, and so was the poison. Ding Xinyu's face changed. The poisonous lizard was real, but why? Why would the military academy do this? Just an exam, yet they're putting their lives on the line? Hurry up and find the clues. There must be a clue to pass. Ding Xinyu shouted to the audience. She thought for a moment, but didn't dare tell them the truth. In a critical situation, panic is more likely to lead to mistakes. Clues? What clues? Everyone was bewildered. Why did the top student have to be in the arena? Where are the clues? The area was huge, and they quickly divided into groups to search through dozens of floors of the auditorium, but they found nothing of value. No clues. What should we do? Are we all going to be eliminated? One student was almost in tears. No, I don't want to be eliminated. My family spent so much money to send me to the spaceship. I went through so much hardship to get here. How can I just go back like this? I've suddenly come up with a brilliant idea. The dandy, who had been sitting quietly in the audience, watching the fun like an outsider, suddenly said. Although they didn't think she'd come up with anything good, there was nothing they could do now. Everyone turned to look at her. Zhao, she said seriously, let's all hide in the mutant's cage and close the door. That way, it won't be able to catch us, right? Everyone, once we're in, are we supposed to stay inside? Besides, our goal is to pass the exam, not hide. Someone couldn't help but object. Brainless idiots, they really couldn't come up with a good idea. Ding Xinyu heard what they were saying. Cage, cage. The clue might be in the mutant's cage. Ding Xinyu said, I hold it back here. You guys go in and look for clues. Everyone looked at each other, staring at the pitch-black, venom-covered door. No one dared to move. What if there's something in there? I go check it out. It's fake anyway, so I just treat it as a trip. Xiaoxi stood up, walked to the door, hooked his foot on the top, flipped over, and slid right through. The other students were a little surprised. She's quite skilled. A minute passed, no response. She's not dead in there, is she? Gladiators exit. Suddenly, the PA system chimed in. So there was a time limit. Thankfully, it wasn't like a typical gladiatorial fight, where a winner had to be decided. Ding Xinyu immediately climbed onto the auditorium, panting heavily. She held out for a full 5 minutes, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Tiny slivers of venom stained his clothes, quickly tearing through them, revealing a vast expanse of firm, honey-colored muscle beneath. After the bout ended, the lizard showed no sign of returning. Metal plates suddenly appeared in the cage, where the lizard had been, descending, sealing the door. Thus, the exploration period would end with the fight. Furthermore, if the fight continued, the number of mutants to contend with would increase. Ding Xinyu's gaze fell on the closing door. Xiaoxi seemed to be still there. Gladiators, please enter the arena, 4 of you. The announcement sounded again. More. At that moment, another door was opening. Behind the iron gate, a vibrantly colored python emerged. Its tongue stretched to the ground, forked and throbbing, emanating countless venomous snakes. We have to deal with 2 contaminated mutants simultaneously. We're unarmed, are we going to fight them head first? Some were frantic. What kind of a competition is this? Has Xiaoxi not emerged yet? Has she found the clue? They asked anxiously. If they were to deal with all those mutants next, few would be able to hold out. After all, Ding Xinyu was considered a capable fighter, and even she was in such a state of disarray. Just as the poisonous lizard's door was about to completely close, a shadow tumbled out. Then, the door closed completely. 1. 3 more, counting down 10, 9, 8, 7. I suggest everyone take turns, and the rest of you search for clues. Just now there was 1, now there are 4, and then there will likely be 8, 16, 32. There were only 50 people participating in the competition, leaving them with few opportunities. Did you find anything useful? Ding Xinyu asked Zhao Shi, looking down. Zhao Shi raised her hand and tossed her a pitch-black brick. I found this. Ding Xinyu took it. What is this? Why does it stink? Zhao Shi forced herself to suppress her expression. I don't know. I only found this. Of course it stinks. After all, she had spent a long time digging from the viper's den. Only the bricks there were loose, probably where the lizard would poop. As for the item, she did find it, but she hid it somewhere it would never be seen. Zhao Shi looked up and saw that Ding Xinyu's clothes were more revealing than her belly-bearing top, and getting even more torn. After all, the venom would spread. Another minute, and only 2 threads would be left. Zhao Shi frowned. Ding Xinyu saw Zhao Shi's expression. She seemed to casually push her chest out, better showcasing her towering pectoral muscles and 8-pack abs. She glanced at Zhao Shi with a smug look. You have one? Wow. The young lady's dress is torn, and no one even tried to cover it with their coat? Zhao Shi took off his own coat and swung it over Ding Xinyu. Ding Xinyu looked down at her coat, her eyes dark. Are you saying hers is too small and shouldn't be exposed? Zhao Shi, you're really arrogant. Chapter 67. Ding Xinyu's face turned pale. Yours is so big? She glared back in disbelief. But Zhao Shi's clothes were tightly wrapped, her pectoral muscles invisible. Ding Xinyu looked down at her legs. TSK. Not really. Ding Xinyu choked, her eyes widening. Is this size so terrifying? Zhao Shi was startled by her look and quickly turned away. Had her hidden possession been discovered so quickly? No way, but Ding Xinyu didn't ask her to hand it over, so Zhao Shi pretended to know nothing and refused to admit it. Ding Xinyu obediently put on her clothes. She secretly made a resolution to train hard and eventually surpass her. Including Zhao Shi, there were already 4 people in the arena. The vibrantly colored python crawled out from the door. It had an ugly fleshy crest on its head, and even more disgusting was its tongue. It opened its mouth and spit out its tongue, which turned out to be a snake. No. It was a lot of snakes. Its tongue split, growing longer and longer, splitting as it grew. Its tip resembled a snake's mouth, with even more venomous snakes emanating from within. They made a hissing sound, and the sheer number of them was terrifying enough to make one's scalp tingle. But that was all. After all, it was fake. Zhao Shi realized that the snake was a virtual creation. Although it was very realistic, not only in appearance but also in its smell and sound, it was fake, and the clarity of the image was always less. At that moment, several snakes suddenly shot out and flew towards one of the students. The student was terrified and unable to move. The people nearby yanked him down, and the 2 of them rolled vigorously on the ground, performing several deft twists and turns. After several twists and turns, they finally escaped the snake's clutches, securing several of its smaller members in a knot. The 2 students looked at their masterpieces, exchanged glances, and smiled with relief. They raised their hands, even about to high-five. Then, their smiles vanished. Their feet sank into a pit created by the poisonous lizards. The pit was filled with a shimmering green venom that instantly melted their shoes and clung to their feet and legs. The 2 men cried out in pain as they watched their feet begin to absorb the poison, dissolving into water like their shoes. Then, the white capsule boxes on their backs suddenly grew larger, enveloping them. A crack in the ground seemed to appear, sucking them underground. 79721, 79632, eliminated. It was the cold, mechanical voice that had announced the start of the elimination rounds. It was different from the old broadcasting system at the arena. Zhao Shi touched the device behind her. She had previously thought it was used to receive the simulated signal from the arena, but she hadn't expected it to be a lifesaver. So, anyone injured by a real mutant would be eliminated. What if it was a virtual one? Zhao Shi needed to verify it. Please invite 2 gladiators to the arena. 10, 9, 8. Thinking of the 2 people who had just been eliminated and their screams after being poisoned, they seemed to have a vague idea that these mutants were real. No one dared to go down, but if they didn't, once all 8 mutants were released, they would all be eliminated. 3, 2, 1. Finally, at the final countdown, 3 people jumped down simultaneously. One more person. A student exclaimed, "Come up!" But it was too late. Then the capsule behind one of the 3 men expanded, enveloping him, and he was sucked underground. 79,357 eliminated. A mechanical voice rang out. This person's movements must have been half a second slower than the other 2, meaning that even those who disobeyed the rules would be eliminated. Dingson, you said, arrange the order in advance, and fill in immediately if someone is eliminated. Leave 20 people here, and the rest will come with me into the mutant's home to search for clues. In the arena, Zhao Shi first quietly withstood a small snake's attack and discovered that she would indeed not be eliminated. Although she could clearly feel the pain in the affected area, it was probably a simulated sensation. She had to find a way to make the others realize that these snakes were fake. They should take the attacks of the poisonous lizard seriously, ignore the attacks of the venomous snakes, and use their energy where it counted. Otherwise, they wouldn't last long. If her guess was correct, they would need to hold out for 10 minutes this time. But she couldn't say it directly. First, no one would believe her, and second, she was afraid of outperforming herself and taking first place again. Zhao Shi wanted to pass again, but didn't want to do too well. What if she did too well, and the detection department professor disagreed when she changed her major? This was why she kept her scores, just barely passing on the monthly exams. A swarm of snakes emerged, connecting to the giant python with the eerie tongue. The venom of the poisonous lizards began to spray everywhere, throwing the entire arena into chaos. They desperately fled, dodging their attacks, but it became increasingly difficult. Zhao Shi pretended to be completely disoriented by the venomous snakes, then, caught off guard, fell headfirst into the giant python's arms. Then the others saw the giant python, its bloody maw gaping at her. "Hey, run!" the men above shouted. Zhao Shi looked stunned, unable to move. Hiss! The python opened its maw, reared up, aimed at her head, and gulped down, swallowing her whole head and body. Then, they witnessed a bizarre scene. The python seemed to have slipped through its mold. It took a bite, but nothing was left. And now Zhao Shi was still there, bewildered. "Huh? I'm not dead? I'm not dead," Zhao Shi exclaimed in amazement. Everyone around was stunned. What the hell was going on? Not only was she fine, but she wasn't eliminated right away. Does that mean we don't even need to avoid these virtual mutants? One student concluded. Damn it! It's been tricking us for ages. Beat it up. Then the other 2 students charged directly at the nearest green ghost lizard. Zhao Shi held up his hand. "No! Mine's fake. The one over there is real." But before he could even warn them, the mechanical voice rang out again. 79540, 79766, eliminated. Zhao Shi held his head in his hands. "I can't help it. I can't help it. What the hell is going on?" The student who had speculated earlier scratched his head fiercely. Why didn't Zhao Shi get eliminated, but they did? What's the difference? They discussed it all, finally coming to a conclusion. Zhao Shi, he's cheating again. The classmates whispered. As expected of someone with connections, he even managed to cheat in the elimination rounds. Zhao Shi nearly spat out blood. "I worked so hard to act for a long time, and you came to this conclusion, right?" Chapter 68. Do you think these 2 mutants might be one real and one fake? Zhao Shi lowered his tone, feigning uncertainty. Yes, we all know now that one is real, and the other is fake. Didn't the school replace them just for you? One student clenched his fist, and said indignantly, seeing that Zhao Shi was about to be eliminated, they just swapped the real one for a fake one. This is so unfair to those who were just eliminated. Several others nodded in agreement indeed. Then, seeing Zhao Shi's look, they dared not say the next words. Zhao Shi, swapping a mutant from real to fake in a second, isn't that an overestimation of current technology? Think it's a real-time game refresh, right? Zhao Shi felt she needed to debate them. But the contaminated mutants on the field didn't give her a chance. The countless venomous snakes spewing from the giant python's mouth made the attacks of the green ghost lizard even harder to see. In a split second, quickly distinguishing between the 2, dodging the attacks while conserving energy was a tremendously challenging task. 2 more people were quickly eliminated. Zhao Shi was also beginning to lose strength, and the venom sprayed by the ghost lizards had already riddled the entire field with pits and craters. Each pit was filled with dark green venom, and had corroded so deeply that a single step would immerse the foot. Then, elimination was inevitable. So, every move now became a struggle, requiring careful planning of the next few steps, evasive routes, and landing points. The venomous snakes dancing in the air obstructed Zhao Shi's vision, and his eyes were nearly blinded. The green ghost lizard's nictitating membrane flickered, its dark eyes reflecting Zhao Shi's figure. The greed in its eyes grew stronger and stronger. So hungry for prey. Especially strong prey. Zhao Shi suddenly had a bad feeling. Just then, the wind picked up in the arena. The ghost lizard slammed the ground, and its green eyes suddenly turned a deep green, almost black. It had entered a frenzy. The venom it sprayed moved in unpredictable directions under the wind. The wind shifted the venom's direction, blowing it away and spreading it. The venom rained down like raindrops. Even the audience seats were not spared. Ah! What's going on? Isn't it said that as long as there are people in the arena, the audience is safe? The poisonous liquid fell on the students. Because the particles were small, they were not life-threatening injuries, so they did not trigger the elimination mechanism. But some of them began to roll on the ground in pain, roaring. I want to quit. I quit. I give up. Someone shouted. As soon as he said this, the capsule behind him reacted, enveloping him and plunging into the ground. 79722, eliminated. Ugh. My face, I'm disfigured. A tall, muscular alpha crept to the ground, clutching his face. The venom splattered across his face, spreading and tearing, his skin peeling and revealing black, ulcerated flesh. It's over. No Omega will marry me. What's the point of fighting like that? I'm quitting too. Many others, unable to bear the excruciating pain of the poison, and fearing their injuries would be too severe to heal, sought treatment quickly. Cold electronic tones echoed in succession, and in a flash, more than a dozen people were eliminated. The remaining people, almost all quickly wrapped their heads in their coats. Although the fabric would seep through the poisonous rain, it was better than direct contact with skin. Then all the students huddled under the seats in the auditorium, the cramped space squeezing them like maggots. Zhao Shi's expression was solemn. This sudden gust of wind, why? The difficulty now increased exponentially. At this moment, the wind would change the direction of the poisonous rain. And if the predicted route deviated by even the slightest, they had to react swiftly in a fraction of a second, adjusting their body's course. But it was too difficult. Countless venomous snakes, created by the virtual giant python, attacked her like a hail of arrows. Although Zhao Shi knew they were fake, they were like light pollution, the realistic and dense special effects obscuring her vision. Zhao Shi's eyes reflected countless dense, rain-like droplets of venom. Her mind raced, a three-dimensional panorama of the scene before her. During her time dodging, she had memorized the location of every venom bubble on the green ghost lizard's long tongue, as well as its likely path after release. So she closed her eyes. Anticipating the opponent's movements is a skill every seasoned gamer must possess. She considered herself quite the expert at gaming. Want to play? I be with you. Amidst the overwhelming toxic rain, the seats in the auditorium corroded, transforming into carbonized black water. The students' cries of resignation and pain rang out incessantly. Eliminated, eliminated, eliminated. The electronic sounds continued, until finally, there was no more. Because Zhao, she was the only one left on the field. Bang! The lizard's tail lashed against the steel plate, instantly denting it, and sending Zhao, she flying backwards to the ground. She had temporarily removed the steel plate from the side of the field to protect herself from the rain. Hiss! Zhao, she gasped in pain. She opened her eyes, a little unwilling, and held her swollen head. Is it the inhibitor? When she overexerted her brain, she got a splitting headache. She couldn't even muster the strength to move, her body's reactions always lagging behind her brain's. This body was too weak. I didn't lose to you. If only she had the strength she had in the game. A single strike of her white thorn would instantly reduce that damned lizard to dust. Alas, those were in-game skills, not her own. The rain of venom fell on her hand, and her skin instantly opened up into black holes, and the blood turned to black pus and flowed out. She gritted her teeth. It was indeed painful, but bearable. At that moment, the ground shook violently, and the other 5 iron doors rattled. Zhao Shi looked up and saw the doors loosening, and the various mutants within emerged from the darkness. Now, with no new gladiators to fill the gaps, all 8 doors would open. They would all hunt down these gladiators who had broken the rules of the game. It was then that Zhao Shi understood why the difficulty had suddenly increased. Her gaze fell in the direction of the door where the giant python had been. Because Deng Xinyu had already found the correct props or a way to pass the level. And the people in the arena had been abandoned. Zhao Shi suddenly smiled. They would come back. Because the map was with her. She patted her crotch. Chapter 69. A dark green poisonous rain filled the sky, corroding the steel plate Zhao she wore above her head. She had just given her coat to Ding Xinyu, and now, scattered raindrops fell on her arms, corroding black marks and oozing black blood. The other 6 doors had already opened, and all the mutants were about to enter the fray. Xiaoxi looked up, staring at one of the 6 doors. She knew the exit lay on the other side, the one furthest from her. The poisonous rain was too strong. She couldn't possibly make it. The poisonous lizard's long tongue lashed out at her. She backhandedly slammed the steel plate back, buying herself time, then tumbled into the giant python's door. The moment she entered, the light dimmed, and a magnified human face appeared before her. Xiaoxi slammed on the brakes. Bang! Ouch! Hiss! Xiaoxi and Ding Xinyu both clutched their foreheads, feeling stars trembling in their heads. Unexpectedly, they still couldn't dodge. Xiaoxi stopped, but the other party couldn't brake. Something seemed to be vibrating and throbbing inside the door. Ding Xinyu looked up, her expression tense. Hurry, hurry! She pointed to the black box held by the person next to her. We've found a detector that can distinguish real mutants here from fake ones, so we came to reunite with you. Where are the others? Xiaoxi glanced behind her. There were only 7 or 8 people left, all in a state of disarray. Ding Xinyu sighed. The others took the wrong road and are trapped inside. They probably can't escape. Ding Xinyu didn't fully reveal the truth. The truth was, they thought they found a way through, and more than half of them immediately wanted to leave. As for the students left behind, some said, since this is an elimination round, of course some will be eliminated. If they were truly capable, they would have found their way here. Then, they heard the voice announcements of eliminations one after another, clearly signaling that something was amiss. They quickly concluded that the contaminated mutants had grown stronger, suggesting they had likely found the correct path and were trying to prevent them from passing. We can't go back. Someone said, did you all hear the announcement? Judging by the rate of elimination, there might not be a single one left by the time we get back. Ding Xinyu, but what if we don't go back and they're waiting? Other students asked, what if we miss our chance to pass because we're trying to save them? Ding Xinyu fell silent. Although she felt guilty, she was quickly persuaded. After all, this was the elimination round. She had come here carrying her family's hopes. Now, passing the competition was her only goal. But it was precisely because she hesitated for a few seconds that she fell behind, which actually gave her a chance to escape. After they all entered, the narrow corridor suddenly began to collapse without warning. Then, there was the sound of mechanical mechanisms clicking, and then the entire space flipped upside down, and those in front fell directly into the darkness below. When those who fell behind felt the ground shaking, they immediately retreated. At this point, the collapse had not yet completely covered this area, so there was still room for leverage. With immense effort, they finally climbed out. Looking back at the dark, collapsing space behind them, they couldn't see what lay below. But the voice announcement for elimination didn't sound. Ding Xinyu wondered if there might be a way out, or maybe not, but she didn't dare take the risk. Because it wasn't impossible that the announcement was deliberately delayed, misleading them into making the wrong choice. Then, Ding Xinyu and the few lucky escapees retook their route as quickly as possible. As they made their way back, they watched as the surrounding roads and walls collapsed completely. Twisted rocks crushed them, burying 2 or 3 people. In the end, only these few remained. After Ding Xinyu spoke with Xiaoxi, the announcement began. 79,221 eliminated, 79451 eliminated, 79,142 eliminated. The mechanical voice read out another series of student numbers. As expected, the announcement was delayed. Ding Xinyu speculated that perhaps this was the Academy's punishment for those who abandoned their comrades. The elimination rounds eliminated not only the weak, but also those who failed to share the hardships of their comrades. After all, they might be competitors now, but they would be allies fighting side by side in the future. In war, if everyone only cared about their own survival, how could such an army protect the interstellar system? Ding Xinyu's gaze fell unconsciously on Xiaoxi's exposed skin. The dark, horrifying wounds made her brows twitch. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at herself. She was still wearing the coat Xiaoxi had given her. If he hadn't given her the coat, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Ding Xinyu suddenly let out a wry smile. It seemed her awareness wasn't even as good as this interstellar famous playboy. Xiaoxi, so, we're the only ones left standing. Ding Xinyu, so, are you the only one left here? Yes. Xiaoxi nodded. It must have been when you got the detector that the competition got more difficult. The entire space was shaking more and more violently. They turned back and saw the ground collapsing, the shattered earth spreading towards them. They immediately operated the detector, which the teacher had taught them how to use in class. They opened the lid of the black box, revealing a green screen covered in a tangle of white lines and strangely shaped symbols. The ground behind them cracked, and they were already in front of them. Hurry! Can the detector find the correct path? The anxiety on everyone's faces was evident, their hearts in their throats, as if they were about to burst. One person said, "Let's get out. This place is going to collapse." Another student's face turned pale. "No! Can't you see the poisonous rain outside?" The giant python then scurried over, its maw wide open, blocking the door. A swarm of colorful venomous snakes gushed out. "It's over. We're doomed. Let's give up now, or risk our lives just for this competition." "Wait, this snake is fake." The student operating the detector suddenly looked up. Deng Sinyu's eyes gleamed. "Here's a chance." After seeing the detector, she guessed that some of the mutants here might be fake, and they just needed to avoid the real ones and ignore the fakes to save energy and pass. That made sense. Otherwise, the difficulty was too ridiculous for this elimination round designed for newcomers like them. If everyone was eliminated, it would only mean the questions were poorly designed and lacked differentiation. Deng Xinyu looked up and saw that Zhao Shi had ignored the giant python and the countless venomous snakes and charged straight for it. Her speed seemed a second faster than when the classmate had said it was fake. She was shocked. How did Zhao Shi know the giant python was fake? Finally, everyone hurry. Zhao Shi leaned back to avoid the venomous sting sweeping from above. With a single step, she slipped beneath the mutant. Transparent tentacles, gleaming with eerie silver light, swayed around her, sending the others shivering with fear. And it was clearly a real mutant. Its enormous transparent canopy, beneath a giant, elastic maw, opened and closed, vibrating like wings. This was a butterfly jellyfish, capable of surviving in high humidity. Its tentacles beneath the canopy were infused with a nerve-numbing venom that could induce hallucinations. But the ground had already cracked behind her, and the rocks were rolling. One of them lost his balance, slipped, and fell backward, terrified. Luckily, someone nearby grabbed him immediately. Now, with no other choice, they had to do as Zhao Shi instructed and charged forward. Wrap your palms with cloth to temporarily block the poison. Then, everyone, charge with me. Are you sure? None of them understood what they were doing. Then, in a desperate situation, they realized they had already done as Zhao Shi had instructed. Each of them grabbed a jellyfish tentacle and sprinted forward, using the mutant as an umbrella. Outside, a green rain fell, and the jellyfish above them made a gurgling sound. They were afraid of the poison, but this mutant was not. The massive umbrella pressed down as it moved, shielding them completely, preventing even a drop of rain from leaking in. Shielded by the mutant's presence, the other mutants looked in bewilderedly, not immediately attacking. Killing two birds with one stone. They couldn't help but wonder, ordinary people avoid mutants, but who would have thought of using them as tools? This was incredible. At almost the fastest speed they could, following Zhao Shi's command, they rushed through one of the doors. Numerous brushes with the massive mutants made them break into a cold sweat. After entering, they found one of them still standing idly beneath a jellyfish, its wriggling maw widening until it covered half his head. Drag him out. With their combined efforts, they finally pulled the man out from under the jellyfish, but he simply stood there, staring into the distance. What's wrong with him? Deng Xinyu, he must be hallucinating. The man suddenly squatted down, then stood up again, his cheeks puffing out. I'm a little jellyfish. Little jellyfish. This symptom is quite serious. Or else. The man didn't say anything else, but everyone knew what he meant. Bringing someone with hallucinations along at this time would undoubtedly be a burden. Besides, they were all candidates participating in the elimination round, so they should be considered competitors. Deng Xinyu thought of the dozens of people who had been eliminated for abandoning their classmates. She suddenly said, he's just a little jellyfish. He won't hurt anyone. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. The words of the top student always carried some weight, but it won't hurt to bring him along. Zhao Shi said, perhaps we need enough people for the later levels. Okay. Then take them along. The others nodded in agreement. The man poisoned by the jellyfish puffed out his cheeks, imagining his mouth was a sucker beneath the jellyfish, and began to suck on people. But he's licking people. Even more disgusting than hurting them. The path here was extremely winding and complex, with many small mutants along the way. They took turns operating the detectors, distinguishing the real and fake mutants. Xiao Shi, on the other hand, was responsible for examining the parchment map in her hand, which, even after being rolled up several times, was still ridiculously large, and then leading everyone to find a way out. Xiao Shi's face grew paler and paler. By the end, the corroded wounds on her arms were so deep that the bone was visible, and she was even a little unsteady when she walked. She stumbled and almost fell, but an arm beside her supported her. Ding Xinyu frowned at Xiao Shi. Do you want to give up? If your injuries are too severe, even the treatment chamber might not be able to heal them. Her eyes were filled with worry and surprise. Even she couldn't bear the pain, so how did Xiao Shi persevere? Could she really be anything but the rumors? It's okay, I won't die. Xiao Shi looked up in one direction, his chin pointing to the spot. We're almost there. Everyone was exhausted from the journey, having walked through countless tangled paths before finally reaching the end of the corridor. There, simply and crudely written, were the words exit. This door seemed familiar. It was the gate through which they had entered the simulation field. That door had vanished as soon as they entered, presumably flipped underground by a mechanism. In other words, is it possible that after all this walking, they've actually ended up right below the arena? The school really knows how to plan their space. But the door was shut. They fumbled for a long time, but couldn't find the button to open it. Finally, Xiao Shi couldn't resist kicking it. Crack. The ground shook. That familiar feeling, not good. They quickly stepped back a dozen steps, then saw a circular platform erected in front of the gate, with a floating virtual book in the center. The book suddenly flipped open. I have only one question. If you answer it, you receive the key to open the gate. Ding Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. This should be the last challenge we face. With so many of us here, and a top student among us, I'm sure the professional questions won't be too difficult for us. Everyone nodded, brimming with confidence. Excuse me, how many seats are there in the auditorium? What? What kind of a ridiculous question? No one expected such a question. After going through so many challenges to get here, everyone was practically devastated to be asked such a question. Who would know that? Who would have the time to count seats in the elimination round? They'd be too busy running for their lives to even have time. In reality, this question tested the detector's meticulous observation skills. Ding Xinyu said, high-level psychics can form detailed three-dimensional images in their minds with just a glance. It's not a difficult task for them. So what you're saying is, even you, the academic master, can't do it? Ding Xinyu hesitated. She could remember the number of seats in each block, both horizontally and vertically, and could calculate them separately through multiplication. However, the irregular placement of the blocks meant the actual number was likely lower, though she couldn't be sure by how much. She could give a rough estimate, with an error of less than 10, but she didn't want to risk a 1 in 10 chance. 1,355, a voice suddenly said. Everyone turned to look at Xiao Shi. One of them, his face pale, said hurriedly, Don't talk nonsense. If we miss this opportunity, we all. That's exactly the number of freshmen participating in the elimination rounds, Xiao Shi continued. The virtual book paused for 2 seconds, then said reluctantly, Correct answer. Ding Xinyu and several classmates looked incredulous. How did you know that? I guessed it. Ding Xinyu, how did you guess it? I guess the teacher who set the test is a self-righteous obsessive-compulsive person. He come up with some clever numbers here and there, giving people a baffling so that's how it is. Ding Xinyu, asking how the numbers were guessed, only to find out they were actually guessing the teacher's personality outside the competition venue. A hand slammed the table. You really have a wonderful daughter. Haha, thank you for the compliment. By the way, she guessed quite well. She's a good prospect. I almost want to keep her. Shirian's phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light. Don't forget what you promised me. I know. Who dares to steal your precious daughter? Don't worry, she won't pass. I promised to give you the key, but I didn't say I help you open the door. Everyone looked at the 3 floating platforms that had split before them, wanting to curse the lousy book before them. The rear end of the platform was embedded in the door. It was the key to the door. Unfortunately, it lacked kinetic energy, so it couldn't function. And this strange platform was actually powered by mental energy. In other words, it required 3 people to release their mental bodies simultaneously. Did the school not want this group to pass from the beginning? It requires 3 mental bodies, but only one of them has won. The school couldn't have been unaware of this group's situation. There was only one possibility. They were deliberately trying to prevent them from passing. Ding Xinyu suddenly found it amusing. I really didn't expect it to be like this. To fail at this place. The other student said, Just withdraw? Maybe they admitted too many students this year, and didn't need so many. They're deliberately looking for an excuse to eliminate some. That makes sense, huh? With that, they prepared to withdraw. I try, Xiaoxi said. You have a spirit form? How had they heard that this person was a latent S-class? His true strength wasn't even as strong as a B-class. How could a B-class have a spirit form? Xiaoxi knew she had one. Ever since she knew she was an S-class, she'd been diligently summoning a spirit form every day. More than 2 months had passed, and the feeling that something was about to break free had never been as strong as it was today. Xiaoxi reached out and began to imagining it emerging from her own flesh and blood. And so, it began again. That familiar feeling of throbbing headache and chest tightness. Blood immediately surged to her chest, and a trickle of blood trickled from the corner of her lips. She lowered her head, and thankfully, a familiar warmth finally appeared in her palm. This feeling was just like the day she first unleashed her skills and killed a black hole. Could her spirit form be the same as the one in the game? She could slice through Zerg like vegetables, and harness mutants as mounts, instantly stunning the entire crowd, making everyone shout 666. Xiaoxi frowned, staring expectantly at her palm. My white thorn sword, born in the century that ended the azure white hell, severing all illusions. Show yourself. Finally, a small white dot of light appeared. Everyone gathered, their gazes burning at Xiaoxi's palm. With a duong, a white bud emerged from the light. And then, it was still a bud. The students gathered nearby stared in amazement. Bean sprouts? Xiaoxi stared at the tiny, translucent white sprout and waited a moment longer. A breeze blew, and the bean sprout in her palm swayed. The slender stem bent sharply, looking so fragile that it could be snapped by a careless breeze. I haven't seen such a delicious spirit in ages. Deng Xinyu sighed. Xiaoxi, Deng Xinyu realized her mistake the moment she said it. She quickly waved her hands. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean you're good with rice, I meant your spirit. No, I didn't mean either. I meant I love bean sprouts, and seeing them suddenly piqued my appetite. I absolutely didn't mean you're weak. Xiaoxi, if you can't talk, just shut up. Deng Xinyu scratched her head. Well, but even 2 spirits wouldn't be enough right now. Xiaoxi raised her hand, plucked the bean sprout from her palm, and with a pinch of 2 fingers, she snapped the spirit in 2. That's it. Deng Xinyu and the other students stared wide-eyed, as if they were seeing 10,000 alpaca horses galloping across the sky. What the hell? Wouldn't it be incredibly painful to have your spirit damaged? And you could do this. Chapter 70. Everyone looked at Xiaoxi, then at her 2 bean sprout halves. They all had expressions of disbelief. Deng Xinyu, noticing Xiaoxi showed no signs of pain, thought of a possibility. So your spirit can split? Xiaoxi wasn't sure, so she nodded casually. Probably. Everyone suddenly understood. A person can usually only have 1 spirit, but if it's a plant-type spirit, there's a very rare chance that it can split into identical individuals. Splitting a spirit consumes exponentially more mental energy, and few can endure it. Although splitting a spirit is rare, it could even be said that those who possess such an ability are geniuses. But even if such a small spirit could split, what good would it do? At most, it could open a door. Xiaoxi placed the bean sprouts separately on the platform. Deng Xinyu also summoned her spirit. With a loud eagle cry, a brown eagle with sharp eyes landed on the platform. The eagle turned its head several times before its gaze fixed on Xiaoxi's bean sprouts. The bean sprouts swayed gently in the wind. At first glance, they looked like tiny, wriggling white insects. The eagle's eyes lit up. Xiaoxi sensed something was wrong. The next second, the eagle lunged forward. This isn't a bug. I don't want to eat it. A spirit being channeled its spiritual energy, and the door had already opened, revealing a ray of light from outside. Xiaoxi raised her hand to block it, but the eagle was too fast, passing right through the back of her hand. She slapped her forehead, having almost forgotten that spirits are usually ethereal. Only those of a high level and undergoing special training can materialize. Fortunately, the eagle's beak was only poking at the half-sprouted bean sprout, its eyes fixed on it, as if it were observing something curious. Deng Xinyu saw this, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's a bit curious. Sorry to scare you. Xiaoxi, no, it's just that my spirit body can't eat it. It would kill me. Indeed, damage to the spirit body is life-threatening. Thinking of this, Deng Xinyu repeatedly assured him, don't worry, I won't let it attack your spirit body. Deng Xinyu didn't understand what she meant, but Xiaoxi didn't explain further. Come back. Deng Xinyu hurriedly called her eagle back, but it didn't respond. However, the difference wasn't significant, because her spirit body's release time had expired. At this moment, the eagle dissipated on its own, and the ripples in the air quietly subsided. Xiaoxi reached out and picked up her 2 small bean sprouts, and also retracted her spirit body. The bean sprouts crawled back into her palm, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, merging into it and disappearing. After the door opened, the view suddenly widened. They returned to the spot where they had entered. This was a vast elevated plaza, with 10 doors arranged in a row. Several large screens in the air broadcast the proceedings of the elimination rounds. On the podium sat a row of solemn-looking men in black military uniforms. They sat upright, their uniformity unmistakable, like robots. When Xiaoxi and the others emerged, they saw people standing neatly in front of the other 9 doors. These were the people who had passed the elimination rounds. As they emerged, everyone's attention focused on them. "You're so slow. You've kept us waiting for so long," someone said dissatisfiedly. Xiaoxi compared the number of people at the other gates, and found that their group was not only the slowest, but also had the fewest remaining. So could it be that the assessments at each gate were different, and theirs just happened to be the most difficult? Xiaoxi felt a sharp gaze coming from the gate next to her. She turned and saw a male alpha with light green hair, a bit tangled, like untrimmed leaves, branches rambling and growing wildly. His eyes were cold, a bit like a snake, and he looked unfriendly. His teeth seemed to have gnashed, and his expression was as if someone had been disinterred. Xiaoxi found it extremely strange. This was probably the first time she had met this person, so why would he be so hostile towards her? I get it. He must have a toothache. Look at that guy. His face is distorted by the toothache. He's still taking the exam like that. How pitiful. Xiaoxi said to Deng Xinyu beside her. Then, he shifted his gaze toward her, and gave a slight nod to Deng Xinyu beside him. Deng Xinyu also raised her hand to greet him. He's my younger brother, Deng Xinyu. She suddenly realized Xiaoxi's sarcasm and quickly explained, please don't be offended. Because he's an S rank, his family has always had high hopes for him, and is somewhat indulgent. He has his own ideas and sometimes tends to overreact to certain things or phenomena. Oh, an angry young man, Xiaoxi continued. I had actually thought he had a toothache. It seemed like another ambitious young man who couldn't stand her, a scoundrel. Xiaoxi didn't feel anything. She was used to it, and she didn't care what others thought of her. Although Deng Xinyu quickly turned his head away, that cold gaze still lingered over Xiaoxi, like a clinging, venomous snake. Congratulations, everyone. You've made it through the elimination rounds, said the man in the center of the podium. The shoulder insignia, a star with 3 golden lines, on his shoulders signaled his rank as a major general. From today on, you will officially become students of the Galaxy Federation Military University. He stood up. The students below the podium grew excited. You are the future of the Galaxy Federation, the rising stars. The Galaxy Federation needs you. The people need you. Fight for the Galaxy Federation. Work hard. Today you are proud to be at the Galaxy Federation Military Academy. Tomorrow, the Academy will be proud of you. Everyone applauded enthusiastically, some even bursting into tears. Wow, finally. I finally passed the assessment. I can bring honor to my home planet. Many people looked up at the podium, feeling a burning flame rising in their chests, willing to burn themselves out to illuminate the Star Alliance. Xiaoxi didn't even raise her hand. This Major General's speech was terrible. Wasn't it just some pep talk? She always said it. Now, trophies will be presented to the top 3 students with the best performance. Then, 3 floating silver robots appeared. Between their arms, they held a red cloth-covered plate. On the plate sat a crystal trophy, which shone brightly in the sunlight. The silver robot turned its head, as if searching for a target. Everyone held their breath, hoping it would stop in front of them. After a complete circle, the 3 robots stopped in front of 3 people, each at a distance. The last robot to confirm its position headed towards Xiaoxi and then stopped in front of Deng Xinyu, who was beside her. Deng Xinyu looked at the robot before her. On the tray it held out was the glittering trophy. She couldn't believe it. Xiaoxi should have been the best performer in their area. Deng Xinyu recalled her previous experience in the area. It was Xiaoxi who first pointed out the door where the mutants were located, it was Xiaoxi who obtained the key pass map, and it was she who solved the door-opening puzzle, while the explorers on their side had been eliminated due to their desire to abandon their companions. Deng Xinyu looked down at her coat, and suddenly realized she seemed to have forgotten something. Now, I will personally present you with the awards, the Major General said. He smiled, very affable. He stepped down from the podium, drawing a salute from the entire audience. He took the trophy from the tray and handed it to the winning student. "Thank you. Thank you." The student who received the trophy was so moved that she burst into tears. The 2 trophies had already been awarded, and now he walked over to Ding Xinyu. Ding Xinyu's face flushed intensely with excitement and nervousness, and her body was trembling slightly. "Good girl, don't be nervous," the Major General said. As he spoke, he reached for the trophy. But he found nothing. "Is the school blind? They're giving it to such an outstanding student like me instead of me?" Zhao Shi took the trophy and weighed it in his hand. "Zhao Shiyu." Ding Xinyu's face paled instantly. A cold gaze pierced her from the side, slicing back and forth like a knife. Zhao Shi knew it was Ding Xinyu without even looking. No way. Today really opened my eyes. Someone actually openly snatched the trophy. Is there anything more shameless than that? A student nearby said. "Student, give me the trophy." The Major General's eyes grew colder. Zhao Shi fiddled with the crystal trophy in her hand, seemingly unable to let it go. "No, it's mine once it's in my hands. Don't go too far. Give her the trophy back." Someone began to loudly condemn her. "You have the ability to earn it yourself. What's the point of stealing someone else's things? Isn't it my ability to snatch it?" Zhao Shi's smile was nasty. The Major General snorted coldly and reached out to grab it. "Are you anxious?" At that moment, Zhao Shi, holding the trophy, seemed to suddenly touch something, and her expression relaxed for a moment. Then she looked up, raised the trophy, and smashed the sharp, crystal tip directly at the Major General's head. The whole audience was shocked. "She? How dare she?" Ding Xinyu was the only one who could stop it recently. She quickly summoned her spirit form and charged towards the trophy. But just as it was about to impact, it was restrained by several long green feathers, unable to move. She turned her head. "What are you doing?" Ding Xinyu's eyes were dark, and she said nothing. Puff. It wasn't the sound of a skull being smashed, but rather the sound of something passing through. The Major General before him was covered in blood, with blood trickling down from his eyes. He stood before him like a demon seeking his life. The students around her gasped and screamed. "Zhao Shi, are you crazy?" Ding Xinyu stared at the blood-stained trophy, her eyes bloodshot. "How dare you? How dare you?" The first trophy awarded to her by the Star Alliance Military Academy turned out like this. She wanted so badly to kill the man who had tarnished her honor. Ding Xinyu looked up, her eyes ablaze with blood. She clutched her trembling arms, wanting to control the eagle, and pecked through the throat of the arrogant man before her. She suddenly felt for her coat. Wait, her coat. Ding Xinyu looked up at Zhao Shi. Her wound seemed unchanged, and her complexion was even better than before. This seemed a little strange. "Did you notice something was wrong?" Ding Xinyu had unknowingly reached her side. "You have to have doubts before I can wake you up. Use your eagle and take a look," he said. Ding Xinyu's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly remembered what was wrong. Injuries. Zhao Shi's injuries. And all the students participating in the elimination rounds. Many of them were injured, some seriously. After the competition was over, shouldn't they be treated immediately? Zhao Shi's injuries, which hadn't worsened, and the others. Unless they were all covered in a false shell here. The number of summons for today had expired. Ding Xinyu was only A level, and the difference in control over her spirit form compared to an S level was a world of difference. She practiced desperately, but she couldn't catch up to Ding Xinyu, or even a pseudo S level, whose actual strength was only B level. Ding Xinyu forced herself to hold on, controlling her eagle, and finally opened her eyes again. While rejoicing at her breakthrough, she gasped. She was facing the Major General in front of her. In the eagle's field of vision, all she saw was a large iron cage. Inside the cage was an unusually tall alpha, completely naked, with a large, ugly device dangling from his hips. He opened his mouth, saliva pouring out like boiling water. A blue-black, serrated forelimb was approaching her throat, only a few centimeters away. One of the eyes staring back at her was a densely packed compound eye, its lids popping open from straining. Oh my god, what is this? Ding Xinyu's legs gave way, and she took 2 steps back, sitting on the ground. She looked up, and before her, Zhao Shi was thrusting a red particle blade between his eyebrows. His face, which should have been covered in blood, was actually a faint green. Luckily, Zhao Shi restrained him, otherwise, his forelimb would have pierced her throat. Ding Xinyu touched her throat, a chill running down her back. Why? Clearly, the match was over. Why did this happen? Did you hear the announcement say the match was over? Zhao Shi asked. Ding Xinyu suddenly realized that, Yes, the announcement had been made at the start of the match, so the end should have been announced as well. She looked up and saw Zhao Shi's face, completely pale. The poison marks on her arm were deep enough to see the bone. So, this was reality. Zhao Shi, you actually injured the Major General. The students around her were furious. Send her to a mental hospital. Why is someone like that still in the military academy? That's right. Send her to a mental hospital. So the others haven't woken up yet. That creature, half human and half insect, with a purple glow in its eyes, is clearly one of the Zerg with hallucinogenic abilities. But why does it look so human? We've learned in class that we must cut off his hallucinogen release by blocking his 3 main glands. But that particle blade alone isn't enough. We need 2 more. Ding Xinyu finally realized that the 3 trophies corresponded to 3 particle blades. The trophies it passed through its hands were collected by it, and the trophies it awarded to them were non-existent. The only trophies Zhao Shi grabbed were real. The other students, already red-eyed, rushed towards them. Cold sweat broke out on Deng Xinyu's forehead. Does that mean we're the only 3 awake now? Deng Xinyu nodded slowly. Zhao Shi shrugged. Just saying whether the school is a scumbag or not, right? Deng Xinyu and Deng Xinyu, it's definitely a scumbag. But, Deng Xinyu glanced at him with a sly look. Those students are trying to arrest you, Zhao Shi. Does that have anything to do with us? Chapter 71. Deng Xinyu suppressed the smirk on his lips, pulled Deng Xinyu back, and whispered, it's a good opportunity for them to be distracted by Zhao Shi. Let's take this opportunity to retrieve the particle blades. Then we can compete and become the top 2 scorers. What are you talking about? Deng Xinyu shook his hand off. You should never abandon your companions. Besides, Zhao Shi had saved her before, and just now, he had saved her life again. Deng Xinyu turned around and looked at Zhao Shi, who was now holding onto the cage, breathing quietly, seemingly exhausted. Her hair was plastered to her pale skin with cold sweat. Her usually cold and dejected eyes were lowered, her black lashes silent. The black wounds on her body, against her overly pale skin, looked like blooming poppies. The rumor on Starnet was that Zhao Shi was worthless except for her looks. Even though they were both alphas, naturally repelled by the same sex, they had to admit that she was indeed a good-looking person, the type many Omegas would be attracted to. It's just, how come she has such a bad reputation? Trash, what are you looking at? Zhao Shi turned her head and spat at the mutant in the cage. Deng Xinyu suddenly felt like she was being scolded along with him. She looked away. Okay, now she knew why. Really, sister? You're actually trying to help her? Deng Xinyu's expression was filled with disgust. It's best if that kind of scum is eliminated as soon as possible. Deng Xinyu defended herself. No, I don't think she's exactly like what's posted on the Starnet. Just do as he says. Zhao Shi straightened up and suddenly said. The mutant's sharp blade behind her grazes her back, missing. It raises its head and lets out a silent roar, its curved membranes bulging like drums. Capture Zhao Shi. She's committed such a grievous crime. She must have violent tendencies. We must not let her go. The students had already gathered around, their eyes blazing with abnormal red. She should be taken to the Star Police Department and shot, or locked up in a mental hospital until she dies. Deng Xinyu suddenly remembered that he had also been inexplicably violent just now. It turned out the toxin released by this mutant had this effect. It can cause people to go berserk. Why? Can you hold on? Deng Xinyu looked worried. Zhao Shi sighed upon hearing this. Did she think she wanted to? Now, the students hadn't noticed the flaw in front of them. Under the influence of this neurotoxin, there was no way to wake them up. To make matters worse, the particle blades that could break the deadlock had been stolen by this monster and hidden in a cage. And now it seemed that to pass the level, they had to defeat this monster, or at least break the illusion it created. And then, they had to obtain the 2 particle blades. You have to hold on, even if you can't. Zhao Shi spoke quickly. I hold these students and monsters back. You 2 go into the cage and get the particle blade. You can't act like you're on my side, or they restrict your movements as well. Into the cage? Deng Xinyu suspected she misheard. She stared at the terrifying, half-Zerg, half-human creature in the cage, and a shiver shuddered. This mutant is real. They're all students who haven't seen the battlefield yet. Isn't this just courting death? I let him out, Zhao Shi said, raising his hand. Next to him was the place to enter the cage's password. The password was actually quite obvious. Fingerprints were left on the keys. If the school hadn't deliberately left it there, it wouldn't make sense. Deng Xinyu immediately stood in front of the cage upon hearing this. She suspected Zhao Shi had gone mad. Deng Xinyu looked annoyed. Haha, You're really good at stealing my lines. Dang Sinyu, you mean this is really the only way? Dang Sinyu's silence indicated her agreement, and Dang Sinyu had no choice but to step aside. Just as the nearest student was about to catch her, she punched the code to open the cage. Then she kicked the side of the cage, quickly gaining distance. Everyone, eyes red, turned around as she moved. Catch her! Catch her! The moment the cage opened, Dang Sinyu and the others tensed and distanced themselves. They were confronted by a living mutant. But the mutant didn't even glance at them. It wiped its face, where Zhao Shi's saliva had stained it. Its expression was grimacing, as if deeply insulted. It spoke word by word. Classmates, Zhao Shi is a heretic and unfit student. Please help me capture her. I will give her a serious reprimand. Its half-human, half-insect body was exposed, its twisted shell covering most of its body. It had a strange, twisted appearance, yet it uttered a commanding, human voice. Dang Sinyu and Dang Sini exchanged glances, each seeing surprise in the other's eyes. It was actually pretending to be a major general. This mutant had such intelligence, it was unheard of. They had previously thought those scenes were all simulated by the school, but it turned out to be a mutant acting out its own actions. This was a problem. With a mutant of such intelligence, she would have little chance of bringing the others to their senses, and those people would simply help the mutant deal with her. We must find the particle blade quickly and save everyone, or we be in danger. They rushed into the cage and saw two small piles of the monster's shells and wrinkled skin. At the bottom of the skin, something metallic was pressed against it. They glanced at each other. The particle blade was right there. Dang Sinyu excitedly rushed over to pick it up, but Dang Sini suddenly stopped her sharply. Wait! There seems to be something. At the same time, outside the cage. Long lost freedom. The mutant let out a long breath, its movements remarkably natural, almost human-like. Looking at the students gathered around it, its saliva dripped uncontrollably. But it resisted the urge to devour the students next to it. There are some rules for appetizers. For example, the most arrogant one must be eaten first. Zhao Shi was caught after running a few steps. Poisoned by the poisonous lizard, it was a rare sight to have managed to hold out until now. The students carried her to the mutant. The mutant suddenly burst into wild laughter, a sound that sounded like both human and insect chirping. It approached Zhao Shi and said, "Tell me, isn't the Star Alliance Military Academy stupid enough to use me as a test subject? To think a mutant can speak human language and even recognize me is incredible." Zhao Shi praised. "I'm human." The mutant's face twisted into a fierce expression. "I repeat, I'm human. Not an animal, not a monster." When Zhao Shi heard it, for some reason, he suddenly remembered the humans on Xuanyu Star in the game Kill the Black Hole, transformed into Zerd by artificial rain. But in reality, he had never heard of human mutants. There have always been only pollution mutants, and those are various plants and animals mutated by long-term exposure to pollution. Humans have never been known to become mutants. Humans are intelligent. When they encounter an unsuitable environment, they find ways to migrate, but plants and animals don't have that opportunity. Maybe it was in the past, but not now, Zhao Shi said to it. Its entire face began to twitch, like the anger of a human. "Do you think you can be saved? But you don't? Really think? I didn't hold back, do you? Zhao Shi. I'm human, how could I not understand your calculations?" Ha ha, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of its laughter behind it was like the vibrations of a large fly. It grasped Zhao Shi's neck with its human hand, while its other forelimb, bearing the sharp Zerd blade, gestured for the most effective cut. "Do you think I'm the only one in the cage? There were 3. It leaned in closer, lowering its voice. "Those 2 were freshly hatched from my belly today. Though they're hatchlings, they're more than enough to handle 2 students. Your school doesn't even know about them." Zhao Shi's neck seemed incredibly slender in its surprisingly large hands. Her pale face flushed from lack of oxygen, veins popping out at her forehead. It relaxed a little, wanting to hear its prey's panic plea for mercy before its death. The school doesn't even know? It had expected Zhao Shi to be frightened. To its surprise, the person before it smiled strangely, a whisper escaping his lips. That's wonderful." The next second, there was a puff sound as flesh was pierced. 2 particle blades, one on the left and one on the right, pierced through the mutant's eardrums, their red tips visible. "How is that possible?" It looked up at Zhao Shi in disbelief. "You did." But before it could finish its words, it was speechless. Realizing something, it burst into rage, immediately opening its maw and biting the frail neck of the person before it. The special circuit formed by the 3 particle blades, a pre-designed system, immediately released high-intensity energy, instantly extinguishing its life force. Of course, the school had already implemented measures to protect students. Even without the particle blades, it wouldn't give the mutant a chance to kill. Of course, injuries within a certain range were permitted. The mutant collapsed to the ground with a thud, its yellow urine spilling onto the ground. The air suddenly returned, and Zhao Shi coughed violently. What? Ah! What is that? Someone cried out in panic. The students who had woken up, looking at the monster that looked like a human, yet also a bug, on the ground, immediately retreated far away, leaving a large open space. Game over. The familiar electronic sound finally rang out at this moment. At that moment, Zhao Shi's entire body went limp, collapsing to the ground like a loach. Hurry, an ambulance is coming. Everyone, please be patient. The rankings will be announced soon, and this will affect your future academic plans. She hadn't noticed it before, but now, suddenly relaxed, Zhao Shi felt as if ants were crawling all over her body. The pain from her wounds made her want to cry out loudly. She began to twist and crawl on the ground, crawling towards the outside of the exam room. She really didn't want to listen to the school's nonsense anymore. Do they have any humanity at all? But the next second, a warm current enveloped her entire body. Zhao Shi looked over and saw that an oval-shaped treatment chamber had suddenly risen from the ground, enveloping her. It began releasing healing gas. Wherever she was injured, tiny nozzles and knives protruded from the chamber's walls, working on the wounds. Because of the anesthetic gas, she felt no pain. The upper half of the treatment chamber was transparent. Zhao Shi peered out and saw that nearly half the people on the field had been loaded into the chamber. Those not in the chamber had been given soft sofas to rest on. The scene outside was completely different from what she had imagined. It was a large circular indoor area, surrounded by several layers of glass rooms, but the glass was single-layered, so she couldn't see what was inside. Presumably, behind those glass windows were the examiners, who would be judging the competition. Behind one of the glass panels, it was eerily quiet, with only the sound of people cracking sunflower seeds. On the table in front of her was a pile of empty snack bags and several empty milk teacups. After a while, she bit into another melon seed with her red lips, but didn't eat it. Instead, she tossed the seeds in her hand into the trash can. Speak. Sitting next to her was a woman wearing a white, no, a yellow shirt. For some reason, her shirt just wouldn't go back to white. She was a female alpha with messy hair. Next to her was a pile of electronic screens, densely packed with codes and formulas. You know, during the judges' scoring this time, the candidates' faces were blurred. The electronic system and the judges combined to determine the score. The result is truly not up to me. Mugu, you're the one who set the test, so don't try to make excuses. She uncrossed her arms. I tried my best. I created a nearly impossible test to ensure she was eliminated. But who knew she'd suddenly become spiritual? Mugu suddenly sighed. Look at this kid. She wants to serve the galaxy so badly. Why can't you give her a chance to pursue her own dreams? Some of her ideas are quite good. For example, she proposed having the test taker think they passed the test, when their guard is most relaxed, and then have a dream within a dream, a test within a test. That stumped quite a few people. Following her father's path? Shirian's expression cooled. That won't end well. Mugu spread her hands. The problem is, you can't control her. Shirian, eh? She clinked her cup with the one raised beside her, then took a deep sip of her milk tea and said slowly, that's true. Meanwhile, the competition on the field continued in earnest. And what about the correct password? It was just a fluke, really. Don't take it to heart. You, on the other hand, led us all forward, never abandoning us, never giving up. And at the last moment, it was you who obtained the particle blade and saved us all. Dingson you. No, you clearly planned all this. You're the first. Zhao Shi, no, no, no. I'm not first, you're the first. Dingson you, yes, yes, yes. She's first, not me. The two of them exchanged barbs, confusing the scoring robot before them. 2 balls of black yarn appeared on its panel. The school is currently selecting the top scorers in each of the 10 competitions, who will receive first prize. But now, in competition 4, there are 2 tied for first place. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Shi's forehead. She had previously deliberately lowered her score, and hadn't explicitly explained her solution, hoping to keep it down. But as the difficulty of the subsequent competitions increased, she couldn't hold back, and her score actually rose. Requesting a second round of scoring calculations, the robot said. Calculating. First round, 99 out of 100 judges, 1 abstained. Second round, 100 out of 100 judges, data calculation in progress. System data analysis. Calculation completed. The first place in competition 4 is 79770, Xiao Shi. Ding Xinyu looked as if she had expected this. Congratulations, well deserved. For some reason, Zhao Shi couldn't quite smile. She had a bad feeling. What's the first place prize? Zhao Shi asked the teacher who was about to step onto the stage. She figured they'd soon be facing another hour-long standing and listening to nonsense session, so she decided to ask about her concerns. The teacher wore a plaid shirt, and her hair looked like it might soon sprout mushrooms. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with surprise. That's a good question, student. The prize is a real battlefield internship. She spoke excitedly. Zhao Shi suspected she misheard. Work experience is so important these days, isn't it? What does this mean? Everyone was confused. A large number of human mutants have appeared on Meihai Star, located in the 6th tier of the Star Alliance's territory. They have now assembled into a rebel force. Location, 12 feet 60 inches. The human mutants you saw in the final round of this elimination round were a rehearsal for you. As reserves, you will depart with the Star Alliance forces in 3 days. She smiled at the audience. By the way, only the top place finishers in each arena will have this incredible opportunity. Zhao Shi, I knew it was bad luck. Chapter 72. Are you sure? We're heading to the battlefield right after we started school? Are we so short of manpower? Have some confidence in yourselves. You can make it through this elimination round and take first place in every arena. You're more than capable, at least as a scout. Besides, you've finished all this year's courses. The teacher smiled. Hearing her words, Zhao Shi recalled the days of frantically cramming homework. No wonder they were so exhausted from rushing to finish their homework. It turned out they completed a year's worth of courses in just 3 months. Don't wait, your youth will fade away. The teacher on the stage eloquently quoted a line from an ancient poem. Is this how the poem is used? I wonder how many leaders took turns speaking on stage, delivering endless cliches and slogans, some even worse than the mutant. Zhao Shi was lost in thought throughout the entire performance. All she knew was that she was about to go off to fight. She clearly felt like she was still a student, so how could such a huge leap be so far? All she could think about was, oops, my life was in danger. She lost herself in thought for several moments, and under the scorching sun, her legs were aching. Why did that damn treatment cabin heal so quickly? Wouldn't it be better to let her lie down a little longer? Zhao Shi thought, if she ever became a leader, if she said, I just say a few words, she would really say only 2 words, not a single word more. Finally, the last person finished speaking, and the top scorers from each competition were called to the stage, 10 in total. Then the school gave each of them a high-end screen equipped with an advanced detection system, somewhat similar to the tablet computers of their past lives. Zhao Shi took the tablet and felt it was light and slightly cool to the touch. Its body was also flexible. With the press of a button on the side, it transformed into a flexible screen, which could be crumpled up and tucked into a pocket. It's equipped with the latest detection and information collection system. It's still in the testing phase. Feel free to share any suggestions after using it. The system has many special permissions, and you can access some classified information through it. You have 3 days left to prepare yourself mentally and familiarize yourself with the system. I look forward to your outstanding performance. Dismissed. The other students looked at the 10 people selected for early combat with envy. Having worked so hard to get into the military academy, many dreamed of one day showing off their skills on the battlefield, achieving military exploits, defending the interstellar space, and fulfilling their ambitions. While most people joined the detection department out of necessity, young people all harbored a heroic dream. Of course, Zhao Shi was an exception. She still couldn't figure out why she was here. It was as if an invisible hand had been pushing her to this point. She wasn't a spacewalker, and certainly didn't care about protecting the star system, yet she ended up in a military academy. She was clearly afraid of death, yet she was one of the first freshmen to go to the battlefield. It's great to have this opportunity. Ding Xinyu's voice came from the side. I don't know how long I have to wait before I can go. Zhao Shi thought to herself, why didn't you just take the first place title? Is it still useful to say this now? I know you're not what the rumors on the Starnet say. Ding Xinyu's eyes lit up. You pretend to be a dandy on the surface, but you actually harbor lofty ideals and ambitions, right? Zhao Shi remained silent. No, I'm neither the cynical, reckless person of the original owner, nor some glorious hero willing to burn himself to illuminate others and save the galaxy. I'm just an ordinary student who traveled from a different era. Besides studying, she only knows how to play games. Her life should be ordinary, lost in the vast sea of people. This is her shield, the only option that allows her to survive in this chaotic world. Zhao, she suddenly felt lost. But what's the point of existing like this? I can't figure it out. Never mind, just play games. At least when playing games, I don't have to think about these things. In the game, I can kill whatever I want, do whatever I want. As long as I can win, the sky is high and the sea is vast, and I can do whatever I want. She thought so, and so she did it. Game kill the black hole, Xian Yuxing. White thorns rose from the ground, Chua Chua, stringing the Zerg together. With a flick of her finger, the white thorns followed her will, sweeping across, knocking down a row of players. The ground was littered with Zerg corpses and scattered player parts. It seems they haven't given up on us yet. She and Hung Xing Wuyin stood side by side, their white shadows shimmering against the golden currents. Amidst the chaotic, dim world, they were surrounded by flying flames, frenzied Zerg, and a roaring crowd. Amidst this setting, they seemed to form a grotesque yet magnificent painting. Heng Xinghuiyan said, they pool the power of the entire guild, concentrating points from killing monsters on one person, and their points are rising rapidly. But they're still a little behind us. Zhao Shi continued, by a decimal point. That's true. That's right. Their reputations are now completely ruined on the game forums, to the point where passers-by would spit at them. I think the Antimatter Guild is definitely behind this. Now both sides are working hard to kill monsters and accumulate points, hoping to reach 1 billion points and unlock the Earth-class planetary belt. Perhaps their progress is lagging behind, so they've started to cause trouble here again. From time to time, unsuspecting players come to provoke us, probably tricked into coming here. I've been busy lately, so I might not be able to log in as often, Zhao Shi said. Okay. Heng Xinghuiyan thought for a moment. Me too. I've been busy lately. They're still a long way off points. Even if they surpass us, it doesn't matter. If we find out they started a dungeon, we can just log in and intercept them. Zhao Shi smiled sinisterly. Kill and rob, and do justice for the people. Not bad, not bad, that's a good idea too. You look like a villain when you smile like that, Heng Xinghuiyan said. Zhao Shi spread his hands. Aren't we both villains now? We're number 1 on the player blacklist on the game forum. Oh, and they even gave us nicknames like Black and White Devils. Heng Xinghuiyan, it's not nice. They just don't have good taste. Zhao Shi thought for a moment. Is it because one of us has black hair, the other white? They're insignificant people. Why bother with what they think? You're right. No matter what, victory will be ours. Zhao Shi raised her hand. The two of them high-fived, their palms colliding with a resounding, resonant sound. After we're done, let's go do a dungeon together. Okay. After exiting the game, Zhao Shi picked up the high-tech tablet the school had given her. Then she discovered it had internet access. Zhao Shi was lying on her bed in her dorm room, holding up the thin screen with one hand. Looking at the full signal, she felt so moved she wanted to cry. How long had it been since she surfed the internet? Ever since her optical computer was damaged, she felt like a prisoner cut off from information, unable to leave the house. Well, actually, she was worse off than a prisoner. At least prisoners didn't have to study day and night, or participate in those dreadful, treacherous competitions. She quickly clicked on the screen and connected to the Star Network. The Star Network was mostly filled with information about Blue Dream and several more developed planets, including real-time entertainment news and technological information. For example, which alpha has cheated on their partner or abused their omega, and people are trolling them online. Which company's mid-level manager led their team in scolding the executives for leaving the company en masse. Which new robot lover sold out instantly after its launch. Of course, the most common topic is celebrity gossip, as well as the recent movements of Star Alliance executives and the second generation of aristocratic families, who has changed lovers, who has cheated again, which young master has lost hundreds of millions, and so on. For example, Zhao Shi, in the second generation category, single-handedly dominates half of the posts. In the Wei second generation category, she's even more impressive. 90% of the clicks are about her. After all, her father was the former Supreme Speaker of the Galactic Federation Council, arguably the highest-ranking official in the entire Star Alliance. As a result, not only did her daughter fail to achieve anything significant, but if she were just an average loser, she'd become a scoundrel with a terrible reputation, the kind that threatened society. The disparity was truly enormous. Zhao Shi was helpless. Who made the Star Alliance need someone to take the blame, to cover up the scars beneath this prosperous era. This news is boring, a bunch of fake news. She was scrolling through the webpage idly, when she suddenly saw small gray words hidden against a white background. HT. Pure. Squinting her eyes to carefully decipher the text, her finger trembled and she clicked on it. Instantly, a loud noise echoed through the dorm. She blushed, clutching her tablet. Fortunately, she was the only one in the dorm. Then she suddenly realized something. This website opened with a single click. Before, it clearly wouldn't open, or it would just display a bunch of gibberish. Well, the Star Network has green robots patrolling it, and if they spot anything not green, it's likely to be blocked. So what the teacher said was true. With open access, classified information can be viewed. This is indeed very confidential information. She opened several similar websites and discovered that it could be viewed on any band network, and the video quality was extremely high, with every detail vividly portrayed. Absolutely no veiled obfuscation. She held the tablet in her hand. You are my god. Save, 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 save all. The long night suddenly became more interesting with a tablet that could view classified information. The air was filled with a sense of joy. The light from the tablet shone on her face. It was already 3 in the morning when a message suddenly popped up on the screen. It was an emoji. Moto Moto. The caption read, "Good people have a peaceful life. Send more." What the hell? She thought. She had no personal account logged into this tablet, no friends. She clicked on the floating box, only to see, message withdrawn. Message withdrawn? She was filled with questions. When had she joined a group? Looking up, she saw the group name. Sharing important detection department information. Hilarious. Information, everyone knows what it means. Wait, this detection system? What does that mean? Well, even though you're young, you still need to take care of your health. Another message popped up. She looked at the profile picture. Why did it look so much like the teacher who taught them the detection system fundamentals and practice course? She's mind suddenly exploded. With trembling hands, she clicked on the group's information sharing history. The tablet fell to the ground. Doesn't clicking a star mean saving it? Why was it posted to the group? Chapter 73. She picked up the tablet with trembling hands and cracked her eyes to read the group messages and the string of links with images beside them. The vibrant, colorful headlines and the high-definition, pulsating images were incredibly vibrant. Her eyes twitched. Just as she enjoyed the stunt just now, her scalp was tingling now. She clicked on the group's online member list, but after scrolling down, she couldn't see the end. It seems a bit too many people. I had thought the group only included the members of the detection department participating in this battle, but there clearly aren't that many people in the entire detection department combined. Wait, could it be that the detection department is responsible for providing real-time battlefield information, and all the participants this time, including those from other departments and the Star Alliance, are in this group? No way. She's already miserable enough. Could something even more horrific happen? She continued scrolling down, and suddenly, amidst the sea of colorful avatars, she saw a single, stark white one. She couldn't help but take a second look. A few simple, yet elegant words, written in black ink against a white background, read, United Front Department, Lin Tanyan. His finger paused for a second, and a small note popped up next to the profile picture. Interstellar Alliance Military Central Headquarters, stationed in the Mayhai Star Wars Zone, acting Commander-in-Chief. So, is this the difference between people? He's still in school, and he's already the Commander-in-Chief. She casually clicked on his default profile picture, which he hadn't changed, and saw the note next to it. Interstellar Alliance Military Academy, Detection Department Internship Corps, Intern Detector. Wait, since Lin Tanyan is here, does that mean this group really includes everyone participating in this war? Say something, quick, my account has been hacked. This is a link sent by a scammer, don't click it, she thought again. No way. This tablet is installed with the school's latest sharing system. How could those third-rate scammers on StarNet steal it? My tablet fell, and someone found it. I don't know anything about it. Yes, that's right. Whoever found the tablet did all this, that's it. She threw the tablet from the upstairs. 2 seconds later, a painful awe was heard. She turned her head, her eyes wide as bells, and stared out the window. Holy shit! What kind of good day is this today? Anything can happen? There's someone outside in the middle of the night? And I got hit right there. Absolutely. But Zhao Shi quickly realized who could be leaning against the wall by the window at this time. Clearly a thief. Zhao Shi quickly jumped out of bed and brushed her hair. Great, my chance to make a name for myself has arrived. She gave him a wicked smile, and by the way, she framed the whole thing on the thief. The thief had climbed over the wall in the middle of the night to steal her tablet, and was watching porn there. Unable to control himself, she happened to be up for the night, and discovered him. She then beat the thief up, and handed him over to the disciplinary inspection team. Perfect, Zhao Shi, thinking this, leaped out the window. The floor was not high, and she used the windowsill for leverage. She saw the figure below, one hand covering his head, the other bending over to pick up the tablet. Zhao Shi aimed for his raised buttocks, and launched a flying kick. Why does this back look familiar? Just as he was about to land, he raised his hand to adjust the frame of his glasses, revealing half his face in the darkness. The dark circles under his eyes, even those covered by his glasses, were still obvious, darker than the night. Mu Xiuyang? Zhao Shi slammed on the brakes, quickly twisting to avoid him. But because her movements were so dramatic, her muscles couldn't react, and she hit the ground. Bang! She landed on her back, looking up at the sky. Cough. She felt like vomiting blood, and stars were flashing before her eyes. Zhao Shi? Why did you jump off the building? Mu Xiuyang said seriously, the floors here are too low. You won't die from jumping. With an alpha's physique, you better jump from the 15th floor or higher. Listen to what this guy said. Was it human? Zhao Shi regretted not kicking him back. I'm here to catch a thief. What are you doing here? You're up so late at night, I thought you were here to steal something. Tell me, what do you want to do? Steal something, Mu Xiuyang said. Oh, so what did you say? Steal something? What did you steal? Zhao Shi almost thought she had misheard. Mechanics aren't short of money, so what's there to steal in a dorm full of shoddy things? Stinky socks and briefs? Mu Xiuyang scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Didn't we agree to go steal your robot together? Huh? She hadn't agreed. The main reason was that even if she got the housekeeping robot now, it wouldn't be of much use. School has all the necessary equipment, and it's impossible to be as meticulous as at home. However, since they were leaving school, perhaps it could be useful. For example, they could have the robot do some errands. What's your purpose? Zhao Shi asked directly, expressing her doubts. Mu Xiuyang blushed strangely and said shyly, I think it's cute and want to study it. The mechanic's train of thought is truly remarkable. Zhao Shi thought. So you came here to see me? I noticed you weren't asleep in the group yet, and I'm neither, so why not? Let's get started now. So you're in that information group too. Speaking of that group infuriated Zhao Shi, her expression darkening. Tell me, why is this tablet installed with such a ridiculous system? I was originally planning to save the information and study it myself, but who knew it would actually be posted directly to the public group? That star icon stands for emergency information sharing, allowing for the immediate transmission of urgent information on the battlefield. It allows for one-click sharing. The problem is, we're not on the battlefield right now, so it's easy to accidentally touch it. Mu Xiuyang nodded. That makes sense. We can consider improving it. This is really messing me up. Who designed this? It's best not to let me know otherwise. Zhao Shi clenched her fists, her eyes burning. What's wrong with you? She glanced over, suddenly noticing that Mu Xiuyang's face had paled a shade. No, nothing. He wiped his sweat. Just a little hot. It was late at night. Two bright moons, one on the left and one on the right, were like porcelain white jade plates, emitting a pale silver light. The soft moonlight cast a graceful veil over the dark building at midnight. Two figures glanced around, then quickly flashed to the first floor door and pressed themselves against the wall. The Jicha building surveillance system is very advanced. Even I have to proceed with caution. Mu Xiuyang raised his hand, and a small, floating electronic screen appeared from his wrist. He pointed it at a nearly invisible bump in the middle of the door and scanned it. The door slowly swung open with a click of gears. They both slipped inside quickly, and just as they stood there, a red light flashed in the hall, and an alarm blared. But it lasted only half a second before Mu Xiuyang silenced it with a flick of his hand. Sure enough, the system reacts quickly. Mu Xiuyang, as far as I know, the contraband is on the 10th floor. So they continued along, following Mu Xiuyang's various maneuvers. Zhao Shi followed his instructions, staying at specific locations. Several times, the alarms were triggered, but Mu Xiuyang averted them. Finally, they arrived at the 10th floor storage room. Entering, They could see rows of locked black safes, but it was impossible to see what was inside. How do we find it? Xiaoxi asked. They have a storage system. Mu Xiaoyang fiddled with his computer, searching. Bright codes flashed across his glasses. Found it. It's in Area 9, Cabinet 4, Row 3, Number 6. They looked up and down the numbers, then walked past them and stopped in front of a cabinet. It's locked. I'm afraid the safe isn't that. Before Xiaoxi could finish her sentence, the safe opened. The door swung open, revealing a blue, teardrop-shaped robot, tilted in the corner, its screen silently on. Looking at its quiet state, Xiaoxi suddenly felt nostalgic. When she first woke up from this world, she was so nervous, and this robot was singing beside her. Amazing. Xiaoxi couldn't help but sigh. No wonder they say mechanic is a great career. Even if you don't work with mechs anymore, you can still be a thief. Xiaoxi picked up the scattered energy blocks nearby and examined them, wondering if they still had any charge. She picked up the little blue robot and inserted the energy block into the side slot, then closed the lid. She held little blue in her arms and pointed at its black screen. Seeing no response, she tapped on the top shell. Little blue, wake up. Zizi. The green bean eyes on the screen flickered twice. Then they seemed to tear up. Little master, it feels like I haven't seen you in ages. Beside him, Mu Xiaoyang's eyes shone with emotion. I knew you had a consciousness, right? Little blue quickly retreated. Who are you? What consciousness? Xiaoxi was baffled. Little blue is more advanced than any I've ever seen. I felt it the moment I laid eyes on it. It seemed like it wasn't on the scene long before it was taken away. Mu Xiaoyang spoke firmly, his back straight. That's the intuition of a mechanic. Xiaoxi said calmly, Oh. You don't know what this means. Mu Xiaoyang muttered, This is the beginning of electronic life, the starting point for the development of a new civilization. This will leave a profound mark in the history of both technology and life. Lend it to me, and I give you a favor. Is there anything you want? Or anything you want to do? My young master, I'd rather be with you. Xiaolan said weakly beside him. Xiaoxi spread her hands. The problem is, I don't know what I want. Mu Xiaoyang, then I give you a mechanic's promise. I do my best to do anything I can. Xiaoxi knew that the full name of mechanic was Mecha Design and Repairer. As the creators of mechas, a major force in humanity's war effort, their status was self-evident. This meant superior technology and wealth, and for alphas, it was also a guarantee of continued strength. She was indeed tempted. I refuse. But only slightly. Xiaoxi explained his reasons. Since you said it's beginning to develop self-awareness, I won't force it to do anything it doesn't want to do. You're disrespecting it by acting without its consent. Tears welled up on Xiaolan's screen. My dear little master, you're so kind. But if it's your request, I do it. What you want is what I want. Mu Xiaoyang lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. Okay, I was wrong. He looked up, his lips curling slightly, a rare smile. He wasn't much of a smiler and rarely interacted with people. It could be said that this trip with Xiaoxi was all he usually said in a month. He looked at Xiaolan seriously. If possible, I'd like to be your friend. Xiaolan quickly shrank behind Xiaoxi's shoulder. Huh, this guy is so weird. Like Frankenstein from the movie, the kind who dissects robots. Mu Xiaoyang's smile froze at these words, and he felt like he'd been stabbed in the chest. I won't do that. Xiaoxi saw a hint of hurt on his face. Don't take what it says to heart. It's okay. Mu Xiaoyang smiled and shook his head. I wait for the day it considers me a friend. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. At that moment, the alarm in the hallway suddenly blared rapidly. Xiaoxi whipped his head around, looking toward the door. What's going on? Mu Xiaoyang looked down at the floating screen on his wrist. No, this isn't right. The sound of footsteps quickly began to creak outside. Chapter 74. At this moment, the alarm outside was deafening. Xiaoxi and Mu Xiaoyang exchanged a glance. Xiaoxi frowned and whispered, We've been discovered. Mu Xiaoyang found it odd. I've synchronized virtual signal replacement and interference with all the surveillance systems and real-time monitoring systems here. We shouldn't have been exposed. Outside, footsteps were approaching, nearing the door. What should we do? Where should we hide? Mu Xiaoyang glanced around. There were so many cabinets here. Was hiding in one of them the only option? But they didn't have enough time to open the safe. And if they got inside, getting out wouldn't be so easy, since the lock was on the outside. The only option was to follow the person who came in, avoiding the blind spot. But that presupposes that there weren't too many people coming in, probably fewer than 5. The next second, the door lock clicked, and it opened. Several members of the disciplinary team rushed in. Judging by the footsteps, there were at least 6 of them. Is this where Xiaoxi's robot is? Then she must be here. Okay, let's search it. They all entered and searched the place thoroughly, but found no one. The disciplinary officer's gazes converged. So how do you explain this, Mu Zifang? I actually saw Xiaoxi sneak in with my own eyes. I followed her in. I'm here to help the school catch the bad guys. I didn't touch anything here. There's no way she could have escaped the surveillance system here, one of the disciplinary officers said. Mu Zifang gritted his teeth. Because? Mu Ziyang was with her. He? The disciplinary officer seemed to have heard something amusing. Do you think a genius from the mechanical engineering department would be hanging out with Xiaoxi? Or was he involved in some shady business? Don't be too far-fetched with your lies. I really saw it. You broke into the disciplinary building late at night. As far as we know, you just got out of confinement. You might be trying to retaliate or steal confidential information. You were the one who instigated the incident with the old teaching building. It's hard not to suspect your motives. If you have anything to say, go to the confinement room and talk. Ah! Mu Zifang was going crazy. It was late at night, and Mu Zifang had been planning to browse the forum before going to bed, when he saw another piece of breaking news about Xiaoxi. The War Preparation Information Group openly posted a provocative short video. What on earth is Yang Shi up to? Late night intense battles, everyone enjoying themselves. A true star citizen of the new era. Mu Zifang, of course, clicked on it, and began his keyboard warrior ways. Tired of typing, he smoked a cigarette on the balcony. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't smoked it, but once he did, he discovered the affair between his dear cousin and the damned Xiaoxi. He then followed them all the way here. It was late at night, and the streets were deserted, but they never imagined he'd discover them, did they? Mu Zifang was thrilled. He missed the selection for his department's combat internship due to confinement, and he was furious. The thought of getting evidence against Xiaoxi this time might have gotten her expelled. But he hadn't expected these two to suddenly vanish right under their noses. Wait. I get it. They're hiding in a safe. Quick, open every safe big enough to fit a person, and we definitely find them. Mu Zifang smiled confidently. He hadn't expected himself to think this far. He was incredibly clever. No need. I just saw them come in. They could only be in a safe. He spoke urgently. Trust me, if you can't find them here, I accept being put in solitary confinement. I mean, the lead investigator said, pulling a controller from his pocket. I don't need to distinguish between different safes. I can directly see the contents of each safe through the system. That means all safes. He operated the controller a few times, then a strange expression crossed his face. Mu Zifang's eyes lit up, but he felt a little nervous. Right? Did you see them? Inspector G glanced at him sideways and said slowly, everything is normal. Take them away. No. That's impossible. He began to struggle. I don't want to go to solitary confinement. Just out, and now I'm going back in. Is this a normal life? Even the robot you mentioned is there. Nothing's missing. Mu Zifang looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Could it be? Could Xiaoxi really have practiced those weird, evil techniques from novels? Then these people took the dazed Mu Zifang away. Looking down at Xiaoxi through the gap, he shook his head and sighed, how pitiful. After waiting another half hour, making sure they were truly gone, Xiaoxi and Mu Ziyang lifted the ceiling and jumped down. In their emergency, they had used the ion blade from another safe to smoothly cut through the steel ceiling. Then, after they had gone up and hidden, the little blue robot reattached the ceiling, fitting it back together seamlessly. He put the items back in their places, and returned to the safe. Mu Ziyang adjusted his glasses. You were so skilled at climbing the ceiling just now. Xiaoxi thought to herself, yeah, I climbed the ceiling before, to avoid the Zerg at Communication University. She looked at Mu Ziyang and asked a question that had been bothering her for a long time. Why are you wearing glasses? Medical care in the interstellar world is very advanced, and nearsightedness has long been eliminated. Oh, these are X-ray glasses. Xiaoxi immediately crossed her arms and leaned back. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. No. Mu Ziyang explained, these are for seeing through mechas and special blueprints. I use them so often, I'm used to them, so I haven't taken them off. As he spoke, he opened the safe and carefully lifted the little blue robot out, as if handling a piece of fragile tofu. Besides, if you want to see that person's bones and internal organs, you can search the internet for tons of them. There's nothing to see. Xiaoxi listened to him and nodded, a true academically inclined mechanic. Well, you're quite suited to a life spent with machines. The two of them returned to their dormitories. Zhao Shi felt like he'd barely closed his eyes when something jolted him awake again. Little master, wake up. Your tablet is calling you. Having heard Zhao Shi call the school-issued screen a tablet, Xiaolan followed suit. Zhao Shi opened her muddy eyelids. Xiaolan, standing before her, came bearing the tablet. Zhao Shi quickly reached out to catch it, preventing it from hitting her nose. Please ask Zhao Shi to go to the 13th floor of the medical building. Student Zhao Shi, please hurry to the 13th floor of the medical building. A flurry of messages popped up on the tablet, along with several missed communication requests. Zhao Shi wiped her face after seeing the messages. This doesn't look good. But since it was sent from the detection department, she had no choice but to do as it said. Zhao Shi followed the message and arrived on the 13th floor. She was greeted by a kind and gentle female teacher, Ms. Bate, who spoke softly. You're here, please come in. Zhao Shi looked up and saw the address. Psychology department. Are you getting used to school life? The teacher asked with a smile. Not bad, Zhao Shi said seriously. It's just, I don't think we have enough homework. I think there should be more homework to train students, especially those in the detection department. That way, they can better utilize their abilities on the battlefield. The teacher was a little surprised by her words. Okay, you're quite motivated. I pass your suggestion on to the academy. Zhao Shi nodded. Thank you, teacher. They had finished their courses for the year, and she was planning to change her major after this year. So, what did it matter to her if the detection department had a lot of homework? Then the teacher led her to a sealed room. Before her stood a large machine with a chair. Please sit in it, and answer the questions based on your first thought. I got it. It was a psychological test. Zhao Shi sat in it, and the teacher put a special helmet on her head. A slight chill tingled against her forehead as it touched her forehead. The questions were all confusing, probably thousands of them. Zhao Shi's eyelids were drooping by the end, but she forced herself to finish. She took off her helmet. Teacher, can I leave now? The teacher stared at the screen next to her, motionless. Teacher? Zhao Shi called again. Oh yeah, you can go. After Zhao Shi walked out, the psychology teacher stared at the screen. This is completely beyond my expectations. The screen displayed the assessment results in large red letters. A good boy with a good family background. Sunshine level, 98.1%. A true beacon of goodness in the interstellar world. Such a high score. Is the machine broken? The psychology teacher asked, puzzled. After finishing the psychology test, Zhao Shi received the call to assemble. Looking up, he saw a deep blue halo on the horizon. The vast and imposing figure was as awe-inspiring as it had been in the game, now illuminating reality. The 3 days were up, and it was time for them to head to the battlefield. Zhao Shi then remembered that she hadn't done anything meaningful in the past few days. She was about to go to war, and she had wasted her time like this. Then she thought about it, and it seemed like there wasn't anything else she could do. Well, that's what idle people are like. I suppose you've all said goodbye to your families and friends, right? The teacher who organized the boarding of the starship said something that made Zhao Shi's heart skip a beat. What did he mean? What did he mean? Clearly, there were freshmen nearby who were confused and discussing this with their classmates. One of them explained, well, it said that the Star Alliance always goes into battle with the certainty of death, leaving behind a suicide note beforehand. The battlefield itself is inherently dangerous, and having this kind of will makes it easier to defeat the enemy. This way, we can better appreciate the joy and difficulty of living. The imposing starship had already landed, and the once large school building, against its backdrop, looked rather petite. Zhao Shi had initially felt a slight yearning, but upon hearing this, she lost all hope. The Sea of Stars is beautiful, but living is more important. I want to go home, I don't want to fight, but the arrow is on the string and must be released. Zhao Shi thought, when the time comes, I just have to survive as long as I can. A large crowd of people crowded around them. The starship had special guardrails around them, keeping them out. But from time to time, they shouted names and spoke something, the cacophony of voices making it impossible to hear anything. These people were there to see them off. As she stepped onto the side steps of the starship, Zhao Shi glanced at them briefly. The crowd was like a wave, their faces blurry, like NPCs in a game. Zhao Shi withdrew her gaze, knowing no one would come to see her off. She turned and followed the crowd upwards. Zhao Shi vaguely heard a voice. She carefully discerned it, turned around, and unexpectedly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. It was Ding Xinyu. She raised her fist, and then soared into the sky. A sinister interjection drifted faintly from her side. TSK. Just now, someone with a light green bob brushed past her. Sister Shi, come back safely. The person waved ferociously through the crowd, making it hard not to notice. Li Ming, are you okay? Did she see us? Brother Juhua, a pained expression on his face, held Li Ming. You're so heavy. You should lose some weight. Zhao, she didn't hear what he said, but she could probably guess what he meant. She waved to them, turned to board the starship, a slight smile on her lips. The light brain vibrated. She had received a message. It was from Li Ming. You actually got first place in the district. Sister, she is awesome. I heard that if you come back victorious this time, you'll be officially accepted into the detection department. That save you 2 or 3 years of detours. I'm so envious. Neither of us are particularly talented in detection, so we probably need to change majors next semester. The requirements aren't too demanding, and we each have our own areas of interest. The Reserve Support Department even has majors in starship repair and cooking, and I heard there are subsidies for those too. We all miss you, blah blah blah. Zhao, she covered her face, tears threatening to burst through her fingers. Wow, that's amazing. She's already locked into the detection department. No, she was just so touched. She even told me specifically that she was changing her major. I cried my heart out, seriously? Chapter 75. After boarding the starship, many students were curious and looked around. Zhao Shi, however, felt as if she had entered the game Kill the Black Hole. She raised her hand, and clearly saw her clearly human fingers, confirming that she was indeed not in the game. The main thing was that the interior structure of this starship was extremely similar to the starship in the game. She had even driven a starship before, and her hands were flying sparks from playing with the hoverboard. So, she didn't find it strange at all. She quickly found her seat according to the number, and sat down. Please take your seats. We're about to depart. When everyone was seated in their numbered seats, the safety buckles automatically wrapped around them, and buckled down. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the starship took off. Originally, there was no need to count for takeoff. They could just fly. However, considering that all the people on this starship were new, the school gave them some time to mentally prepare. A powerful thud of the starship's hull scraping against the air could be heard. The overwhelming inertia immediately gave her a feeling of being overweight, and her heartbeat slowed, as if being pulled down by a force. Zhao Shi's face paled slightly, and she felt a surge of emotion in her stomach, but she suppressed it, fearing the embarrassment of vomiting. Why hadn't she felt this horrible sensation before on the starship? She suddenly realized that it was a cyborg, different from a human. And after all, it was a game. How could the details be so realistic? Wow. You? Sounds echoed from both sides, followed by the sounds of vomiting. And then, as they were vomiting, a dark metal bucket suddenly popped out from the side of the seat, one in front of each person who had vomited. Shit, there was something to catch it. Zhao Shi's face turned pale, and then green. The person next to her looked up at her after vomiting, a look of surprise on their face. Is this your first time on a starship? Yes. The person next to her exclaimed, You're amazing. Zhao Shi's face remained impassive. Yeah? Wow, she wouldn't tell anyone she just swallowed it. As their speed escaped the pull of Blue Dream Star's gravity, the acceleration gradually slowed, and the discomfort became less severe later on. The windows surrounding the starship were circular. Through them, they could see the ground receding further and further away from them. The scenery on the ground shrank dramatically, but the area within their field of vision widened. Eventually, the ground transformed into a vast, bluish-white sphere, dotted with bright spots, like stars scattered across a beautiful blue glass ball. Zhao Shi gazed at the starry sky outside the starship, her eyes reflecting the deep sky and the Milky Way. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across. She subconsciously wanted to make a wish, but then realized she didn't seem to have many. No, there were some, like surviving this time. Like becoming a wealthy, independent woman, and ideally, a gentle and considerate Omega wife. But, if she no longer relied on the Zhao family, and she regains fortune, would anyone still be willing to marry her? Zhao, she always felt that none of that was hers. Even though she had traveled through time and space as Zhao Shi, that didn't mean she should claim it all for herself. How could she ask for so much? Having a partner was good enough. Well, my wish is to have a wife. It doesn't matter what kind, as long as she's not too ugly. But by the time I finally come up with my wish, the meteor shadow, had long since vanished. A flicker of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Never mind. A meteor is just the corpse of a star. It can't even protect itself. So how can it help others realize their wishes? She withdrew her gaze from the distant horizon. The dark sky before her was dotted with twinkling stars. 2 moons sat on either side of the horizon, their shadows dim and twinkling. Ancient civilizations believed in good things come in pairs, so when the Star Alliance finally chose its capital planet, it chose this one with 2 satellites, Blue Dream Star. Blue Dream Star is the planet most like Earth. Every interstellar person knows Earth, having glimpsed a glimpse of its past brilliant civilization in history class. It is the cradle of human civilization, and the starting point of interstellar travel. It is also a distant dream that she can no longer return to. It seemed like a fleeting dream, and when I opened my eyes again, I was awakened by the ship's announcement. We are about to arrive at Mihai Star. Passengers, please prepare. This planet is green, with green forests that block out the sun and green seas covered with algae. A planet with an overabundance of vegetation and water resources. Mosquitoes were aplenty. Finally, they flew over a vast wetland that resembled a green ocean and landed on a wide landing pad. Next to it stood a large, transparent green building. The material resembled both glass and insect wings, its transparency reflecting a strange light. As they disembarked from the ship, they saw many people standing by to greet them, and a long, fiery red carpet was laid out. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were interstellar stars walking the red carpet. Everyone here was dressed very coolly. Perhaps because they frequently ventured into the water, and the weather was hot, their attire resembled swimsuits, with a layer of semi-transparent gauze over the outside. She took a quick glance and noticed that those standing on either side of the red carpet all had gentle features, their exposed, creamy skin betraying the possibility that they were all omegas. The people welcoming them were dressed more formally. But they seemed quite unaccustomed to the heat. Under the scorching sun, they kept tugging at their collars. They couldn't be omegas, as they weren't particularly good-looking, their skin rough and scraggly, their faces wrinkling like hundreds of layers when they smiled. Welcome, leaders, to your guidance. They all bowed in unison, then, with beaming smiles, welcomed them into the large building nearby. She suddenly felt like a local tyrant entering a village. The Archon of Mihai Star was a slightly plump, middle-aged man with a rosy complexion. The person leading the exploration practice here was a surveyor assigned by the Star Alliance. She could tell from his shoulder insignia that he was a captain. He seemed to be chatting happily with the Archon. Soon, they reunited with the Star Alliance troops, who had arrived earlier inside the building. She then realized that there were over 20 official surveyors here. So they were just here to make up the numbers. Oh no for internships. This wasn't the front line. It was actually quite far away. This was Mihai Star's most prosperous city, its equivalent of a capital. The mutant rebellion erupted further away, in the Haidong district, where there were important energy resources. Why can't we go to the front lines? Why are we stuck with these logistics personnel from the detection department? The outstanding students participating in this internship included not only those from the detection department, but also those from the combat aircraft department, the mechanical repair department, the defense department, and the United Front department. These students seemed quite dissatisfied. This is the commander's arrangement. Also, protecting this area is very important. Everyone knew that the so-called protection was just a prevarication. How could a war break out in a capital so far from the front lines? But since it was the commander's arrangement, they had no choice but to stay here. Military orders could not be disobeyed. These 10 future stars of the detection department were brought to a building assigned to the detector divisions. In the large conference room on the first floor, dozens of people were working frantically on the detection system. Dozens of large floating light screens displayed real-time images of various locations on the planet, with various symbols and numbers flashing across them. On one of the screens, she saw a colorful bird. Crystal dewdrops from the leaves landed on its head. It fluttered its wings and turned its head to preen its feathers. The next second, the screen went black as a long shadow flashed past the camera lens. Through blurred vision, I saw what looked like a tongue swishing away the bird. Then, a magnified blood red eye filled the entire screen. She almost screamed out in shock. But she held it back. It would be embarrassing for an alpha to yell. Then, the entire screen went black. Microcomputer M454 at coordinates 89-235 is damaged. Requesting a replacement. Agreed. You will primarily observe our operations, and then perform some auxiliary calculations and collation. The lead surveyor told him, it's mainly about getting used to the intense atmosphere of war. Then, They were taken to the room Ming Haixing had arranged for them. Looking at the 3-meter-wide bed before them, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the blue sea shimmered, the setting sun shone into the water, creating a gradient of blue and red. It turned out to be a sea view room. Wow, so they're on vacation? Zhao Shi hadn't expected this. Is this how war is fought? Surveyors only need to provide data from behind the scenes? So, now all surveying can be done by machines. Zhao Shi thought that meant her life was no longer in danger. But what was the reason for the previous total annihilation? Unfortunately, the details of the battlefield would not be disclosed to the public. Zhao Shi found it truly bizarre. Ming Haixing East District. A black storm was brewing over the ocean. Clouds like thick ink covered the entire sky, and a massive vortex seemed to swirl beneath the dark clouds, creating black waves. The storm was coming. A massive starship hovered above the sea, its torrential rain crashing down upon it, creating a dull thud, densely packed like the beat of a drum. Inside the starship, 6 people sat at a simple white long table. All 5 faced the figure in the center on the left. Commander Lin, so now we face a choice. One of them frowned. The figure in the center clicked on the topographic map, zooming in on a small red dot. Mutants have infiltrated Lindong Town, but the town has a population of about 5,400, all ordinary people. Luckily, it's a small town, not overcrowded. But once we get the energy, these people will be in danger. The mutants are brutal by nature, and they might kill them to vent their anger. Lin Tanning glanced up at the man. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes held an indescribable coldness. The man was startled. He continued, and, as far as I know, mutants can eat humans. Even if they were once human. The other 5 people at the table looked down at the table, no one speaking. The Star Alliance operations Lin Tanyin had participated in had never failed, and his mission completion ratings had always been top tier. They were accustomed to not opposing his decisions, because they were usually correct. But this time, compared to a few thousand people and all the energy resources in the Haidong district, energy was also crucial to the future security of Meihai Star, and even to the safety of all Meihai Star residents. Furthermore, the Haidong district had to transport a large amount of energy to Blue Sea Star every year. As the most technologically advanced planet and home to the most dignitaries, Blue Sea Star's annual energy consumption was considerable. The choice was obvious. This seems a little inconsistent with the original intention of the Star Alliance to send troops. I go alone, Lin Tanyin said. Chapter 76. Minghai Shanghai Central District. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and only one floor of the glass building was lit. Looking at the mountain of information that needed to be sorted before her, and the numerous screens surrounding her, densely packed with information, Zhao Shi felt her eyelids droop. She glanced sideways at the screens in front of the official surveyors. High-level energy body information was glowing red, and a hideous, distorted human face suddenly magnified. Then the screen went black. They were surveying the battlefield's periphery, while the freshmen were only exploring useless information from the fringes, completely unrelated to the battlefield. It felt a bit like they were being given a random task to do, and get away with it. The surveyors looked worried. No, there's bioelectric interference in this area, making the detectors even more inoperable. Another asked, have the exploration pioneers in the war zone set out? Yes, but they haven't received any new information yet, and the simulated sensors haven't signaled a successful launch. Alas, we can only wait. After hearing the surveyor's words, Zhao Shi suddenly understood that exploration was divided into 2 directions, one for data analysis in the rear, and the other for pioneering work on the front lines. Undoubtedly, the danger on the front lines was much greater. The other freshmen stationed in the mid-sea area only had a handful of people on duty, because the mid-sea area didn't really need them from the Blue Sea Star to guard it. The mid-sea area wasn't in conflict, and had its own security team. Unlike the exploration department, almost everyone stayed up late, and rest periods were limited to taking turns, with each person getting 2 or 3 hours sleep. Fortunately, the trainee surveyors were split into 2 shifts, allowing for a bit more rest. Zhao Shi, it's time for a shift change, the surveyor in charge of her group said to her. You can rest now. Zhao Shi's sleepiness vanished immediately upon hearing she could leave work. She excitedly rushed out the door. Ocean View Room, here I come. Just as she reached the hallway, someone walked in and brushed past her. Haha, having privileges is different. The voice, neither loud nor soft, drifted past her ear with a cool, icy tinge. Zhao Shi turned around, puzzled, and saw a familiar figure. The figure flashed through the door, then slammed shut. She recognized it as Deng Sini, And Zhao Shi wasn't surprised. He'd been the top scorer in the neighboring exam area, so he come too. Privileges? Zhao Shi repeated the word, unsure of its meaning. She didn't bother to dwell on it. She just wanted to quickly sink into the soft bed. But, from what the surveyors had just said, it seemed like they encountered some obstacles on the battlefield. Would this operation go smoothly? She couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although she longed to rest, she was on this mission to win the battle, after all. If only she could help. Thinking of this, Zhao Shi slowed down her pace a little. What if she went back to work overtime? But, what could a trainee like her do to help? Just as she was struggling with this, as she was about to turn the corner in the corridor, she suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. She couldn't describe the scent, perhaps some kind of floral, but it was overpowering, like a bottle of perfume suddenly smashed to the ground, releasing all its fragrance in an instant. The scent washed over her, enveloping her completely, as if she were wrapped in a fragrant, soft cloud. Though the cloud was soft, the touch was anything but gentle. It felt like 100 thorns piercing from the mist, numbing her brain. For a moment, the blood in her brain froze, then suddenly exploded. The blood seemed to flow from the upper brain to the lower brain. Her mind went blank for a moment, and then she felt a violent urge to tear the cloud before her to shreds. Zhao Shi suppressed the strange feeling and, for some reason, raised her hand to glance at the computer. She saw a pair of red eyes reflected in the screen, eyes that seemed to burn with fire. Then, a hand from the cloud reached out to support her. It was soft and slightly cool, smooth as silk, and the coolness was a bit comforting. So she squeezed that hand tightly. As if that wasn't enough, she quickly grabbed the other hand and clasped them together, lifting both hands above her head and pressing them against the wall. Zhao Shi lowered her head, and before her was a pair of ocean blue eyes. Ripples shimmered in them, and the man's features were deep and vibrant, embodying the uniquely exotic charm of Minghai Star. He was shrouded in a layer of gauze, perhaps invisible from a distance, but up close, through the gauze, one could see he was wearing nothing underneath. Man, you're playing with fire. Zhao Shi uttered that classic line. I'm here to invite you to our cocktail party. The man's voice was soft and gentle, whispering into her ear. We, Minghai Star, are located on the 6th level. We want to increase trade with other planets, so we're looking to develop some unique industries. Since you, the nobles from Landing Star, are here, I'd like to invite you to come and get your advice. So he's the waiter at the party? Zhao Shi wondered. But holding a party at this time seems odd, no matter how you think about it. Oh, I see. I thought you were trying to seduce me. Zhao Shi abruptly let go of her hand, her expression unimpressed. The man didn't deny it. Instead, he gently held her hand, a shy expression on his face. If you think so, it's not wrong. Calling a guest is too formal. What would you prefer? He looked up at her eagerly, a rosy hue at the corners of his eyes. Sister Shi, Master Shi, or... Zhao Shi smiled and leaned closer. The waiter immediately realized something, and closed his eyes shyly. Her voice suddenly turned cold. Who are you to call me by my name? He opened his eyes in surprise, realizing it was a mocking smile. Heh. Zhao Shi abruptly shook his hand off. Stay away from me. Low-class people like you aren't even worthy of touching me. Just now, Zhao Shi looked down at the time on her laptop and came to her senses. It wasn't even time for her shift change yet. So, was her leaving early something they had agreed on? Why? She almost got caught just now, so it wasn't her fault. After all, this was the first time she had smelled omega pheromones since she traveled through time. This targeted release was a blatant seduction. And the smell was so strong right off the bat. Zhao Shi found this a bit strange. Weren't they talking about a war? If the fighting was intense over there, wouldn't it be just as intense here? She wanted to see what this Minghexing governor was up to. Sir, you have quite a bit of self-control. The waiter still wore a submissive smile, but his nails dug into his flesh behind his back. He rarely missed, but few could resist the aphrodisiac pheromones. You're indeed just as the rumors say. He thought Zhao Shi must be suffering from kidney deficiency, as the rumors say. Just as the rumors say, you've had countless experiences. I guess someone like me wouldn't be enough for you. But don't worry, there's plenty for the reception. You? Zhao Shi ignored the reluctance and slight self-doubt in his eyes. Lead the way. Linong Town, Minghexing. It was night, the sky was moonless, only a vast expanse of darkness. Because this planet didn't have a moon. The few scattered stars were completely obscured by dark clouds, not a single one visible. Linong Town wasn't far from Haidong District, which boasted the richest energy resources in all of Minghexing. It was an energy or the raw material for concentrated energy crystals. This type of crystal is commonly used in the operation of mechas and various precision instruments. Its small footprint, lightweight, and high energy storage capacity make it highly valuable. This location is not a necessary route for transporting energy and because the mining process releases radiation, this town's development has lagged further behind. Despite being close to energy production, this town suffers from energy scarcity, lacking even the most basic power supply system. Walking down the street, I occasionally saw a few scattered streetlights flickering. Looking up, I saw only shattered lampshades and rusted lamp holders, neglected, with broken wires dangling to the ground. Black water flowed from the ground like cracks in the ground, and the streets were piled with garbage, emitting a foul odor, putrid, fishy, and even foul. The streets were deserted, like a deserted town. Although it was night, it wasn't that late. Common sense would suggest it shouldn't be this way. Lin Tanyon's gaze drifted towards an old stone, brick building nearby. A pair of green eyes darted over from the first-floor hallway. A second before they met his gaze, he leaned slightly, placing himself squarely in their blind spot. It was a mutant. The building had 10 floors, and every window was tightly shut. No one was open. Then, the next second, Lin Tanyan unleashed a mechanism from his sleeve. A fine line hooked onto the windowsill, and a second later, he was already there. Below the sill lay a half-eaten human corpse, striding forward in a manner suggestive of a leap. There were also 2 mutant corpses, tangled in a fierce struggle, each biting its neck. As expected, there were no living people in the house with the open windows. In a town like this, filled with monsters, people would simply try to hide as much as possible. There were also traces of mutants crawling outside the wall, so they could have entered through the windows. But this family's situation likely originated internally, so even without opening the windows, it still wasn't safe. Because family members could suddenly become mutants. Or there's another possibility, mutated family members could still live under the same roof with normal humans. Lin Tanyon's face darkened. And there were probably many families like this. But unfortunately, these people overestimated their ability to control their genes, and their families also overestimated so-called human nature, believing it could overcome animal nature. Once a person is implanted with genes from another species, especially one that's inherently more aggressive than humans, they slowly assimilate into that species. For example, the Zerg. He had personally witnessed a mutated human express their feelings to their loved one moment, then devour their head in a single gulp the next. He had also witnessed an entire planet transformed from humans to Zerg due to genetic contamination. They gathered and called themselves the Evolved Rebels, but in reality, they were no longer considered human. The very human consciousness they believed themselves to possess would soon be eroded. Lin Tanyan saw through their plan. Their families were also being held hostage, a last-ditch effort to exchange for energy in the event of their defeat. Every household had a mutant, and each building had a mutant responsible for communication, able to communicate with other floors and their armies. In other words, if he wanted to save someone, he couldn't alert a single mutant. Otherwise, if there were any noise, the mutants responsible for information communication would immediately report the situation to the people on other floors and their troops. Then, the hostages would be in danger, all of them. There were many more buildings like this as far as the eye could see. So, by that calculation, the population of Linong Town was far more than a few thousand. So, the Star Alliance's information was wrong. Lin Tanyan sighed, "There's nothing I can do. You are the ones who lied to me first. The simplest way to save people is to eliminate the people who pose a threat. When carrying out a rescue in a single building, if all the mutants in that building were killed simultaneously, they would be unable to transmit the information to other locations. And he was the only one who could do this. His spirit form had always been the most highly classified information in the Star Alliance. In reality, he had always been forbidden from using his spirit form. But now, no person would know. Because anyone who saw it would become inanimate. Without witnessing, there would be no evidence to incriminate him." Chapter 77. The veil in front of her swayed as she walked, occasionally brushing past her side, leaving a lingering fragrance. "We're almost there." She followed the man down, seemingly into the ground. They walked for who knows how long. The route here was incredibly complex, and even memorizing it would be difficult. She felt her head swell up. She raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping across the snow-white back, faintly visible beneath the veil, and then, suddenly, it seemed like a puff of white mist. The pheromone smell of this Omega was incredibly potent, seemingly even affecting memory. The Archon of Mahai Star was quite something. He was being so secretive. Was he planning something big? Like, maybe holding a silver party right under the noses of the Star Alliance. Wow, that was too exciting. She raised her hand, stretched her muscles, and gestured with her arm behind her head. In the darkness behind her, a point of light flashed quickly. She followed the person ahead, winding for a while before finally arriving at the end of a dark, retro, yellowish corridor. A large brass door, carved with a retro, irregular spiral pattern, appeared. Sensing someone's arrival, the door automatically opened with a dull thud. It seemed heavy, with a special mechanism. Suddenly, a bright light made Xiaoxi squint. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the center of the hall's ceiling, reflecting a dazzling white light that contrasted sharply with the outside world. Colorful liquor, stacked in tall glasses, formed a multi-layered pagoda. This tower was incredibly large, reaching straight up to the ceiling. The ceiling was painted with intricate patterns, interwoven with gold lines, gleaming with the aura of opulence. After entering, the waiter before her bowed. "I hope you enjoy your evening here. I hope there's something here that you like. Please take your pick." Then he withdrew. The decor here was extremely opulent, giving the impression of overdoing it. It was like a nouveau riche suddenly rich enough to want to replace everything in their home with gold. She suddenly remembered Shirian's floating pavilion, the supposedly most expensive restaurant on Blue Dream Star. Compared to this restaurant, it had a decidedly plain style, its decor as simple as possible, yet it still received rave reviews. Exotic beauties in light gauze came and went. Looking around, almost every guest had a beautiful woman by their side, accompanying them for food, drinks, conversation, and play. There was even someone in the corner who was clamoring for sex, then rolled into a ball under a layer of gauze. She quickly looked away, as several more seductive glances soon followed. But no, she wasn't so open-minded. She shifted her steps, ready to flee to the restroom if the timing wasn't right. She didn't believe the Omegas in the Alpha restroom would catch up. "Looks like everyone's here," a voice suddenly said. She felt a distant gaze on her. Looking up, she saw someone who looked very familiar. The man nodded slightly, as if he knew her, but she didn't think she knew him. "This place is still far inferior to Blue Dream Star. Dear guests, please forgive me for the poor hospitality." The man's voice echoed throughout the venue. She remembered it. It was the Archon she met before. His face was still flushed, and he beamed with a warm smile. "Isn't that bad? It could be described as a feast of wine and meat." She just didn't know the scale of other cocktail parties. She hadn't attended any before, so she wasn't familiar with such occasions. She then remembered that cocktail parties involved drinking, right? She couldn't drink, so why had she come even though she knew it was a cocktail party? Of course. If she hadn't come, she would have been knocked unconscious and arrested, perhaps even tied up. Because the attendees were clearly screened, those not selected were unaware of the cocktail party's existence. They wouldn't allow anyone to leak the information. She found these interstellar people quite comical. Others shed blood in battles, while here, cocktail parties are a spectacle. Really? I don't understand Ming Haixing's operations, and I don't care about my own planet's affairs at all. She saw quite a few familiar faces here. Although she couldn't name them, she knew they were all freshmen from other departments participating in the battle. There were also many people she didn't recognize, but judging by their attire, they must be from Ming Haixing. Not everyone from the military academy was here, so what were the selection criteria for this reception? But then she found out. They were all invited to take their seats. There was a very long, antique table with a gold nameplate on it. She searched all the way from the back to the front, but couldn't find her name. Finally, she saw her nameplate in the first seat next to the main seat. It turned out she was assigned a seat next to Ming Haixing's Archon. She saw the Archon's name. "Goodbye. Wow, that's quite stylish. Wait. What kind of weird seating order is this? She's just here to join in the fun, not drink. Sitting so close to the front, she can't even slack off. Dear guest, please." Feeling the entire room's gaze fixed on her, Xiaoxi's social anxiety kicked in again. Her face was as stiff as steel, and she couldn't move a muscle. Greeted by the Archon's bright, red egg-like smile, she sat down expressionlessly, and the atmosphere in the entire venue plummeted to its lowest point. "Excuse me, have we failed to entertain you?" Goodbye asked. Xiaoxi forced a smile. How could that be? But she forgot that forcing a smile would only make her look like a sneer. The atmosphere dropped even lower. Goodbye's smile remained radiant. "Miss Zhao, the scale of your family's business is among the largest on Blue Dream Star. My humble Minghai Star is truly insignificant compared to you." She felt like this person was setting her up for a fight. But as a time traveler, She not only didn't understand the intricacies of the various factions within the Star Alliance, but even before her time travel, she was just an ordinary high school student. How could she possibly understand the complexities of adult drinking parties? The only thing she knew was, a smiling tiger is the most difficult to deal with. She quickly thought through the consequences of several responses, but found herself at a loss. After all, she was a time traveler, so there was no point in being cynical. Just play it off. Just treat it like a holographic game. It's fake. These people are all fake. Come on, Shinya Sisi. You're glad you know. Zhao Shi crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair, looking lazy. If the school hadn't forced me to come here for an internship, I really wouldn't want to come to this shabby place. It's so uncomfortable everywhere. The garbage planet is full of garbage. Even the air is disgusting. You're right. Blue Dream Planet is a place I really yearn for. Goodbye's smile widened. It's a place I dream of visiting. If he wasn't even angry, Zhao Shi suspected he was crazy. One of the guests at the table couldn't help but retort, they'd kindly invited us here, so you should be content. You're still being picky. Zhao Shi glanced at the man coldly. Shut up. I'm talking, none of your business. The man choked, then I'm talking, none of your business. Zhao Shi acted surprised. Hey, where's that dog barking? It's barking so loudly. The man was furious, ready to roll up his sleeves and charge in for a fight. Zhao Shi was delighted. It was perfect timing. This strange drinking party was about to get out of hand. Something was wrong, and it was almost going to get out of hand. She raised her head and raised an eyebrow, a provocative expression. Come on. Alphas are often explosive. The man's hair stood on end, and his eyes were full of sparks. Forget it, she's Zhao Shi. A companion nearby grabbed the man and tried to dissuade him, saying, she has a strange background, and she's not entirely normal. Less trouble is worse than more. Let it go. No. Never, ever, less trouble is worse than more. The word forbearance carries a knife above your head. If you endure someone else's knife, you're the one doing it yourself. Furthermore, taking a step back doesn't necessarily mean a brighter future. It could just lead to further pressure. The man's hair stood up wildly, seemingly just waiting for someone to pull it. With a casual persuasion, he actually just sat back down. Zhao Shi uttered a bored TSK. Goodbye waved his hand, and quickly called for the waiter to serve the dishes. The dishes before him were vibrant and varied, with waiters standing nearby, changing the dishes every 3 minutes. Please enjoy, my dear guests. Zhao Shi didn't dare touch the food. Everyone on this planet would mutate into mutants. Who knows if they'd eaten some radioactive food? She quickly thought of a solution. For her to sit in this position, she must be worthy. Therefore, the ranking rule was based on appearance. No family background. Zhao Shi quickly scanned the invited guests. Some of the people on Blue Dream Star had a certain air of pride, especially those who had been pampered by their families, making them easy to spot. She understood that these people came from prominent families. Zhao Shi quickly realized that Goodbye might be able to use them. So Zhao Shi flipped the dish in front of him. What garbage. It's hard to swallow just by looking at it. Hey, you can't possibly eat this, can you? Zhao Shi turned and shouted to the group, his voice echoing throughout the venue. It seems like garbage people deserve garbage. You? Someone nearby had picked up their chopsticks and was about to eat. Stop the yeah. If you want to fight, come on. Let's clear it out and change it, said the waiter. Goodbye. Miss Zhao, are you dissatisfied with the venue's arrangements? He smiled warmly. But the more he thought about it, the more strange it seemed to Zhao Shi. And yet, these fools who came to the cocktail party hadn't a shred of suspicion. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Free comes at a high price. Zhao Shi watched as they were all mesmerized by the omegas in their arms, their minds completely paralyzed. Goodbye used a robotic arm to retrieve 2 glasses of wine from the highest point of the wine tower. Well, let me offer you a glass as an apology. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. As the governor of Meihai Star, I will do my best to make everyone feel at home. Then I try your so-called specialty wine. Don't let me down. Goodbye smiled. I definitely won't. Zhao Shi took one of the glasses from his hand. They clinked glasses. Just as they were about to touch lips, she suddenly said, switch. I think yours tastes better. This? He glanced at the glass in Zhao Shi's hand and hesitated. What? Did you poison my glass? Or? Zhao Shi stretched out his voice. Are you afraid I might poison you? Zhao Shi snatched the glass from his hand, poured the 2 together, shook them, and then poured half of the liquid out, handing it back to him. So? No. Goodbye took the glass. You're worrying too much. Please. The two men looked at each other and drank simultaneously. At this moment, a waiter suddenly lifted his veil and stood still beneath a massive wine tower. His light green hair was disheveled, revealing a sense of unruliness. Then he reached for a wine glass at the very corner of the bottom tier, a crucial support point. No. No! Goodbye's expression suddenly gave way, trembling like cracked cardboard. Quick, stop him. Dingsony yanked the wine glass out. Let those interstellar termites have a drinking party, and then go to hell. The wine glass teetered, collapsing like dominoes. Crystal clear shatters accompanied by crisp shattering sounds exploded like fireworks in a grand spectacle, sending up shimmering glass and waves of exclamations. She wiped away a tear. Had she finally received the map she sent? Dingsony was the best, truly explosive and inflammable. A modern-day angry youth. Chapter 78. The sky was black, and thick, inky clouds threatened a storm. The wind blew fiercely, slicing against the walls with a sound like the roar of some monster. The windows rattled, as if the monster outside was about to burst in at any moment. This coastal town rained year-round, and due to the high humidity near the sea, even before the rain, the walls were already soaked with water, and the quilt was so wet it looked like it was dripping. The quilt wasn't comfortable to sleep under. He opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning flashed outside the window, illuminating his small face with a pale white. Xiaojun glanced at his father, who lay soundly asleep beside him. A little frightened, he shoved closer. Bang! There was a loud explosion outside. Xiaojun raised his hand to cover his father's ears. Ever since the monster appeared in town, his father hadn't slept well in days, and his family lived in constant fear. A few days ago, he saw a giant, blue, glowing monster flying across the sky. Perhaps those monsters had fallen from that giant monster. Xiaojun wondered when those monsters would be able to leave. Luckily, his father, exhausted from recent days, slept soundly, and the thunder hadn't woken him. They had been holed up at home for many days. Because of the storm, they hadn't been out fishing much recently, and the food they had was dwindling. He always felt hungry, so he kept dreaming of feasting, but he still wake up hungry. He asked his parents when they could go fishing again, but they always said to wait until this period was over. He once asked, "Will the monsters take us away?" "Don't be afraid, Xiaojun. It won't happen. Our family will always be together," his mother said gently, caressing his head. He trusted his mother. She would never lie to him. Then Xiaojun looked over and realized his mother wasn't in the room. Afraid of waking his father, he tiptoed out of bed. Reaching to open the door, Xiaojun hesitated. His mother had told him it was best to stay in the room and not go out. Boom! Another thunderclap roared, and Xiaojun flinched. "Mom, are you there?" The doorknob was a little difficult to turn, as if it were stuck. Xiaojun struggled to open it, and peering through the crack into the dark hallway, he felt a little frightened. But even more than being afraid of the dark, he was more afraid of his mother disappearing. "Mom?" he called. Then, he heard the clatter of spatulas and bowls in the kitchen, and then he smelled the aroma of meat. "I'm making you a midnight snack." Mom emerged from the kitchen, carrying a small pot. "Why did you leave your room?" A hint of displeasure crossed her face. "Xiaojun, you need to be obedient. The situation is dangerous right now." Xiaojun whispered, "What kind of danger could there be at home?" "Okay, you've always said you were hungry, haven't you? Come and eat." "Didn't you say there wasn't enough food?" Xiaojun asked, somewhat puzzled. "Now it's enough," Mom said with a smile. "Why is it enough all of a sudden?" "Because I went out shopping while you were on break." "Okay, you're starving, right? Come and eat." Mom pushed the small pot toward him. Xiaojun swallowed. He hadn't had a full meal in ages. He didn't know where Mom had bought the meat so late at night, but he was starving and didn't think much of it. He just knew Mom had always been the best person for him. After dinner, "Mom, you won't go out again, will you? There's so much thunder outside, it's probably going to rain." Mom patted his head. "No, I stay with you, Xiaojun." "That's good. I'm a little afraid of thunder." "You're so old, and you're still afraid of thunder." Mom's hand touched his head, the same familiar gesture, but her hand was cold. "Mom, are you cold?" Xiaojun asked, reaching for the blanket. "No need." She raised her hand to stop him. "Your dad's asleep and cold. Let him cover himself." As Xiaojun went to bed, his peripheral vision flickered past the windowsill. For a moment, he thought he saw something shiny. He turned his head to look, but there was nothing there. Lindong town is unlike those big cities. The electrical circuits here aren't fully connected, so it's hard to see bright lights at night. Anything that glows at night is a treasure. Mom, do you smell anything? Xiaojun followed the scent out the window, and saw someone lightly leap from the building across the street, unharmed. On the first floor, a scene akin to hell on earth unfolded. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, red blood and an unknown yellow-green liquid flowing in various directions, like rivers. The man looked at the bodies with indifference, then slowly glanced upstairs. He had amber eyes, pale as glass. He's killed so many people. Xiaojun trembled with fear. Mom, are we going to be killed? He felt his mother stiffen, and then she quickly grabbed his hand and squatted down. That's the devil. We must not let him see us. No wonder he wanted to kill. Xiaojun finally realized that such a handsome brother could actually be a demon in disguise. But it was too late. They seemed to have already been seen. His mother quickly retreated with him, backing against the door. Xiaojun, terrified, looked up and saw his brother sitting on the windowsill. He had clearly been in such a situation, yet there was not a trace of blood or dirt on his body. He was spotless, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. I'm from the Star Alliance, here to save you, he said calmly. Mom, the Star Alliance, it's the Star Alliance. Here to save us. But no one answered him from behind. Xiaojun only heard the rumbling of his stomach and the sound of his mother's teeth grinding. Xiaojun suddenly felt a chill creep up his back, which meant that his mother was actually. He suddenly realized what was wrong. He looked at the bed. There was such a commotion, but his father didn't react at all. Which means, he actually already. Xiaojun suddenly felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. So, that pot of meat he just eaten. No! This isn't true, this isn't true. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Would she kill him too? Would she eat him? Just like she did to Dad. We don't need you to save us. Go leave. Get out of here. The woman's face suddenly twisted, and she went berserk. The brother before him straightened up, his eyes gleaming with a golden light. Xiaojun grew increasingly frightened. He didn't even dare to look up. The sound of his former mother's bones trembling was so intense. He was terrified to see his mother, now a monster. So, should I kill her before she completely transforms into a monster? But, that's my mother. Don't come near me, I'm warning you. The woman roared like a beast. Xiaojun shuddered with fear. He saw a flash of light before him, and at the same time, he felt the familiar warmth in his palm, the same warmth he felt when his mother had touched his head. His mother's warmth was finally no longer cold. He looked down at his hands, which were covered in blood. Why? Why didn't you come sooner? Before my child turned. Xiaojun saw a flash of light. It was so dazzling, like looking directly into the sun. He was forced to close his eyes, tears streaming down his face. He smelled the same scent on himself as on those who had died. It was the scent of the sun. The intense heat instantly consumed everything. Before his consciousness faded, he saw his own reflection in his mother's eyes. He also remembered, looking at the bed across from him. So, he'd been dreaming about feasting every night. So, that was how it was. So, the monster was him. Lin Tanin left the building. He's seen scenes like this too many times. The pain of having their genes taken over by aliens would force them to acquire genes from their own kind to temporarily alleviate that pain. But it was only a drop in the bucket. Complete takeover was only a matter of time. The thoughts of mutants could no longer be understood by human minds, and they could never coexist peacefully with humans. So once a person became a mutant, they must be killed. Lin Tanin glanced at the surrounding buildings. He was almost there. Only this one was left. He only needed to eliminate the mutants in this building, and all the residents here would be saved. He pressed his temple, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of fatigue appeared on his pale face. For ease of movement, he had come unarmed. Relying on his own would have been a bit of a waste of energy. After all, controlling force to the perfect degree was truly difficult. It was like pouring the entire ocean over, yet ensuring that only a single drop escaped. He had practiced countless times in the game, striving for even more precise control in reality. But those people still wouldn't be reassured, right? It seems you're nearing your limit. A voice echoed through the night. Lin Tanin looked up and saw a figure so tall it seemed inhuman. This figure had no hands, but instead two massive, folded forelimbs, gleaming with a metallic green hue and as hard as steel knives. Behind him, one massive forelimb after another, sliced through the ground like tofu, poking out from beneath the ground. Uniform, perfectly organized, and disciplined, they surged from the ground like a black tide. So, this was the elite mutant rebel army. Why would they allow a commander like you to come here alone? The leading mutant said, "Oh, that's right. No one can convince you of your decision, but sometimes, being too arrogant isn't a good thing. To save us. Oh no, those lower-class people. We humans, blessed with advanced genes, certainly can't be compared to them. Who are you pretending to be? Ah, for votes in your future campaign for Supreme Chancellor of the Star Alliance? I know, of course I know. You can exploit anyone at the bottom. Your moniker, Son of the Star, Light of the Interstellar, was a scam from the beginning. It's all a fabricated persona, right? We won't be fooled. You've been exploited, Lin Tanyan said. I should have known this earlier. Without the help of certain individuals, how could these people have obtained Zerg genes and undergone genetic modification? But who are the people behind them? The leading mutant grinned smugly. But you don't know? Our target has been you from the beginning. Son of the Star, tell me, how can the energy of the Mir Haidong district compare to yours? Even the entire Mihai Star isn't worth as much as you. He suddenly launched into a rage, charging forward like lightning. So today, you leave your life here. Lin Tanyan showed no sign of panic, not even a movement. With a bang, a crimson laser descended from the sky. A beam of light left a deep crack in the ground. The mutant looked up in astonishment. What's going on? A blue starship appeared above them, and a fully equipped Star Alliance force had already surrounded the area. How is this possible? How is this possible? You've clearly already gone to the Haidong District Energy Reef. You couldn't possibly have gotten here so quickly. And the news I received over there is that you're all fighting in mechs. What's going on? Human lives or energy? The answer is simple. He wants both. Of course, Lin Tanyan wouldn't tell him the reason. In reality, there's a new type of mech inside the mech that can help a person quickly relocate their consciousness, naturally saving a lot of time. This new mech was designed based on the cyborgs and Kill the Black Hole. But their technology wasn't yet at the level of the game. The trader who had been researching Kill the Black Hole had taken the data and left, leading them to many detours. The Star Alliance's main force was stationed here, and the mutant rebels, with their scattered forces, were no match for them, and were steadily losing ground. Finally, the blade of light pierced the rebel leader's heart. His blood had turned green. One of his insect-like eyes stared intently at Lin Tanyan, while the other, a murky human eye, looked up at the black sky above, shedding a murky tear. He grinned, still laughing. You know what? We're still the winners. Lin Tanyan was about to direct the resettlement of the survivors in Lindong Town when he suddenly paused. What did you say? Then someone, staring at the laptop, shouted, Oh no! Over in the Haizhong district. Something's happened. Chapter 79. The current scene was utterly chaotic. Chickens and dogs are in turmoil. A desperate dog will jump over the wall. Chickens and dogs will rise to the sky. Zhao Shi instantly thought of many such words, because the current scene was truly not a pretty sight. It was more like a pack of dogs chasing a flock of scurrying chickens. Broken glass littered the ground, and scarlet wine soaked into the plush carpet like a stream of blood. Among the scattered people, someone would occasionally step on glass, letting out a howl. You idiots! There's a war going on in the Haidong district, a once-in-a-century storm at sea, and the people in the detection department are working tirelessly all night. And you're actually having a party here. This is disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Ding Sini held up his laptop. I film all of your crimes, and show everyone on StarNet this corrupt and dark side. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just a wine tasting to promote trade with other planets. Goodbye argued. Please don't slander me. But Ding Sini couldn't blame him for thinking so. After all, the waiters were really dressed too lightly. As the drinks began to be served, the air seemed to heat up, and their already thin veils became even thinner, revealing almost everything. Zhao Shi's head hurt. How could this be a proper cocktail party? When the dishes were served, the waiter kept nudging her, and it was always a different person doing so. Zhao Shi was speechless. The Archon wanted to keep people around so badly, but this was the only tactic he could come up with. It seemed he wasn't entirely confident in his planet's specialty wine. Zhao Shi shared a drink with him, and indeed found the drink rather unremarkable. Behind Ding Sini, a row of white lights flashed from the laptops, indicating that he wasn't the only one who had slipped in. Ding Sini was an S-rank student, highly regarded among the freshmen in the detection department, and they were somewhat centered around him. As if by agreement, they all turned on their cameras and began chasing the guests, determined to capture their faces clearly. The guests at the reception were terrified, and they could only cover their faces and flee. Those invited by the Archon were prominent figures from Mihai Star, and students from Lonming Star whose families held some influence. Reputation and face were extremely important to everyone. The more they valued face, the more embarrassed they became. They panicked and screamed, dodging the cameras, only to be captured by the cameras. Zhao Shi was more resourceful. He simply raised his laptop and pretended to be the one chasing them away, jumping up and down with them as they chased the guests. Not only had he perfectly avoided the public outcry, shielding his already shaky reputation from a minor black mark, but he had also added fuel to the fire. With the party in such a mess, Goodbye's normally peaceful smile was almost breaking, and finally, like a plump, bright red porcelain doll, the smile cracked. Enough. He waved his hand. Take down these troublemakers. Guards hidden in various corners of the party appeared at the command. Are you pissed off? I upload all this information to Starnet right now. Deng Xini acted quickly, selecting all the images and pressing send. What's going on? There's no signal? The others in the detection department nodded. There's indeed no signal. That shouldn't be the case. Even underground, there shouldn't be no signal at all. Even if Meihai Star's communications industry isn't well developed, this place is in the capital. As soon as these words were spoken, even the guests sensed something was amiss. Zhao Shi, as soon as Goodbye gave the order, quickly put down his laptop and blended into the group of guests, a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? The Archon should know the reason, right? Is there some hidden secret, or does he want to cut us off from the outside world? This risk is too great. We're in this unfamiliar place. If we can't even pass on information, and something goes wrong, there won't even be anyone to collect our bodies. This statement made the guests break out in a cold sweat. Really, how could they have come here so easily? This planet is clearly still at war. What if? What if? The mutant rebels sneak in? The whole place was silent, and cold sweats began to break out. Everyone looked at each other, and finally, their eyes turned to the Archon. Please rest assured, we will absolutely ensure your safety. Even if any danger occurs outside, we will be safe. This place is well hidden and can withstand any external attack. At this moment, Zhao Shiguang's mind trembled. She received a real-time video feed from Xiaolan, who was scouting the situation outside. This video, coupled with the Archon's words, was truly ironic. A storm began to fall, rising from the sea. The wind and rain blew onto the shore, into the city, and onto people's faces, slowly scraping off their skin, revealing sticky granulations. They squirmed, and new life was born from the human skin. This rain is creating mutants. Zhao Shi's scalp tingled. It was a familiar scene. In killing the black hole, she had seen people caught in the rain eventually transform into Zerg. She immediately sent a message to Xiaolan. Send this image to Deng Xini as a Star Alliance exploration engineer. She couldn't announce this. The freshman trusted Deng Xini more. Because the internet was blocked here, the only one who could transmit information was Xiaolan, who communicated with her via Bluetooth, not the internet. As expected, Deng Xini's eyes widened upon receiving the message. His breathing quickened, and he took a few steps back, his face pale. What's wrong? The others asked. Deng Xini used the light computer projection function to enlarge the image and project it before everyone. I can only say, probably, the end of the world. Haha, this must be a prank, right? A composite video. The Archon's eyes scanned the projection screen carefully. How did you receive the message? Who sent it to you? At that moment, Zhao Shi's vision suddenly went black. Her body swayed, and she collapsed with a thud, lying straight down on the screen that now held the entire audience's attention. What happened to her? Someone asked frantically. Deng Xini's pupils constricted, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He must not be thinking. It felt like millions of ants were crawling in her throat. It was so dry and thirsty, as if something was trying to crawl out of her internal organs. Zhao Shi began to scratch her throat frantically. She hunched over and climbed to her feet, her body twisting in an odd arc. She gasped for air, but still felt short of breath, as if she were drowning from the air squeezing in from all around her. Save me. Save me. I don't want to become a monster. Her voice began to distort, like sandpaper rubbing against old tree roots, hoarse and rotten. Wine, that glass of wine. Her face grew grim as she pointed at the Archon. It's you who wants to kill me. She slowly twisted her joints, her limbs twisted like a zombie, and moved forward, staring at Goodbye with a terrifying look. It's true. Only Zhao Shi drank that glass of wine. Someone nearby said. This is horrifying. How could this happen? Goodbye was terrified by her stare, and the questioning glances from those around him. He hurriedly said, What are you pretending to be? Mutation doesn't look like you. You clearly drank anti-mutation medicine. There's no way you could mutate at this time. Even if you were to mutate, it would be when you don't have the support of your family, not now. Ah, so that's how it is. Jiaoxi straightened up. Did everyone hear that? The smiling tiger's mask was finally breaking. Chapter 80. As soon as he said this, Goodbye suddenly realized what he had said. A flash of regret flashed across his face, but he quickly suppressed it. He tried to maintain his previous friendly smile, but it came out stiffly. I'm saying, I absolutely won't harm you. We have a lot of pollution sources here, and people might mutate. He was still struggling. So our wine, with its new ingredients, can inhibit mutations and have health benefits. Isn't this just a good way to strengthen trade? Shut up, we all heard it. Deng Sini and the students from the detection department who followed him all raised their laptops to him. We recorded what you just said. So, that strange rain outside was your plan, right? Are you trying to kill everyone out there? Also, you invited us here to control us and force the families behind us to cooperate with you. Someone thought for a moment, finally understanding his meaning. By the way, what are you trying to collaborate on? How can you collaborate to kill someone? This realization was so shocking that they could barely believe it, yet the truth was staring them in the face. Everyone present was filled with disbelief. Such a thing was unheard of. Moreover, what purpose could such a thing serve other than harming others? The reason for such a move was truly incomprehensible. Goodbye's mask finally shattered. His unwilling eyes darted around, finally landing on Jiaoxi, a look that seemed to devour her alive. I never thought you, the rumored good-for-nothing, would be the first to discover the truth. I've underestimated you. The Archon of Minghaxing would actually do such a thing. I never expected it. Anyone capable of such a thing could fight them to the death at any moment. She didn't want to confront them head-on. She immediately retreated, hiding in the crowd, and shouted, Where are the students from the Mecha Combat Department? Beat him up. Leave the fighting to the Mecha Combat Department students. She, a frail explorer, unable to lift anything, could only analyze data in a closed room. Professional matters should, of course, be left to professionals. I'm giving them the opportunity to evolve. They should be thanking me. Once their genetic evolution succeeds, they be reborn. Otherwise, they always be the trash, trampled upon at the bottom of the pile. Goodbye's fake smile returned. Now that his plan had been exposed, he had nothing to worry about. You people will never understand. However, there were also members of the Central Sea District Guard. With a gesture from Goodbye, they drew their guns and pointed them at them. Several students, who had rushed forward to restrain Goodbye, stopped dead in their tracks, not daring to move forward. One of them said, It's a shame the mecha isn't with us. Otherwise, I could have crushed these mid-sea fools to death with a single stomp. Yes, as expected. The sixth circle is the sixth circle. It's incomparable to the planets in the previous layers. They're stupid and don't work hard. They don't think about working properly, but instead spend their days dreaming of devious things. The people invited to the reception were only a small fraction of the students. They were too few, and none of them were armed, making it impossible to communicate. Furthermore, the signal here was blocked, so they had no way to contact anyone outside. Goodbye, dear guests. I advise you to stay here quietly, and don't disrupt my plans. If your family were smarter, perhaps you could still be spared. Don't worry, you have a wonderful time here. We've arranged all the Alpha's favorite fun for you. What else could you possibly want? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned pale. Many people truly couldn't resist the allure of these Omega waiters, and were at a loss for words to refute him. Just then, a loud bang erupted from the door, and everyone froze, staring. A massive fist smashed a massive hole through the bronze door, letting in light from outside. Do you think we're the only ones here? Xiaoxi looked towards the door. Oh, finally here. A little slow. Sorry, she had recently sent the map of the underground location to the detection department's information-sharing group. For this, Xiaoxi felt like she had made a sacrifice. She first said 2 voice messages in the group chat, essentially saying, Man, are you playing with fire? Are you trying to seduce me? It's not wrong if you think so. No. Xiaoxi even added a few kisses and moans to the end of the message. Well, she improvised them. She had no choice but to quickly attract others to catch the adulterer, no to save them. After all, her previous suspicions that something was amiss were just speculation. She had no evidence, and she couldn't mobilize so many people. But gossip is human nature, especially for alphas who've been holding back for so long. The bronze door was smashed open by a dark green, slightly round mech, resembling a tortoise shell. The door was too small for the mech, its bulging belly blocking the entrance. The tortoise mech retreated, then slammed in again, collapsing the wall. The ceiling near the door shattered, opening up a view of the dim corridor, outside and a large mech. Many people suddenly poured in. She saw the man sitting in the mech. He seemed quite old, with a scar running from forehead to cheekbone, a tough guy at first glance. So there's someone like him guarding the Central Sea area this time? A protective mech. He's from the Defense Department. Judging by his appearance, he's not a student, so he's probably an officer. The mech turned its head, and she felt a cold gaze on him. Of course, she had also posted what the Archon had said in the group chat a minute ago, so they should have seen it by now. The defensive class not only provides protection, acting like a tank in the game, but also carries additional weapons for use by the Mecha Combat class in combat. After all, Mecha Combat class mechas are typically lightweight, making it difficult to carry too many weapons. The rear shell of the tortoiseshell mecha slid open to reveal a variety of weapons, including light blades and firearms, neatly arranged inside. Each of them, armed with a weapon, strode in with a powerful presence, carrying the air of a sweeping force. The guards, seeing this, were somewhat incensed and stepped back a bit. Did you send that message? Goodbye's gaze grew even colder, his gaze piercing the crowd to meet Xiaoxi's gaze with precision. If looks could kill, she would have been killed many times already. No, which eye of yours saw me? Xiaoxi was truly puzzled, then she spread her hands. Okay, it was definitely me. Goodbye, baffled, took a few steps forward, as if wanting to find out more. The cadets, armed with weapons, had their guns trained on him, rapidly reloading, fingers on the triggers, ready to kill him at any moment. Where did you get the map? Our client process couldn't possibly be leaked, and you wouldn't have had the chance to memorize the route. Guess? Of course, it was because she had a good robot butler. Xiaoxi raised her thumb and shook it behind her back. Xiaolin, hidden in the cracks in the ceiling, flashed, and the green eyes on the screen curved into crescents. Before leaving Blue Dream Star, she asked Mu Xiuyang to upgrade Xiaolin's navigation system. A voice boomed from the towering turtle mech. Ming Haixing, you are treasonous. You've done such a thing, even attempting to imprison students from the Star Alliance Military Academy. Are you planning a rebellion? Do you understand that as an Archon, by doing this, you've not only endangered the entire population of your planet, but also incriminated your entire planet with a charge of treason? Hee hee. Do you, the people of Blue Sea Star, truly value the lives of those from other planets? Especially those with low genetic levels. Don't you see them as inferior beings with inferior genes? Goodbye's face was completely devoid of the fake smile he worn before. A look of determination etched on it, as if he made a momentous decision. Xiaochen, get started. Xiaoxi suddenly had a bad feeling. Xiaochen? Who? Goodbye looked up and smiled. Low class? No, not from today on. Xiaoxi followed Goodbye's slightly shifted gaze in that direction. She saw a man standing in the darkness on the second floor of the hall. He was wearing the uniform of a guard, but with 2 epaulets on his shoulders. That man was the captain of the guard. Yes, the day they disembarked from the starship, the guard had a captain leading the team. But today, he hadn't been seen. So he was hiding there. Like an invisible man, he was watching every move below, yet they hadn't noticed a thing. Looking through the ornate crystal chandelier, she saw the guard captain, Chen Gui, raise his head. Xiaoxi's eyes met his, and in that instant, she saw a pair of pure black eyes. A strange line stretched across his face, his facial muscles twitching as if he were laughing or crying. Pure black eyes? No whites. Why had she heard that people possessed by ghosts looked like this? When Xiaoxi saw that person, she felt an inexplicable chill creep up her back like a snake. But when she suppressed the discomfort and looked at him again, she saw nothing unusual about his eyes. The pupils were distinctly black and white. The man quickly pulled something like a control panel from his pocket. Quick! On the second floor, stop him! But the people around him didn't react at all. It happened so quickly. In a split second, she grabbed the gun from the person next to her and shot the man upstairs. A dark blue light shot out. Her marksmanship wasn't very good, and one of her shots struck the crystal chandelier. Of course, whether it was good or bad didn't matter anymore, because he had already pressed the button in his hand. There was a crisp sound, and then with a loud bang, the magnificent and sparkling crystal chandelier plummeted to the ground, sending forth an even more magnificent flower of shattered crystal, like a water lily blooming in a magnificent palace, its beauty fleeting only for a moment. The bouncing crystal shards exploded, shattered, fell, bounced up, and fell again. People raised their hands and lowered their heads to avoid the flying debris. Amid this rain of debris, in the middle of the hall, the Archon of Ming Haixing, who had just spoken with Xiao Shi, suddenly doubled over. He let out a low, suppressed growl of pain, but it didn't last long. The sound then evolved into the crackling of his throat bones, which grew in frequency until it became piercing. The bones on one side of his body undulated in a wave-like pattern, and beneath the flesh and skin, one could even see the hard, shifting, deforming bone spurs. Some bones even pierced through his flesh, leaving a bloody, white bone protruding from his skin. Goodbye wasn't the only one undergoing transformation. After Chingui opened the valve that suppressed the Zerg genes, everyone in the guards, except him, suddenly began to transform like Goodbye. And Chingui, on the second floor, was the only one left here without the Zerg genes, leaving him with a key to unlock the genetic valve. Hurry! They're going to become mutants. Kill them now! Someone in the crowd said. Yes, let's get started. The cadets immediately launched their attack, lasers raining down upon them. Light blades emanated, and the mecha combat students quickly leaped forward, using their combat skills to leap and slash at them at top speed. Cut! Can't cut it! The light blade slashed at them, and their skin was covered in a layer of fine, animal-like scales, leaving only a trace of white marks. Goodbye straightened up, most of his body covered in a white exoskeleton, looking like a man encased in a monster's body, with only the left shoulder exposed. He had one human eye and one green insect eye. The insect eye was composed of many tiny eyes crammed together, reflecting light from different angles, creating a strange, vibrant green hue. Crack, crack. As his neck moved, a sound was heard. The moment Goodbye stood up and raised his head, Xiao Shi immediately moved away. The next moment, a shadow brushed past her. Its livid, insect-like hand almost brushed her neck, carrying a familiar fishy scent. Sure enough, it was the scent of the Zerg, very similar to the one she encountered in the game. Xiao Shi rolled over on the ground and looked up. Really? We have no grudges against each other, so why are you so eager to kill me? Going after her, huh? I almost lost my life. Xiao Shi quickly ducked behind the turtle mech, hugging its thighs tightly. She poked her head out and looked up at the scarred uncle inside, saying, Hello, uncle. I'm hiding here with you. Please save my life. Thank you. Uncle? The scar on Chonwanchi's face trembled. Xiao Shi suddenly noticed the name of the mecha's user written on the nameplate on the back of the mecha. It looked so familiar. Oh, so we're family, Uncle Qiao. Are you Chonwanchi's father? I know him very well. We even had adventures together in the haunted building back in school. To save her life, Xiao Shi began to get closer. By the way, there's Chongwana. The names sound like your family. Is he your other son? That's the muscular O she met at Communication University. I saved him once, Uncle Qiao. Xiao Shi smiled. Saving my life today isn't too much to ask, is it? It was indeed quite a coincidence that she encountered 3 members of the same family at different times. The person in the mecha didn't respond for a long time, and soon, Goodbye spotted Xiao Shi. Master Shi, the renowned Master Shi. You're a prominent figure on the Starnet. It's fair to say that many of us in the outer circle hate you to the core. He stepped toward her, a smile on his face. He seemed to be trying to smile like he used to, but due to the insectivorization of some of his musculature, his smile was eerily strange, creating an uncanny valley effect that felt human but not human, making one's scalp tingle. The others were busy dealing with the Guardians, who had transformed into mutants, and no one here could stop him. If I capture you, perhaps more people from other planets would be willing to join us in the great cause of resisting the Star Alliance. Goodbye's human eye gleamed with a shrewd glint. Perhaps lending you a hand to Shi Rian's collaboration would be a good option. She possesses the gene pool of various species, an essential foundation for evolution. The mouth on the Zerg half of his face was split open, the lip hanging from its lips as thick saliva dripped down. Xiao Shi wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. Oh my god! Big brother, if you caught me, would you really be able to resist eating me? It's still questionable whether these human genes can defeat the aliens. The next second, Goodbye was already clutching Xiao Shi, his speed insane, like a flash of lightning. Then Xiao Shi felt himself lighten, lifted up by something. I heard him say that. With a pop, Xiao Shi was flung directly onto the mech's shoulder, hanging there like a dead shrimp. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood from the blow. Can you be gentler? After pressing that button, the positions of the people at the Star Alliance Military Academy, and those already at Ming Haixing were completely reversed. Without more powerful weapons, humans were no match for the Zerg, even these half-Zerg mutants. This was probably why they believed they were evolving. But evolution goes far beyond physical strength. And what constitutes evolution? Is it the ability to survive better, or the ability to live as a person with a sense of self? Which gene is more worthy of being called evolution? The protective mech, the Hawksbill turtle, led the way, protecting all the Star Alliance personnel as they made their way out. They currently possessed light weapons, unable to defeat the mutants. More powerful attacks could only be achieved with mechs. Hurry! Let's go back upstairs and retrieve the mechs from the defense station. The mutants behind them pursued them relentlessly until they reached a corridor with 3 forking paths. Chong Wanqiao suddenly didn't know which way to go. Xiaoxi said, "Take the lower path." The corridor had stairs leading down, seemingly leading deeper into the building. "But we should head up now," Chong Wanqiao said. "You probably don't remember the way we came. This path is a deception. It appears to go down, but it actually goes up. It exploits the effect of visual distortion." They retreated quickly, but now facing pursuit, it was right not to follow the same path. Otherwise, if their resistance failed, they would face annihilation. They needed to fulfill their military responsibilities, but they should also find an opportunity to send a distress signal. Xiaoxi looked at the computer. "There's a shorter way to the defense station through the underground." "Chong Wanqiao, what do you mean?" "We should split up." Chong Wanqiao was a little puzzled by Xiaoxi's words. She had clearly requested protection just now, but now they were being asked to split up again. "Are you sure?" "Right now, the people of Meihai Star need more protection. The rain outside must stop. Otherwise, the tragedy in killing the black hole will be repeated, and she doesn't want to see it happen again." Chong Wanqiao was even more surprised to hear her words. This was totally unlike her. But then he thought, his impression of this person seemed to be only through the Star Network. This was his first real contact with this person. "There's another problem. The situation is urgent, and we don't have time to study maps. It seems no one here, except you, is particularly familiar with the routes here." Xiaoxi waved, and a blue, teardrop-shaped robot hovered outside his viewport, its eyes curved into crescents. "I'm the guide robot, Xiaolan. I'm authorized to serve you." Chong Wanqiao nodded. "I tried to delay you." "Thank you, Uncle Qiao." Chong Wanqiao scratched his head, a blush rising to his face. "It's all for the Star Alliance. I do my best." After hearing those last 2 words, Chong Wanqiao suddenly fell silent, his entire demeanor returning to a calm and serious state. "Who's the uncle?" "He's only 17, the youngest of his generation. He just looks a little older, not really." Chapter 81. They split into 2 groups. Chong Wanqiao was responsible for retrieving the mecha, stopping the mutants, and sending a distress signal to the Star Alliance. Xiaoxi, on his side, took a detour to avoid the mutants' route, and then headed to the weather tower to stop the strange rain currently falling across the ocean. Minghexing is a country with a whopping 90% of its landmass consisting of water. Much of its landmass is intertwined with water, and there are many aquatic cities. The weather was once uninhabitable, but it was only after the Star Alliance developed and delivered the weather tower that the environment began to improve. The weather tower can control the direction of clouds, the timing of rain, and even the type of rain. For example, if environmental pollution causes acid rain, the weather tower can be used to preemptively adjust its pH to normal. Of course, adding something to the rain clouds wouldn't be difficult. This planet's climate is so important that the location of the weather tower is a top secret. There's likely some kind of illuminating device around it to mislead people. Dingsony said, "We must return to our old office, get the detector, and find the tower's exact location." "Yes," Xiaoxi said, "but there's something important right now." "What?" "Let's go back and have a drink." Dingsony narrowed his eyes, suppressing the nameless anger rising in his chest, and reassured, "Are you kidding?" If Xiaoxi hadn't just seen through the cocktail party's plot and left a trail to lure them here, which would have been considered a meritorious service, he would never have spoken to her so kindly. The 10 freshmen from the detection department were all here. Chong Wanqiao was distracting the enemy, so he took Xiaoxi's coat and made a dummy, carrying it over his shoulder, and took another route. The rest of them were currently huddled in another, narrower alleyway, which appeared to be a conveyor belt used for transporting goods. It had low ceilings and a sliding track. From this location, they could hear the sounds of fierce fighting not far away, the banging of metal against metal, and something like the grinding of teeth. The sounds were getting farther and farther away, and Xiaoxi knew that Chong Wanqiao had successfully lured them away. But they still needed to be careful to avoid being spotted by any lone mutants. The situation remained grim, And this was definitely not the time for drinking and merrymaking. Goodbye said that the wine is resistant to mutation. Rainwater disperses into the air, creating water vapor that can enter the body through breathing even without direct contact. And our operation this time will likely be outdoors. Xiaoxi said, individuals with higher genetic levels have greater resistance and are less likely to be affected by radiation or foreign genes, leading to mutations. But if the exposure lasts too long, that's no guarantee. Deng Xini was a little surprised. You know quite a lot. From the textbook? Didn't you pay attention? Xiaoxi slapped her head. Oh yes, that's in the expanded knowledge section on the bottom left corner of page 371. The teacher didn't cover it in class, but she had read it carefully. Isn't it normal for a 3 good student to love studying? Of course, she loved playing games even more. She studied to get better at gaming. After all, the games she played always involved Zerg and mutants. Deng Xini remained skeptical. Are you saying we should lick the wine off the floor? Xiaoxi spread his hands. Oh, I don't know who knocked it over. He stared at Xiaoxi, wondering if she was trying to trick him. Anyway, I've tried the wine before, and I haven't had any adverse reactions so far. I'm not sure if it has any effect, but it's definitely not poisonous. As for whether you drink it or not, it's up to you. Deng Xini felt deeply upset. He rubbed his hair twice, pulling out a few green hairs. Let's go! Brother Yi, where are we going? The other students asked him. Let's drink. They made their way back to the previous reception. When they emerged from the freight lane and stepped into the retro-decorated corridor, they all felt a tinge of fear. It was so quiet here, so quiet that they could almost hear their own heartbeats. The bronze gate that had been blown open was just ahead. Now only a hideous hole remained, revealing the steel bars of the wall. Everyone, hurry! Deng Xini said to the other 8 people. They looked around, several of them looking in different directions, and entered the hall. You go ahead. I keep an eye on the door. Xiaoxi said, don't worry, I won't secretly film you with my laptop. You're not allowed to turn around and look. Deng Xini's face darkened at her words. No, there's nothing to see. Xiaoxi agreed readily. Xiaoxi leaned against the door, his gaze fixed forward, his eyes empty, moving toward the far end of the corridor. The fight had left some blood on the ground, along with some worm-like human tissue. She looked closely. There was a flaking scale on the ground, with a large piece of human flesh clinging to it. But the scale was growing. Even after being separated from the main body, it was still active, although its cells would soon be completely torn apart. But at this moment, it was still devouring human tissue, turning it into something like itself, just like eating food. Human genes were too weak in the face of these alien races. Xiaoxi felt a gaze behind her, and turned back. You guys got it. Have you? The rest of her words stopped in her throat. They were clearly still hunched over the shattered glass and rubble. Many seemed to be struggling to decide whether to collect the wine from the broken glass or lick the ground. The gaze came from the second-floor platform. That person from before was still here. The captain of the Minghexing Guard. Oh no! If he passed the news to Goodbye, they'd be finished. Didn't you say you wouldn't watch? A cold voice drifted from the side. No, there's someone there. Where's the person? Deng Xini followed her gaze upwards, only to find no one there. Why is it gone? Xiaoxi was baffled. Was she truly dazzled? Xiaoxi, I knew you'd laugh at me. Deng Xini glared at her, gritting his teeth. No matter how much my sister flatters you, I won't believe it. Because, even if it's easy to change a country, it's hard to change one's nature. Ah, right. Kid, excessive self-awareness is never a good thing. Deng Xini clenched his fist, an indignant expression on his face. Just wait, sooner or later, I drive all of you Star Alliance parasites out of power. It's good for young people to have ideals. Keep up the good work. Xiaoxi patted his shoulder in encouragement. Deng Xini shook her hand off, with a disgusted look on his face. Fuck. Don't touch me, you bastard. Xiaoxi, ? She suddenly realized that she, Xiaoxi, had a lot of bad reputations on Starnet, and one of them seemed to be that she was a jack of all trades, accepting anyone who came. Hey, so what if I'm bastard? Are you scared? Xiaoxi leaned forward to disgust him, and Deng Xini backed away frantically, his face pale. Aw, don't come over here. Xiaoxi stopped teasing him and straightened up. That's hilarious. Even if I'm desperate, I wouldn't pick on you, okay? Deng Xini, you're the best. Xiaoxi was speechless. This guy really thought she was a piece of cake. If it weren't for the critical situation, she really wanted to fight him. They advanced cautiously until they finally returned to the floor, where the detection department was located. There were still some detection instruments left, but everyone else had disappeared. They activated their optical computers, hoping to contact the detectorists, as they were more familiar with the instruments and should be able to locate the weather tower more quickly. But there was no signal even here. They walked around several times, holding up their optical computers, but the signal remained blank. It seemed that Ming Haixing had also blocked the electromagnetic signal here, and they could no longer communicate with anyone else. So, could the distress signal still be sent? Zhao, she suddenly felt worried. No, she believed Chong Wanqia would find a solution. Someone suddenly said, no, the detector is unusable. The signal here can't be transmitted, and we can't search the surrounding environment. Deng Xini calmed down, his tone growing serious. Then we can only use that machine. He glanced at the massive machine covered in a dust cover in the corner. Use the psychic sensor? Someone asked again, are you sure? Although the course outlined its usage, we've never actually used it. Ordinary detection instruments are powered by external energy sources, transmitting detected information via electromagnetic signals. The psychic sensor, as the name suggests, is powered by psychic energy. Its detection capabilities derive from the person using it. To be more precise, it's a device that temporarily amplifies and strengthens the psychic body. Because releasing psychic energy itself is a significant drain on the individual, once the psychic body is damaged, it also causes significant damage to the mind. For this reason, detectorists, for their own safety, generally avoid using this device. However, the actual accuracy of the psychic sensor is higher than other types of detection equipment. There's no other way now, Deng Xini said. If anyone's afraid, they don't have to participate. I'm not participating. Zhao Shi raised her hand. I think life is more important. I guess there aren't many people as brave as Deng Xini. Are these Ming Haixing people worth the risk? Forget it. It's better to just wait for rescue. We're just here to do internships and make up the numbers. Why bother? You guys think so too? Zhao Shi asked. I participate. I participate too. Everyone, who had been hesitant at first, felt a different emotion after hearing Zhao Shi's words. They simply didn't want to do what she said. Deng Xini glanced at Zhao Shi, his eyebrows raised, as if to say, you lose. It seems this world still has more good people than bad. Some people whose spiritual bodies are as weak as bean sprouts don't need to join in the fun. Let's begin. Each of them was fitted with a helmet with thorny serrations. The serrations pierced their scalps like needles. It was their first time trying it, and the sensation, like ants gnawing at their scalps, made many of them break out in a cold sweat. Everyone in the top 10 of the elimination round happened to have a spiritual body. I wonder if it was all for this day. Or perhaps, only those with high-level genes and spiritual bodies were worthy of participating in such a battlefield. Zhao Shi dozed off beside them, propping her head up against her back. Half asleep, she saw transparent ripples vibrating before her eyes. Suddenly, huge bubbles, butterflies, and trees appeared. They flew out the window. Zhao Shi straightened up and opened her eyes. A flash of green light caught her eye. When the light appeared, everyone present gasped in surprise. Is this an S-rank spirit? It was a large blue bird, with narrow, ink-brush-like eyes, shimmering feathers emitting a shimmering blue glow, and a multicolored tail. It looked like some mythical bird symbolizing good fortune. It's called the bluebird. Spirituals are usually transparent, so rendering color requires more energy, and displaying such rich detail is even more difficult. Although this was enhanced by the sensory stimuli, it had to be said that Deng Xini did have the appearance of an S-rank. Unlike her, a fake. The bluebird flapped its wings, seemingly bringing with it a gust of invisible warm wind that pierced the glass and flew out the window. The other spirits followed him out the window, heading in different directions. Zhao Shi saw that all 9 of them had their eyes closed, their eyeballs slightly shifting. Their perspectives were now completely absorbed in their own spirits, and the large screen on the machine simultaneously displayed the images their spirits saw. The image representing Deng Xini's perspective was undoubtedly the fastest, so fast it was dizzying. It swept across many places in an instant. After a moment, it froze in one direction, then zoomed in and out, slowly pausing. A white spire peaked above the black clouds. Looking down, the view was surrounded by a wetland shrouded in white mist. Found it, Deng Xini said. The weather tower is in a rainforest midway between Haizhong District and Haishi District. Is it far away? Zhao Shi asked. It's not far, but we need to speed up, Deng Xini said. I see the Archon has guessed our intentions. Chong Wanqia might not be able to hold out for much longer. After copying the specific location map, they took the elevator down to the Interstellar Alliance's hover bike. Given the rainforest terrain and the current situation, this type of transportation is the most suitable. It's light, flexible, and fast. Its only drawback is, it's difficult to operate. Bang! 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 Several people fell in succession. They'd barely risen 2 meters when they lurched and tumbled to the ground. No way. Why is this thing so difficult to use? It's only 2 meters, and it's already working. If it had flown dozens or hundreds of meters, wouldn't it have been a bloody mess? Several students discussed if it were so safe, why would its usage be so low? This thing is mostly used by parkour enthusiasts for extreme sports, right? Is it that difficult? A voice echoed from the ceiling. They looked up and saw a person on a balance bike, flexing it in the air and effortlessly striking various poses, like a butterfly spreading its wings, then performing a 360-degree spin headfirst. They were stunned. Is this something a human could do? The person who did it was Zhao Shi. For a hardcore racer and Star Trek fan, this level of difficulty was a piece of cake. Once they got used to the controls, they could handle it. Soon, a figure from the other side spun twice in the air and looked at Zhao Shi provocatively. Wow, not bad, not bad. Great spin, another one. Zhao Shi clapped enthusiastically. Ding Sunny's forehead twitched, but he immediately stopped spinning. Were they making fun of him? At that moment, something heavy crashed to the ground, and the entire ceiling and the ground shook violently. Then the ceiling cracked, a familiar green metallic hue catching the eye. Then a large hole appeared in the ceiling, and the Hawkward turtle plummeted from the sky, crashing down from the upper floor onto this one. From the crack in the ceiling, something swarmed out like a dense swarm of bees. So many. More and more mutants. Those, it turned out, were all mutants. Zhao Shi, run! A familiar voice rang out. It was Chong Wanqiao. Zhao Shi looked over, only to meet the eyes of someone who was violently smashing the window of the Hawksbill turtle mech. Goodbye narrowed his eyes, his human-like lips curling in an odd arc. Finally, I found you. Zhao Shi cursed internally. You told me to run so you could divert the firepower to me. She had already stepped onto her scooter and soared into the air, just avoiding Goodbye's charge. The surrounding mutants came one after another, their leaping ability astonishing, leaping 3 or 4 meters high. Zhao Shi relied on her agility to dodge their attacks, and then rushed directly out of the underground garage. The light in front of her eyes brightened slightly, but not very much. Zhao Shi looked up. The sky was gray. Light gray raindrops fell on her cheeks, cold and slightly numb. Sure enough, there was something wrong with this rain. They're not good drivers. They might not be able to keep up. Ding Sunny's voice echoed beside her ear, blending with the wind, but Zhao Shi still heard it clearly. He said, although we have others to cover us, these mutants are too fast. I see. We should be even faster, Zhao Shi continued. Through the gray drizzle, he saw a number of mutants already roaming the streets, looking much more fragile. There's a difference between ordinary mutants and those with higher-level genes. They're less likely to retain their human will. His gaze swept forward, witnessing numerous tragedies, large and small. They tore at each other. Parents and children, once playing together, had their lives turned upside down that day. With their human will gone, all that remained was a fierce battle for food. What they were tearing apart was the corpse of a puppy they'd been holding while strolling. Even if they avoided the rain, even if they didn't get a single drop, they weren't guaranteed to be safe. Water vapor is absorbed into the air along with the air. A cold breeze blew past their ears, cutting like a knife. The slight warmth in their ears was quickly blown away by the wind. Zhao Shi wiped the spot and saw a streak of bright red. Almost there, Zhao Shi looked up and saw the white spire. Dark clouds swirled, and lightning and thunder roared around the tower. Thunder roared, crashing around them, blasting deep black pits into the ground, making it almost impossible to move forward. The lightning had a chain reaction. Zhao Shi didn't think he could dodge such a dense attack, but then the mutants behind him arrived. The remaining mutants were slightly slower under the bombardment of the mechas behind them. Goodbye, leading the way, was almost unstoppable, his legs completely transformed into insect limbs, and his speed was astonishing. He burst into laughter. Zhao Shi, do you think if I filmed a video showing you, a scum of the interstellar world, being executed right here and now, would my followers skyrocket? That way, more people would join the rebellion, right? Above the white tower, a cyan figure flashed, its shadow illuminated by lightning. The shadow spread its massive wings and, with a flick, the lightning around the tower instantly dissipated. It turned out to be virtual lightning. Quickly, stop the rain! I stop him! A blue bird gracefully landed beside Ding Sunny, its long neck raised. He raised his hand and stroked its glossy feathers. The blue bird was beautiful, but Ding Sini's face was grim. Supporting such a massive spirit was no easy feat. I'm not giving you the credit. It's because your spirit is so weak and useless. This spectacular battle against the villain must belong to me. Xiao Shi nodded, twisted her ankle, and stepped down, launching herself on the hoverboard, soaring into the sky, bound for the highest floor of the weather tower. The top floor was circular, with a circular corridor surrounding the control room. Xiao Shi rushed all the way into the control room and landed on the ground. There was already someone in the control room, their back to Xiao Shi, but Xiao Shi felt as if they were being stared at by a cold gaze, as if they had eyes on the back of their head. The person turned and said, "See you again." It was Chen Gui, the captain of the guard team. Xiao Shi saw clearly this time that he truly had a pair of pure black eyes without whites. A horror movie shown into reality. Help! She was afraid of ghosts, truly afraid. Why were there such bizarre things in the interstellar space? But Xiao Shi's face remained expressionless, completely calm and aloof. Because usually the people who die in horror movies are the timid, the screaming, and the suicidal. Even if she died, she wanted to maintain a dignified death. We meet again. Xiao Shi repeated his words. She continued, was it the last cocktail party we met? Or was it when I first arrived at Meihai Star and disembarked from the starship? Or, even earlier, during the insect plague at Communication University? Chen Gui smiled, a smile remarkably like the smile on a paper figurine. The fake smile was a veiled expression, quite sinister. Our first meeting? That must have been even earlier. Chapter 82. Have you forgotten? The syllables of his voice were strange and slow, like a child's babbling. A strange breathy sound emanated from his throat as he spoke, as if he were learning to adapt to the human vocal apparatus. Your memory isn't very good. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Shi's back. Clearly, the person before her wasn't a human at all. So what exactly was it? It said their first encounter was even earlier. Xiao Shi had no recollection, so she started thinking back to when she first opened her eyes in this world. The first thing she saw. Xiao Shi's pupils shrank. She would never forget the scene she saw when she first woke up. This was why she had always believed that this interstellar world was not as peaceful as it appeared. Yes, it was. That black, muddy, flowing thing. Damn it, the first time she woke up was with such an unpleasant memory. Back then, it crawled out of the dead girl's eyes and flowed down her shoulders. This thing. Is it living in the eye? No, the eye socket can't hold a mass that big. To be more precise, it's living in the head. Fuck. How terrifying. Xiao Shi's eyes changed instantly as she looked at the man in front of her. She took a few steps back. She really wanted to get on her scooter and run away, but since she was already here, it would be a bit embarrassing to just leave like that. But after all, life is more important. So, Xiao Shi simply leaned back on the scooter and leaped into the air. She was leaving immediately, just trying to distance herself from him as quickly as possible. Chen Gui walked towards the direction where Xiao Shi had fallen, expressionless. As he walked, as if remembering something, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, forming an O shape. This is how humans express surprise. He leaned over and looked down. Then, behind him, there was the sound of shattering glass. Chen Gui turned with a startled expression, only to see a brick flying towards him. Crack! It was the sound of a broken neck bone. Xiao Shi threw the brick with all her might, then immediately followed it up with a kick to his butt. Quick, accurate, and ruthless, she sent the human flying off the weather tower. She hadn't expected such an easy defeat. It seemed this monster wasn't very clever. Xiao Shi dropped the brick and quickly searched for the control panel that controlled the rainfall. But there were more than a dozen control panels here, each with a large screen and a densely packed field of buttons. No, what if I couldn't understand it? Xiao Shi spotted an operating prompt screen near the entrance. She clicked it and discovered it was a manual several dozen gigabytes in size. Clicking on it revealed a sea of densely packed text and all sorts of distorted symbols. It was awful, and even more incomprehensible. She wasn't a slow reader, but in this critical situation, how could she possibly finish it in just a few minutes? Unless she was a robot. Wait, a robot? Didn't she just happen to have a robot? My dear little blue baby, you're just what I need. She immediately opened her computer and noticed her Bluetooth was popping up with numerous text file receiving windows. Receive? She clicked. Yes. My dear master, I brought them here and am coming to find you now. Where are you? I can't find you. Are you at the weather tower? I'd be right there. Another text popped up, and Zhao Shi clicked receive. I saw you receiving the file. I've located your location. I'll be there soon. Soon? Zhao Shi turned her head. Bang! With a loud bang, her forehead collided with a cold iron shell. Hiss. She covered her head and gave a thumbs up. That's pretty good. Quick, connect this manual and figure out how to stop the rain. Little Blue, yes, sir. A small square cover on its side slid open automatically, and a data cable extended from it, connecting directly to the electronic manual. Data cables are faster than wireless transmission, it explained. Data loading, estimated to take 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Xiaoxi looked outside. It was pouring rain. Beneath the weather tower, the sound of rain mingled with the sound of fighting, and lights of various colors flickered. Around the weather tower, more and more mutants gathered. The students of the Star Alliance Military Academy piloted mechas to fight them. Almost everyone was surrounded by dozens of mutants. They were incredibly agile, scaling the mech's trunk. Knowing exactly where its defenses were most vulnerable, they clung to the windows and launched a fierce attack. Although the students assigned here for internship were among the best of the cadets, they lacked battlefield experience. Many of them were pale, forcing themselves to persevere with sheer courage. No one had anticipated the outcome of this battle. They had originally been fighting against the mutant rebels, who had seized vital energy resources in the Eastern Sea region, but they hadn't expected their core to be in the Central Sea region. The supreme governor of a planet had rebelled against the Alliance. In the end, it was these students who were responsible for handling the key positions in the war zone. Among the mutants, one inherited genes from the Zerg's galaxy. A gland, resembling a tangle of jellyfish tentacles, sprouted from one shoulder blade. It pulsed like breathing, and each pulse emitted an invisible mental wave. This mental wave caused hallucinations. The scenery before them began to blur, transforming into a dazzling world, as if they had eaten poisonous mushrooms. As a result, their minds began to grow hazy, yet they could not muster any mental resistance. If their mental bodies were not strong enough, facing mental attacks would be a nightmare, making the situation even more difficult for the cadets, who were already outnumbered. At this moment, a clear cry suddenly rang out. Its enormous blue wings spread, its slender, graceful neck lifted, and its cry pointed the way forward through the colorful mist. Under the protection of the bluebird's wings, the people's vision gradually regained clarity. You can't hold out much longer. Goodbye licked his lips. His mouth felt dry, and he craved something to eat. Dingsini used the particle blades in his hand to fend off his repeated attacks. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and he pressed his hand against his temple. He had already broken his own record for holding his spirit body up until now. His head was splitting, and he felt like he was about to pass out. He glanced at the weather tower not far away, and wiped the blood from his neck with the back of his hand. Damn it, Xiaoxi, how much longer? The raindrops fell on his wound, and Dingsini couldn't help but feel worried. He had been out in the rain for so long. Would he mutate too? The wound felt itchy, and he regretted not taking a few more sips of wine. Goodbye's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and next, he opened his mouth and bit at his neck with lightning speed. Dingsini's particle blade was no match for him, and he was about to be bitten off. The blue bird's wings instantly solidified, and it stood in front of him, blocking the fatal blow. It was spiritual body materialization. Everyone watching was shocked, and even Dingsini himself was a little surprised. He had practiced for so long, but he had actually achieved it in such a critical moment. Spirit body materialization is something only a few people can achieve, even those with S-level genetics. The attacks of such a spiritual body are not limited to the spiritual level, and it is what distinguishes a true genius from ordinary people. The blue bird saved his life, but it also bit off a piece of its wing, and Dingsini's face turned pale. With his spiritual body damaged, he was also severely injured. At this moment, the handle of the particle blade in his hand flickered, a sign that the energy was about to run out. Goodbye swallowed the wing, only to find it was a waste. After tearing it off, the piece of flesh dissipated. But the sensation of tearing flesh just now successfully brought back the smell of blood in his eyes. The small portion of his mouth that belonged to him as a human had been completely replaced by the mouthparts of the Zerg vanishing. His voice was like the friction of rusted iron. You compensate me with my flesh. His sticky saliva dripped down. Everyone around him was preoccupied with their own affairs. Today, they witnessed the birth of a genius, but perhaps they would also witness its fall. Dingsini knew that today was the end of his life. Even if he didn't die now, he would likely die as a mutant. Atop the weather tower, Xiaoxi saw the cyan light dimming from afar. Through the rain, she recognized it as Dingsini's bluebird. He was in danger. Xiaolan's voice came from behind. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. Xiaolan, I'm relying on you here. I'm going to save. Rely on it? Are you sure? Xiaoxi turned sharply and saw the man, his neck tilted, severing the data cable. He held up Xiaolan, still halfway connected, and smiled at her. That smile was incredibly creepy. Xiaoxi lowered her head, her eyes darting across Xiaolan's faceplate. She could see it was still reading data. Without the cable, it still had Bluetooth, though the speed was much slower. Just make sure Xiaolan doesn't get destroyed by him. Xiaoxi kicked his hand, sending Xiaolan flying. But Qingui seemed unconcerned with Xiaolan. He immediately took this opportunity to close the distance between them. Xiaoxi punched him in the temple, then kicked his penis, continuing his despicable actions. But he seemed to have no idea how to dodge. Every strike from Xiaoxi landed, yet he showed no reaction to the pain. Even more amusingly, this bastard simply copied him. He grazed Xiaoxi with his kick, but luckily she dodged quickly. It would have been finished, truly finished. The chilling feeling still lingered. The two grappled all the way to the edge of the weather tower. Their skills were similar, but in a narrow encounter, the brave prevailed. Xiaoxi, fearing a fatal blow, couldn't be the braver, and was constantly hindered. Soon, she was pinned to the ground, a knee pressed against her chest, immobilizing her. Most of Xiaoxi's head was outside the tower's platform. Icy air swirled around her, and rain soaked her hair. Any further, and she would have fallen. Xiaoxi's peripheral vision caught sight of the terrifying height. She didn't have a flying scooter on her. She also saw Ding Xini, who was in similar danger. Everyone was in danger, even protecting themselves seemed a luxury. The man's eyes were once again shrouded in pure black, a black so thick it threatened to drip with water. He opened his mouth, and a mass of black squirmed out. Simultaneously, the black in his eye sockets faded, but even after fading, his eyes didn't brighten, remaining only a cloudy, dim light. That man, it turned out, had long been dead. Xiaoxi's scalp tingled at the sight, and she nearly cried out. Of course, she knew she couldn't scream at this moment, or else it would leave a hole for it to crawl into. What the hell was this thing? It wanted to parasitize her so badly. It was specifically targeting her, wasn't it? Xiaoxi wanted to plug her ears and nose, close her eyes, leaving no holes at all, but that was obviously unrealistic. She watched the black monster approaching, then saw Ding Xini's gradually dimming spirit, and the blue light of a starship appearing in the sky. A flicker of joy flashed in her eyes, but only for a moment. The Star Alliance had returned. But it was too late, they couldn't wait. Perhaps the reason she hadn't defeated this monster was also because she was distracted planting trees. Xiaoxi didn't want to admit she was weaker than this giant black maggot. Under the weather tower, Goodbye grabbed Ding Xini's neck, like a chicken, and lifted him up with one hand. He opened his mouth and murmured, "Meat, meat." That's it, Ding Xini thought. He was too weak to struggle, and his spirit would soon dissipate. I hadn't expected such an undignified death, eaten by mutants. It must have been painful, right? But it didn't matter. Soldiers weren't afraid of pain. A spark of light gleamed in the corner of his eye, trickling down his cheek with the rain. It was nothing. He just missed his sister a little. Goodbye's mouth opened, its interior pitch black with black serrations, closing in on his neck. Ding Xini closed his eyes in agony, but for several seconds, the imagined excruciating pain vanished. The tension on his neck suddenly loosened, and Ding Xini opened his eyes to see Goodbye standing like a statue, his face grim and horrified, as if he had endured immense pain in that moment. Before Goodbye collapsed, Ding Xini caught a glimpse of a faint, pale light through his open mouth. He collapsed, just like that, without a sound. Air rushed into his throat, and Ding Xini half knelt on the ground, coughing violently. What on earth is going on? Goodbye, this time you're really goodbye. But I'm saying goodbye too. Xiaoxi thought. Chapter 83. The blue light of the sky starship flashed, drawing ever closer, reflecting off the dark clouds like a blue aurora. A hint of blue light reflected in Xiaoxi's eyes, but the dark clouds that almost covered the entire sky filled a larger portion of her vision. The light was moving at a rapid speed, predicted to reach this location in a minute. If it were the Star Alliance, if it were him, Lin Tanyan, they should be able to easily handle the situation here, right? But just this 1 minute was enough to determine her life or death. This dangerous creature that had killed the entire western suburbs was now only 20 centimeters from her. She couldn't wait even a minute, not even 10 seconds. Xiaoxi's lips curved slightly as she saw Ding Xini, now out of danger. Well, she could save one more person before she died. Not a loss. How could she see Ding City from this prone position? Answer: through her spirit. To be more precise, it was her spirit within Goodbye. In truth, Zhao Shi had originally thought Goodbye would be the biggest threat, so when she sensed something was amiss, she took advantage of a drink with Goodbye to sneak her own spirit seed into him. This wasn't the first time she used this tactic. During the previous elimination round, she also used this method to quietly dispose of the 2 juvenile mutants left in the cage, allowing Ding Xinyu and the others to successfully obtain the particle blade. Her spirit was indeed very weak and small, but it had one advantage: it could grow anywhere, including the human brain. As for why she chose this location, it was, of course, because it was the most vulnerable and the easiest to attack. Her spirit was too weak, far from being able to kill a person with just any organ. Once the seed entered the human body, breaking through the blood-brain barrier was easy for her, because before it fully developed, it was even smaller than a cell. That's right. Goodbye's head felt a little stuffy, a little short of oxygen. The throbbing blood vessels and the scalding brain matter squeezed her breath. Growth would be slower. Producing the seed and pushing through the layers of the cerebral cortex had already exhausted her mental energy. But if there were any other options, she would never use this method. Because she felt that this method always felt a bit sinister and a bit like the giant black maggot in front of her. No way. Zhao Shi suddenly thought, was it because she had drilled into someone else's brain that she was punished by having her brain eaten and parasitized? No. No matter what she did, whether she saved people or not, killed people or not, this thing would not let her go. It seemed to have been targeting her from the very beginning, from the moment she woke up in this world. Could it have wanted to parasite this world Zhao Shi from the very beginning? Just because she got there first? What was so special about Zhao Shi that made this monster so obsessed? But now she didn't have time to dwell on it. All she knew was, she, Zhao Eodangxi, would rather die than surrender, and would never be a parasitic puppet. Although Zhao Shi couldn't defeat him, she could still suddenly burst out with a knee to his stomach, then use the opportunity to roll to the side. She thought so, and so she did it. The person in front of her suddenly tilted to the side, instantly getting closer to her. The monster brushed against her face, like being hit by a ball of black mud. A cold, clammy touch suddenly arose, and goosebumps instantly covered her skin. Zhao Shi quickly turned her head away, raised the brick she had quietly grasped, and with a single blow, pushed the black mud back. She smashed the brick into the dead man's mouth, blocking it. She had a feeling that if it touched her, she'd be done for, but soon, it transformed into black water, pouring out of the man's eyes like tears. It was the kind of torrential downpour that squeezed the eyelids until they cracked, and then a white ball rolled out, still attached to a few strands of flesh and tendons, hanging from the man's cheek. Black water also flowed from her nose, and from her ears. Is this what they call bleeding from all 7 orifices? Zhao Shi couldn't help but sigh. Those possessed by parasites couldn't even rest in peace after death, forced to live in such an ugly and horrifying way. The weather tower was very tall. Looking straight ahead, the black cloud seemed close at hand. Great, this height. Perfect for jumping off a building. Zhao Shi pushed off the ground, using friction to propel herself outward. Fuck you. I'm going to smash myself into pieces, and see where you can go, haha. A cold wind whistled past my ears, scratching my face like a knife. The feeling of weightlessness tightened my heart to its limit. The height felt like it was in my throat, and my heart felt like it was about to explode. Breathing. I couldn't breathe. The airflow was too fast, and I couldn't even breathe. My nasal cavity felt like it was clogged with mud. No, not just my nasal cavity, but my entire body. It was truly agonizing. The pain before death was worse than death itself. After all, once you're dead, you feel nothing. Why? Why haven't you hit bottom yet? Zhao Shi opened her closed eyes again. So someone who jumps from a building can still think for so long? If she waited any longer, she started reminiscing about these boring and unsuccessful 18 years. Then she opened her eyes, and saw the monster leap down too. Fortunately, it was a step slower than her, and it probably wouldn't have been able to grab her before she was pulverized. At that moment, Zhao Shi's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of azure light rising from her side. It was a pair of enormous wings, solidifying beneath her. A subtle upward force lifted her up, slowing her descent. Zhao Shi tilted her head in confusion, and saw the blue bird with a missing wing. No, why are you suddenly here? From the perspective of the bean sprout still lingering in Goodbye's body, she saw Ding Xinyu, pale and wounded, yet still gritting his teeth, struggling to hold on to his spirit form. She stared wide-eyed at the shadow above her, its face distorted by the strong wind, as if grinning at her, black fluid dripping down. Dang Sunny! Don't save me, don't save me, don't save me. Zhao Shi wanted to scream, but she didn't dare to. This kid, who hated her so much before, what is he doing now? Sorry, there's nothing I can do. Zhao Shi manipulated the bean sprout to explode, absorbing the remaining energy from Goodbye's body. Branches immediately sprouted, reaching his palm. Then, like strings controlling a puppet, she used the bean sprout to propel his hand upward. Strangely, after absorbing the energy, her energy seemed to improve a bit. Deng City was stunned when he saw the previously dead person suddenly move. Then, he was slapped on the head, sending him flying to the ground. He had already been relying on a single breath to keep his spirit alive, and holding on was already incredibly difficult. This final blow finally broke him. The bluebird dissipated in response, its wings shimmering into tiny wisps of blue light before vanishing. However, because the bluebird had been supporting Zhao Shi for a while, her acceleration had slowed, and her descent speed hadn't increased. According to Newton's second law, Zhao Shi seriously doubted she would be reduced to a pulp. That would be disastrous, whether she wasn't killed at all, but only half crippled, or died, but her body was perfectly preserved. Neither of these things would achieve her goal, but now, there was suddenly good news. Thanks to her struggles, she managed to survive a minute. By then, the Alliance starship was hovering above them. The pale blue light, emitting a soft, maternal glow, vaguely resembled that distant blue planet. Zhao Shi had excellent eyesight, and the starship's viewport was large and clear. She could even see through it, a familiar figure standing before her. Lonely and remote, yet incredibly reliable. Those indifferent amber eyes were surprisingly kind at that moment. They even tinged with gold. For a moment, Zhao Shi felt them shimmer, as if she were seeing the sun. Zhao Shi was instantly moved to tears. She was saved. Who would want to die if they could live? Zhao Shi continued to fall, her body slamming against a massive tree with a dense canopy below. She tumbled down in a heap, her bones aching like they were about to break. She tried her best to control her muscles and movements, striving to minimize the damage to her body from the impact. She rolled until she finally crashed into a swamp, mired in the mud, unable to rise. Nearly all her bones were broken, and she could not move at all. It's okay. Interstellar medical technology is advanced. All her bones can be reattached, and she can live happily ever after, a little alpha. Just don't get parasitized. But unfortunately, that monster landed right on top of her. Puff. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips. That bastard had hit her so hard she vomited blood, and now, even her internal organs were shattered. Zhao Shi seriously suspected that this black loach had learned physics well, otherwise how could it have landed right on top of her? The man no longer had any eyeballs. Who knew where they gone in the fall? Only black mud surged in his eye sockets. Zhao Shi remained calm. Even so close to it. Because she trusted Lin Tanyan. After all, she'd come into close contact with this thing the first time she woke up in this world, and she'd been rescued then. Of course, this time, it would work too. His mouth moved softly, but right next to Zhao Shi's ear, she could hear it clearly. We've been discovered. Oh, time to go. What a shame. We see each other again. Zhao Shi's scalp tingled. Are you a jerk? Oh my god. Goodbye? Zhao Shi's voice was soft and muffled. Even speaking was now extremely labored. You. Get away. It said, go away. But Zhao Shi saw the black mass still moving in the man's eyes, right beside her. But it stopped talking. Go away. What did that even mean? Zhao Shi seriously suspected he was trying to play psychological warfare on her, making her paranoid, unable to eat or sleep, gradually losing weight and becoming increasingly ill. So he could take advantage. But since Lin Tanyan was here, her life should be safe. Just as she was thinking this, Zhao Shi's back suddenly tightened. She felt herself locked in by a powerful murderous intent. Through Duya's perspective, Zhao Shi saw those golden eyes, like stars, and felt a burning pain in those invisible eyes. He saw her, he locked onto her. No! Why are you locking onto my spirit? She thought again. It's okay, lock it. Can't she just let the spirit dissipate? Just like Deng Xinyi's blue bird. Then she suddenly realized something. She had no idea how to dissipate the spirit. Don't other people's spirits need to be maintained by their spirits? Won't they dissipate at the slightest mistake? Why wouldn't hers dissipate? So, she could only retract it by having it retract into her body, just like she had retracted Duya into her palm before. Ugh, the thought of something burrowing through someone else's brain, and then returning to her body made her feel sick. Fuck. What the hell is her spirit? Why is even her spirit against her? At that moment, the leaves rustled around her, and Zhao she heard the sound of chaotic, rapid footsteps. And a lot of them. She tilted her head with difficulty, and saw a swarm of drooling mutants scurrying through the dense forest, hurtling towards her. Ming Haixing's mutants were hunting her real body, and the Star Alliance commander was hunting her spirit. Wow, this is really great. What a wonderful day. Chapter 84. Zhao she collapsed in the swamp, feeling like a dead fish, a very fat one at that. The mutants were all eyeing her with eager eyes, ready to devour this defenseless piece of fat. The swamp water was thick and sticky, much like the monster that was pressing down on her. She felt like she was trapped in a world of darkness. Her breathing became thick and heavy, her chest making a slow, rasping sound as broken organs rubbed against the air. The broken bones and damaged internal organs left her cold, every inch of her body aching. The monster on her raised its head, and black water dripped from its hollow eye sockets onto her face. Zhao she felt a damp chill creeping through her skin into her pores. But all this was nothing compared to the murderous intent that locked onto her. With the Alliance army, she wouldn't die. At least not today. However, the spirit body is a manifestation of human consciousness, and even the loss of a small portion can cause severe mental damage. And if the spirit body is killed, she will surely die. Zhao she suspected that her spirit body was being treated like this black loach, because she sensed the same murderous intent from the monster beside her, a feeling like being enveloped by the scorching sun, scalding so deeply that it felt like melting. Her spirit body could also parasitize, and she suddenly realized something. People fear things they cannot control, and this ability doesn't sound like something a positive character would possess. She herself had never heard of a spirit body being able to do this before. To avoid unnecessary trouble, like being captured for experiments, she had to hide this ability. But all that was a matter for later. Right now, saving her life was paramount. But what should she do in this situation? She couldn't possibly tell Lin Tanyan that the object was her spirit form and ask him to show mercy. Besides, she was too injured to speak, and time was running out. Then she could only run. Baiduya immediately shrank and retreated from Goodbye's body, burrowing underground and running furiously. And the second after she had retreated, the massive corpse seemed to flash with light, then disintegrated into a vast mass of black charcoal ash. The rain washed it away. Dissolving in the water, such a large figure vanished in an instant. Zhao she could feel a cold sweat drenching her entire body. Her bean sprout could travel at lightning speed, 1,000 miles in an instant. Such a tiny creature required very little kinetic energy, and since it had just fed its fill, it was now abundantly full of energy. However, that searing murderous intent remained locked onto her, like a dense net, tightening and shrinking, making Zhao Xi's struggle increasingly difficult. She slithered around, unable to escape. Brother, don't just focus on killing me, why don't you kill it too? Zhao Xi looked at the black loach beside her. Instead of killing the one she should, she's only killing her teammates, right? Wait. She suddenly had an idea. Lin Tanyan had already disembarked from the starship, landing on the weather tower above. He gazed down, his expression impassive, his muscles tensing slightly, as he prepared to engage in battle, but he chose not to use his mecha. The mecha wasn't agile enough in this complex terrain. He held a white sword with a purple streak along the blade. It was the pinnacle of human forging skills blended with Zerg genes. His slender fingers stroked the side of the sword. There are too many people here. It's better not to use your spirit form to kill people. Zhao Xi controlled the bean sprout to move rapidly toward her. Her only option was to retrieve it before Lin Tanyan could catch up with her spirit form. She was gambling, hoping she wouldn't be killed. Finally, the bean sprout crawled out of the ground. Zhao Xi placed her palm on the ground. Suddenly, she saw a beam of light descend from the sky, and then, it pierced straight at her. So, had she made a wrong bet? But in the end, the light penetrated the brain of the nearby mutant. The murderous intent, along with its complete death, dissipated in the flames. Zhao Xi took advantage of this opening to successfully retrieve the bean sprout from her palm. But just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the sword pointed at her again. Her eyes reflected the man looking down at her, his indifferent gaze, as if he were looking at a dead person. With a clang, the sword fell towards her. It sank into the ground beside her neck. Lin Tanyan, sword in hand, half knelt beside her. Zhao Xi squinted her eyes. Although her heart was tense, it was much better than before. A dark glint flickered in Lin Tanyan's eyes, and he stared at her for a long time. Zhao Xi's initial fear turned into confusion. It was impossible to say that he had a crush on her. Putting aside the absurdity of the situation, This was not the time for homosexuality. Are you okay? After a long moment, he finally said this. Then, he quickly injected Zhao Shi with a short-term recovery potion. She was finally able to move even slightly. Do you think I look okay? She was nearly paralyzed, yet he still claimed she was fine. Zhao Shi thought he might be a bit off base. She struggled to wipe the black mud off her face, forgetting she was stuck in the swamp. Her hands were no cleaner than her face. It's good you're not dead. This medicine will last a while. Once the bones are reconnected, you can resume your participation in the operation. Continue? Zhao Shi was silent. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't use it like that. It can't be helped. We're short on manpower. Just bear with it. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. A few clicks, and a few muffled groans escaped Zhao Shi's throat. The bones were forced back into place. She had thought she'd been rescued, and could lie comfortably in the treatment cabin, but now she was standing in the rain in a mess. Even if they're short on manpower, she's still a good help, right? Zhao Shi and Lin Tanyan walked side by side, crossing the swamp and arriving on the other side of the weather station. Here, Deng Sini and his group were still locked in a fierce battle with the mutants. Seeing her approach, Deng Sini waved, panting, "Come help." His enormous bluebird stood behind him, wings spread, and soared into the sky, its massive feathers almost covering half the sky. Zhao Shi felt the temperature suddenly become much colder than before, as if a chill wind was blowing. She had taken 2 steps, when she suddenly stopped. Have you resolved the problem at the weather station? Don't let us work in vain. If you resolved it, come and help us. Deng Sini tugged at his light green hair, and suddenly said, I heard green is unlucky. After this is over, I'm going to get a red perm. What do you think of red? My sister likes red, he asked with a smile. She looked at Deng Sini's smile, and suddenly felt it irritated her. His smile wasn't pretty. He wasn't one to smile much, but it wasn't surprising that he had such an expression when talking about his hairstyle or his sister. At that moment, a chill suddenly rose from the back of her chest and spread throughout her body, making her heart numb with a cold pain. His expression, movements, and abilities all looked the same, but when combined with the events of his past, they suddenly became horrifying. Deng Sini was seriously injured. He shouldn't be standing at this moment. His spirit body was damaged, and he shouldn't be here now. And most of all, his illogicality on the battlefield led him to bring up something he shouldn't have mentioned at that moment. As expected, even if a non-human being possessed complete memories, it couldn't perfectly mimic a human mind. It was at this moment that Zhao Shi finally understood what the phrase lacking personnel meant. As she fell, she was caught in a trance, and saw a drop of black water fall onto Deng Sini's spirit form, dripping into the bluebird's wings. Zhao Shi had originally thought that as long as she didn't come into contact with the original form, she would be fine, but that didn't seem to be the case. Even if the spirit form came into contact, it would be. So, the other freshmen in the detection department, each of them used a pseudo-sensor to expand and enhance their spirit form, and used it to conduct on-site battlefield surveys, transmitting location information to everyone. How many had they encountered? There were 3 flying eagle-like machines around. They were battlefield recorders, used to record battles for future review. Lin Tanyan raised his hand, and quickly fired 3 shots, destroying all the battlefield recorders. The existence of the brain-eating worms must not be known. This would plunge the interstellar space into a state of panic. People would become suspicious, wondering if those around them had already been invaded by alien creatures. Suspecting that their skulls were flowing not with brains and blood, but with foul-smelling mud. So that thing is called a brain-eating worm? Yes, it has simple ideas, capable of simple imitation, continuing to live according to the thoughts of its original owner, but it is not the same person. Their sole purpose is to reproduce and infect more people. Only imitate behavior? But why did Zhao Shi feel that when Black Loach spoke to her earlier, he didn't seem to be imitating the captain of the guard? She could clearly sense that it was something inhuman, but it clearly had its own thoughts. It seemed to be desperately trying to get close to her, which made her feel nauseous. But it's not a Zerg, is it? The Alliance hasn't figured out its specific identity yet. It has many names, but the Special Operations Team prefers to call it this. I understand. The freshmen were still battling the mutants, shedding blood and sweat. The students in the detection department were working diligently, enduring the pain of maintaining their mental strength to explore the path ahead. Everyone was striving to survive. Do you know how that third-year detection department student died? A voice nearby pierced the rain, not loud, but clearly reaching her ears. The entire third-year detection department team had died while interning in a war. Zhao Shi vaguely knew the answer and looked up. She said nothing. Lin Tanyan's eyes flashed with gold, reflecting the black swamp before him. The tall white weather tower, the wind whipping down a torrential downpour, wisps of it falling into view. The cold rain continued to fall. I killed him. Chapter 85. The answer was understated, summing it all up in 3 words. A golden glint gradually shone in Lin Tanyan's amber eyes. He took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. He was like the Grim Reaper, declaring their doom. Instantly, she felt drawn back to the same desolate battlefield. She stood alone, surrounded by corpses, and she had personally killed her comrades, who had fought alongside her. And today, perhaps history would repeat itself. A searing murderous intent rose, yet she felt only a chill of loneliness. It wasn't winter, yet it was bone-chillingly cold. What was that feeling like? Ding Cindy couldn't put it into words. If she had to, it would probably be that everything had suddenly become dull. The anxiety, resentment, and determination to protect something she had felt earlier were like words written on the beach. A wave passed over, smoothing them all over. Memories faded rapidly, vanishing. The first thing to fade from his sight was the face he once so disliked. What was her name? Zhao? What? I've forgotten. The dark gray walls of the Star Alliance military academy grew dimmer and dimmer. The eager, expectant eyes that had watched him leave his home planet. His parents. His sister. Their faces were like smoke, dispersing in a puff, vanishing completely. The resentment that often boiled in his chest calmed down at this moment, and he felt a peace he had never felt before. He was now in a black sea, still and deep, as if it had existed for an eternity. The water slowly submerged him. He looked down, but there was no reflection of him. It turned out that he was, in fact, part of the sea. No need to think, no need to do anything, just sink in, letting consciousness fade away. Slowly, slowly, he merged into this peaceful world. No need to wake up again. Above the Central Sea district of Mihai Star. At this moment, another, larger starship finally slowly approached the Central Sea district. The mess in the Eastern Sea district hadn't been cleaned up yet, so only about half the crew was deployed here. Just now, due to the emergency, the commander left alone on the smaller, currently fastest starship. Soon after, they were also urgently transferred to the Eastern Sea district. So what emergency happened? Someone asked. I don't know. The superiors haven't said anything. There are no mutants in the Central Sea district. I really don't know what the rush is. Are you rushing back to have a celebration party? Someone laughed. Maybe a celebration party? We know soon enough. We've already entered the Central Sea district. Starships are fast. Even circling a planet won't take long. But soon, they received another order to remain on standby and not leave the starship. Just sit here and do nothing? Are you kidding? They were all confused, bewildered by today's erratic arrangements. But military orders were as firm as a rock, so they only complained privately, never daring to speak to their superiors. But the commander of this operation is that guy. He shouldn't make mistakes, right? That isn't necessarily true. Someone pondered for a moment, then said, it seems a bit unreasonable for someone so young to reach this position. His background is well known to everyone. Maybe. Ahem. The man next to him coughed quickly, and he lowered his voice. How dare you say that here? Are you trying to kill yourself? The man immediately shut up. TSK. Another man said, why shouldn't you say that? If there's a problem with command, no matter what position he holds, he'd be punished. That's military rule. From what I understand, Lin Tanyan opposed the opinions of the other commanders at the meeting and single-handedly made the decision on this battle. The man's expression was haughty. What's the point of saving those people? They're just lowly people. How could we save them? Whose life wouldn't be more valuable than theirs? 2 people nodded. Indeed, our main mission this time was to protect the energy source. Fortunately, the energy source was saved. If anything had gone wrong, it would have been troublesome. I think you've forgotten the most basic duty of the Star Alliance. A man happened to be passing by the lounge door, overheard their conversation, and stopped to speak. They shuddered, stood up, and said in unison, Hello, Commander. Commander Liu is right. One of them nodded repeatedly. Protecting the citizens of the Star Alliance is the primary responsibility of the Star Alliance military, Lu Ming said. That sounds nice, but in reality. In reality, what? Keep going. Lu Ming raised his hand slightly. The man was stunned, and dared not speak. He changed the subject. Sir, why are we staying here now? We clearly gathered here so urgently just now. To protect you. After saying this, Lu Ming turned and left, leaving the others bewildered. After all, That thing wasn't something anyone could touch. The air was thick with the stench of blood. A faint smile still graced their faces, their hands raised as if to greet them. But then, their movements froze, and they collapsed with a thud. Zhao Shi didn't even see Lin Tanyan move. He only felt a flicker of gold in his eyes, and the air trembled slightly. Are you? Commander Lin. Chong Wanqiu's expression nearly collapsed. These were the detection students he desperately protected. They had no mechas, yet they were crucial to the battlefield. They were needed to provide the mutants coordinates and adjust the battle strategy in a timely manner. He thought he found his savior, but this was what happened. Chong Wanqiu raised his crossbow and pointed it at him. No! You're definitely not. Uncle Qiao calmed down. These people are infected. They're already dead, Zhao Shi explained. Zhao Shi? What are you talking about? Chong Wanqiu couldn't believe what he was seeing. Why were these people he knew suddenly murdering their own people? Because they're all infected. Ding Sini summoned the bluebird to the sky above his head, using its wings to cover all the cadets within range. Just now, when I used the bluebird to rescue Zhao Shi, I saw with my own eyes a black monster chasing her and falling from the weather tower. But I was attacked by a mutant and couldn't save her. Zhao Shi has been infested by the monster. Ding Sini's expression was filled with disgust. I must kill the monster and avenge her. And those students they killed must not die in vain. No, how could this guy still confuse right and wrong? Just now, they were a step behind, and Ding Sini had already rejoined the main force. He was S-rank, and his spirit had become even stronger after being infected. Lin Tanyan couldn't seem to eliminate him as easily as she could kill ordinary infected people. The speed and method of the brain-eating worm spread were too bizarre. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that someone who appeared completely normal could be so completely different inside. I've dealt with the others as quickly as possible to minimize the possibility of spread. Lin Tanyan said, he's the only one left now. How did you determine they were infected? Were we killed by mistake? Zhao Shi, looking at those seemingly normal people, raised her doubts. Also, since they maintain their same thoughts, is it possible that they are the same people, simply using a different biological type as the carrier of their thoughts? Zhao Shi asked. Your thoughts are quite unique, like something a brain-eating worm would think. Zhao Shi, It's easy to prove we're telling the truth. Lin Tanyan swung his sword forward, slicing open the head of a nearby corpse. The brain inside is empty. It's been eaten clean, he said. Under the massive skull, there was indeed nothing. There was only a small, curled-up ball of black mud, already looking like it had been charcoal scorched. Chong Wanqiu was stunned, looking back and forth, unsure who to trust. And when he saw Ding Sini had actually been able to block Lin Tanyan's attack, he suddenly understood who to trust. One was an S-class cultivator barely able to maintain his spiritual presence, while the other was a super S-class cultivator who had fought countless battles. How vast was the disparity in strength! Ding Sini had clearly been seriously injured before. He knew it. The others noticed this, and they immediately distanced themselves from him. Ding Sini looked grief-stricken and wounded. Have you all been infected? His expression wasn't fake at all, as if he truly believed it. His blue bird also turned black at this moment. Like a dark cloud obscuring the sky, it loomed darkly over the people. Then, along with the torrential rain, came a surging stream of black feathers. I will save you, Ding Sini said. Hide quickly. Zhao Shi turned to everyone. Don't let the feathers touch you. Alas, where there are feathers, there is feather dust. Birds and animals all have this substance on their feathers. It was an even more minute existence, making it impossible to avoid. If this continues, everyone on this planet will be doomed. Zhao Shi was incredibly grateful for her earlier encounter with Chen Gui. Because its host wasn't very strong, she had escaped. You're right. Lin Tanyan said, take the others to the starship first. What about you? If I'm not mistaken, the stronger the person, the more trouble they cause if infected. What if you get infected? Avoid contact with air. Run, get to the starship. Zhao Shi immediately turned the conversation to Chong Wanqiu. At first, everyone was still in disbelief, barely registering what was happening. Then, someone was struck by a feather, followed by an invisible heat wave that mercilessly killed them. Everyone was terrified. Regardless of whether or not they would be infected if touched, they were certain to be killed. But being careful wasn't enough to avoid it. On the way to the starship, people fell one after another as they ran. Meanwhile, Ding Sini's spirit was too powerful. After being infected, he seemed to have endless mental energy. With the help of the bluebird, even getting close to him was difficult. The feather dust continued to rain, and more people were killed. Is there no hope at all? Zhao Shi asked. She clearly didn't think the thing was that terrifying. She hadn't been infected after several encounters, hadn't she? You think if you can withstand it, others can? Lin Tanyan sneered. Their consciousness will be instantly consumed. Perhaps the S-level ones can retain some consciousness. Lin Tanyan's eyes were cold, as if he had already given up on all this. But his slightly trembling fingers, and the paleness of his lips suggested otherwise. He looked up at the sky, raindrops falling on his face, slowly trickling down, like a tear in that moment. Zhao, she realized then that he wasn't as distant as he had seemed before. The young man's lonely expression, his thin shoulders, the light filtering through the leaves, a fragmented silhouette falling on him, a dappled image of his own. Zhao Shi had a fleeting urge to embrace this fragile young man, but only for a moment, and she was startled by her own thought. She moved her hand, then lowered it, then stopped. Who was Lin Tanyan? Was he someone she could comfort? I'm going to use my spirit, Lin Tanyan said suddenly. I must eliminate the source of darkness right here, even if it costs me my life. Using a spiritual form comes at the cost of one's life? What kind of price is that? Zhao Shi was paralyzed. Hey buddy, are you so weak mentally? You're going to kill yourself after using it? Wait, could it be that it's too powerful, and can't be released easily because it might kill him too? Zhao Shi's heart tightened. This actually made sense. What was his spiritual form? But she didn't have time to be curious right now. Saving her life was the most important thing. Wait, you said S-level can retain some consciousness? Maybe we have another way. Zhao Shi didn't wait for Lin Tanyan's response, and walked straight towards Ding Sini. Monster, don't come over here. Once I purify the air here, I kill you first to avenge Zhao Shi. Ding Sini shouted, taking a half step back in fear. He seemed genuinely afraid. She was a monster. Looking at the people Lin Tanyan had just purified and killed, Ding Sini's eyes were bloodshot, tears almost streaming from his eyes. You demons. I will definitely kill you and avenge them. Zhao Shi remembered what Lin Tanyan had said before. They have no thoughts of their own, only mimicking their hosts. If that were the case, whether it was Ding Sini or the thing that possessed Ding Sini's memories, they still had a chance. Ding Sini, think carefully about what happened before. Who was possessed by the monster? What were you doing? How did your spirit recover? Shut up. Ding Sini suddenly stumbled back a few steps, holding his head with a panicked expression. Zhao Shi looked up and said word by word, Look, your spirit form is a bluebird. It's truly beautiful, with blue feathers that shimmer like gemstones. It can awaken people from a hallucinogenic haze. But why is it black now? Birds cherish their feathers, so why would they sacrifice them and stain others black? Ding Sini had initially decided not to listen to her, but her words were like hammers, hammering down on his heart. Yeah, how could it turn black? He looked up at the sky, tears suddenly welling in the corners of his eyes. He touched them, then looked down, only to see black tears. Could they even be called tears? Ding Sini suddenly remembered what his parents had said. Sini, you must not only be the wings of your own hearts, soaring freely. You must also soar for the Star Alliance. You must be the pride of the Interstellar people. One day, you will be an eagle, soaring into the sky, visible to all, protecting everyone. That's our hope for you. I'm so sorry. Why is it me who has to die? And not? Why not you, an interstellar scum? Ding Sini suddenly looked up and grabbed Zhao Shi's shoulders. Zhao Shi stepped back immediately. Lin Tanyan's voice came from behind. Fearing he might do something drastic, Zhao Shi quickly raised her hand. It's okay. Despite the sharp words, Ding Sini's usually stern expression softened. You really are a rather strange person, aren't you? I think I'm already a very conflicted person, but aren't you too? Zhao Shi forgot to blink. What do you mean? Ding Sini waved his hand, and his spirit rapidly shrank, finally landing on his wrist. It was a small bird with feathers as black as ink, so black it looked as if water was dripping out. Is it that time? I remember now. With these words, Ding Sini formed his fingers into claws and grasped the bird's neck. It didn't resist until its neck was severed, and its spirit disintegrated into black fragments. With the spirit's death, the original body also died. No, in fact, he had already died. It was only now that he realized it. Zhao Shi, tell my sister and them. I am a hero. I died for the Star Alliance, for humanity. Ding Sini's body fell to the ground. You're not what I thought you were. You are a good person. I know you. You will do it. He collapsed with his eyes open, a frozen blackness still in him. His fingers still held the grip, but they had long since become stiff. Xiaoxi raised her hand and closed his eyes. She closed her eyes for a long time, too. If he hadn't thought of saving her then, would the outcome be different? But alas, the remains of heroes grow cold, buried deep beneath the earth. In certain secrets, they remain hidden. His beliefs will never be known, his deeds will never be seen. And so did the students from the Department of Detection, who died during their junior year internship, and so many more who perished in the silent darkness. No one knows the stories of the past, the truths forever hidden and silent, to maintain a semblance of peace and to prevent chaos in the Star Alliance. They had to sacrifice in life, and they had to sacrifice in death. This was their fate. She couldn't change it, she couldn't do anything, and she couldn't promise anyone anything. She was just a visitor from another world. But why? Why did they end up like this? If one day the undercurrent that obscured everything were eradicated, would the truth finally come to light? Would senseless sacrifices no longer happen? The rain continued to fall, cold water brushing against the leaves of the dense forest, dripping onto her face. She suddenly remembered her time at Communication University, a rainy day too. She didn't like rainy days. You're the only one who came into direct contact with the dark source without being infected. Lin Tanyan suddenly held out his hand to her. Xiaoxi, are you joining the Special Operations team? Xiaoxi sat in the mud, grimy and looking up at him blankly. The word infected sounded familiar, but she couldn't place where she had heard it before. She knew about the Special Operations Team, the full name for the Special Operations Team. It was the most secretive organization in the Star Alliance, carrying out high-risk, specialized missions. This was mentioned during the course's introduction to the various branches of the military. Xiaoxi lowered her eyes. She had always lived in a state of conflict. She was unwilling to live a mediocre life, yet she was also afraid of giving it her all and failing. Since she was afraid of failure, she had no choice but to give less than her best. She was afraid that even if she gave her all, she still wouldn't be recognized or seen. As long as she didn't give her all, it seemed like there was still room for improvement. Xiaoxi had once felt that a mysterious hand had pushed her to her current position. But in reality, it had always been her own choice, right? It was her own choice that had brought her here. Back when she was at Communication University, she'd seen the towering walls of the Star Alliance Military Academy and felt a yearning for it, hadn't she? She once thought, if she'd been a little more accomplished, perhaps her mother wouldn't have left, perhaps her father wouldn't have gone abroad, leaving her alone. She tried hard to be someone else's child. She excelled in grades, was helpful, and won numerous awards. But in the end, she truly became someone else's child. No, she wasn't anyone's child. She only had herself. Besides studying, she could only find joy in her imaginary world when immersed in games. She just wanted to live a simple life, but she'd been in a plane crash, and her end was tragic. Before the crash, she thought, perhaps good people don't get good rewards, or perhaps, she wasn't really a good person after all. She was truly happy to have another chance to live, but she was also truly afraid. She was afraid that no matter how hard she tried, she'd still be the same as before. What's more, the Xiaoxi in this world had an even more despicable identity. So she considered giving up, but her efforts were always incomplete. If she could say she was trying, she wasn't trying very hard. She kept wavering between the two, achieving nothing. Xiaoxi looked up. The planet lay devastated, corpses strewn everywhere. How many families had been torn apart, how many lives had been cut short at the height of their glory. So what could be better than living? So many people spent their entire lives simply trying to survive. Suddenly, it dawned on her, just do whatever you want. She already died once, so how could things get any worse? Isn't life just a game? Is there a salary? She asked. Lin Tanyan was surprised. Yes, and a lot. Then I join. Xiaoxi's lips curled up, her smile still carefree. The artificial rain cloud self-destruction procedure has been completed. Mission successfully accomplished. A message popped up. Xiaoxi looked up at the sky. She clenched her fists, a pale light flashing in her palms, appearing and disappearing almost simultaneously with a flash of white in her ruddy eyes. A streak of golden light pierced the clouds, tinging them with a rosy crimson. The dark clouds dispersed. Chapter 86. Galactic Federation Parliament Building, Meeting Room. This was an extremely large conference room, spacious yet resonant. The space was arranged in a circular pattern, with seating arranged on 4 levels, becoming increasingly sparse from bottom to top. At the top, there was only one seat. The entire space was white, and no one was seated. For the seats weren't actually seats, but rather 3D screens displaying real-time images of every participant. In the center of the room stood a large, symbolic conference table. A white robot switched on the conference connection, while numerous robots moved around the room, checking the circuits and ready to respond to any technical issues that might arise. The screens on each level were almost all illuminated, except for the single seat on the top level. That was the position of Supreme Speaker of the Federation Parliament and Supreme Military Commander, a position currently vacant. The room was utterly silent, with no sound for a long moment, as if no meeting was taking place at all. Finally, a voice rang out from a screen on the third floor. "Everyone, remaining silent won't solve the problem." Another voice asked, "Will silence solve the problem? The threat of mutants and that thing are spreading ever closer to the center, and the impact is increasing. How long are we going to wait? Is there any solution? If I were to ask you, there's an old saying about a hero cutting off his own arm. Abandoning threatening areas as soon as possible, completely isolating them from safe areas, and then rapidly eradicating them with super explosive weapons is the fastest way to resolve the problem. But that planet would be riddled with holes, all life in that region would die out, and its resources would be completely destroyed, taking hundreds of years to recover. Oh, isn't it because your family hasn't secured any resources beyond the 1.3 sphere that you're proposing this solution? Oh, it's all for the future of the Star Alliance. Losing sufficient resources and energy doesn't guarantee we have a future." Soon, the entire meeting room was embroiled in a discussion centered on the economy and resources, focusing on how to maintain a balance of resources across the various star regions and stabilize the economy. So, we can't allow the idea of war to remain in the public eye too much. This will undermine confidence in the economy and be detrimental to future development. Another voice agreed, "This incident has a huge impact. We must quickly redirect public opinion and divert the conflict." How can we divert attention? A scandal involving Star Alliance executives or some entrepreneur? Entertainment gossip? An Omega abandoned after having 18 children and failing to produce an A? Such cliched, assembly line news stories, will they work? Isn't that singing star about to hold some kind of annual competition? We could use it to divert public attention and boost the surrounding economy. Yes, we can't allow negative public opinion against the Star Alliance to continue to ferment on the Star Network. At this moment, a different voice suddenly emerged. The Battle of Minghai Star saw such a major blunder, and the military's actions completely deviated from the previous preparation plan. Can we assume that it's related to a command error? This voice was met with several gasps, and then the entire conference room fell silent again, so quiet that one could hear the creaking of robotic parts. It was too quiet, abnormally quiet. Finally, a voice rang out from the second floor, where they rarely spoke. "Well, regarding this situation, does the military district representative need to explain it to everyone? Because those on the second floor often have the final say in the outcome of meetings, they typically refrain from speaking up, waiting for the lower levels to express their opinions before holding a separate meeting for the final deliberations and final decision. And to openly ask such a question was tantamount to an accountability and a provocation." Another nearly half-minute silence. Finally, a voice from the east side of the second floor said, "The military district believes he has his own considerations. As for the explanation, it's still under urgent investigation. There are too many doubts in this matter, and it won't be clarified in a short time. Please be patient. We will inform you when we have the results." TSK. In my opinion, the military district is increasingly disregarding the parliament. The Lin family simply sent a random steward here. How interesting. A nobody sitting in the seat. You think you can represent the military district? The voice continued, "Also, Commander Lin violated the plan and saved a few insignificant lower-level personnel, but it caused heavy losses to the military academy. The cost of training a single military academy student is far greater than that of hundreds of lower-level personnel. With such a superficial focus, can he really be considered a qualified commander of a war zone? How dare you say that?" Ahem. A voice from the third floor sighed, then quickly shut up. At times like these, it's a contest between the top decision makers. It's better to keep your mouth shut as tightly as possible to avoid getting into trouble. I'm not the Lin family's housekeeper, but Mr. Lin Shalon's secretary, the person who handles his official duties. On the east side of the second floor, a young man in his early 30s appeared on the screen. He had chestnut hair, slightly blunt eyes that drooped at the corners, and clear eyes. Compared to the many faces on the field, some chubby and some shrewd, he looked far more innocent. But Su Ling was actually 48 years old this year. His slightly fleshy, baby-like face made him look younger, and now Interstellar skincare technology is quite advanced. His brow bones were soft and straight, exuding a dignified righteousness. He continued, human life should not be measured by value. The Star Alliance does not have any laws that categorize people into any particular class. The voices on the south side of the second floor suddenly rose in pitch. Human life should not be measured by value. Indeed, some people are worthless. And the literal losses, every one of them, are real. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like lighting a fuse, and voices from the third and fourth floors below echoed them. Are explanations and clarifications any use? Do you know how much the stock market has fallen today? Yes. The output value of the 764 companies I own has evaporated by nearly half overnight. What a massive loss, do you understand? The military region consumes the most resources and manpower annually, rising year after year, yet it produces no benefits. On the contrary, there have been numerous incidents in recent years, and rebel forces have risen rapidly. I really don't know what they're doing. Are all the military spending? He stopped mid-sentence. A pair of eyes glanced over from the west side of the second floor. Watch your words. Saying something unfounded could bring you. Well, you know. The voice sounded like a laugh. Facing the accusations and outbursts at the meeting, Su Ling could only bear it with a smile. He knew that if Lin Shalon or Lin Tanyan were in his position, neither would dare to speak so brazenly. But now, he was the only one present at the meeting. Su Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face flushing with embarrassment. I will report your reports to the military district. I'm sure there will be. His weak reaction only provoked a stronger attitude from these people. They had never had the opportunity to challenge the Lin family like this before. Report? What's the point of reporting? Will reporting my lost profits get me back? That's right. Who will bear such losses? At this moment, a chuckle erupted from the seats on the west side of the second floor. Are you mistaken? You're blaming the poor environment for your own poor management? I'm dying of laughter. No matter how much you blame someone, it's not the military district's place, is it? If it weren't for the Alliance protecting the Alliance, I think everyone would have been decimated by the rebels, or even the Zerg before them. How could you still be complaining here? You? Alright everyone, I took such a huge rap last time, and the company's performance was greatly affected. I was even criticized online for months. But for the sake of the greater good, I didn't say anything. The beautiful woman on the screen seemed to be reclining on a plush couch, eating fruit. Her eyes reflected electronic light, and she seemed to be catching up on a TV series, her posture quite relaxed. In contrast, the other attendees on the screen were all dressed formally, sitting upright, and looking very respectful. The background behind them was monotonous, consisting either of a map of Blue Dream Star or ancient calligraphy featuring phrases like "Heaven rewards diligence" or "The Great Pung spreads its wings." Shirian added leisurely, well. Besides, that little profit will only be recouped in a few months. Money can be earned again, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. She was still chewing, her words unclear. Everyone was used to her behavior. As the saying goes, if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. That interstellar scum, Xiao Shi, was even better than her father. In reality, these people didn't intend to ask the military district to make an explanation. They were simply frustrated and looking for someone to vent their anger. They just happened to run into Su Ling, the spokesperson representing the military district today. And he just happened to have made his way from the extremely remote ninth planetary belt. It was just his bad luck to have run into the crossfire. With Shirian's support, the people's words softened, but Su Ling's effeminate, good-natured demeanor was annoying her to death. After all these years, he hadn't changed at all. She recalled the time when the six of them were on the same team. Everyone had their own unique personality, and no one was willing to give in to the others. Only Su Ling had a good temper, and was always the one to mediate any conflicts. A flicker of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. Time had flown so quickly. In the blink of an eye, her own children were as old as she was then. The boring meeting finally ended. Shirian looked up at the withered ginkgo tree outside the window, watching the yellowing leaves slowly fall. She sighed. Has Mr. Lin's health reached this point? He didn't even attend the meeting? The screen in front of Shirian displayed a collection of images centered on one person. The battlefield footage was blurry, with many fragments intermittent. It seemed there was a problem with the recording. She quickly guessed that the materials she received were processed, but from the fragmentary footage, she could already imagine the intense fighting. At the thrilling moment, her fingers gripping the side rails of the collapsed building suddenly tightened, turning white. Sheer. At the end of the video, the person in the center of the view staggered to their feet, and alongside the person beside them, they crossed the chaotic, bloody battlefield and boarded the returning starship. The figure was blurry, and it was hard to even make out the person next to them. But she knew who they were. She hadn't expected that after all this detour, she would end up on that path. The path she least wanted to take. Before her lay a mountain of documents, and around them, several floating screens covered in dense text. It was a large table, carved from a single, massive, and precious piece of ancient agarwood. But now, it was so heavily loaded with documents that one couldn't help but worry if it would one day be overwhelmed. These are the documents sent here for review by the General Military Command. The door opened, and a robot car brought in another load. Lin Tanyan stood beneath a screen of light, his eyes reflecting a rapid stream of images. He stood motionless, as if lost in thought. When faced with a problem, with sufficient information and leverage, the optimal solution is inevitable. But what if the information at hand is inherently wrong? He sighed. So the Star Alliance had been infiltrated to this extent. Lin Tanyan had opposed the freshmen's participation in this campaign from the outset, but that was the decision of the Central Theater Command. Although the Lin family held considerable decision-making power, not everyone was on their side. Furthermore, he was still in school, and hadn't yet fully taken over the Lin family's influence in the Star Alliance. Now, my grandfather was old and his energy was limited. Perhaps due to an old injury, he was aging at an exceptionally rapid rate. Even an ant could shake a tree. Furthermore, the various factions that controlled the Star Alliance's resources, economy, education, healthcare, and technology had infiltrated every aspect, making them a formidable force. Why would a student, who had only been enrolled for a few months, go to the battlefield? This matter seemed suspicious from the start, but he had been tied up before, so he had no time to intervene in the Star Alliance's decision. Everyone in the Star Alliance who proposed or supported the freshmen's participation in battlefield internships will be investigated. Lin Tanyan felt a sense of confusion about this matter. The underground force's initial target seemed to be him, but in the end, they were targeting the freshmen. But was it worth sacrificing a previously hidden rebellious planet for them? So what was their real purpose? It was already the third day after returning from Meihai Star when she was finally transferred from the sealed medical cabin to the hospital ward. Those 3 days, like lying in a coffin, unable to move in the cramped space, nearly drove her mad. With nothing to do and constantly being treated in the medical pod, she was severely injured this time. It felt like her bones were being torn apart and then reassembled, the pain as if she'd been beaten by dozens of strong men. But what made she even more uncomfortable was seeing images from memories that didn't belong to her. She knew they might be goodbye's memories. But because they were fragmented and incoherent, it was difficult to extract any useful information. She searched through the fragments, and one image suddenly made her hair stand on end. She was talking to someone, sitting in a chair with their back to her. The person was completely shrouded in darkness, their surroundings and their form invisible. The only sounds were the boiling water, the pouring water from the teapot, and the muffled thud of the teacup on the table. After this incident, we will be one step closer to our ideal world, a world without inequality. The person's voice was electronically processed. As he spoke, he raised his hand to reveal a light-based computer, which flashed for a fraction of a second. But she felt a sense of unease, so she strained to zoom in, until her head ached. Then she saw it was a video call interface. A black eye blinked at her from the other end of the light-based computer, across the screen. It felt as if it was communicating with her through the memories of a dead person, through the light-based computer in his memory, across a disconnected space. In a panic, she manipulated Duya to cut off her memory. If this continued, she suspected she was losing her mind. What on earth was that thing? Why was it on that person's computer? During the insect plague at Communication University, she had also seen those eyes in a hallucination. They reminded her of an all-consuming black hole. Could it be that the person with the black eyes on the computer was the mastermind behind all this? She pondered what to do. Should she tell the Star Alliance? But she couldn't expose her spirit form. Also, her memory contained no clues to confirm the person's identity. She had no idea who he was. She quickly calmed down. It just so happened that she had joined the Special Operations Team. It was the Special Operations Team that had rescued them at the Communication University. So, she would follow the team's assigned mission and search for clues. Little Master, Cece. Xiaolan's voice suddenly exploded beside her ear. Shi hissed, "Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you trying to deafen me? I called you for ages, and you didn't respond. I thought you were sick." Shi, Of course, you're even good at being mean now. Xiaolan was allowed to stay because of his great contribution. When asked how she had captured Xiaolan, Shi made up a story, saying it had opened the door and come running to her. The disciplinary team didn't investigate further. Peel me an apple, Zhao, she said. Sorry, this robot doesn't have that function. Then give me a leg massage. Little Blue pounded her legs, banging them down like a slab of iron. Hey! Stop, stop, stop! Zhao Shi gave up on the idea of asking it to help. This thing was supposed to be a housekeeping robot, right? How on earth could it have any housekeeping functions? Depressed, utterly depressed. 3 days passed, and then another. She could clearly feel her bones heal, but the doctors still kept her hands and feet in braces, making it difficult for her to walk or reach for things. They wouldn't let her leave the ward either, and Zhao Shi seriously suspected she was under house arrest. She was the only freshman in the exploration department to return alive this time. She truly survived a near-death experience. Logically, she should have received numerous messages, but when she checked her tablet, the message window was empty. Is my signal blocked by the school? Little Blue flew over to the tablet and touched it. Congratulations, Cece, you guessed right. Zhao Shi wondered, were they afraid she'd say anything? What excuse was the Star Alliance going to come up with to fend off the Star citizens this time? What was the outside world's opinion on this matter? She suddenly wanted to know. Also, well, she hadn't been online in ages. She was so bored. If only she could find a few random keyboard warriors to chat with. Is there a way to connect to the internet? Little Blue blinked. Sure, but it's best not to connect to the school's internet. It's heavily protected and might be discovered. Don't connect to the internet. I'm going to see if there's anything interesting happening on the Star Citizens network lately. Little Blue quickly connected Zhao Shi's tablet to the internet, then held it up, hovering directly above Zhao Shi. Down a little, yes, and angle it another 15 degrees. Yeah, almost there. Hold it steady, don't hit me in the face. Because her hands were restrained, she couldn't even touch the screen. Click on the trending search, let me see. Starlight 1001. Super talented mentors join, the latest holographic script. Super popular newcomers and best actors and actresses compete on the same stage. All the stars gather in the music world. Preliminaries begin. First preliminaries, 2 powerful figures go head to head. What the heck is this? Zhao Shi was stunned. The top trending search wasn't even about the battle on Mihai Star. Such a big thing was just brushed aside like that. Are the people of the interstellar world truly obsessed with entertainment? Bring it closer, let me see what's trending number 2. Zhao Shi squinted, and saw that the second place trending search had suddenly jumped to the top. The title reads Shock. This weird couple is so addictive. It must be some holographic love drama, I'm too lazy to watch. Never mind, just click on it and take a look. Let her see the taste of these interstellar people. The first thing that caught her eye was a large, high-definition image. The scene looked incredibly familiar, as if she'd seen it somewhere before. Scrolling down further, the image zoomed in. It was a battlefield broadcast. A small spot in the corner had been singled out, circled in red, and cropped. The image was so high definition that even zoomed in many times, it was still crystal clear. Zhao Shi's forehead twitched. This? A pale, yet strikingly beautiful alpha lay face down in the pitch-black swamp. Her narrowed eyes held a dangerous arc, their corners raised and reddened, lending a deeper, more vibrant hue to her world-weary, peach-shaped eyes. Like a demon lurking in the darkness, tempting people to commit crime. A line of purple glowing snow blades shone from the side of her neck, a sword radiating the beauty of technology and power. The figure wielding the sword resembled a pine tree standing on a snowy plain, his expression indifferent yet reluctance palpable. His slightly golden eyes made him seem even more unlike any mortal. He seemed to want to kill her, yet also to save her, and yet at any moment, she could pull him down and plunge him into the black swamp together. The almighty god and the demon trapped in the abyss, oh my god, this is so good. Holographic dramas based on ancient culture and themes of immortality are so popular lately. I wish this were from a certain show, but why is there only one picture? I'm so sad. Wow, Zhao Shi can be so captivating. That smile is so devilish, I love it. Who photoshopped this? Tell me who photoshopped it. If Zhao Shi had been able to move her hands, she would have crushed the tablet by now. She was practically dead at that moment, so how could she have the energy to have her eyes redden and her lips curled up in a dangerous, alluring way? A double A-rated weird couple, so addictive. You know it's weird. Then why are you so addicted? Are you sick? Starnet netizens, are you really that outrageous? Young master, she should enter the entertainment industry. Film a holographic drama about a homosexual relationship. It's sure to be a hit. Wow, this kind of evil and broken feeling is perfect for being a bottom. Being a bottom? Who said that? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Xiaolon, get on the keyboard. I'm going to fight them for 300 rounds and blast them to death. Xiaoxi blasted all the weird and crazy comments under the trending search, asking her to film a homosexual porn film, and all the other bizarre and crazy things. She dictated, and Xiaolon wrote it down. Xiaolon was a robot, generating text directly and transmitting it synchronously over the network at an incredibly fast speed. No one could type faster than her, so her comments quickly became a massive hit. And so, the argument became another trending topic. Netizens steal fierce under the sunset debates with a crowd of scholars, suspected to be a new type of argument robot secretly developed by a certain company. Xiaoxi's mouth was dry from talking, and she was just about to take a sip of water to rest when a message popped up. The sender was Lin Tanyan. No! Why am I the one below? Am I not an A? These netizens have such poor taste. Xiaoxi complained, motioning for Xiaolon to click on the message. And then she saw. Her words were instantly sent to Lin Tanyan. Chapter 87. Why are you posting messages randomly? Xiaoxi panicked. Retract it. Retract it now. You said you had to post it in real time. Xiaolon immediately retracted the message. Xiaoxi was speechless. Just now I was slamming those blind netizens. Is Lin Tanyan even a netizen? However, as she retracted the message, she saw Lin Tanyan reply. A single, extremely simple word. Xiaoxi was stunned at first. What does it mean? After realizing what was happening, a surge of anger rose from her chest. What did he mean? Was he saying she wasn't awesome? What exactly was wrong with her? Xiaoxi stared at the screen and snorted coldly. Don't think just because you're the son of a star, the only Super S-class in the galaxy, or the youngest war zone commander, that I wouldn't dare battle you. Frog Fun, counting them all, how come he has so many titles? See you this afternoon in the conference room on the 18th floor of the general building. Xiaoxi saw that this was the first message Lin Tanyan had sent her. How come no one else could send her a message? Only he could. Xiaoxi quickly realized that it was them who had orchestrated this. The special operations team must be planning a secret mission. Xiaoxi guessed that it would likely be arranged this afternoon, with the operation tonight. Well, considering the job he given her, she should be polite to him. She wasn't worried about being outmatched. Okay, sir. Watching Xiaolon synchronize her words on the chat box, Xiaoxi paused. Wait. Her face was filled with disgust. How servile. How could I be so servile? Does this even fit my character? That's right. Little Blue blinked. Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at it. Shut up. And don't use the S in your words. I feel like you're being sarcastic. She realized that this artificially retarded robot was becoming increasingly irritating. Okay. Under Xiaoxi's murderous glare, Little Blue quickly changed her tune. No, she wanted to be a cold alpha too. Xiaoxi's expression was serious, and she said to Little Blue, just reply him. Watching the equally simple him send across the screen, Xiaoxi smiled with satisfaction. She felt she was truly cold-blooded. Unable to read the depressing news on Starnet, Xiaoxi lay in bed, forcing herself to wait, staring blankly at the white ceiling. During this time, she logged in to kill the black hole and discovered that the Antimatter Guild had surpassed her in points on the leaderboard, edging ever closer to unlocking the next planetary belt. During the time Xiaoxi and Hengxing Huiyin weren't in the game, negative rumors about them were everywhere on the game's public screens and internal forums, effectively blacklisting them from all players. Their reputations were utterly awful. The Antimatter Guild was clearly responsible for this. Several major guilds formed an anti-Black and White Twins alliance, recruiting a significant number of retail investors. Xiaoxi sighed. Black and White Twins, how unpleasant, so silly. Whoever came up with the name was completely clueless. If we were to name the group, she'd be the one to come up with it. Let's call it the intersection of black and white, two unfortunate stars, tyrannically rampaging through a black hole, annihilating everything with their fury. She and Hengxing Huiyin were two lone wolves fighting against the world. This name was a perfect match. So cool, so cool. Xiaoxi was incredibly impressed by her own literary talent. She thought so, and so she went ahead with it. Although the IDs on the machine body could only contain 4 characters, names on forums and public screens weren't so restricted. She flaunted the group name and her own ID. She, on the public screens and forums. See? That's how you have to name things. It's tasteless. As Xiaoxi appeared, the public screen suddenly fell silent. After a while, Ordinary Toolman Sha Diao Group? Zhao Shi's face darkened. You just have to pick those two words together, right, passerby? Get rich soon. Antimatter Guild silence is gold. How can anyone who's not a fish know the joy of a fish? Ha ha. Antimatter Guild witching. Question mark drunk in the world. Should I say this? She has a bit of an inexplicable sense of humor. Zhongguang Guild Luoxia. It feels like the calm before the storm. Harmony Guild top up 1 million now. Agree with the above. The rest is just a whole screen of ha-ha-s from Jean Zifei. Zhao Shi frowned and sighed. In real life, these two are already playing games the moment they log in. They seem like internet addicts. Jean Zifei immediately confronted her on the public screen. You're a step too late. We soon occupy Dihuang Star. Let's see how arrogant you can be after this. Ha ha. Zhao Shi quickly retorted, yeah, someone like me with a rich and colorful real life doesn't have the time to spend playing games. Internet addiction isn't good. I advise you to study more so you can find a proper job. Alas, unlike her, who already had a high-end, stable job before she even graduated, and a super fulfilling world-saving job, what a winner in life. Are you playing dumb, or do you really not know? Jean Zifei asked. Know what? Jean Zifei remained silent. I hate people who only tell half the story. But Zhao Shi didn't care. Given Jean Zifei's personality, he wouldn't reveal any important information to her. Now she and Hingxing Huiyan had become the targets of public criticism, and they were definitely being targeted by most players. Pity the ordinary players, being used as pawns and losing money. Since Hingxing Huiyan wasn't online, Zhao Shi felt it was necessary to wait for him to discuss a strategy before taking action. So she left him a message, arranged a time to play together, and then logged off. The waiting process was boring. With nothing else to do, she began memorizing the types, abilities, and weaknesses of various mutants and zergs. After finishing her recitation, she began to think about how to build a team in a certain game, how to exploit different boss weaknesses. She also speculated about the cool, amazing gear she'd get after joining the Special Operations team, and the missions she'd be assigned to wreak havoc on her enemies. The thought was quite exciting. Finally, afternoon arrived, and the doctor arrived promptly to remove the braces from her arms and legs. Zhao Shi stretched her joints and felt a long-awaited sense of relief. She stepped out of the room and glanced at the blue sky outside. Ah, the smell of freedom. Then, two members of the disciplinary inspection team led her to the location Lin Tanyan had mentioned. The arrangements were quite thoughtful. She even had a personal guide upon joining. It's just, why do I feel like I'm escorting a prisoner? The whole way, everyone in the school kept glancing at her vaguely. When she turned to look, they suddenly turned their heads the other way and pointed in a random direction, pretending to chat with their friends. What an exaggerated act. Stop pretending. She saw it all. Zhao Shi thought of the ridiculous news on Starnet and wanted to cover her face. By the way, I have classes right now. Have you asked the teacher for leave for me? How long will it take? I still have to go back to class. The two men were silent. One of them even made a sound like laughter, then, as if realizing something was wrong, quickly coughed to cover it up. What the hell, Zhao? She muttered silently. Do you look down on a studious student like me? Because of Ming Haixing's situation, I haven't been to class in a long time. Although it's exhausting to catch up on homework, I really miss the feeling of constantly filling my head with knowledge. Every day feels more meaningful. Never mind. It shouldn't take long. I'll be on to class soon, Zhao Shi thought. However, when Zhao Shi arrived at the conference room, she had initially expected only a few people waiting for her. After all, the Special Operations team was comprised of elites, so they didn't need too many. Instead, it seemed a bit too crowded. Looking around, all she saw were high-ranking officials from the school and department. They sat upright, their expressions serious. Many of their aged faces frowned, looking up at the door. Zhao Shi felt uncomfortable being stared at. There were even some familiar faces sitting in the conference room, classmates from the same department, and some with whom she had previously interacted. Everyone's expression was uniform, serious and solemn. Of course, there was one exception, Mu Zifeng. He was sitting in the first row of the second row of student seats, looking over with a smile. When he saw Zhao Shi, his smile widened. Zhao Shi could see his mouth moving. You come to this day. Therefore, the school has decided. The voice from the stage announced word by word. Expel Zhao Shi, a student from the detection department. As Zhao Shi entered, a bombshell exploded in her ears. The person announcing the results was none other than the teacher she had met upon entering the school, whom she had mistaken for a security guard. Someone named Wang Chengwei. Also at the leadership table was the teacher with the messy hair and plaid shirt she had met before during the elimination rounds. She was still wearing the plaid shirt today. She spotted the name tag in front of her desk. It turned out to be the head of the mechanical engineering department. She was also the head of the Mu family, a long line of mechanical engineers, Mu Gu. Sitting in this row were the heads of various departments. All of them had blank expressions on their faces, a completely different feeling from when she had met them before. Their eyes looked at her with only indifference and distance. She glanced over and saw Lin Tanyan sitting first in the student representative seat. He raised his pale amber eyes, as if he didn't recognize her. Of course, they weren't very familiar with each other. The student delegation agrees with the school's decision, Lin Tanyan said. The screen at the front listed Xiaoxi's recent mistakes, her previous off-campus activities, and the endless stream of negative reviews about her on Star Network. In view of school regulations and Xiaoxi's negative influence within Star Alliance, we have decided to expel her from the school. No objections were raised during the meeting. The resolution will be implemented immediately. No wonder it felt like a prisoner's escort. It turned out she was truly here for a trial. But I wonder, what kind of important mission would warrant expelling her? She imagined a series of scenarios. Could she be infiltrating the enemy camp as an undercover agent? A self-torture tactic would be used to successfully gain their trust, and then a Mission Impossible scenario would begin. Wow, exciting. Such an important mission right out of the gate. It seems she's truly a formidable figure. She used to be quite fearful of death, and she still is. However, since she was the only person who had come into contact with the brain-eating worms, and yet remained uninfected, Xiaoxi's body clearly had something special about it. Perhaps she wouldn't die so easily. After weaning Shirian off the gene suppressant, she could gradually feel her strength improving, though her head still ached from time to time. But she still had no pheromones, and Xiaoxi suspected there was something else wrong with her. I object. Just then, a voice came from the door. We disagree with expelling Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi turned and saw several familiar-looking people swaggering in from the doorway. The disciplinary team at the door tried to stop them, but the two burly alphas, a mecha combat and defense type, glared at them and faltered. These two were Shigemanki and Shigemankyo. Shigemanki had a stern expression, while Shigemankyo bore a sharp scar and a weathered face, giving him a formidable demeanor. Behind their protective circle stood a figure who seemed to be someone else. This sudden turn of events startled everyone present. Wang Chengwei, the objection is invalid. The meeting resolution has been passed. The process was completely in compliance with regulations, and the decision was made jointly by school leaders, faculty, and the student delegation. Excuse me, was the student delegation selection fair? Zhong Wanqiao and the other man stepped aside. Mu Xiuyang, the shorter man behind them, stepped forward and raised his head to question the assembled school leaders. Of course, Wang Chengwei said. The student delegation was selected by random drawing. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized he had said the wrong thing. Talking about data in front of Mu Xiuyang was like walking into a trap. But it was too late. Oh, a lottery! Mu Xiuyang immediately pulled out the screen in his hand and shouted, "There's something fishy about the lottery." According to backstage statistics, every member of the student delegation has posted more than 50 anti-Xiaoxi comments on the forum. This selection is highly biased. What's the school's explanation? Mu Ji's face fell from the seat of the school leadership, and she stared intently at Mu Xiuyang. But even with the head of the Mu family present, Mu Xiuyang remained unmoved, following only the principles he believed in. Lin Tanyan quietly watched the sudden change unfold, unresponsive, as if it had nothing to do with him. Xiaoxi herself was in a state of bewilderment. So what's going on now? Are these people trying to stop her from being expelled? When did she become so popular? No, why are there always people saving her when they shouldn't? And Dingsini. The same thing happened. She appreciated the kindness, but there were things she had to do. This is hilarious. Who doesn't know what kind of person Xiaoxi is? Aren't there enough people who criticize her? Mu Zifang stood up and confronted Mu Xiuyang. Do you need me to tell you the statistics I've collected? How many people have criticized her? How many negative trending searches have she had? The fact that so many people were picked out by a random draw simply proves the negative influence she has had. How could the Star Alliance Military Academy, as a training ground for the Star Alliance's reserve forces, keep such a tainted figure here? First of all, the Star Alliance citizens are the first to disagree. Isn't that right? Mu Zifang raised his arms. Yes. The rest of the student delegation stood up and said, their voices suddenly growing louder. Then, they saw the female alpha on the stage raise her sickly eyes, curling her lips into a meaningful smile that was a bit unsettling. "Aw, I know. You've been waiting for this day for a long time." She slowly approached, and the people around her subconsciously tensed their muscles. Xiaoxi carefully surveyed the group and smiled. "Very good, I've got it all. I remember you all." A student sitting closer to the center shouted, "What? You still dare to hit someone here? You'll be kicked out of school immediately, and you won't stand a chance." The reason he dared to shout was, of course, because he was farther away. Xiaoxi glanced at the man, then shifted her gaze closer. "Randomly pick a lucky person. The one closer, the easier one to hit." Her eyes suddenly became determined. "That's you, Mu Zifang." "Xiaoxi, wait! Calm down. Don't hit him. At least not now." Mu Ziyang tried to stop him, but the mecha fighting department members nearby didn't, let alone him. Mu Zifang watched the fists flying closer and closer, his mind blanking as he felt something inside him snap. "At least not now? Fuck you, Mu Ziyang. Who is your cousin anyway?" A punch flew in, a thud of bone colliding, followed by a scream and a chorus of exclamations from the surroundings. "Ah! Ah! Xiaoxi, you really dare to hit someone here." Mu Zifang screamed, "Expelled? Expelled immediately." "Ah! Oh! You dare! Why are you still hitting me?" The people around him rushed to break up the fight, including Chong Wanqi and Chong Wanxiao. But somehow, as the fight progressed, it became a full-scale brawl. Voices repeatedly echoed from the crowd. "Who hit me? Ugh! Who's hitting me? That bastard? Ah, then don't blame me for being rude." The entire conference room was ablaze with smoke, shocking the school leaders. No one dared to intervene when this group of burly, virile alphas started fighting. The pheromones emitted by their intense emotional fluctuations alone were enough to keep anyone away. The scent was making the teachers uneasy and slightly irritated. At this moment, Xiaoxi was at the very center of the vortex. She had simply intended to stir up trouble, to escalate the situation a little, and avoid hindering her plans for expulsion. But now, she had accidentally caused too much trouble, and she was trapped in the vortex of violence, unable to move. Fighting wasn't a big deal. After all, her skin was tough and could not be broken. She just felt the body odor of these alphas was so strong it nearly made her faint. "Oh my god, why don't you shower?" There was a loud bang, and tables and chairs were knocked completely out of their original positions. Someone flew out. "Quick, call the defense robots," Mugu shouted. Wang Chunghua looked worried. "The nearest defense robots are in the next building. They take a few minutes to get over. If we wait any longer, the floor will be broken through." His gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Tanyan, who was sitting quietly in his seat, living peacefully. Wang Chunghua asked tentatively, "Student Lin, how about you?" Lin Tanyan stood up. "Okay." Xiaoxi, surrounded by these big A's, was being bombarded by wave after wave of poisonous gas. She felt like she was going to die. But she wasn't beaten to death. She was killed by the stench. "I'm so impressed. A bunch of unsportsmanlike people. If they want to fight, they fight. Why use stinky chemical weapons? If she can survive, she never wants to be this close to an alpha again. Alpha is hell, alpha is hell. Remember that." But then, she suddenly felt like she was stepping from hell to heaven. What the heck? Who wore perfume? What a unique scent. It was like a pine tree high in the mountains, a ray of sunlight penetrating its straight branches and scattering on my side. It felt like the cool pine and warm sun complementing each other. They complement each other perfectly. A little refreshing, a little warm. If possible, I like to sleep on a high snowy plain, with a pine tree like this as my pillow, under the warm sunshine. It feels so good. Everyone who was fighting fiercely around them suddenly stopped at that moment. Xiaoxi glanced sideways, and saw someone nearby, their face pale, sweat dripping down their forehead. There were quite a few people like this, many with the same expression. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, and they were struggling to hold on, not being crushed by it. Xiaoxi thought, it seems they're all like her, unbearable by the stench, and finally knew to stop. But that smell was really quite pleasant. Xiaoxi couldn't help but take another deep breath, only to inhale the revolting alpha body odor. Ugh. Xiaoxi covered her mouth, one hand supporting herself on the ground, her face pale, and she almost vomited. Is this something called pheromone? Fortunately, she didn't have it. She really couldn't stand the thought of herself smelling so bad. Poor her, being among the alphas today, she was really suffering enough. The fragrance had vanished as quickly as it had appeared, like a fleeting dream, almost making her doubt its very existence. And with such a dramatic incident, expulsion was inevitable. After everyone had calmed down and controlled their pheromone release, the school continued to announce the final result. That was expulsion. The leaders are wise. Zhao Shi's public assault on a classmate during the meeting is unforgivable. Mu Zifang's eyes were black, but he couldn't help but beam with joy. He pulled at the wound on his face, hissing in pain and laughing as he did so. Ha ha. That beating wasn't in vain. This time, he learned to keep his distance from Zhao Shi, never staying within 5 steps of her. Every time Zhao Shi took a step forward, Mu Zifang immediately took 2 steps back. He felt he underestimated Zhao Shi's random rage. He hadn't expected her to be so reckless and openly assault someone. Very good. You look a lot more valuable this way, Zhao Shi said. A bit like a national treasure. Mu Zifang didn't understand, only thinking Zhao Shi had nothing good to say. TSK, goodbye. Zhao Shi, goodbye. He waved with a smug smile. No goodbye. Zhao Shi sighed inwardly. Alas, if Mu Zifang ever found out that her expulsion wasn't just faked, but she actually been assigned to the Special Operations Squad, what would he think? Please go, several members of the disciplinary inspection team said to her. Oh, I can walk on my own? Mu Ziyang and the others watched her leave with regret. I know, you're not reluctant to leave me. Zhao Shi directly exposed Mu Ziyang. This mechanical maniac must be obsessed with robots. I come see you during the holidays. We can still be friends, Mu Ziyang said. Let's talk about it later. I don't even know where I'd be in the future. Zhao Shi strode away, leaving behind a desolate figure. She waved her hand, not a single cloud left behind, just like when she first arrived. The same impulsiveness, the same carelessness. Every step she took carried unforeseen consequences and an unpredictable future. It's hard to say whether, looking back on this moment, she regret it or feel grateful. After all, one cannot predict the future. One can only move forward in the one-way river of time, never stopping. But at least she could choose the path she wanted to take now. Behind her stood a towering, majestic building, separating the inner and outer worlds, instilling a sense of awe and distance in those outside. Its towering, dark walls remained the same. As always, they guarded this land. It was so then, so now, and so in the future. After leaving the military academy, Zhao Shi suddenly felt unsure of where to go. She wondered if she had broken off relations with Shirian before, right? So she couldn't go home, and if she did, not being able to get out would be a real hassle. Then she went to an internet cafe, opened a holographic pod, and suddenly felt that these games were boring, not as fun as Kill the Black Hole. The internet cafe's equipment was far inferior to the military academies, and the games always felt a bit off. The sensory threshold was too low, the pain wasn't painful enough, and the combat system was too simple, because it was all adjusted for ordinary people. Zhao Shi suddenly realized she couldn't play regular games anymore. These unchallenging games only made her sleepy. She suddenly remembered that when she first came to this world to play games, someone said that high-level alphas didn't play games at all. Perhaps there was some truth to that. Zhao Shi closed her eyes for a moment, squinting on the surface, but in reality, she was wondering if there was a better plan for what she had done back on Mihai Star. If she had discovered this sooner, perhaps what happened next wouldn't have happened. No, it would have happened anyway. What had been planned long ago wouldn't change just because of her. In the final analysis, she wasn't strong enough. She couldn't blow the monsters' heads off before they attacked. At that moment, the computer vibrated. Zhao Shi immediately opened her eyes and clicked on the message. It was from Lin Tanyan, who had sent her coordinates. Zhao Shi clicked on it and found the location wasn't far from her. She immediately set off, following the coordinates, and discovered it was a cat cafe. What? Could this be the meeting point for the secret operation? As Zhao Shi walked in, several cats immediately gathered around her, circling around her feet. One orange cat even nuzzled her trouser leg with its round head. She squatted down and rubbed the orange cat's head, and it immediately collapsed, revealing its soft belly. Xiaoqing, you're so sociable. Zhao Shi touched its belly, and it actually purred softly. Puff. The salesperson next to her laughed. Zhao Shi looked up in confusion. The salesperson smiled and said, your naming style is very similar to another customer's. Oh! Zhao Shi didn't care about the other customer's name. She just wanted to know. What exactly did Lin Tanyan ask her to come here for? Mimi. Meow. Moses? Zhao Shi tried to exchange secret codes with the salesperson, but the salesperson's lips twitched, and she looked at her as if she were mentally retarded. So she gave up. She suspected she had come to the wrong place, so she walked out and found a familiar cathead box behind the door. She seemed to have seen it somewhere. Under the box was a yellowed card. Xiaoxi's pupil shrank as she recognized the watermark mark on the card. She had good eyesight, and the mark looked like the logo of a beverage brand, but dust had obscured a corner of the edge, which matched the Special Operations Team's logo perfectly. Xiaoxi had seen a small logo on their clothes before at Communication University, and she learned about it in a class, so she couldn't be mistaken. Xiaoxi walked over and picked up the card. No one wants this, right? The salesperson. What kind of junk flyer is this? Who wants this? Then I take it. Xiaoxi took the card, which contained the location of a small appliance repair shop. The location was a bit remote, and Xiaoxi searched for a long time before finally finding it at the end of a small alley. So there were such remote places on Lonming Star. But even such a remote place wasn't simple. I can only say, is every inch of land on Lonming Star really that valuable? An old woman was banging away inside, not knowing what she was doing. She glanced at the counter as she did so. In front of the old counter stood an old television. Xiaoxi took a look and saw that it resembled the style of televisions from her own era, not the simple, light-filled screens of today's StarCraft. There seemed to be some kind of variety show on TV, with the people dressed up and posing coquettishly. The screen was still switching, suggesting there were quite a few people on the show. Xiaoxi also took a look and saw an Omega with a rosy complexion, standing atop a high cliff, his wide sleeves fluttering in the wind. You don't love me, but I am willing to let go and make you and him happy. Then he jumped off the cliff. What? StarCraft is still watching this kind of melodramatic romance drama. Great acting. Vote for him. 1 vote for each of you, and I make my debut tomorrow. Give everyone a heart, and remember to vote for me. A trace of artificial plasma still clung to the corner of his mouth. He licked it away with his alluring little pink tongue, tilting his head and winking. Ah! Xiaoxi's scalp was tingling with grease, and even through the screen, she wanted to rush in and punch him twice. The old woman's mouth was watering. Xiaoxi? ? Hello? Hello? Xiaoxi showed her the card. She expected more roundabout explanations, but the old woman narrowed her eyes and asked directly, Xiaoxi, right? Oh yes. How did you know? Xiaoxi, you're very famous. Soon you be famous too. Xiaoxi cut herself off. Ah, don't use that sentence structure. That scene must have brought back memories of some melodramatic drama. Seriously, it really is. Did Xiaoyan introduce her here? Yes. Is she really a special operations unit? Why is it so different from the last time she saw her? Xiaoxi felt uneasy. Oh my god, she couldn't have been introduced to screwing screws under that weird old woman. He just introduced you. Whether you can join depends on whether you can pass the next test. The old woman said word by word. Huh? Damn. She already been expelled, and now they're telling her she might not be able to join the special operations team? Isn't that a joke? What test? The old woman had already slowly walked over to her, reached out, pinched her chin, then opened her mouth and felt her gums. Okay, your teeth are pretty good. Xiaoxi only then realized that the old woman wasn't actually very tall. She was very small and had a hunched back. She relied on mechanical legs under her legs to lift her up so she could touch Xiaoxi's chin. Do you have any ideals? Xiaoxi was stunned. I don't think I have any, considering you're asking that all of a sudden. If I had to say, having a partner, well, that's nothing. She wanted to say she had a partner. Then she suddenly remembered how Shirian had set her up on so many blind dates, but she rejected them all. At the time, she thought she was being forced into a relationship. As for the college student she'd been dating, she actually felt pretty good, even without seeing his face. Well, she hadn't had much contact with Omegas. The thought of a wife, children, and a warm bed had just begun to form in her mind, but Xiaoxi quickly suppressed it. In this increasingly chaotic situation, no one could say for sure if today would be her last, especially since she was being targeted. Anyone who formed a close relationship with her would be dangerous. She shouldn't have such thoughts. Isn't it a bit unmotivated to say I have no ideals? Xiaoxi asked. If it affects the test, I have one I already have too. For example, my ideal is to defend the stars and protect world peace. No need. The old woman smiled, her wrinkles deepening, but she looked affable. Test passed. What? What the hell is going on? Xiaoxi was completely bewildered today. So my next task is? Xiaoxi got straight to the point. Did you see that? The old woman looked up, motioning for her to look at the TV. Yes, Xiaoxi said. You need to go to the TV. Xiaoxi, puzzled, shook her head. I don't understand. She suddenly realized, are you asking me to participate in this show? Starlight 1001, you need to make it to the finals. Crazy, are they asking her to participate in a talent show? What a strange direction this is taking. Someone like her, tone deaf, who can't sing or dance but only fight, wants to go into the entertainment industry. After all, she was a military academy student for a while, and she's an alpha. She could probably knock out a bunch of those whimpering monsters with a single punch. May I ask why? The old woman's expression suddenly grew serious. The brain-eating bug has infiltrated the singing star. Given its inherent desire to expand, it's bound to make a move during this event. Singing Star is different from Mihai Star. It's in the third-tier planetary belt. It's a densely populated planet, and many people work in the entertainment industry, so mobility is high. Your mission is to find it among the contestants. Once the target is identified, the Special Operations team will assign personnel to carry out the elimination mission. Then when can I return to school? You can return to school anytime after the Singing Star incident is over. Xiaoxi suddenly understood the underlying meaning. In other words, if the mission failed, she would be expelled, and she probably wouldn't even be able to keep her job. Why does it feel like I've been tricked? They didn't intend to leave her any way out. Or perhaps, to stabilize the current interstellar population, she was already a victim. She was curious. What would have happened to her if she had refused to join the Special Operations team, erased her memories of the brain-eating bugs, or simply killed? That probably wouldn't happen, but the erasure of related memories was inevitable. College was, of course, important. She worked so hard to get in, so why wouldn't she go? Besides, even if the brain-eating bugs hadn't come knocking on her door, she would have gone looking for them. That's right, this question of eligibility. At this moment, Xiaoxi's brain trembled. It was from an issue, and Xiaoxi pictured him with his green, slick-back hair. Young Master Shi, please help. I heard you were expelled from the military academy? He sent an emoji showing his teeth bared. Why? Are you happy about my expulsion? I just have a job. Can you help me out? Your popularity on the StarNet has been rising. I desperately need your help. Attached to the end was an electronic eligibility letter. Starlight 1001 invitation. Chapter 88. If it weren't for the mission, she would have wanted to be just one of the wisps of light in this throng of people, slipping away quickly. Instead of Xiaoxi glanced down at her laptop, rechecking. Which one is you? I can't see it. And Ishiu, the one with the super cool hairstyle, the most handsome guy in the crowd. He immediately followed this with a picture. The picture showed a fluorescent green hedgehog head, glowing like a multi-kilowatt flashbulb. Combined with his wicked, crooked smile, he looked like a deeply ill shaman youth. Xiaoxi looked up, staring at the equally gleaming head in front of her, and took a step back, trying to slip away. The next second, the head had turned, its sharp eyes fixed in her direction. Oh, Master Shi! Long time no see. Xiaoxi feigned ignorance and turned to slip away, only to be slapped on the shoulder. How come your eyesight has deteriorated after not seeing you for a while? Is the food at the military academy not that good? She finally turned around, a look of realization in her eyes. So you're here? I've been looking for you for ages. Passers-by glanced over at them frequently, some even bumping into others. This was a bustling commercial pedestrian street. As the sky darkened, dazzling colored lights lit up around the ground. Hovercrafts occasionally flew overhead. There were crowds of people here, both in the air and on the ground. Xiaoxi forced a smile. If it weren't for the mission, she wouldn't have stood with him. How embarrassing. Is my haircut nice? Does it look fresh? Spirited, so spirited. Xiaoxi gave a thumbs up. Even more spirited than the spirited youngster. Really? And Ishi was skeptical. You suddenly went to military school. This resolute act of devotion to the interstellar world astounds me. I thought you were possessed, so I wouldn't dare contact you. He stroked his chin. Now that I see, I'm even more skeptical. You actually praised me so sincerely? Xiaoxi chuckled inwardly. Sincerely? You're overthinking it. Wait. What's that word? Possession? Xiaoxi's mind suddenly froze. It seemed that time travel could truly be considered a form of possession. His words reminded her of this. She suddenly wondered, if that was the case, then where had the original owner's soul, or consciousness, gone? Was Xiaoxi already dead before she crossed over? When had the original owner been targeted by the brain-eating worms? Could that be why Shi Ruyan hadn't allowed the original owner to reveal her S-level genes? What was so special about Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi's mind was suddenly filled with questions. Shit, don't scare me. Why are you suddenly silent? You look so lost in thought. So weird. And Ishu screamed, stepping back. Xiaoxi's expression suddenly froze, like a stuck robot. He leaned forward, placing a hand on Ishu's shoulder. She lowered her head, her dark brown eyes tinged with red. The surrounding glare hit her face, flickering. And Ishu's face trembled, her body stiffened, her lips moved, and she couldn't speak. She suddenly gave a strange smile, her voice low. Hee. You found me. You're next. And go. And Ishu was practically terrified. Hearing the word and go, and seeing Xiaoxi's lips twitching as he tried to suppress a smile, he finally came to his senses. He raised his hand and punched Xiaoxi. You scared me to death. Xiaoxi scoffed, his face filled with disdain. You're still so timid. There are so many people here. I wonder what you're afraid of. It's all because of your acting skills. I didn't expect you to have such talent. It come in handy during this Starlight event. And Ishu waved his hand, giving a meaningful smile. Hey. Your pecs are a lot firmer. You've been training a lot lately, haven't you? Military cadets are just different, huh? He reached out to touch her, but Xiaoxi pushed him away. Get lost? Hee. When I saw you get expelled from the military academy, I knew you were still that rebellious you. You've been through a lot, haven't you? You've turned everything upside down, pissed off those Star Alliance hypocrites? Xiaoxi thought for a moment and sighed. You've certainly been through a lot. You look like a woman with a story. Seriously, you helped me this time, right? You? And Ishu clasped her hands together under her chin, wavering them back and forth in front of her, blinking as she did so. You know, I've always wanted to be a director. Don't think I have a bad memory. You said you wanted to be an actor, didn't you? Being a director was once my dream. Ahem, aren't you trying to carry on your legacy? I'm not dead yet. And Ishu had to admit, well, I do feel like being a director is more prestigious. I can boss celebrities around, and maybe even snag a few pretty girls. I'd be able to see stunning beauties every day. A winner in life, right? Xiaoxi, Don't worry, I wouldn't dare order you around. Even if you wanted to seduce me, I'd be there for you. As soon as he said this, even more glances came his way. Many people, their eyes twinkling, whispered, that person over there. Looks familiar? The female alpha in the crowd had a cool pale complexion and a tall, straight figure, creating a stark contrast against the vibrant and dark surroundings. That bold, striking face, paired with a calm demeanor, every movement measured, and those overly indifferent eyes that shone with a sense of world weariness. What the hell, Xiaoxi? Is she really a lesbian? Snap! Snap! A voice nearby echoed, and flashes of light flashed. Xiaoxi covered his face, because the flashes were so bright. Shoot, his eyes narrowed, looking incredibly dangerous. And go look at what you've done. Shut up. The people around him began to squeeze in, their necks craned, their laptops held high. The crowd suddenly jammed, and Xiaoxi's scalp tingled. She hadn't expected a mere photo to have such a significant impact. Let's go! Xiaoxi dragged Ishu along and ran. Where's your car? Let's run. Oh, they're holding hands. Someone around screamed. A confused voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Isn't that right? Isn't her top Lin Tanyan? How can she hold someone else's hand? Top? What the hell? Let's just keep it secret, and don't show it in front of the main character. Anyway, this couple is quite cute. A sick, useless, second-generation bottom, a silly, husky, loyal top. Not bad. Are you okay? You were so stupid, she heard it. And why is she still the one with an issue? Xiaoxi suppressed the rage in his eyes, wanting to kill someone. I don't understand. Why did you park in such a busy street? Both of them were breathing heavily when they got in. Xiaoxi pushed an issue into the passenger seat, and took the driver's seat himself. With a fleeting flick of his invisible hand, he spun the steering wheel, accelerating sharply. With a few beautiful drifts, the red retro sports car spun smoothly through the crowd of black people, leaving nothing behind. Master Shi, your driving skills are getting more and more impressive. You're the driving god of Blue Dream Star, aren't you? And Ishu gripped the sides of the seat tightly, his expression nervous yet excited. I didn't expect your lousy car couldn't fly. Is it retro all the rage these days? A car that can fly would be a step down in class. You haven't answered my question yet, Xiaoxi said coldly. Well, Actually, we chose a high-traffic location like this to get some exposure. After all, there are a lot of internet-famous photographers exploring the streets of Daegu Road. That way, word of my collaboration with you can spread, attracting your potential fans to the show, which will help our group advance in the preliminaries. After all, traffic is king these days, isn't it? Okay, so after not seeing you for so long, you took advantage of me right from the start. There's nothing I can do about it. And Ishu looked melancholy. Well, to be honest, my group was eliminated in the first 2 preliminaries. Now the only preliminaries left are for the Singing Stars region, so I quickly registered under a different identity. If it weren't for you, I'd probably have been eliminated again. Why are you so competitive? There are so many second-generation celebrities and internet celebrities who signed up this year. They already have so many followers. Why are you trying to steal this job? You're not short of money, so why are you trying to steal this job? He said righteously, this is my ideal. Do you understand what an ideal is? Xiaoxi spread his hands. Then it's settled. You have ideals, but others don't? So just help me out, kudos. And Ishu smiled flatteringly. If Xiaoxi hadn't been driving, he'd have looked like he was about to kneel down and cling to me. After this, you can do whatever you want. I arrange everything for you, even if you want to have some unspoken control over me. What else do you think I'm doing here? Xiaoxi asked him back. And Ishu was stunned for a moment before realizing that this meant he agreed. A sudden burst of joy washed over his face. This time it's done. I even used some connections at a high price to connect with the popular writer and screenwriter Jedi Fengxin, the author of the article Xiaoxian that's been going viral lately. With the most controversial figure on the current Star Network starring, and the script provided by writer Jedi Fengxin, it's impossible not to win first place. This one hit will instantly make me the most famous young director, haha. And Ishu threw his head back and laughed heartily. He briefly explained the selection process for Interstellar Light 1001. Generally speaking, it was a combination of live performance scripts and variety shows, essentially relying on acting skills and popularity. Some segments included singing and dancing tests, but that wasn't the main focus. Although K-Star was initially known for training numerous famous singers, its business expanded, becoming a comprehensive hub for the entertainment industry. With the rise of AI music, many anti-tech, retro-inspired groups have protested, sparking a lasting retro trend. People are now more drawn to adapted versions of classical music, leading to a decline in contemporary music. As a result, the large-scale talent shows held every few years for pop stars no longer focus on singing and dancing. Of course, there's also you, Xiaoxi. After filming this pornographic film, you definitely reached the top of the entertainment industry and become a popular star. Let's join forces and take over the entertainment industry. And Ishu laughed heartily, completely immersed in the joy of the future. The pornographic film? Xiaoxi's expression was clearly not looking good. And Ishu's eyes drifted. Ah, you heard wrong. I haven't received Jedi Fengxin's script yet, so I don't know what he write. It's not impossible to be with A. Xiaoxi smiled slightly. But I have to be the one above. The night deepened. The silvery moonlight, like a white ribbon, drifted gently across the black ground, casting a hunched shadow above it. At this moment, the old woman in the maintenance department had put down her small gadgets and, holding a long iron rod with a curved hook at the top, was hooking the rusty roller shutter and pulling it down. At this moment, the old TV in the store, which had been turned off, suddenly turned on by itself, and a figure appeared on it. I'm off work now. You're finally done. The old woman pushed the roller shutter up a little more, then stepped on her mechanical legs and walked forward. She was too short. Without them, she couldn't even reach the TV buttons. Sorry to have kept you here. Lin Tanyon's voice came from the other end of the TV. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. There's no need to say that. I know you. Well, such a heavy burden. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Have you got any leads? That person, or rather, that group of people, are hiding too deeply, leaving no trace of their actions. But through analyzing the various decision-making directions of every member of the Star Alliance over the past decade, I've identified some key targets. It's a big project. It seems I have a clue. Yes. How is she doing? This isn't the first time you've tried to investigate her this way. Yes. When I was on Mihai Star, I sensed two parasitic forces. The power of the brain-eating worms, which means there must be two of them invading Mihai Star. In the end, they simultaneously converged near Xiaoxi, and my perception of one of these forces suddenly vanished. Is it possible they're the same brain-eating worm? These creatures are naturally capable of fission. After fissioning, they should spread further, not. I'm just worried. Is she able to resist the invasion of the brain-eating worms because it's too unbelievable, right? She hasn't reached S rank yet, nor does she have any extraordinary strengths. Lin Tanyan was silent. Don't worry, that child is doing well. Perhaps this is a turning point for her? She's doing well. She's actually earned such praise from you. Lin Tanyan recalled his few encounters with her. She wasn't exactly well. But he didn't care. It was all about getting the job done. Sometimes, you have to look beyond the surface. Haha, I think you understand this better than I do. No, I still have a lot to learn. Lin Tanyan nodded. Captain Long, I appreciate your advice. You still call me Captain? I should have retired long ago. Now, the neighbors who come to me for appliance repairs call me Weird Granny. You can call me that, too. I find it very endearing. Xiaoyan, sometimes you're just too serious. That's not good. It takes away a lot of the fun. Lin Tanyan remained silent. Whenever someone brought up something other than work, he didn't know how to respond. He had lost his ability to express his emotions. Perhaps, he never had any emotions to begin with. Emotions, which only hindered his work efficiency, had gradually become less common since he learned to hide them. The last time he experienced a strong emotional upheaval was when he was on the starship with she. She always seemed to make him angry. Hey, you seem to be laughing just now. Did you think of something happy? Grandma Long seemed to have discovered something surprising. Is there? A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Tanyan's eyes. Maybe I saw it wrong. After all, this TV is old, and I'm old too. It's normal to miss a pixel. Grandma Long waved her hand. If you're fine, I'd be off duty. Star Alliance doesn't offer overtime pay for non-staff members like me. I leave the rest to you young people. Once this is over, I officially retire. I can go square dancing or something. Her tall mechanical legs supported her stooped, short body as she moved forward. The dim light stretched her figure, its shadows seemingly immense, intertwined with the interplay of light and shadow. The figure on the old television flickered slightly, as the signal intermittently shifted, blurring the image. But she could vaguely make out the figure standing upright, saluting her back. In the corner of the small shop, a worn cabinet door tilted askew, its rotting with saluting and threatening to fall apart. Inside, a corner revealed metals stacked haphazardly. There were many cabinets like this. At the bottom of one of them lay a yellowed piece of paper. Injury assessment name, Long Taichi. Gender, alpha female. Occupation, Captain of the Special Operations Squadron of the Central Region of the Star Alliance, Director of the Detection Center Bureau. Specialties, expertise in bone scanning and brainwave sensing, capable of accurately identifying anomalous species. The subsequent flurry of technical terms can be condensed into one sentence. During the search and fight against brain-eating worms operation, the rescued civilians were once invaded by the worms. Although they successfully resisted, their muscle tissue collapsed, and their original height of 1.91 meters shrank to only 1.41 meters, permanently preventing them from participating in combat. Zhao Shi held the steering wheel with one hand. Where did the navigation take us? Your home? Want to go to my house? Haven't you always been disgusted with my house? You said it wasn't big enough, not tall enough, not bright enough, not full enough. And Ishu counted a bunch of them on his fingers, then his face turned green. Really? Are you really trying to seduce me? Zhao Shi smiled maliciously. Yes, your hairstyle looks much better this time than your previous dark green, slick-back hair. The fluorescent green really goes to my heart. I love it. And Ishu first clutched his head, then himself, trembling. Holy crap. They say the Star Alliance Military Academy is full of gays. Turns out it's true. I'm going to change to my old hairstyle tomorrow. Thank you, I changed quickly. This fluorescent spiky hair is seriously making me want to jump off a building. The main thing is, if he showed up in the music industry with this hairstyle, he'd probably be thrown out as some kind of shaman aristocrat before he even got through the door. You think I want to go to your house? I just broke up with Shirian and have nowhere to go back to. Are you kidding me? And Ishu's face turned even greener. At least find a decent excuse, okay? Don't you still have over 100 houses? Just pick one and move in. If and she really doesn't care about you anymore, won't you be free to do whatever you want? Isn't that the freedom you've always wanted? He rolled his eyes. You're kidding me, you might need a place to sleep? Zhao Shi was stunned. Wow, so many houses, he's seriously rich. But she had no idea where these houses were. The previous computer had been replaced because it broke, and the new one had no information at all, not even an account. There was only the new account she had opened, and it hadn't a penny in it. For some reason, the promised subsidy from the school hadn't arrived. Then she suddenly remembered that the information she had filled in seemed to be from the broken computer. Ah! I really wanted to kill this fool of myself. Rich yet poor, I never thought such a contradictory word could describe her current self. And Ishu crossed her arms, an expression that said, I see right through you. Admit it, you're just attracted to my perky butt. I do. She nodded seriously. I really want to kick it to pieces. She was telling the truth. She was already on the verge of tears from her own stupidity, and then there was this idiot next to her, stirring things up. The pressure on Xiaoxi's body had been compressed to the limit, and he looked like he could explode at any moment. And Ishu shuddered at the sight. Are you serious? He asked in a trembling voice. Just then, they arrived at the location indicated by the navigation system. The car stopped. Xiaoxi freed his hands and suddenly smiled. You've mentioned it so many times today. I wonder if you really want me to do something. Wait a minute. And Ishu was shaking so much that he couldn't speak clearly. Then his hands were tied behind his back and pinned to the seat, leaving him powerless to resist. This wasn't the case just a few months ago. He couldn't help but wonder what Xiaoxi had been through during this period. At the same time, he felt a chill on his butt, and he quickly shouted for help. Look around. This is the swimsuit party you've been waiting for. After that incident, we said we celebrate our survival, and now we're making up for it. I'm a man of honor, right? Even if you're desperate, you shouldn't treat your brothers like this. She was filled with questions. When had she ever expected anything like that? It's been a while since I've seen so many friends, Master Shi. Everyone misses you so much. And Ishu quickly reminded her that there were so many people here, and to not do anything too extreme. Unexpectedly, Shi tightened his grip even more, and Ishu let out a hiss. Xiaoxi's mind went blank. She had never imagined that this was what was waiting for her. As someone with social anxiety, she was asked to get close to a group of strangers. She knew who they were. Xiaoxi still remembered that not long after she traveled here, she'd been chased by these delinquent teenagers to the Star Alliance Military Academy, where they openly challenged Lin Tanyin. This was killing me. These were a bunch of second-generation prodigies, who played recklessly, and had no boundaries. How could they possibly be on the same page as a good, book-loving student like her? And yet, she had to act familiar, having fun and chatting with them like good friends. She really couldn't have fun. She looked down at Ishu, her eyes dark. Originally, she just wanted to kick his ass, but now, she wanted to strangle him. Finally, we're here. Today's protagonist. A voice called from outside the car. She looked up and saw a large group gathered around the car, staring into it with wide eyes. Their mouths gaped in unison, their expressions of surprise and distortion like that abstract painting called The Scream. The crowd was so dense that it blocked out much of the moonlight outside. Suddenly, a shadow loomed, making it hard to breathe. Are we here at the wrong time? Chapter 89. When they said, looks like we came at the wrong time? Xiaoxi's mind skipped a beat, and she blurted out. No, you came just in time. Oh my god! What kind of bizarre line was she saying? She was panicking, but she remained calm. She gently picked up a non-existent mosquito and said, there are so many mosquitoes in this car. We need to catch some. Someone even leaned in to look. Where's the mosquito? She quickly flicked her finger, sending the mosquito flying. She sneered, its filthy corpse was destroyed in my hands. It's been a while since we last saw you. Young Master Shi's speech is becoming more and more elegant, someone exclaimed. A man dressed in a cyber scholar's outfit touched his dazzling glasses. Isn't that right? Otherwise, how could someone attend 2 universities in 1 semester? Double the number, double the knowledge. Xiaoxi's scalp tingled. Wow, brother, you're just flattering me. Is there really a mosquito? The blind man remained skeptical. He has such a huge bump on his butt, didn't you see it? Xiaoxi flashed at Ishu's white butt. The nearest people eagerly peeked in, surprised at first, then nodded in agreement. What a huge bump! And Ishu bit his collar and cried silently. Xiaoxi, you idiot! You were the one who pinched it out. He shuddered as he thought. Ever since she left and returned, he'd been half believing the rumors on Starnet. He never imagined they were getting even more perverse. He couldn't afford to offend them. At that moment, a large crowd gathered outside the car window, dimming the light for a moment. The air was stagnant. What blew in through the car window wasn't the cool night breeze, but an unpleasant, foul odor, mingling and drifting in through the window. Xiaoxi realized it was their pheromones. It seemed that after that fight with those alphas at school, Xiaoxi's nose had become more sensitive. She couldn't smell pheromones before, but now she could. But her senses weren't sensitive enough. She could only vaguely tell it was a stench. Perhaps their pheromones weren't inherently stinky, but simply an instinctive repulsion between alphas, but she couldn't distinguish the finer details. What did her own pheromones smell like? Oh, she had none, making her a half-crippled alpha. Xiaoxi touched her nose, feeling uncomfortable. She didn't like crowds anyway. Now, she felt like she was surrounded by a bunch of stinky tofu. The car was so confined, their scent couldn't escape once it got in. She nearly orgasmed. Feeling a surge of warmth rising, she took a long step out of the car before she could truly come. After taking 2 deep breaths of the night air, she felt much better, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, since everyone hadn't been overwhelmed by the intense emotions, the smell was much milder than during the last fight. After recovering, she saw the magnificent palace-like building ahead, its long red carpet stretching all the way to her feet. Xiaoxi glanced at the people around her. Aside from Anishu, she didn't recognize anyone, let alone call out their names. She had to act aloof. Thankfully, they didn't suspect anything. Come on! Let's go in and reminisce about the past. They made an inviting gesture. More reminiscing? Forget it. This time, she really didn't know what to come up with. Each of them held their heads high, their chests puffed out with a natural arrogance, all of them acting like they were insanely powerful. Their outfits were all very unique, with samurai garb, Taoist robes, 3-piece suits, and some she couldn't describe. Well, it's not an exaggeration to say, they looked a bit mentally disturbed, their minds clearly failing. Facing this group of delinquents, she felt a headache. How could she maintain her image, avoid angering them, and still escape unscathed? Just then, 2 men stepped forward and put a yellow jacket on Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi glanced at them briefly, and was startled by what she saw. The gold thread embroidered vigorous patterns, the silver thread auspicious cloud patterns. Oh my god, it was actually a dragon robe. Then, they surrounded her all the way to the palace. Surrounding them were many people dressed like eunuchs, striking a pilgrimage posture beside the red carpet. Some, dressed as palace maids, gracefully saluted them with handkerchiefs. Xiaoxi didn't feel the same exhilaration as if she were enthroned. She simply felt a tingling sense of embarrassment. For a moment, she felt like she was back in a shoddy street studio. And it was so large, it felt like they rented out an entire street of shoddy studios. Oh my god! How could these middle school boys be even more shoddy than her? She began to glance around. There shouldn't be any reporters, influencers, or the like around here, right? If they were photographed, she'd be savaged by the online keyboard warriors again. Moreover, the people on both sides of the red carpet, even if they were dressed as palace maids, were all tall and strong, with muscles as sturdy as bulls. I'm afraid they were bodyguards in disguise. It was absolutely scorching. It was so hot. One of the palace maids moved slightly away, her face painted with foundation as white as the wall, and her green eyeshadow made her look like a ghost. He lifted the hem of his skirt, revealing a pair of muscular legs covered with thick leg hair, and gave her a flirtatious look. His lips moved, as if to say, "Sister, am I hot?" Xiaoxi's pupil shrank, and she tilted her head and raised her hand, gently wiping the corner of her eye with her index finger. Oh my god, it's so spicy that I want to cry. And Ishu exchanged a glance with the others, a smug smile in their eyes. They all nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Xiaoxi transfixed by the spectacle, they whispered, "Oh, she's even moved to tears. She's clearly enjoying it immensely. Looks like this plan is a resounding success. Just get through this, just get through this." Xiaoxi kept saying this to herself. There must be plenty of beautiful, delicate omegas at the swimsuit party. They're definitely more attractive than these alphas. Just be patient, and the sky will be the limit. Previously, Shiryan had only found omegas who were agents, or those with ulterior motives. Today, she finally met someone a little more normal. The entire path from the outside was through lush, forested mountains. It was hard to imagine that in such a bustling area, such a large building area could exist, with so much landscaping taking up so much. People tend to have a bit of a perverse mentality. The more technologically advanced a planet is, the more they consider pristine ecology to be superior, and the more they admire ancient culture. And the pristine planet wants to emulate technology to show off its sophistication. This, how should I put it, is human nature inherently base. When they arrived, they saw there was indeed a swimming pool, but this one was unlike any Xiao she had ever seen. It was incredibly ethereal. The pool was large, its water shimmering with a hint of aquamarine. The water was crystal clear, revealing the pale aquamarine masonry along the walls. The smooth surface and unique texture reflected through the water made it look very much like jade. It must be jade. Mist swirled above the pool, making it look like the Yaoqi, Wuqi, seen on TV. If it weren't for the stairs leading up and down, she wouldn't have been able to connect it with a swimming pool. In the center of the pool stood a classical pavilion, probably made of some new material. It looked elegant and substantial, yet it was completely floating on the water. Isn't it a pool party? Where's the Omega in a swimsuit? Spotting the confusion in her eyes, Anishu nudged her shoulder and smiled sideways. Don't worry, what you've been waiting for is coming soon. That smile was incredibly meaningful. Right. We're throwing this party to welcome you back home. Having fun is all that matters, the other said. Thank you? She felt flattered for a moment. The young people were startled when they heard her words. Several of them huddled together, whispering, she actually said thank you. Such a change of heart. She's clearly been hurt. Right. Hurry, we need to find a way to distract her. I heard from Ngo that your driving skills are getting better and better. That guy from the Hot Wheels Club said he wanted to compete with you. Do you remember him? His vortex drifting skills are amazing. I started my own racing brand, mainly making cars similar to that Yale model. Didn't you like them before? And me? I run an underground casino. These people chattered non-stop, leaving she completely speechless. This was truly great. It just so happened that she had no memory of these events. She was afraid she'd be exposed if she spoke too much. While they were talking, she secretly took note of their words and used them to infer their identities, but the information she gained was still limited. Then she picked up the wine next to her and began to down it, one glass after another. This was the brilliant idea she had just come up with. Pretend to be drunk. That way, even if she slipped up and made a mistake, it would be completely forgivable. However, when they saw she start drinking, they panicked even more. A few of them exchanged glances, and after a while, they began to take turns dragging she down to reminisce about the past, occasionally asking for her advice and asking questions. She answered incoherently, gradually becoming overwhelmed as their questions became increasingly detailed. Before, in Zuixli, you were playing with those two Omegas, and then they... As soon as this person said this, the faces of those around him changed. How did they become? The person paused, but still managed to finish the rest of his words. She sensed something strange, and lowered her eyelids to hide the confusion in her eyes, while quickly searching the word Zuixli in her mind. Zuixli, sounded familiar, but she couldn't place it exactly. Two Omegas, West, putting these two keywords together, she could only remember one place. Could it be the western suburbs? Something to do with the western suburbs bombing. That's where she first opened her eyes in this world. She suddenly remembered Anishu's earlier mention of possession. So, could it be that she's been discovered not to be the original owner? If so, given the current frenzy of retro-style thinking among the star people, they definitely capture her and imprison her in a terrifying laboratory to study her to death in pursuit of immortality. After all, things like transmigration really can't be explained by science, right? A chill ran down her spine. These people seemed uneducated and overly alert. It turned out they were testing her. I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. The seated female alpha raised her eyelids and placed her wine glass on the table with a crisp clatter. At this moment, the entire room was filled with a profound silence, like the sound of a deep heartbeat. Sorry. The man's expression suddenly changed. I didn't mean to bring this up. I'm just a little worried that their deaths have affected you, causing your sexual orientation to change. To me, those people are nothing to worry about. Living or dead, they can't change their status as mud. It was thanks to you that they were able to enter Blue Dream Star. They were lucky to see the capital star before they died. After all, some people never get to set foot there in their entire lives. Isn't that right? That's right. That's right. Everyone nodded. Sexual orientation? Changed. She was bewildered. When did it happen? How could she not know? Seeing her silence, Anishu patted her shoulder. You've got a tough life too. You always encounter misfortunes. Some misfortunes, indeed, but it's not that bad. Because, since she survived the plane crash in another world, she considered herself lucky enough. Time travel, come on, that's a privilege reserved for novel protagonists. She wanted to protest, but then she felt that remaining silent and melancholic at this moment would make it easier for her to deal with these people. Okay, she admitted, She was having a social anxiety attack and didn't want to talk. Zhao Shi, quite willing to take advantage of the situation, immediately put on a slightly melancholic expression and raised her glass again. Well, that's enough. I've already had 5, 6, 7, or 8 drinks. Now I can just act like a complete stranger and go completely crazy. If any of the invited Omega caught her eye, she unleashed her bestiality. Ahem, isn't that right? Faint on the spot, letting herself be manipulated, they'd probably be very enthusiastic. After all, they said this party was for her. Stop drowning your sorrows in alcohol and look ahead. There are plenty of beautiful women out there, and who isn't better than him? And Ishu snatched the wine glass from Zhao Shi's hand, a look of disappointment on his face. Zhao Shi raised her head dazedly and began to feign drunkenness. Her hazy eyes pierced the mist and caught sight of a bewildered group of people. They were wearing thongs, flaunting their slender physiques, and flexing their toned muscles as they approached her, their domineering airs reminiscent of bosses, yet also full of witless wit. Are these the alphas you found? Zhao Shi's hazy gaze instantly cleared, almost glaring like bells. And Ishu stood up and introduced, "This is the second son of the Lu family. He dumped his fiancée to come find you. This is from the Yin family. That's right, my cousin, he's also from the same family. This is..." At this moment, the group flexed their biceps, peacock-like, before her. They seemed to be diligently emitting pheromones. Zhao Shi smelled that familiar body odor, and her stomach began to turn sour. Surprised? Unexpected? And Ishu smiled smugly, as if taking credit. "See how I treat you well?" Several others said, "And us. We contributed too." Zhao Shi really wanted to ask, "Is he sick? Is he sick?" Her fists clenched, her knuckles turning blue. She took a deep breath, holding back. She had to stop hitting people here. She had to leave for the singing star tomorrow. She had a mission to complete, and she must not cause any more trouble. Especially an Ishu, who was hoping to use him as a connection to break into the entertainment industry. He couldn't be attacked. Just tell me, who isn't stronger than Lin Tanyan? Zhao Shi was truly baffled by his train of thought. She suppressed her trembling claws. What does this have to do with Lin Tanyan? Though she tried to control herself, her voice was unsteady, slightly hoarse and trembling. Because all her energy was going into controlling her anger. And Ishu's eyebrows curved. Was she surprised that he understood her so well? So happy that even her voice trembled with excitement. He said matter-of-factly, "Isn't that photo online of you nearly killed by Lin Tanyan after your proposal was rejected?" Yes, yes. The people around him nodded. Zhao Shi, what the hell is that question mark? Why is it getting more and more outrageous? So your previous dislike for him was actually a form of affection. You tried every possible way to get his attention, even going so far as to enroll in the Star Alliance military academy for him. You tried your best to get closer to him, but this star is too scorching. You wanted to absorb its warmth, but he always treated you with coldness. The distance between you was too great, a distance measured in billions of light years. You were so far apart, a distance you could never reach. After being rejected and heartbroken, you could no longer control yourself, and you couldn't stay in his world. So you decided to leave in anger, deliberately making a huge mistake and getting expelled. Please advise. Zhao Shi felt like laughing for no reason. This is probably what they call laughing out of anger. Where did you hear all this? And Ishu chuckled. Isn't it that fanfiction you wrote on StarNet? Oh, to be precise, it should be considered an autobiography. That's right. Another person said, why wouldn't we read your book? Which one? Zhao Shi asked, almost through gritted teeth. It's that book, Stars in 100 Million Light Years, by Zhao Shiba. Stop hiding it, isn't that you? Damn, she's busy with schoolwork, battles, detention, and video games every day. How could she have the time to write a novel? How could someone do such a thing? What bored idiot would do that? You know, the writing is pretty good. The style is delicate, the emotions are sincere, and it's captivating. I didn't expect you could write a novel. As expected of someone who went to 2 universities in 1 year, you're just different. We all know you're into alpha right now. Don't worry, we won't discriminate. As long as you don't fall for us. Zhao Shi, The A-class students they found were eager to try, eager to show off. Zhao Shi found it very strange. Given her reputation, why would these seemingly well-off people bother to come after her? What benefit do you want? Tell me directly. One of them hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. Hearing Ishu's friend needs this, I'm absolutely committed. I hope that after this is accomplished, The Zhao family can help my family's business overcome its difficulties. The other said, since you want the truth, I be frank. Young master, she is the most notorious alpha in the Star Alliance. A true alpha sleeps with the most difficult alphas. Such alphas are the alphas of alphas. Although it was confusing, Zhao she understood. Another person blushed and said shyly, actually, I've admired you for a long time. There are so few alphas like you. You're so wicked and alluring. They're both talented and beautiful, with strong physiques. They're all top-notch ones. Even if they have some small requests, they shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Zhao she glanced at him coldly. It was so funny. It wasn't even as big as hers, so how could it be called a top-notch one? Don't worry, I make you feel amazing. Wait, I send you to hell right now. And Ishu smiled. The alphas smiled. The friends smiled. Zhao she smiled too. It's okay. Just don't beat them to death, right? Chapter 90. A piercing sound pierced the night, followed by a crash, a howl, and a splash. Calm down. Calm down. By the time everyone reacted, the attack was over. No one had expected Zhao she to suddenly attack, sending a lightning-fast punch sending an Ishu careening into the pool. She moved so quickly that no one around could react and stop her. Hey! What are you doing? And Ishu thrashed around in the pool. I was trying to help you out of kindness, and you're turning your back on me. Gulp gurgling, I can't swim. The pool wasn't very deep. If an Ishu had been able to stand upright, he could have easily landed at the bottom. But now, like a duck, he fluttered around in panic. How can you call it a swimming party if you don't swim? Zhao she laughed. I suggest everyone go for a swim. After that punch, he felt much better, and even his blood circulation began to flow. It would be nice if all these annoying alphas could be beaten up. But she hated the stinky tofu smell of a fight. Besides, Anishu was the main instigator of this incident, and the others were recruited, so she had no real reason to start a fight. After all, she was a principled person. You're going too far. My brother was trying to help you out of kindness, but you treated him like this. I need an explanation. And Jiaqing stood up and spoke righteously. Zhao she glanced at him. Was this the guy who had just said he needed help with the family business? Why don't you go down and save him instead of asking me for an explanation? Zhao she turned and left. It would be terrible if I drowned. Wow, I suddenly know how to swim. At this moment, an Ishu struggled erratically in the pool, and finally found himself standing up. Hey Zhaoxi, where are you going? Our party hasn't even started yet. We prepared this just for you. I'm so heartbroken. Zhaoxi chuckled. They already found a bunch of jerk-ass guys to tease her, so she done her best by holding back and not punching them to death. You guys take your time and have fun. Her smile was cold and gloomy, revealing a hint of displeasure. Her back was lonely, aloof, and unapproachable. So when she left, no one dared to stop her. Of course, leaving a party mid-sentence was everyone's freedom. What do we do? Someone asked. Things seemed to be messed up. And Ishu scratched his hair. His fluorescent spiky hair, now wet, was no longer prickly at all. Like a shrunken sea urchin, strands of hair clung to his face. He stared at Zhaoxi's back, his expression darkening. No way. No way. I was hoping to cheer her up, so she could do well on Interstellar Light. My dream of directing depends on her. Oh, what am I going to do? And Ishu sighed sadly. And our friendship is drifting apart. She's becoming less and less like herself, and I can only stay here, watching her retreat. Ah. How heartbreaking. Have you been reading too many sad articles on Star Online lately? Stop it, and figure something out. And Jiaqing was even more anxious than he was. And Jiaqing had come here today with a purpose. His family was involved in the downstream industry of Zerg genetic products. For example, the previously popular milk drop insect tea was marketed by his family. Then, the Communication University of China had suffered a major incident, severely impacting his family's business. At the beginning of the year, they had focused on this project, expanding the new industrial chain, and had invested almost half their capital, but now it was all gone. The company's stock price plummeted, and bankruptcy was imminent. The only person who could best help their company was Shi Ruyan, who possessed the largest amount of genetic resources in the Zerg industry, but they had been unable to establish contact with her. Now, if they could capture Zhao Shi, leverage her family's resources, and with Shi Ruyan's help, their family could not only revive, but even expand. So when an Ishu said Zhao Shi was in a lesbian relationship, and Jiaqing felt like he had grabbed a lifeline. Alas, Zhao Shi has never lacked anything. Material things certainly won't move her. I can only think of her lack of love. So what else can we do? And Ishu sighed. There's no point in being anxious. I'm even more anxious. Perhaps we're aiming in the wrong direction? Another person suddenly said, let me think about it. Perhaps this is how it could work. You have a point. And Ishu nodded, suddenly understanding. Let's do it. After Zhao Shi left, she maintained a gloomy expression for a moment. After walking a distance, a triumphant smile crossed her tense face. Yeah. Finally, she had found her chance to escape successfully. Social anxiety really didn't want to brag to a bunch of strangers. They were the original owner's friends, not hers. She couldn't possibly have anything in common with them. She might as well just find someone at the military academy to fight. Fighting, playing games, even doing homework was more interesting than bragging with them. And now, she just wanted to find a place to catch up on some sleep. It was almost time for Kill the Black Hole and Hengxing Wuyan's scheduled time. And then, there was the singing star competition. Zhao Shi estimated she wouldn't be able to sleep for a long time. She could spend days in the game alone. For example, last time on Xuanyu Star, when we were fighting the Zerg and Zerg Bones, she was almost exhausted by the end. This game is really not for ordinary people. It's too hard. Games that allow you to exchange game coins for real money are really special. Zhao Shi suddenly remembered that she still had so many black coins. Since she was short on cash, she quickly logged into the game to exchange them for star coins. This place was so huge that Zhao Shi walked around for a long time, but couldn't find the entrance. Then she saw a shorter, palace-like building, magnificently and exquisitely constructed. A glance at the quaint inscriptions revealed it was a restroom. She had drunk a bit too much, so she went in to pee. Zhao Shi entered the game as she headed for the restroom. The restroom's interior was also exceptionally luxurious. Crystal floor tiles, jade walls, a toilet bowl so pristinely clean without a speck of dust, it even shone with a brilliant white glow. After feeling her consciousness being squeezed, Zhao Shi successfully opened her eyes within the in-game cabin. She lay there, staring at the transparent blue glass before her, and activated the game system. But after searching for a long time, she couldn't find a place to exchange star coins, so she simply typed on the public screen, "Family, do you know where I can exchange black coins for star coins?" But no one responded on the public screen for a long time. Zhao Shi scrolled up the history, and found that the public screen had been much quieter recently, with only a few people speaking. Zhao Shi suddenly noticed that no one from the guild had posted on the public screen. Only individual investors were chatting with each other. The silence was too strange. Finally, someone replied to her, "Let's roast sweet potatoes." Guild members exchange directly within their own guild. If you're an individual investor, you can find an underground guild that specializes in this. Zhao Shi replied, "Okay, thank you." Unable to resist, she posted on the public screen again, "Why are there so few people today? Did everyone go to cash in?" After another long wait, someone replied. Judging by their ID, they were also an individual investor. Fu Rudong, hi, are you she? The one from the Shadya duo? She, yeah, what's wrong? It's not the Shadya duo. It's the two evil stars, black and white, meet in a black hole, tyrannical and domineering, the violent sunset annihilating everything duo, okay? Fu Rudong, hi, okay, the black and white duo. Aren't you and Hengxing Wuyan planning to take on those major guilds? The location is on Dihuang Star. Haven't you been there yet? They already went there. It's quite strange. Ever since the Dihuang Star dungeon opened, the public screen has suddenly become much quieter. It's like they just vanished. Zhao Shi finally understood. So they opened the dungeon while they were away? If the Antimatter Guild had taken down the boss first, the score gap would have been huge. She couldn't stand being ranked lower than those people. Zhao Shi left a message to Hengxing Wuyan explaining the current situation, and saying she might have to consider moving up the dungeon time. But then Zhao Shi suddenly remembered that she was about to participate in Starlight 1001. What should she do? She couldn't do both. Zhao Shi had a flash of inspiration. It seemed she could actually do both. For example, right now, while she was contacting the underground guild about exchanging black coins for star coins, she was admiring the overly luxurious palace restroom. After flushing the toilet, opening the door, Zhao Shi learned that the exchange of star coins couldn't be done instantly. To prevent one party from delivering the currency, and the other from not fulfilling, an exchange agreement had to be signed offline before the exchange could take place. This underground guild seemed to specialize in this exchange business. Their members' rankings had never been seen on the leaderboards, which meant they had never participated in dungeons or killed monsters. It was hard to explain. It was a bit strange. What use did they have for the in-game black coins? I was so excited that my vision was still a little dark. It's mainly because I've had a few drinks, otherwise it wouldn't have happened. She held onto the bathroom door. Feeling a slight draft in her crotch, she suddenly remembered she hadn't zipped up her pants. She was about to do it when someone appeared beside her. They had chestnut hair and looked sweet and charming, their smile adorning their features. They were wearing a black and white outfit with a bright red bow under their collar. The person helped her zip up her pants. It just so happened that the Underground Guild had a base near the pop star, so she made an appointment with them for an exchange. Underground? Why does the name of this guild sound unreliable? It looks shady. Who cares? In-game coins can be exchanged for real money. Is there such a good thing in the world? Why bother with bicycles? Of course I exchanged them. Exchange them vigorously. She thought as she shut down the game system and looked at the hatch of the aircraft above, preparing to exit the game. Thank you. The real-life woman said these two words and took 2 steps forward before turning back in shock. She only then realized what the man had done. Unzipping her pants? What the hell? Was she a pervert? Then she turned around and found herself being held. The man was holding her fingers, carefully wiping them inch by inch with a piece of white silk. The silk was cool, and his fingers were soft. She suddenly smelled a faint lemon scent. The young man in front of her wiped her fingers, looking up at her with wet, doe-like eyes, biting his lip. She sighed. Surprisingly, this seemingly high-end restroom wasn't anything fancy. The restroom freshener wasn't some fancy, elegant scent like ambergris, sandalwood, or plum blossom. It was just a plain lemon scent, like the $3 ones you buy at the supermarket. Sir, am I doing a good job? The young man asked timidly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Are you the cleaner here? She recognized his attire and pulled his hand back. Is this rag for cleaning the restroom floor? It's inappropriate for wiping your hands, isn't it? No. It's specially made for wiping customers' hands. What she didn't know was that restrooms in places like this usually have these kind of attendants, whose job it is to unzip pants and wipe things, not just hands, but other areas as well. At this moment, 2 heads popped out from the side of the restroom. Damn! Too fast. Dressed in the same clothes as the boy, they exchanged jealous glances and whispered that female alpha is pretty. Serving her is much more pleasant than those fat pigs. They also have a fixed daily quota. If they don't meet it, their pay will be deducted. That's right. Haha, it seems he failed? Let's find the right opportunity and get to it. She pulled back the hand he was holding, and then the boy fell to the ground as if struck by an invisible force. Are you okay? She clearly felt like he wasn't exerting much force. What was wrong with this guy? He was like a soft sponge. She reached out to help him up, but immediately regretted it. The boy clung to her like a plaster, clinging to her arms tightly and burrowing into her embrace. At the same moment, 2 more boys appeared from nowhere, one grabbing her waist, the other her legs, and began to pull. Can you do it? If not, let me do it. Sister, look at me! The other boy blinked at her. She suddenly noticed that their skin was more delicate, a bit different from the people she usually saw. Most importantly, they didn't look particularly aggressive. So these people were Omegas? A thought suddenly occurred to Shi. That's right. Shi distinguished whether an unfamiliar person was an alpha or an omega by looking at whether they appeared tough or soft. Those who appeared emotionless and rational were betas. Pheromones were only used as a supplementary aid, as she sometimes couldn't tell whether a scent was pheromones or something else entirely. Because of her previous experience, she encountered an omega whose pheromones were like hallucinogens on the Blue Sea Star. A series of devastating events ensued, including the emergence of mutant brain-eating worms. So, she concluded that when an omega threw himself at her for no apparent reason, something bad was bound to happen. After all, that's how it was portrayed in the movies, and her own experience had proven it was true. And this time, there were 3 of them. She glanced around in panic. Danger, more danger was about to strike. This is crazy. What the hell is this place? It's definitely not a good place. When Jiachi arrived, he saw Shi's panicked expression. He stroked his chin deep in thought. She was so afraid of Omegas. He had his doubts, but now he was convinced she was indeed a lesbian, and Jiachi swiftly stepped forward, kicking each of the 3 Omegas away. Then, with his arms folded, he stood as straight as a large, black wooden stake, his expression aloof and domineering. "You're fine now." He gritted his teeth and said she. Cece. The three receptionists' faces darkened. So she's a lesbian? They silently got up and left. He's getting all worked up. Is this the beginning? How could Zhao Shi not understand Jiaqing's intentions? Unfortunately, she had severed ties with her family, so she couldn't help him. Even if she could help, she wouldn't, since they weren't close. And the last two words nearly made her vomit. My brain isn't working properly. Are you sure you want to go after me? Zhao Shi had never experienced anything as absurd as today's. It seemed she was right not to get involved in the original owner's circle from the beginning. These second-generation rich kids are all screwed up. And her foreboding grew stronger. She felt something terrible was going to happen tonight. She couldn't stay in this place anymore. Something terrible was about to happen. No one could stop her from leaving, and Jiaqing hesitated for a moment after hearing her words. Then he recalled the strategy they had discussed earlier. Someone suggested, how could she possibly like this style of swimsuit? Wear something tighter, more abstinent, like Lin Tanyan. Hey, you get it? Everyone nodded. Yeah, that's it. Aloof, unattainable, and alluring. Hey, just try to act that way, and it definitely work. Is Lin Tanyan like this? I don't know him, not at all. It's pretty much like what he looks like in the news, so it's definitely the same. Zhao Shi saw the man in front of her, with his suit collar buttoned all the way up, his face flushing. She frowned. Is this guy sick? No, he's definitely sick. Heh. And Jiaqing looked at her and said word by word, this is my decision. You have no right to object. You have no choice but to follow my lead. Then he saw Zhao Shi make his move. And Jiaqing's lip curled. Humph. He knew this approach wouldn't work. Fortunately, he had a second plan, which was to suppress her violently. He was the heir to the family, constantly nurtured and trained in all aspects of life, having studied martial arts for several years. How could a fool like Zhao Shi compare? Everyone knew that Zhao Shi was uneducated, physically weak, and a complete loser. So what if she attended military school? With her background, she couldn't have gotten in on her own, could she? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiaqing's eyes. He simply kidnapped Zhao Shi and used her to threaten Shiruyan. She was his precious daughter. Shiruyan would surely give her all for her only daughter. This was 1,000 times better than the previous plan. He was truly impressed by his own ingenuity. He thought maliciously that if she could sleep while locked up, she might develop feelings for him. After all, as a zero, there wasn't much difference between an alpha and an omega. Besides the inability to have children, their extreme dependence on emotions was also a major weakness. Don't blame me, blame yourself for being born in Zhao. Ouch! Bang! The ground thudded. The punch was powerful, as if something had exploded right beside his ear. And Jiaqing seemed to see a starry sky swirling. Swirling. Like a vast vortex, sucking him in. And Jiaqing had thought so much, but the only thing he hadn't considered was that he wouldn't be able to beat Zhao Shi. Let's fight, don't force the issue. Zhao Shi was puzzled. This man looked quite strong. How could he be so weak in a fight? You're not good enough. Are you just bloated? You need to exercise more. And Jiaqing collapsed to the ground, barely regaining consciousness when he heard those words. Puff. A mountain felt like it was pressing down on his chest, and he spat out blood. Zhao Shi's reputation as the most dissolute playboy in the galaxy was truly well-deserved, and he couldn't afford to offend her. She had a strong premonition that something terrible was going to happen tonight, and she trusted it, because she had discovered the clues the other time. No bad thing happens without a reason. Zhao Shi walked quickly, almost flying. But soon, she encountered another obstacle on the road. It was one of the alphas she had met before, neatly dressed over his swimsuit. Cleaning a vibrant rose in her mouth, she said, "This beautiful lady." Zhao Shi punched him. The man fell to the ground. He didn't even realize what had happened. Zhao Shi continued running, feeling like she was racing, as if death were chasing her. Her mind suddenly lurched, and she recalled a commercial she'd seen before. A beautiful woman running furiously ahead, a swift beast trailing behind. The beautiful woman asked, "Why are you chasing me?" The beast replied, "I'm in a hurry." She was so anxious, in a hurry, in a hurry, in a hurry, in a hurry. Two more people jumped out to block her path, and Zhao Shi defeated them both. Suddenly, a strange fighting spirit ignited within her. She would kill any god she saw, any Buddha she saw, anyone who came her way, especially the alphas. She'd fight them one by one. She'd fight them two by two. This time, a group of people appeared directly before her, blocking her path. They formed a figure 8, with a figure standing in the middle, a dot at the bottom of the figure 8. Xiaoxi could sense the menacing malice from a distance, but their style was different from the previous ones. It was probably a touch of gentlemanly. No, not really gentle, more like a scumbag greasy air. Each of them was dressed to impress, wearing formal suits, ties, and leather shoes, with slick back hair. The man in the middle had a slick back hair, a pale complexion, and a feminine look. Although he was reasonably handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth, he gave off a rather eunuch-like vibe. Hey, are you Xiaoxi? The man in the middle looked down at everyone, his chin almost raised to the sky. You're so brave. How dare you steal my things? At this point, Xiaoxi was already killing. No, he was furious. No matter who it was, he beat anyone who got in his way. I'm so fed up with these alphas and omegas today. They're flirting all day instead of doing anything. The world might be about to end, and yet they're still talking about love. Shut up, everyone. Xiaoxi, don't hit him. He's... An Ishiu's voice came from behind, its anxious tone, like a house on fire. What's that? Xiaoxi asked. Xiaoxi asked this question after not only beating the man in the middle, but also knocking down the 5, 6, 7, or 8 other people blocking his path. And Ishi was stunned. Oh my god. Did you take some mysterious potion that allows rapid evolution? Made by Enshi's company? No way, is there really such a thing? And Ishiu expressed surprise at first, then said anxiously, he's the second most dissolute person in the universe. You shouldn't. Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. Wow, that's interesting. If interstellar people even rank such titles, then there must be a 3rd, 4th, and 5th? I'm number 1. How can I not hit him? Xiaoxi stepped directly over the man. Her foreboding grew stronger and stronger. She felt that she had to leave this place immediately. But his family is the number 1 arms dealer in the interstellar space. Oh, cough, cough, cough. Why didn't you say so earlier? Well, he didn't have time to say it. I never expected that. So, was her ominous premonition coming from here? Was it caused by her? No. No, that bad premonition had already begun before she began to prepare to leave this place regardless of the consequences. His name is Hua Wanshou. And Ishiu continued, the Hua family, in the Interstellar Alliance Council, is ranked 2nd, along with your Zhao family. You actually dared to attack me. Do you know the consequences of this? The person beside him helped Hua Wanshou to his shaky feet. Although his face still had bruises from the beating, he still maintained his arrogant demeanor. He said slowly, Xiaoxi, I heard Shirigan gave up on you. Xiaoxi asked an Ishiu, I feel like there's something indescribably strange about this person, a bit like that something prisoner. You haven't heard of him? I thought you knew. And Ishiu was a little surprised. He's a man who changes A to O. He cuts off all that stuff, so he's just a that something prisoner. What? So there's such a surgery? Xiaoxi hadn't expected someone like this in the interstellar world. Didn't they know that glands could also turn into O? Hey, I heard that. Hua Wanshou's face darkened, a sullen hue. Excuse me, let's keep our voices down, Xiaoxi said. I'm here, and you're still wavering. Hua Wanshou gritted his teeth. Will you listen to me? Okay, I grant your request. Xiaoxi nodded. I'm not begging you. Xiaoxi continued to nod in agreement. Okay, you're not begging me. Hua Wanshou clenched his fists, feeling indescribably angry and upset. Why is Xiaoxi like this? Even more annoying than the legend says. Ahem. He cleared his throat and continued, Xiaoxi, I heard Shirigan gave up on you. Hua Wanshou repeated his previous words, like a line from a script. No wonder you want to make money in the entertainment industry. How pathetic. And you're trying to steal something from me. Hey, I'm here today to ruin your reputation, and see how you can keep up the act. You have no money, no power, nothing. So the title of the number 1 playboy is mine. Had she heard correctly? Xiaoxi was truly confused. Someone was still vying for such a rubbish title. What did I steal from him? Xiaoxi was completely bewildered. I stole his script. And Ishiu explained, well, it wasn't really a steal. You know, Jedi Fengxin was so popular, his scripts were fiercely sought after by the entertainment industry. He and I were bidding together at the time, and I was a bit behind, not as financially as he was. But I put your name in. Guess what? No need to guess, you know the outcome. Yeah, so that's how it happened. Who gave you more influence? The screenwriter would rather make less money than choose you. It can't be helped. But Hua Wanshou's face was growing increasingly grim. Xiaoxi suspected that a barrage of ion cannons, high-temperature ray guns, and other weapons would appear under his feet in the next second and blast them into a pulp. Because the look in his eyes now seemed to genuinely want to turn her into a sieve. That cold, knife-like gaze slashed at her. It's just a small matter. Don't be angry. I talked to my director. Hearing this, Hua Wancho was stunned. Zhao Shi would actually give up what he had? Just give it to him. I didn't want that kind of script anyway. Let's get something more normal. Don't discriminate against heterosexuals. An issue. The problem is, that kind is the most popular, so it's easier to get into the finals. Oh, okay. She endured it for the sake of reaching the finals. Sorry, no change. Zhao Shi smiled. You're kidding me, aren't you? Hua Wancho shouted, then go to hell. He pressed a button on his sleeve sinisterly, and then, there was the click of gears, and a dark blue, curved mechanical box rose from the ground. It turns out this bitch actually has an arsenal under her feet. She hasn't even entered the entertainment industry yet, and already she's been ravaged by bloodshed. Hua Wancho fired, but he wasn't planning on actually killing Zhao Shi. So, he used the electronic cannon. He just needed to. Just enough to injure her and keep her from becoming a pop star. But his device went haywire, and the thickest and heaviest cannon rose from its mechanical housing. Wait! What's going on? Stop! The cannon began to spin around, finally aiming at him. Hua Wancho's face paled. No! But fortunately, it finally turned again, and fired wildly into the sky, emitting a deafening roar that shook the entire sky and ground. The commotion quickly attracted others, and the scene erupted in chaos. You did it. He stared intently at Zhao Shi. I didn't do anything. Your stuff seems to be of substandard quality. Zhao Shi spread her hands. She certainly didn't do anything, but her robot could. It's best not to operate such a high-risk electronic weapon without a mechanic, hacker, or intelligent robot nearby. Otherwise, it'd be like a 3-year-old strolling around with $1 million. Over there, the cannons were still firing, sending a variety of fireworks into the sky. Over here, a chaotic battle of gods had already begun. The delinquents on Zhao Shi's side, mixed with the greasy-haired and powdered dough of Hua Wancho over there, made for a restless night. Alas, there were too many fights today. Consider it exercise. The sheer volume of commotion here, even in this remote location, immediately attracted the Star Police. The farce finally ended at this point. Everyone, exhausted from fighting, collapsed to the ground. But in the end, their negotiation resulted in a fine for illegally setting off fireworks and damaging public property. The fine also meant paying the venue's owner. The cannons had destroyed several buildings. An issue, that was all caused by his weapon. It had nothing to do with us. Star Police said, based on the signal detection, there may be program tampering. Do you want to check? Zhao Shi, ahem, no need to check. It's a fight. Everyone is responsible. The bill will be distributed based on the video footage and the degree of damage contributed. The bill will be mailed to your family, please check. Tisk, it's just a small amount. Hua Wancho crossed his arms, unconcerned. Zhao Shi wanted to cry. Her little stash of money was being used for compensation again. How much had she already paid out? She felt so gloomy. So the ominous premonition she'd been having was waiting for her. After the show ended and everyone went home, Zhao Shi went to an internet cafe because she had nowhere to stay and her new account didn't have much money. Out of boredom, she opened Star Network. Another angry day. But she's such a terrible person. Why would you support her? You don't even understand the thrill of rooting for Zhao Shi in the right position. That's such a shame. Oh, seeing this villainous, evil, and arrogant character in the right position, the contrast is so cute. Zhao Shi, Xiaolon, hack into the system and ban all these idiots. I don't know how to do that, and it's illegal. Zhao Shi roared like a dragon. Meow, that's really abominable. Ah, sooner or later, I let these ignorant netizens witness her unparalleled fierce A-power aura. Just wait, this time she come up with a fierce A-power top scenario and scare them to death. Who would have thought she end up sleeping in an internet cafe all night? I miss it so much. I miss the beds in the military academy. The next day, she woke up with a sore back, and then her dragon robe and jacket were stolen. Is there any justice in the world? Lanming Star is a capital city, and yet there are people who steal coats. Damn it. What's so valuable about a coat? It can't be made of gold, right? She thought about the heavy feel of the coat, the threads of gold thread, the lifelike dragon head. Maybe it really is gold. Zhao. I should have bought a luxury hotel and slept there. To avoid being discovered, she stayed at an internet cafe. Zhao Shi waited on the street early, And then she and an Ishiyu set off together, embarking on their journey to become a pop star. Then a message came to Zhao Shi's head. It was from an Ishiyu. Young Master Shi, the script is out. I print a copy and give it to you later. I heard that it's easier to get a feel for the performance when reading a script on paper, and you can write and draw on it if you have any insights. The script will definitely meet your requirements, and Ishiyu assured her. The two met on the spaceship. You should familiarize yourself with the script first. Then he quickly shoved the script into Zhao Shi's hands. As promised, prepare well. I have complete faith in you, and am rooting for you. As she was about to open the door to leave, an Ishiyu winked at her, imitating the other contestants on TV. Zhao Shi waved, her eyes fixed on the script in her hands. She eagerly flipped through the pages. Although she still despised same-sex relationships, who knew it was so popular in these hit dramas, to reach the finals and complete the mission, she could barely accept it. Yes, she was indeed the protagonist, and she was indeed the top. But who could have told her? This was actually a self-defeating plot. Chapter 91. This time, they set out on the journey to another planet, crossing the sky and entering the starry sky. Ahead lay the vast outer galaxy, and behind them, the receding azure planet. The two moons had appeared golden on Blue Dream Star, but when seen from the spaceship, they had faded, leaving only a grayish-white color nestled beside the azure planet. Zhao Shi leaned against the window, her deep brown eyes reflected on the glass, her eyes filled with the twinkling stars outside. No matter how many times she looked, she never got tired of it. The galaxy, perhaps the most vast and romantic, was it? There was a knock on the door. Your lunch is here. This was a room full of high-tech style, spacious with a bed, a sofa, a holographic cabin, a bathroom, even an area for sports equipment. Everything was available. There was also a button to change the decor with one click. Since the scene could be simulated, she could choose from antique style, primeval forest, luxurious palace, and so on. But Zhao Shi didn't bother to change it. She knew she wasn't here to enjoy life. The food is another story. A robot, remarkably lifelike, arrived, pushing an oversized food cart. It was tall and large, dressed in a taut suit. Sorry, because you have a large order, robots are more efficient, so we can't use a human. Please forgive me. If you need help, we can replace you. No, you serve the food. Several robotic arms immediately appeared behind the robot, swiftly loading the dishes onto the floating circular table. The table was completely filled, then automatically expanded, and the robots continued serving. Zhao Shi nodded in satisfaction. This time, they were on a high-end business spaceship, much slower than a starship, but the service was excellent. Even better, Master and will cover all expenses, so you have to eat more? Eat as much as you can. Zhao Shi didn't want to admit it, but she hadn't been full lately. She guessed that since she stopped taking the gene-suppressing medication, her physical strength was recovering, so her appetite had increased significantly. You're a valued VDP user. Do you need any manual services? Like manual feeding, manual mouth wiping, and massage therapists specializing in various parts of the body. They all have. Feeding? Zhao Shi was stunned from the start. Some people don't have hands, do they? No, thank you. Finally, she had some time alone, and she just wanted to be quiet. Okay, have a pleasant trip. The robot bowed, then smiled, and pushed the food cart out. Was it enjoyable? I just hoped this operation would go smoothly. But she didn't even know how to find the brain-eating worms. The special forces wouldn't just send her here alone, would they? But if she wasn't actively eating, there must be something wrong with her brain. Zhao Shi began to devour the food on the table. To be honest, the taste wasn't as good as Shi Yankai's floating pavilion. The dishes imitated some of the 8 major cuisines of ancient culture, but they still weren't quite accurate. However, as she ate, a voice kept chattering beside her. Even without anyone around, it couldn't be quiet. I really want to know what human food tastes like, Cece, tell me. The blue robot next to her was flying around her head. Zhao Shi was so busy eating that she had no time to pay attention to it, so the blue robot kept chattering more and more. Wow, you eat so fast. It must be delicious, right? Zhao Shi puffed out his cheeks and swallowed a large mouthful of food. You're busy eating? Can you shut your mouth? I don't have a mouth. There's no need to shut it. My vocalizations are. When Zhao Shi fixed it with a dangerous look, it immediately changed its tune. You told me, and I shut up. Zhao Shi leaned back in his chair. I've noticed you, little robot, are getting more and more demanding. You've stopped calling me master, and are even trying to bargain with me. I know you don't like the status of master. You prefer family or friends to master. Right. Zhao Shi wondered, When did I ever tell you that? Robots can sense human emotions based on their heartbeats and blood flow. You were clearly happier when I called you Cece than when I called you Master, so I changed my tune. A robot's job is to make humans happier. Of course, you're the first person to treat me like a friend and say thank you. I'm also very happy to be friends with Cece. Xiaoxi tilted his head. Ahem, nonsense. Hey, you say one thing and mean another. Little Blue's green eyes gleamed slyly on the screen. I took a picture of you blushing just now. Hilarious. I don't blush, and I don't treat robots like friends. Xiaoxi looked up and threw the spoon in his hand. Delete. Little Blue spun nimbly in midair. Ah, I can't hit you. It made the crackling sound of a robot's laugh, a laugh so smug it was practically a break from laughing with its arms akimbo. Actually, I took a lot of photos of you when you were proud, photos of you when you were fighting, photos of you when you were beaten, photos of you when you were embarrassed. Xiaoxi knew that the photos of people being beaten and embarrassed were definitely the most numerous. She gritted her teeth. Do you know that you're getting more and more like someone who deserves a beating? I learned that from you. Didn't you secretly take photos of others before? And you often managed to make those popular people laugh. Xiaolan's words abruptly stopped, and she began to flee the room. Wow, you're actually picking on a little robot. 2 people. No, 1 person and 1 robot darted around the VIP spaceship private room. The room occasionally rang with violent clashing sounds, but the soundproofing was excellent, so no one outside had any idea of the intense battle taking place inside. And Ishu knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response. Oh my god, did he suddenly die? He turned the handle and found the door unlocked, so he opened it and went in. He saw a dark shadow flying towards him, its incredible speed leaving a trail of shadow in the air. Xiaoxi soared into the air behind it, chasing after it like a secret agent in a movie. No way. No way. You guys are playing so crazy. You're even jumping up to the ceiling. Wait. Why is that thing coming towards him? Bang. At that moment, an Ishu seemed to see a starry heaven. He staggered and fell to the ground. The room was in chaos, and the battle ended with an Ishu's heroic sacrifice. Gone, dead? And go, wake up! Call 911. No, get the doctor on the spacecraft. I'm sorry. This is terrible. Even if a robot kills someone by mistake, the underlying logic requires it to self-destruct. I'm dying. Xiaoxi was holding the script, which she had crumpled like a rag. It was covered in scribblings, notes, and question marks. Although the script was bizarre, the essence of being a 3 good student was, once you've decided to do something, do it well. If you have any questions, ask the screenwriter. By the way, ask him if he was sane when he wrote this script. Another question, if the 2 protagonists were fighting each other, she would have doubled the scenes and double the workload. It would be a real pain in the ass, and what she wanted to know most was that the play required 1 person to play 2 roles, and since the competition was being broadcast live, there was no editing, so the footage had to be shown from different camera angles. So how could she, alone, appear as 2 people simultaneously? As she pondered this question, an Ishu beside her suddenly opened his eyes, and sat up unsteadily, supporting his head. Awake? Are you okay? Xiaoxi asked. The spaceship is almost here. We're getting ready to disembark. And Ishu didn't answer. He looked at Xiaoxi in confusion, then struggled to recognize her face. Then, he hurriedly backed away, hugging his legs, and asked that iconic line. Who are you? Who am I? Where am I? Xiaoxi's joyful expression instantly fell. Don't tell me you've lost your memory. In idol dramas and romances, amnesia is often a tool for emotional strife, but in workplace dramas, it's a devastating ailment. A demon that slows down work progress. What does amnesia mean? An Ishu asked, bewildered. Oh hee. Xiaoxi let out a dry laugh. It's over now. The director has lost his memory. What's the point of the competition? Xiaolan was huddled at the foot of the bed, trembling with fear, like someone who made a terrible mistake. A competition? You can't go to the competition. An Ishu suddenly said seriously. Xiaoxi's expression froze. Can't go? Why? He looked terrified. Because the ball will fly around. If you accidentally hit your head, it fall off, and then your head will turn into a flying ball. The ball will become a head and grow on your neck. Is this a basketball or football game? Xiaoxi spread his hands. Well, not only has he lost his memory, he's also become stupid. At this moment, an Ishu turned and saw himself in the window. His head was wrapped in thick gauze, like a white ball. He screamed, my head has turned. Turned into a ball. I've turned into a ball. I'm not human anymore. Zhao Shi shook his head helplessly. This guy wasn't very smart normally, and now he's even less so with his memory loss. I have to go to the competition. Why? Are you a nerd? You want to compete? I won't go anyway. If I don't go, I become a ball. And Ishu began to shake his head frantically. A person should see the end. Zhao Shi said to him, besides, you're already a ball, what are you afraid of? And Ishu was stunned, then thought carefully. That seems to make sense. The spacecraft was about to reach the singing star. From afar, the planet, with its dazzling color and remarkably typhoon-like appearance, could be seen. Surrounding it were numerous large, dazzling space stations, but it seemed their sole purpose was to create a swirl of luminous garbage to make the planet appear even brighter. Zhao Shi quickly called the doctor from the spaceship over to examine Anishu's head. This, the doctor said, I'm not an expert in this area. You probably need to take him to a specialist hospital for this. But this pop star. There aren't any specialized hospitals for brain surgery. Can you find a specialized hospital on a planet? Are you sure? Pop stars almost always go to, well, hospitals for plastic surgery, breast augmentation, and sex reassignment surgery. The doctor gave him a look of you know what I mean. So, if I give him another shot now, will his memory be restored? Zhao Shi scooped up Xiaolan, who was standing beside him. Xiaolan shuddered and immediately turned off his phone, pretending to be dead. And Ishu's face paled with fear when Zhao Shi raised the hammer. You, what are you doing? It's hard to say. Holographic dramas often feature this kind of plot. Someone gets amnesia after a hit to the head, and then gets better after another hit. But medicine doesn't work that way. The doctor explained, if you hit him, he might recover, or his brain might get worse. And the most likely outcome is? The most likely outcome is what? A hammer to the head will only exacerbate the blood clots, and most likely kill him. Zhao Shi, After sending the doctor away, Zhao Shi sat beside Anishu's bed, while he huddled in the corner. Only after Zhao Shi put Xiaolan down, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. After we get off the spaceship, stay with me. Don't leave me. If you get lost, the traffickers will sell you as a transvestite. Zhao Shi threatened Anishu with a serious expression. What's a transvestite? He asked seriously. Gigi will be cut off. Zhao Shi's eyes fell directly between his legs. That's it. And Ishu immediately squeezed her legs together. Got it. I stick with you. At this moment, the spaceship passed through blinding ribbons of light. During that stretch, everyone on board consciously closed their eyes because it was so dazzling. Through the windows, all they could see was a patch of light. This is light pollution. This sci-fi electronic style, with its screen-wide glare effects, makes it feel more like the capital planet than Lonming Star. The VIP room window automatically chimed, asking if it should be closed. Zhao Shi refused. She wouldn't miss any opportunity to gather intelligence. The spaceship had slowly reached the port and was landing. It was night. Zhao Shi, observing the dazzling lights outside, called an Ishu and prepared to disembark. Belonging to the third planetary belt, the planet was prosperous to some extent, but it seemed a bit too prosperous, with a touch of extravagance and extravagance everywhere. The port where the spacecraft docked was bustling with various ships, more numerous than even the ones on Lonming Star's port. What Zhao Shi didn't know was that Lonming Star had clear restrictions on who could enter. Not just anyone could enter. But pop stars were different. As long as they had enough money to buy a ticket, even the lowest class one, they could enter. After all, this place was open year-round for various concerts and movie theaters, and a large portion of its revenue came from tourism. The rest came from the plastic surgery industry, and its role as a backyard for the wealthy families to keep their mistresses. Many people were disembarking, and the passage was extremely crowded. Zhao Shi and Anishu, as VIPs, were escorted down a separate passage. It was just the two of them, and the path was clear. Someone even carried their luggage all the way to the VIP lounge. Zhao Shi was a little curious about what was inside Anishu's mountain of luggage, but she didn't want to pry into anyone's privacy, so she held back. But then, the zipper on one of the bags burst open from being overstuffed. A corner of the contents peeked out, and Zhao Shi saw the large bag filled to the brim with hairspray, hair masks, and all sorts of strange hair sprays. Zhao Shi glanced at Anishu's slick back hair. He had already returned to his old green slick back style early this morning. Its firmness and vibrant color made it look like he meticulously applied it all night. But now, it was wrapped in white gauze, with only a small green patch on top of his head visible, like a patch of ringworm in a sea of white. Once they reached the lounge, Zhao Shi and Anishu were staring at each other. "Why are you looking at me?" Anishu asked unhappily. "Want to fight?" Zhao Shi clenched her fists. "Damn it! This guy has become so arrogant after losing his memory, and he's a patient, so she can't do anything to him." She smiled, then gritted her teeth and said, "What's the next schedule? Have you checked your laptop? Is there anything there? Why are you asking me about your schedule? You're the director, and I'm an actor in your crew. Who else should I ask if not you?" Zhao Shi continued to smile. "Oh, then I'm your boss." Anishu suddenly remembered Zhao Shi's less than friendly attitude towards him earlier. "You have to be more respectful to me, and use please when speaking. By the way, not only can I boss you around, I can also seduce you." Zhao Shi wanted to pick up Xiaolon and give him another hammer. He couldn't remember anything else, but he remembered this very clearly. "I joined the team with funding," she said casually. "I'm your financial sponsor. Are you sure you want to boss me around and seduce me?" "What? Are you serious?" Anishu's face fell, and she immediately lowered her head to flip through her laptop. "Sister, I do whatever you want." "Good boy." Zhao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, even with his amnesia, his servile nature hadn't changed. "I compiled today's itinerary from my chat messages. I make a list and send it to you." Zhao Shi nodded. Fortunately, he was still reliable and knew how to list things. "That's right. It's already evening, and there's so much to plan that it's worth making a list." After a while, Zhao Shi's laptop vibrated, and she clicked on the list Anishu had sent her. Songwon Hotel VIP Suite on the 88th floor, high-rise night view. Heaven on Earth, Dark Knight Princess Supreme Service, room 316. Peach Blossoms in Bloom, Coke Prince Pure Role Play, room 188. Zhao Shi glanced at him, wanting to ask, "Can this really be done?" No, she wanted to ask, "Is this guy here for a competition or just for fun?" Following the last page, Zhao Shi finally found the correct schedule. Meeting with Jedi Fangxin, location, tentative. The location is tentative, and the time is today. Hurry up and contact Jedi Fangxin. "Are we meeting today?" "Oh, sure." Anishu dialed the light computer. After a while he said, no one answered. "Then let's go to the hotel to rest. If we can't get in touch, we talk tomorrow." Zhao Shi and Anishu began to walk out of the lounge. Anishu was carrying his large bag of hairstyling supplies, struggling. "I'm a director, and no one's helping me carry my luggage." Zhao Shi thought, perhaps there was someone, but they just couldn't get in touch right now. But she didn't bother to remind him. It was a good opportunity to make him suffer. Then, they walked outside the lobby and found it completely blocked. The crowd was a massive, black sea, stretching as far as the eye could see. Their frantic movement and screams reminded Zhao Shi of the crowds of star chasers she had seen in her past life. "Looks like some big star is here to pick them up today." "I think so." Anishu nodded. "Aren't you a big star?" "No, I'm not even a star," Zhao Shi said. "I'm just an ordinary person." "Oh!" A flicker of disappointment and disdain flashed across Anishu's eyes. "Let's go! Let's squeeze out where there are fewer people." The crowd seemed to be stuck in the VIP passage, making it impossible to squeeze through. Zhao Shi couldn't help but feel lucky that they had just exited the lounge from the other end, avoiding them because they weren't familiar with the route. "Make way, please." The two of them struggled to move through the crowd. Zhao Shi was stepped on numerous times, and even with her alpha's tough physique, the pain made her grit her teeth. Damn, who on earth is making such a fuss? But they didn't see anyone else in the lounge just now. Zhao Shi looked up and saw a huge black banner, resembling a morning couplet. What the hell, it was so bizarre. And the words on the banner were even more bizarre. "Join Shiman and become a person without moral integrity. As long as I have no moral integrity, no one can morally coerce me. As long as I have no moral integrity, I will never suffer from mental exhaustion. Pleasure for myself, suffering for others. Shiman forever." Shiman? Do you know which celebrity it is? Zhao Shi tilted her head to ask Anishu. It wouldn't have mattered if she hadn't tilted her head, but when she did, her jaw dropped. The enormous photo, which took up half the building, stretched from the first to the 10th floor. It was incredibly exaggerated. The person above looked incredibly familiar. Wasn't that the person Zhao Shi saw in the mirror every day? Those beautiful eyes, beautiful lips, beautiful hair. And a beautiful, positive, model good student's heart. Wait, so why her? What the hell is Shiman? Nonsense. I'm very well-mannered, okay. Zhao Shi couldn't help but shout. At this moment, Two groups of people were arguing nearby. Haters, oh my, you come all this way just for Shibao. Should you say that being a hater to the extreme is a fan? Admit it, you've been won over by her charm too. Bullshit. Who would be a fan of that kind of trash? If I met her in person, I'd throw 100 rotten eggs at her. Get lost. How dare you even touch me? They started shoving and arguing. When Jiaoxi shouted well-mannered, it ignited a firestorm on both sides. Our Shibao isn't a refined person. You're definitely not a true fan, are you? Her genuine nature is her best quality. Jiaoxi is refined? What kind of interstellar joke is this? I'm dying of laughter. Jiaoxi felt around but couldn't find anything to cover her face, so her gaze fell on the bandage on Anishu's head. How about you take it off and let me use it? The arguing continued, drawing closer and closer to Jiaoxi. Jiaoxi panicked, sweating profusely. Ah, there are so many people, I can't squeeze out. They're moving so slowly. It's hilarious. You're saying our Shibao is bad. She could fight against a whole group of us alone. As the man spoke, his eyes proudly swept across the crowd. Then met Jiaoxi's. You? At that moment, Jiaoxi saw the man's face quickly transform from a slightly excited flush to a volcanic crimson. His throat rolled a few times, and his excited voice threatened to burst out. Chapter 92. Heads gathered around her, a dense crowd. Jiaoxi had never imagined she would one day find herself in the center of it. The man stared at her with intense emotion, his face flushed like a fiery wave, his gaze blazing like a torch. The people around him turned their heads at his movements, and instantly countless eyes were fixed on her. It was over, it was over. Jiaoxi's mind went blank. She had seen crazy fans on TV, but with so many people here, she would die, right? A stampede would be terrifying, and with so many haters here, she was afraid she would be pelted with rotten eggs. She had thought her journey to traverse the interstellar worlds and conquer the world had begun, just like the protagonists in those passionate manga. I didn't expect this journey to end so quickly, barely beginning. An excited cry erupted from the crowd. Holy crap! This sister is a true diehard fan. Jiaoxi was stunned. Ah. What? The voice was excited and shocked. She actually had plastic surgery to look like Shibao. Everyone around her cast their gazes over, as if they were gazing at some rare and precious treasure. No way. Is this real? This really looks like her. Wow, how much did this cost? They surrounded Jiaoxi and began asking her which plastic surgery clinic she had it done at. Anishu, standing next to her, was practically jumping for joy. He tugged at the hem of Jiaoxi's clothes, as if he was afraid she'd run away. Sister, you actually look like a famous celebrity? A famous celebrity? Haha, stop kidding. At this moment, Jiaoxi was not only skeptical of these fans' strange tastes, but also their intelligence. No, I'm uncomfortable if I don't ask. A curious child has to ask questions, even if it means getting smacked with rotten eggs. Don't you think I might possibly be Jiaoxi? When they heard her words, they first gave each other a strange look, then burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs. You're kidding. Who doesn't know Shibao is no ordinary person? They looked at her, as if she were mentally retarded. Do you think she's like the rest of us? She's the most extravagant person in the galaxy. She definitely wouldn't have taken the regular passage. She must have taken the prestigious VIP passage. Alas, I waited outside the VIP passage for ages, but didn't see anyone. Maybe a hovercraft had already taken her away discreetly. That's right, how could the real Jiaoxi walk? The people around them nodded in agreement. I think so too. She probably wouldn't eat or go to the bathroom on her own. Jiaoxi, So, how did they manage to look so similar? Someone nearby even wanted to touch Jiaoxi's face. Jiaoxi leaned aside. Don't move. My face is all technology. If you touch it, the prosthesis will bend. Oh, okay. The man quickly withdrew his hand. Can I take a picture with you? I want one too. I'm a little disappointed I didn't see the real thing, but a high-quality imitation wouldn't be bad either. Looking at their eyes, gleaming with anticipation, Jiaoxi felt reluctant to refuse. Mainly. Oh, she couldn't believe she still had fans. How could she bear to hurt them? Okay. They struck a pose, and Jiaoxi, in front of so many people, made a rare effort to curl her lips, revealing a brilliant smile with 8 gleaming white teeth. You can't do that. Look a little fiercer, they said. Smile like this, without showing your teeth. Look contemptuous, with your lips pulled down, a half smile, a hint of sarcasm. Oh, that's just right. The smile was truly gone, and Jiaoxi felt depressed. She wasn't like that. Truly not. Ah, so annoying. After a long struggle, she finally said goodbye to the enthusiastic fans. Her back was drenched in sweat. It was so crowded. After emerging, she felt revived. Walking down the street, she was constantly met with burning, probing, or hostile gazes. She hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the people on K-pop Star Street. So, were the people here either celebrities or star chasers? They were probably all avid Starnet surfers. She quickly bought a mask at a nearby convenience store, and put it on, messing up her hair to cover half her face. She nodded approvingly at the window. Now I look like a truly unruly homeless person. Combined with the fact that they'd been huddled in the crowd, their clothes rumpled, she and Anishu both looked nostalgic, quite retro. They stood out from the crowd on this luxurious, red-carpeted shopping street. One couldn't help but sigh once again. The pop stars perfectly captured the high-profile, glamorous, and nouveau riche vibe. A massive, floating, glasses-free 4D screen loomed above the two buildings, revealing giant brand logos and celebrities decked out in lavish jewelry. The surround sound system played advertisements in a 360-degree, blinding brilliance, paving the entire street, and indeed the entire planet, as if it were free. This planet is so dazzling and noisy, filled with light and noise pollution. She covered her eyes. She was going to get glaucoma if she kept going like that. Move over, you two. Do you see the sign? This is a luxury store. You're blocking our view and affecting our business. A haughty clerk appeared at the door. If you can't afford it, don't get too attached. No matter how much you look at it, it won't become yours. Anishu's face turned pale at this. Say that again? I'm a director. He only remembered that he was a director now. Director? The clerk's tone was filled with disdain. What pop stars lack most is small-time directors. There are too many of these people who can't raise investment, have no talent, and are arrogant. The clerk rolled his eyes, looking impatient. Anishu rolled up his sleeves. I just saw there's a lot of zeros in my account. I buy out this store and scare the crap out of these clueless people. It's a common trick to stimulate spending. Don't fall for it. Xiaoxi's eyes were indifferent, and he was about to leave. Anishu's mind froze. What are you talking about? I don't understand. He waved his hand. I don't care. I'm buying it. I have so many omegas and betas anyway. I give one to everyone. Have you recovered your memory? Can't you just look at it on your computer? Anishu raised his hand to display his computer. A row of notes on it showed the contact list of XX babies. It was a store selling luxury bags. Anishu swaggered in and randomly tapped a few times. This. I don't want these, I want all the others. His brash gesture startled the previously impatient clerk, whose face immediately lit up with a smile, almost bending to his knees. I arrange it for you right away. I really didn't recognize you. Now that I see you, your understated demeanor and excellent taste are truly. Anishu raised a finger. Shut up. I'm not talking about you. Go away. Over there, come here. He casually pointed at the clerk next to him, and the other clerk seemed timid, afraid to step forward, as if completely afraid to compete with the one next to him for customers. What are you afraid of? I'm specifically asking you for service, and the sales will all be yours. Okay, sir. The cowering clerk finally stepped forward respectfully, making the other one's face flush red with anger, his expression filled with regret. Anishu was delighted. Send these to my house. But since neither of them knew where his home was, he had to text them the hotel address and have it sent to them first. After buying a bunch of useless bags, Anishu was beaming with joy, her steps brisk. Xiaoxi shook her head. The two shop assistants were in cahoots. What? Anishu glanced at her sideways. His big round head, wrapped in white gauze, looked even dazed. Forget it, as long as you're happy. It wasn't her money, anyway. Checking the time, she realized she wouldn't be able to meet Jioda Fangxin today. She began to plan a trip to the agreed-upon location with the Underground Guild to exchange her black coins for star coins. Then, she instantly become wealthy again. Just then, Anishu received a call. Hello, who's there? Jioda Fangxin? She held her forehead with her hand. It's Jioda Fangxin, the screenwriter you contacted earlier. Oh, Anishu said, he asked us to meet now. It's so late, meeting at this time? What's going on? She asked, where? Anishu glanced at the laptop and replied, the Underground Toy Factory. He suddenly became interested. Toys? Any fun stuff? She suddenly remembered the first time Anishu took her to the Underground Toy Factory. The first thing he did was show her interstellar sex robots. Yeah, that's really fun. Let's go. Jiaoxi raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. They had made an appointment to exchange star coins at the same place. The entrance to the underground toy factory was always in a very hidden place. It seemed like a large underground organization, not only on Lonming Star, but also on other planets. When Jiaoxi first learned about it, she found it a bit strange. Moreover, there was no information about it on the StarNet at all. It was a secret existence. She couldn't help but wonder, would the Star Alliance allow such an organization to exist? This time, the entrance wasn't at the garbage dump, but near a chemical plant, reportedly owned by a major cosmetics brand. Chemical plant? Do we really need to go in? And Ishu shrank back behind Jiaoxi. These places are always terrifying in holographic dramas. They're perfect for killing and burying bodies. Find a furnace of acid, throw it in there, and in 3 seconds, not a hair will be visible. Jiaoxi shook off the hand that was tightly grasping her arm. I've noticed you have selective amnesia. You don't remember what you should remember, but you remember a lot of random things. You were supposed to lead the way, but now I'm doing everything. So, what's the point of an Ishu being the director? Even with amnesia, she still has to take care of him. But there's nothing she can do about it. She signed up for his team. In the end, she finally figured out how to get in through the game. She led an Ishu to an area filled with tall furnaces, and found a specifically numbered furnace. Let's go jump down. Shit, a crematorium. And Ishu's face turned green at the sight of the massive furnace. Are we really going in? Jiaoxi climbed up to check the situation. It was pitch black below, the same kind of place an Ishu had visited before. The breeze from the darkness hinted at a vast space below, not just a furnace as it appeared. And Ishu was extremely reluctant, trembling with fear. Jiaoxi laughed to herself, finally letting him experience what he felt back then. You're not leaving? Then I leave. Jiaoxi jumped directly into the furnace. After she left, an Ishu climbed the ladder, looked into the darkness of the furnace, sighed, and jumped in as well. The familiar whistling wind and the long slide were still there, but her mood was completely different then. What had changed? But Jiaoxi couldn't put her finger on it. In reality, she had been in this world for less than a year, and she had already experienced so much. The semester was almost over, and she was no longer a student at the Star Alliance Military Academy. Calculating the time, it wouldn't be long before New Year's. Interstellar people also celebrated New Year's. This era still held some reverence for past cultures, so this world seemed so different, yet in some ways, it felt familiar. It feels like home yet not home. The same goes for Blue Dream Star, like Earth, yet not Earth. I still don't know where I spend New Year's this year. Maybe an internet cafe, Jiaoxi thought. The underground toy factory on the Singing Star is quite different from the one on Blue Dream Star. The central building here resembles a giant beehive, with many floors, each compartmentalized. Inside are the various companies and vendors operating from the underground toy factory and selling small items. According to the message received on an Ishu's computer, they entered the beehive and followed the signs to the designated rooms. 13281, right here. Jiaoxi confirmed the location with the Underground Guild personnel on the in-game system interface, and then realized it was 13,282, which is the room across the street. What a coincidence! And Ishu stood at the door, stunned, not knowing what to do. Jiaoxi walked in and greeted the person sitting in a quaint wooden chair with his back to the door. Hello, Master Jedi Fanxin. I have some questions about the script. The man on the wooden chair remained silent, his expression aloof and cold. He simply raised his hand. A few steps away stood a female beta in her early 20s. She approached with her head bowed, her voice low. If you have any questions about the script, tell me. I'm your assistant, and I answer them for you. But before that, you can take a look at this. The man from the opposite room unexpectedly approached. He wore a silver mask that only covered the upper half of his face. The corners of his lips were naturally raised in a smile, as if he were smiling even when he wasn't. The props you ordered for the performance are ready. Hi, see you again. He greeted Jiaoxi, the corner of his lip curling. I hope you still remember me. Don't even mention the phrase see you again. Jiaoxi is completely obsessed with it. It always reminds her of that awful thing called the brain-eating worm. I remember. He ripped me off for 10 million. There's no way I've forgotten. Jiaoxi thought, isn't this guy working as an auctioneer in the underground toy factory on Blue Dream Star? How did you get demoted after visiting a pop star? On a business trip, just a business trip. He smiled. After all, you're a big client. Zhao Shi hadn't expected such a coincidence. This guy had just emerged from room 13282. Could he be a member of the underground guild? Was he also a player? Zhao Shi remembered that one of the rules of Kill the Black Hole was not to mention the existence of the game to non-players, so she abided by the rules and never discussed her beloved game with anyone. I didn't expect to meet someone like me. Once I'm done with this, I can finally chat about games with someone in real life. So what is this? Zhao Shi looked curiously at the glass cabinet covered with red cloth. A prop that allows one person to split into two. Zhao Shi peeled back the red cloth, his pupils shrinking. Looking at the person in the glass cabinet, who looked exactly like him, this robot was indistinguishable from a real person, even down to the pores. The glass cabinet was still slightly warm, as if it had just been filled with materials. You input the action module in advance, and then the robot will act according to the information you've input, so you can achieve the effect of simultaneous appearance. But isn't this a sex robot? Performing in front of an audience with this thing? How outrageous. He smiled and emphasized, it's a custom-made simulation robot. Is there a difference between the two words? Zhao Shi asked. Chapter 93. The silver mask of the man before him reflected a silvery light, revealing the intricate patterns on it. He smiled. Just tell me if you want it? Yes. Zhao Shi gritted his teeth. There was nothing he could do. And Ishu had chosen such a demanding script. He couldn't do without this thing. He hoped the audience were all fools, unable to figure out what this thing was. I'm asking, the organs of this customized robot. Those various components, are they? Zhao Shi gestured, his words stumbling over, are they the same as real people's? Are you asking if the robot's anatomy is the same as a real person's? The silver-masked man smiled confidently and calmly. Because you're purchasing a high-end custom service, it's naturally better than the standard model. This is customized based on personal data, so of course it's identical. Including the penis, which is quite important for sex robots. He smiled. Zhao Shi, So it's really a sex robot? Ah, why say it so blatantly? She was increasingly unable to look directly at the robot next to her. And it looked incredibly lifelike. Aside from its lifeless appearance with its eyes closed, it was completely unrecognizable as a fake. Also, seeing this human so identical to herself beside her made Zhao Shi feel indescribably strange, even a little creepy. But this level of similarity is only achieved externally. The interior of the custom robot still has electronic components. He sighed, his eyes filled with regret. If someone were willing to provide cross-sectional images of their intestines and stomach area, or even a deep genetic structural image, perhaps the internal structure could be identical as well? Zhao Shi's lips twitched. Do you want to see what you're talking about? Who would dissect themselves just to create a fake person? Wait, what if someone, unable to reconcile their love for someone, wanted to dissect them and upload their personal data to create a custom robot? Real people don't obey everything, but robots can be programmed, so you can create an exact replica of them, but one whose heart is solely devoted to you. Zhao Shi was shocked by her own bizarre imagination. Oh my god, she must have been losing her mind watching the hit holographic dramas lately. After all, those melodramatic holographic dramas are filled with murder, family rip-outs, love-hate relationships, and falling in love with one's enemy due to deep hatred. Would you like to unpack and inspect the goods? The silver-masked man asked her. He then twisted the lock on the glass case, opened the glass door, and began to peel back the white hood covering the custom robot. A glimpse of pale skin revealed itself, revealing defined abdominal muscles and powerful curves. Her body was truly stunning. Shit! Stop it! No need. Zhao Shi reached out and grasped his wrist. With her other hand, she locked the glass cabinet and snatched the key away. Since it's mine, I take it. The key circled around her fingertips twice and landed back in her palm. Don't you really need to inspect this valuable item? The silver-masked man asked. Because it's a special item, it's non-refundable once sold. Also nearby were screenwriter Jedi Fangxin and his assistant, both turning their heads to look in their direction. The idiot next to her was also staring intently. You should inspect the goods. And Ishu nodded in agreement. After all, you spent money? Aren't you? You're checking everything. Aren't you afraid of getting sty? No need. I have complete trust in your company's quality control. Zhao Shi withdrew her hand, wanting to push it into a corner. The hand she had just held grasped hers, his fingers delicately rubbing against her wrist. His fingers were cold, and Zhao Shi felt like she was being entangled by a snake. Oh my god! Another pervert. Zhao Shi's eyes suddenly turned cold. What are you doing? Her other hand was clenched into a fist, ready to strike. You haven't paid yet. The silver mask reflected a cold light. Although he was smiling, his smile had become a little colder. His eyes fell on Jiaoxi's fist. Oh, are you trying to freeload at this underground toy factory? Jiaoxi only then realized that his lipstick was a deep red, even more vibrant against the silver mask, carrying a venomous, menacing air. Is this man really just an ordinary employee? Jiaoxi began to doubt it. Haven't you paid yet? Jiaoxi glanced sideways at Anishu. Anishu glanced around and realized that Jiaoxi was indeed asking, Sister, I don't know. I have the electronic contract here. You can take a look. The silver-masked man opened his computer. Jiaoxi saw that Anishu's name had indeed signed it, and the electronic contract showed it as unpaid. In other words, no payment had been made online. If it hadn't been paid online, then it had to be paid offline. Jiaoxi held his forehead. Pay. Oh! Anishu clicked on his laptop with a grumbled look, then swiped his fingers for a moment, but the money didn't transfer. He looked a little strange. What's wrong? Jiaoxi asked. I'm out of money. He murmured for a long time before finally saying it. Jiaoxi, ? Are you kidding? I just spent it on a bag. Anishu lowered his head, not wanting to look at her. Doesn't your savings have a lot of zeros? She was almost laughing. But those bags have a lot of zeros too. I also bought some of the nicer styles they have in their warehouse. After all, my darlings have a lot of zeros too. So did this competition mean I spent all my money? Jiaoxi clenched his fists. He missed Sharkman so much. He'd known he was unreliable, but he hadn't expected him to be this unreliable. No money? Judai Fangxin, who had been sitting calmly in his chair, like a sage, suddenly stood up, startling Jiaoxi. She thought he was crippled and mute, but now he could speak. Judai Fangxin fumed. You said you split 30% of the advertising revenue with me, but that doesn't mean you can't pay me anything now. He jumped up and practically pointed at Anishu and cursed. So you got the script by relying on advertising revenue. Wait, I'm shooting a commercial? Jiaoxi turned away, a cold breath escaping his lips. Okay, the commercial was already scheduled, and I didn't even know about it. So, I won't be sold out by you one day, and have to help you count the money, right? I don't know either. Anishu was nearly crying with grievance. Sis, trust me, I never sell you out. Hee hee. The man in the silver mask suddenly chuckled, a sneer or a genuine chuckle unsettling. Oh, by the way, there's also the entrance fee for the two of them to the underground toy factory. It seems the introducer was also your friend, right? He was talking to Jiaoxi. That fee needs to be added to the price. Yes, Anishu arranged to meet us here. We were supposed to discuss the script and input data into the robots. Judai Fangxin said, I didn't expect there were such things underground. I've heard about them before, but never seen them in person. It was worth it. The man in the silver mask nodded. Yes, you can't enter the underground toy factory without an introducer. He took a breath and smiled. After all, even a place as joyful as this needs to be guarded against those who might want to sabotage it. So, do you take card or cash? He looked at Jiaoxi. Oh! Jiaoxi spread his hands. I don't know. His lack of money is his problem. Don't blame me. But you look like his guardian? Then your eyesight must be poor. As soon as these words were spoken, a group of tall, burly men dressed in black and wearing silver goggles rushed in from the doorway. Their movements were eerily consistent, and even their appearances were identical. Is this a bodyguard robot? Are you sure you want to eat and drink for free in this underground toy factory? He continued to smile. Sister, help me. A robot bodyguard placed its arm on Anishu's shoulder and leaned in, seemingly speaking soothingly, but Anishu didn't dare move. One of the robot's eyes was hollow, emitting a faint glow, resembling the muzzle of a miniature ion cannon. They were indeed in the wrong for owing the money, and Jiaoxi deeply regretted not stopping Anishu from spending it recklessly. I owe you the money for now. It's not like I won't pay you. I just don't have the money right now, so you can charge interest. No, you can't. He smiled. Can you please stop laughing? Damn, big brother, doesn't your face hurt? Miss Zhao, I don't think you're short of money. If you truly have a problem, I have a solution. Speak. You can sign an agreement. Leasing your portrait and personal data. I don't quite understand. Jiaoxi had a bad feeling. This might not be. Come with me, you understand once you see. Keep an eye on him. The silver-masked man gave orders to the robot bodyguards. They all replied in unison, yes. The sound was deafening. Jiaoxi walked past them, carefully examining their construction. The parts were incredibly precise, and there were even areas designed to conceal weapons. She wondered. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape today. This was a large basement, with a spiral staircase leading down. This place was already underground, and looking down from the outside, it was impossible to tell how deep it went. They reached one of the levels. There were countless glass cabinets here, identical to the one that housed Xiaoxi's replica. Each one contained a person, or more precisely, a custom-made robot. Xiaoxi noticed one of them. It looked familiar. It was an Omega with long hair and a classic look. He had appeared in the holographic drama she recently watched. Next to them, there was an Alpha with a domineering CEO look she'd seen before. Are they all ordering robots from you? To use as acting stand-ins? No. Wait, aren't they for? Her face suddenly turned strange. It seems you guessed it. He laughed. Haha, was that so hard to guess? Isn't that what this thing is supposed to be used for? Many celebrities have agreed to license this, especially for lesser-known ones. It helps boost their profile. Wouldn't the user be tempted to try and get their husband or wife listed? Of course, the more famous the person, the higher their value. Even for big stars, custom orders are possible. With a confidentiality agreement, no one can tell anyone. Your demand is high, and we give you a generous commission. He smiled, a smile that held a gentle, persuasive tone. This won't hurt you personally, and it bring you huge economic benefits. Why not? Turn yourself into a high-end inflatable doll? Oh, what a brilliant move. Xiaoxi wanted to say to him, do you think I'm short of money? Would I sell my integrity for money? Then she realized she didn't seem to have the wherewithal. Wait, besides meeting the screenwriter, she had another important purpose today, exchanging star coins. What kind of person would be willing to trade real money for virtual numbers in a game? Oh, so it's you, the clever one. Song, ahem, I have a lot of game coins. Want some? Xiaoxi asked. The man before her wasn't surprised by what she said, only the corners of his lips curved up a few degrees. Finally, I've seen you. I almost thought you were going to break your promise. Hello, the famous. He extended his hand. Xiaoxi didn't reach out though. She didn't like the feeling of being stalked by him before. Hello, from the underground guild. Xiaoxi suddenly remembered that this person's game ID was blank. Could he enter the game without a name? Or did he have some special item to hide his ID? Never mind, I just call you Silver Mask. It seems you want to hide your identity, both in the game and in real life. Seeing she didn't extend her hand, he tactfully withdrew it without any extra expression. He still smiled. I can't help it. I'm ugly, and I'm afraid I scare others. You really are. No matter where you are, you're always the most dazzling, unlike someone like me who hides underground. Dazzling? Really? It was the first time someone had used that word to describe her. Yes. He nodded, but lowered his eyelids, as if checking his computer. Xiaoxi saw the familiar black and white line interface on his computer, the login screen for Kill Black Hole. What Xiaoxi didn't know was that his eyes, hidden beneath his eyelids, were incredibly bright, radiating a vibrant madness. It's almost there. It's almost there. At the same time, Xiaoxi suddenly felt a little cold. She looked up and saw goosebumps all over her body. What happened? She glanced around. Was the central air conditioning on too cold? So, you're planning to use the star coins you exchanged today to pay Mr. N's debt, correct? Silver Mask reaffirmed. Yes. Xiaoxi calculated, keeping enough black coins to maintain the game console, and some for backup. But the amount exchanged today was still a considerable sum. Okay, the deduction was successful. Here's your change, 325 star coins. Do you want cash or a bank transfer? Bank transfer. Xiaoxi felt completely dejected. She weakly raised her wrist, and the two clinked their hands together to transfer the money. She had thought that exchanging game coins would make her rich again, but she never expected to use the money to buy her own inflatable doll. Ahem, a custom robot. And after buying it, there wouldn't be much left. She cried her heart out. Money flowed like water, coming and going, but it just wouldn't stay in her pocket. Was she destined to live a life of dependence, relying on her parents for support? Oh, she couldn't rely on her parents for support. She and Shirian had already fallen out. She hadn't looked for her again, as if she had never had this daughter. That was good. Xiaoxi was from another world, and she wouldn't just assume a stranger was her mother. She hadn't had a mother in her previous life, and she wouldn't have one in this one. What was there to say? She might work hard for several lifetimes, and still never earn the pocket money Shirian gave her. Oh, life was truly lonely and snowy. Can you issue an invoice? Huh? Silver Mask was a little surprised, then said, of course. Although the business isn't legitimate, I can still pay taxes. Xiaoxi downloaded the electronic invoice he had sent her. It didn't matter if she spent the money. It was for official business, so she could just ask Lin Tanyan to reimburse her later. Oh yeah, she was so smart. They walked back. Have you heard about the ghost star? Silver Mask asked. What? This should be about the events in Kill the Black Hole. But where did this ghost star come from? Earth Desolate Star. All the players who went there never returned, and there's no news of him. Right now, everyone on the public screen is talking about it. Isn't that the ghost star? That's a bit strange. Xiaoxi stroked her chin, thinking. Could they all? She made a gesture of wiping her neck. Their names didn't turn gray, but they just vanished. There's no news of them. Whether their names on the golden list turned gray doesn't mean anything. Xiaoxi remembered how Hung Xing Huiyin had faked his death by turning his name gray, deceiving them all. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi felt a little puzzled. Her and Hung Xing Huiyin as planned had been successful, so why did the spaceship they said suddenly break down? And how did a new starship appear later? Speaking of which, that starship looked a bit like the Alliance's. Plagiarizing the design? Did they pay the copyright fees? I heard you're going too. Of course. Then you must return safely, or I lose a big customer. He said seriously. Xiaoxi nodded perfunctorily. It was hilarious. Nothing good ever happened here. Xiaoxi thought she would never come to a place like the underground toy factory again, a place that sounded so shady. Besides, success or failure in the game had nothing to do with her in real life. Even if she died in the game, she'd still be enjoying life in real life. After leaving the underground toy factory, Anishi remained in a trance, somewhat absent-minded, and nearly bumped into utility poles several times. Hey, are you worried about something? Xiaoxi asked. Aww. Anishi finally came to his senses. Did you sell yourself to pay back the money? You really want to participate in the competition? That's nonsense. Otherwise, I came all the way to the pop star. Do you think I'm here to chase stars? Anishi's face was filled with disappointment. So you really sold yourself? How much did you sell yourself for? What are you thinking? I used my slush fund to advance the payment. Anyway, I can get it reimbursed later. Maybe he could even ask for more benefits, Xiaoxi thought. Lin Tanyan wasn't a stingy person, was he? They had already reached the hotel downstairs and inquired at the front desk about the room. Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Anishi had paid for the hotel in advance, otherwise they would have been sleeping on the street. Turning around, the lobby screen was playing the Star Wars movie. The images were very exciting. Then Xiaoxi saw the small words below the screen. On the evening of the 30th, the Battle of Gomaru in the 4th Planetary Belt broke out, causing widespread contamination and mutation. The starship was attacked, and the acting commander of the 2nd Battleship Regiment is missing. Oh, the acting commander is missing. Wait, what's the acting commander's last name? Xiaoxi glanced at the news again. Lin, what a coincidence. Same last name as Lin Tanyan. There are so many people with the last name Lin. Xiaoxi opened his laptop with trembling hands and began searching for details of the news. But even without searching, the interstellar internet was abuzz. Netizens began to fret about the current interstellar unrest, about constant incidents. But as they watched, the news suddenly vanished. Even the screen in the hall before them had, without knowing when, transformed from news to a flat-screen version of a melodrama, with several Omegas huddled on the sofa nearby, watching with gusto. Ah, as expected. Why are you sighing? Anishi returned with a pile of snacks. I might have lost my money. Xiaoxi couldn't help but sigh at how busy Lin Tanyan was, constantly flying around, constantly on his toes, and now something had happened again. It's okay, I have it. Here, eat it. Aren't you broke? Xiaoxi took the fried skewers and began to nibble. Don't I have a big bag of hair conditioner? I set up a stall outside to sell it. 10 yuan a bottle, and it sold out quickly. It was gone in minutes. Anishi said proudly. Ah, this. I hope you won't want to kill yourself after you regain your memory. After a night's rest in the hotel, she woke up early to read the script and memorize her lines. After all, the preliminaries were only 2 days away, and she didn't have much time left. She couldn't let the entire crew down. Luckily, she memorized her lines quickly. It's just that she never acted before, so she wasn't sure if it was the right way to act. Oh, and she still needed to input the motion system into the custom robot. Xiaoxi looked at the person standing in her room, feeling a headache. First, she was worried about whether she could get the motion system working in 2 days. Second, she had gotten up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and was so frightened by this thing that her hair stood on end. Only later did she realize it was her robot. Are there still filming sessions, rehearsals, or something? The others must have already prepared. After all, Anishu had competed twice before in other arenas. This time, the script should just be changed, and she be the lead. No, that's not right. If the script is changed, does everyone have to memorize the lines and rehearse all over again? Is that really enough time? After Zhao, she finished memorizing the entire script 3 times. Seeing that it was already bright outside, she ran to the next room to find Anishu. Anishu rubbed her eyes dazedly. Ah, what are you talking about? I don't know. Zhao, she finally understood how infuriating it was to have a bad teammate. It was better to be a lone wolf. At least a lone wolf wouldn't be betrayed by their teammates. Or maybe she could find a teammate like Hengxing Huiyin who could match her brainwaves. But unfortunately, she rarely encountered one. It was rare to encounter such a person in games, let alone in real life. So Zhao, she asked Anishu to share his laptop with her, and she searched for relevant information on his laptop. Then she learned something. Anishu hadn't prepared anything. He hadn't used any other actors besides her. Anishu, you're amazing. Zhao, she stared at him, as if she wanted to skin him alive. Are you faking amnesia? Or are you afraid I beat you to death? Wow, I know I'm useless, sister. Don't be angry. Is there anything else I can do? Tell me, and I try to make amends. Anishu's clear, foolish eyes returned, looking at her innocently. Zhao, she had lost herself in the constant sister calls, and in the end, he had tricked her into doing everything herself, providing both labor, money, and effort. With only 2 days left, assembling the team and ensuring effective coordination within such a short time frame was practically impossible. Furthermore, Zhao, she also had to program the robot's motion system, leaving her with no time for rehearsal. Had she known Anishu hadn't made any preparations, she wouldn't have chosen this dual protagonist scenario, which undoubtedly made things much more difficult. But there was no point in blaming or assigning responsibility now. She had to find a solution. The series of events that had occurred seemed to have stalled her from advancing to the finals. Was this mission doomed to failure? The truth hadn't yet been revealed, and those who had died had yet to see the light of day. The people of the star system were blinded by glamorous lies, while the Alliance fought alone outside. News about the war were suppressed, and the star network was flooded with entertainment. Danger was approaching, yet they were still indulging in entertainment. What if their death truly came? What would they do? Zhao, she suddenly remembered the news she had seen last night, and she had restrained herself from cursing. She really wanted to ask, is the StarCraft deserted? Why do they always pick on someone and hack them? What if they kill him? There's only one Super S rank in the StarCraft. They're rarer than giant pandas. If the current generation is completely gone, with no successors, and the masses become apathetic, what will they do to fight those brutal mutants, those unknown enemies in the darkness? So, Ming Haixing targeted the outstanding freshmen at the military academy. Were they trying to prevent the StarCraft Alliance from coming later? But alas, fate couldn't stop Zhao Shi. As long as we're alive, there are always more solutions than problems. It's a shame to not use the experts we already have. Zhao Shi immediately called Mu Xiuyang. I have a big job, want to do it? And me, and me. Xiaolan jumped a few times beside her. I can help build the data connection and sharing platform. Oh my god, this thing is alive. Anishu was shocked. I thought you had some quirk, carrying around a metal lump. Explain clearly what quirk. It's that quirk where you hit me on the head with a metal lump when I don't obey. Zhao Shi wanted to laugh. So, was this why he always acted so afraid of her? Now, follow my instructions. If you don't do it right, I hit you with a metal lump. No. Anishu covered her head. Sister, I'm obedient and will follow your instructions. Hey, I'm not a metal lump. Xiaolan protested beside her, her eyes sparking on the screen. The final preliminary round of Starlight 1001, the most prestigious pop star talent show held every 5 years, began today. Today, the streets of the pop star are packed, and countless people gathered outside the Magic Cube. The black crowd resembled a boundless ocean. The Magic Cube is the largest physical venue in the entire pop star, comparable in size to a small town. It utilizes the latest levitation technology, with the entire Magic Cube building hovering 99 meters above the ground. The 27 small blocks can be connected or separated, and the structure's mechanisms can be adjusted to create various shapes. 54 small panels on the outside could broadcast live footage from the venue. Using light and shadow diffusion technology, the massive screen could project a giant image 100 meters above the ground, allowing viewers even from a great distance to see the images. Of course, StarNet's transmission methods are now even faster, so the official StarNet livestream for Interstellar Light 1001 was nearly overwhelmed. After all, competition for the final budget is typically fiercest, a battle of the titans. The preliminary round consisted of short holographic plays, with the top 3 selected based on online voting by StarNet citizens. Each region had 3 spots, for a total of 9 teams to advance. Every actor from each qualifying team would participate in the debut audition finals, but the number of lead actors in each crew was limited to 8, resulting in a total of 72 contestants making it through the preliminary rounds. Thus, choosing the right crew was paramount. A good script is often highly sought after. Xiaoxi wasn't sure if her own script was any good, mainly because she didn't quite trust Anishi's judgment. But since it's come to this, there's no choice but to bite the bullet. The script is called My Mechanical Puppet Alpha, and it's about interstellar cultivation, set in an ABO setting. While reading the script, Xiaoxi kept complaining inwardly, wondering how cultivation was even related to ABO. It was like a patchwork brawl. The protagonist is Xiaoxi, an orphan from a long line of immortal cultivators, aloof, an Omega disguised as an Alpha. Oh, here it comes, classic Omega pretending to be an Alpha. She's a rare magical genius, possessing the noble bloodline of the celestial phoenix. However, she's naturally weak and can't withstand the powerful power of her bloodline. So, while she's powerful, she's also incredibly fragile. Well, a typical strong, beautiful, yet tragically weak protagonist. Xiaoxi's sect is the most powerful of the immortal sects, constantly coveted. As the next heir, she carries an immense burden. Her parents sacrificed their lives to eliminate the Zerg Queen, who had become a demon king. Wow, even Zerg can become possessed. Thankfully, before their deaths, they left behind a mechanical puppet guard for Xiaoxi. This guard's body is crafted from a material derived from the abyss of the black hole, making it exceptionally strong and possessing innate immense power. Black hole and abyss, but is it really the same thing? When her parents crafted the puppet guard, they gave it an identical appearance to Xiaoxi, so that if Xiaoxi fell ill and couldn't attend important events, the puppet could take her place. Oh, and by the way, this story emphasizes Alpha over Omegas. Omegas don't have the power to lead a sect, which is why Xiaoxi has been pretending to be an Alpha. But her frail appearance doesn't look like an Alpha at all. So, in most situations where she's needed, a puppet takes her place. Even funnier, this puppet is an Alpha. Well, when Xiaoxi's parents made the puppet, they felt sorry for their daughter not being an Alpha, so they added an extra accessory. Because of her frail health, Xiaoxi relied heavily on the puppet for many things. Unbeknownst to her, the puppet had already developed its own consciousness, nurtured by her years of immortal energy. It had secretly cultivated its own forces. The puppet had a completely different personality from Xiaoxi. It was powerful, cold-blooded, and murderous, willing to do anything to achieve its goals. In reality, the puppet orchestrated the numerous demonic riots in recent years. It seemed to loathe the world's peace and longed to see it crumble and collapse. It also had a secret. Its cold eyes often reflected Xiaoxi's image. One day, as it was secretly gathering forces to destroy one of the upper 9 sects, Xiaoxi discovered it. She was devastated, having never imagined that this puppet, whom she had always trusted, would be like this. Xiaoxi knew she had to find a way to eliminate the puppet, or it would one day kill her and take her place. The plot ended here. Everyone generally left half of the story unfilmed until they could advance to the finals, so the audience would vote to see the rest. After the performance, Xiaoxi waited anxiously for the division. Shi Xiaolan and Mu Xiulian worked through the night for 2 full days, building the entire set from scratch. Every scene was designed by Xiaoxi herself, based on her understanding of the script. Aside from the 2 lead roles, played by Xiaoxi and a robot, all other characters were holographic projections. So, Xiaoxi's group consisted of only her, while the other groups typically consisted of around 8 people. Xiaoxi wondered if the production team, hoping for more contestants and more excitement, wouldn't be inclined to choose her group. Also, time was tight, and her preparation was certainly insufficient. But since she tried her best, she accepted the outcome, no matter what. StarNet Trending Search. Starlight 1001 qualifiers released. Clicking on it, this list shocked me. Xiaoxi actually participated in this show? What the hell is that script? It's so bizarre. I think it's okay. It's quite novel. It's better than someone cutting out a kidney and jumping off a building, right? At least the visuals are pretty beautiful. Look at the guy in the next live stream, crying his eyes out, but forget it. Hua Wancho's script is pretty good, too, The Revenge Plan of the Thousand Years Lord. Pretty good, really dark and thrilling. I seriously suspect this show isn't trying to find talent, but rather entertaining people. Did you hear the explosion in City A on Lonming Star 2 nights ago? It was said that Zhao Shi and Hua Wancho were sparring in the city, sniping at each other through the middle gate. Holy shit, what kind of explosive news is this? Agree with the above commenter, this show is trying to find entertaining people to raise goo, a type of insect, in a camp, haha. I thought it was boring, but suddenly it's getting interesting. Entertainment news is overwhelming on Starnet, with the military section condensed into a very small section. Someone sipped tea, leisurely gazing at the screen in front of them, their blue and white porcelain teacup spinning in their palm. He put down his teacup and clapped his hands slowly. Keep going. Keep going, your final revelry. In the end, this script actually took first place in the overall rating, shocking Zhaoxi. We did it, surprisingly. And Ishii was a little surprised. I thought we'd definitely fail this time. Zhaoxi didn't see any joy on his face. What's wrong? Are you disappointed you didn't fail? What are you talking about? I'm just so happy, it feels a little unreal. And Ishii said, I'm a big director now. Zhaoxi shook his head. How can being a big director be that easy? They were assigned to the music cube, a spacious space with rooms for the contestants to live in. Each of them was then given a mobile wardrobe, designed based on their personality and the character in the skit. A robot wheeled Zhaoxi's name-bearing closet into the room and positioned it for her in an empty spot on the right side of the room, fitting neatly into the space. My name is Xiao Zhu. Call me if you need anything. Starting tomorrow, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., the cameras here will be on to show contestants' daily lives and variety show clips. Please be aware. Okay. Zhaoxi walked to the closet and faced a mirror. The alpha woman in the mirror looked melancholy, her eyes darkening. She hadn't slept for 2 days, and needed a good night's sleep today. It was then that she heard a tick-tick sound, seemingly close at hand. Wait, why is there a dripping sound in this closet? She suddenly felt her hair stand on end. She scanned the room, from top to bottom, and even under the bed. Then she went to the bathroom to check the pipes and showerhead again. Finally, her gaze returned to the closet, and she listened quietly for 2 seconds. Help! There's still a sound. What drips? Water ghost. Water ghosts drip. She placed a trembling hand on the closet door. Her hand said, open it. Her mind said, no. Don't you know curiosity kills the cat? But I'm human, she thought. Please. Usually, in horror movies, the first to die are those timid yet curious people. No, she wasn't a timid person. She was fierce. At that moment, a strange colored liquid began to seep from the bottom of the closet. Oh. It looks like blood. Zhaoxi's knuckles clasped the closet door, her knuckles turning white. At worst, I fight it. She gritted her teeth and opened the door, rubbed her eyes, took another look, and closed it. There was someone in the closet. Thankfully, it wasn't that person, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But this doesn't make sense, right? Why is there someone here? And why would it have to be him? She suspected something was wrong with her eyes. She reached out again to open the door. Lin Tanyan sat quietly, his eyelashes drooping, obscuring the upper half of his pale golden amber eyes. He looked intensely focused, as if he were examining something truly extraordinary. On his arm lay a hideous, black wound, oozing pus and blood. It ran from the back of his hand all the way to his elbow. The wound was so deep it made one wonder how, even at this point, his arm hadn't been broken. Could it still be used? There was also a wound on his chest, partially obscured by the fabric, but through the gap, one could see the edge of his beating heart. Numb? My scalp was numb. Really. Watching the wound tear and heal again, even making a crackling sound, the sound of blood and muscle tissue being torn apart repeatedly. And yet, this person remained impassive, his face expressionless. You? Zhaoxi's mouth twitched. Are you trying to scam me again? Chapter 94. The setting sun, tinged with red, shone through the white gauze curtains, casting a hazy shadow on the ground. Lin Tanyan's pale golden eyes reflected the blood on his body. He looked up, and the blood faded away. His lips were slightly pale, perhaps from the blood loss. He looked less unapproachable than usual. The strands of hair at his temples were damp with sweat, giving him a hint of fragility. But even with such serious injuries, He didn't look the least bit flustered. His expression remained calm, with no discernible change in emotion. Everything he had experienced, everything he had seen before, was but a speck of dust before his eyes, insignificant. And so, the slight pity that had just risen also dissipated. Yes, was such a person, who deserved pity? Excuse me. These were his first words. So, you don't need treatment for this injury? Although he appeared fine, Jiaoxi still frowned. The heart is exposed, and the wound, which keeps bleeding, tears open, heals, and then tears open again, can even be heard crackling if you listen closely, like cells tap dancing. No, there's no need to alert anyone else. Just wait for the poison to dissipate. Your expression just now. It really was like you were observing your own flesh fighting. Zhao, she had never thought anyone so strange. Well, they've made some progress. They've developed a drug that can suppress my recovery ability. He seemed to agree, and the word sounded like a bit of praise. Zhao, I see. He must have been targeted. They were picking on him. Even someone like Lin Tanyan had enemies, and thinking back to her previous hunt, she felt a sudden sense of peace. Is Super S-Class really that powerful? To kill you, they have to develop a special drug to suppress it, but it seems they haven't succeeded. She stroked her chin. Still a long way off. Your genes are truly amazing. Jiaoxi's eyes were filled with envy. It felt like he was almost half immortal, wasn't he? Really? Lin Tanyan lowered his eyes. But genes are often a shackle. Genes are selfish, and humans are merely vehicles for them to achieve their goals. This time, they were able to harm him, of course, but that was also intentional on his part. He wanted to use this opportunity to escape, and he knew there must be many spies around him. According to previous intelligence, there was a clothing transport ship heading to the K-pop star nearby, so he could use this opportunity to infiltrate the K-pop star. But there were also things he had overlooked. That is, I want to ask you a favor. Lin Tanyan seemed to rarely ask for favors. His tone was stiff, and his expression slightly unnatural. What is it? Just tell me. It was a rare occasion when he owed someone a favor, so Jiaoxi was incredibly enthusiastic. I'm almost overwhelmed. At the time, the enemy seemed to want to prevent him from getting the first aid kit, so they destroyed the medical bay right from the start. But to him, the most important thing wasn't the medical supplies, but the most overlooked inhibitor. So you want me to find you, oh? Jiaoxi's eyes widened. She looked up and down at Lin Tanyan's current appearance. He looked battered. Oh my god, wouldn't the blood be even more gushing in the fiercest battle? Super S level is amazing, even at this moment. Well, I mean, can your body handle it? Out of humanitarianism, she double-checked. Lin Tanyan looked at her. I don't need an Omega. So you need an Alpha? Jiaoxi's eyes widened. Don't look at me. I can't do it. No, I'm not saying I can't. I'm still very capable. But I'm not an A grade, so I can't sleep with you. Wait, I go ask around. If I just give your name away, there'd be a swarm of people rushing to get me. What I'm doing here can't get out. Lin Tanyan said. I need suppressants. I leave that to you. He said, I don't trust anyone on this planet. So suppressants are needed. I understand. I do it right away. Jiaoxi nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. But what? She smiled. I'm out of money. Lin Tanyan raised his hand and touched Jiaoxi's wrist. The computer indicated the transfer was successful. Jiaoxi glanced at the computer screen. So many zeros. Suppressants can't cost that much, right? This planet should only buy S-grade ones at best. I need a lot. It's best to buy as many as you can. Jiaoxi nodded. With that much money, it felt like even if they emptied the entire hospital, there would still be some left over. This boss was truly generous. Okay, I get it done right away. He lowered his eyes to the ground. Thank you. Jiaoxi felt as if he had witnessed something strange. This person seemed strange. He felt uncomfortable when asked to do even the smallest task. Is it because he usually did everything himself? What are you thanking me for? You seem to be the acting captain of the Special Operations Unit, right? Then you're my boss, so it's nothing. This is a personal matter. But you were injured on duty and ended up like this. Just getting reimbursed is enough. It would be even better if I could get a point in the outstanding team member selection this year. Jiaoxi winked at him, giving him a you-know-what-I-mean expression. There's no such thing in the Special Operations Unit. Oh! I was hoping to use this opportunity to build some rapport and get you to do me a favor. Jiaoxi sighed. Then I go out and buy some suppressants. Are you just going to stay in the closet? She asked. Yes. Lin Tanyan nodded. I wait here. As he spoke, he began to close his eyes. Just as they closed, he suddenly opened them, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Zhao Shi had actually picked him up by the waist and laid him on the bed. You make your bed dirty. He looked up. I put a clothing bag under the sheet. She glanced at the closet. There's blood flowing. It would be terrible if my performance clothes got dirty. I was careful to avoid it. Zhao Shi acted as if she hadn't heard him and threw the blanket over him. I'm afraid of blood. Cover yourself up. Let's go! As Zhao Shi walked, she wondered, does Lin Tanyan need so many suppressants all by himself? This is a super S level being much more powerful than the average person? Who could withstand it? TSK, I don't know whether to say his future partner will be happy or miserable. The autumn breeze, accompanied by the bleak falling leaves under the setting sun, brushed against her face, instantly sobering her up. No, this is someone else's private matter. Why is she dwelling on it so much? It feels a bit creepy. Zhao Shi shook her head, clearing her mind of distractions. Now that she had money, she didn't have to walk. She rented the fastest shared hover bike on the roadside, stepped on the accelerator, and headed to the nearest hospital. But this hospital was a plastic surgery clinic, and there was no such thing as an inhibitor. And the planet was full of cosmetic surgery clinics, which didn't sell anything like it. The hospital told her to buy it at a pharmacy, so Zhao Shi went to many pharmacies, but none of them had the S-level inhibitor. S-grade inhibitors? Inhibitors expire easily, especially since there aren't many S-grade pop stars in the world. If everyone were S-grade, who would do this kind of business to make a living? Look at these arrogant stars. They look so glamorous in front of their fans, but you don't know how they act in front of important figures. The shop owner pointed at the image on the screen. It showed a female alpha. Surrounded by a crowd of fans, her face was cold and arrogant, full of arrogance. He turned stiffly and glared at Zhao Shi. This photo was taken that day when Zhao Shi was surrounded by fans. A bit like her, right? But I'm not her. You see, I don't look like her at all, right? Zhao Shi grinned, revealing her 2 rows of beautiful white teeth. I'm so sunny. Sunshine is sunshine. The shopkeeper looked her over. But you're not as pretty as her. Zhao Shi, So, don't tell me there's no S-grade inhibitor on this planet. For a super S-grade like Lin Tanyan, to use an S-grade was already a bit of a condescension. If he used something even lesser, she doubted it would have any effect on him. This alpha in his passion went wild. Right in her room. Zhao Shi shuddered. She couldn't even think about it. I checked the public inventory system for you. These rare items are all entered into the system. The pharmacy owner fiddled with the screen. I found it. Pharmacies on Huamei Street, Dongcheng Street, Anlu Street. Have it, but each store only has a few, maybe 1 or 2. The biggest pharmacy is Lekong Pharmacy. They usually have the most, 3 full boxes, but the system shows it sold out today. All sold? One person bought it. Yes. But I can't tell if it was the same person who bought it. Thank you, boss. Zhao Shi waved her hand. Can we take a picture? The owner stopped her, asking a little awkwardly. Okay. Thank you for providing so much useful information. You look a little fiercer, it's more like her. The shopkeeper pointed to a poster he hidden under the counter. Zhao Shi's eyes widened. It was the puppet she'd been playing for today's competition. It was the puppet played by a custom robot, but the movements had been recorded in advance. The puppet's domineering and cold expression, oozing with evil, threatened to burst through the screen. The special effects were exquisitely done. Did the poster come out so quickly? No. Zhao Shi's smile widened. I'm me. I don't look like anyone else. Want to take a picture together? Yes. Zhao Shi drove the shared car and first visited the pharmacies that had some loose suppressants, then went to Lekong Pharmacy, which had sold 3 boxes of suppressants. This pharmacy took up an entire building, giving off a splendid air of wealth. It was obvious they had a ton of medication. Perhaps there were some inhibitors left? You mean the S-grade inhibitors? They're sold out. One customer bought them all this morning. He's truly wealthy. Of course not. Another salesperson continued, I heard this guy has a remarkable background. He's from Lonming Star, and his family seems to be arms dealers. I heard even S-grade alphas have to serve as his bodyguards. Isn't that guy's face very pale? He looks like he has kidney deficiency, and he gestures with his orchid fingers when he speaks? Zhao Shi asked. Yes. How did you know? The salesperson asked, Hey, You look a bit like that. Zhao Shi tightened her mask. No way. That's obvious? Thank you. After thanking him, she quickly left. Zhao Shi was hurrying back. By this time, over 2 hours had passed since she left. The computer suddenly vibrated. It was an issue calling. Zhao Shi answered immediately. Are you in the room? Why didn't you answer my knocks? What do you want from me? And Ishii's voice came from the other end. We have a contestant meet and greet tonight, and now it's time to observe the contestants' essentials. They're checking out your makeup bags, wardrobes, suitcases, and so on. Zhao Shi was puzzled. Where did I get a makeup bag and a suitcase? They just sent one over from the wardrobe. The makeup bag and suitcase were also prepared by the production team. We're putting them in now, so we can start filming. Even if you have a suitcase, you have to take it out and bring it in after filming. Zhao Shi nodded. Oh, so it's just a fake commercial. Sure, they say it's like that in this industry. Just know it. We get our cut anyway. And Ishiu said, you're outside? I heard the whistle. Then I just use your room card to open the door. You don't need to be there for this part anyway. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Zhao Shi suddenly remembered something. Lin Tanyan was still in her room. And that closet was covered in blood. What's wrong? My room? There's a giant rat in the room. Don't move, I'll be right back to take care of it. Rat? Giant? Zhao Shi heard an Ishiu gasp, her voice tinged with fear. Then hurry up. I have them film the other rooms first, and they film yours last. Zhao Shi began to speed, panting heavily, as the scenery on either side of the car window rapidly shifted behind her. She passed countless cars in the air, the exhaust plumes from their dazzling drifts pummeling the windows of the cars behind her like smoke rings. Ah! Damn it! Who was in that car that just passed? How dare they spray exhaust in my face? Hua Wancho's eyes narrowed, and he pointed with his raised finger in that direction. Although there was glass in front of him, and the car had a good air circulation system, the feeling of being swept into the air by exhaust fumes was still unpleasant. Did you see that? Who was that? The bodyguard in the front seat's eyes glowed green. When the green light faded, he put on his black sunglasses again. His expression was a bit strange. Master! It's Zhao Shi. Ha, Zhao Shi again. Hua Wancho stroked the jade ring on his little finger. She's defied me time and again. Does she really think I, Hua Wancho, am easy to bully? Just wait. His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold, dark light gleaming in them. Over here, Zhao Shi once again displayed her unrivaled driving skills by overtaking other cars, then parked the hover car outside her floor's window. As for the reason for her haste, it was because she saw on the large floating screen above that the damn production team had already started live streaming. There were only 2 contested rooms left to be seen, hers and Hua Wancho's. And now, they had already started filming Hua Wancho's room. Zhao Shi suspected the production team would open hers before they finished filming this one. Maybe. They had already. Zhao Shi's heart was pounding. She reached for the roof of the car for support and jumped directly through the window. By this time, she had heard the sound of a card being swiped to unlock the room. Oh no! The bed? There was no one on the bed, and there was a closet. Zhao Shi leaned sideways, her hand resting on the side of the closet. The closet was spotless, without a trace of blood, and even a faint fragrance. The person before her had long, black hair like satin, and wore a snow-white shirt with delicate white lace at the cuffs and collar. Beneath silver-rimmed glasses were eyes, like black glass. He looked up, a picture of a beautiful woman in meditation. Through the pure glass, it was as if she saw a silent lake beneath the night sky, the moonlight faintly reflecting it, a love poem someone had recited to the empty lake for decades. She thought of a phrase. A glance that lasted a lifetime. Is this an Omega? OMG. Zhao Shi's heart suddenly began to race. Her current position made her look like she was wall-banging the person in front of her. This person. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Just then, the door opened, and a large group of people rushed in. Holy crap! And Ishii was stunned for a few seconds by the scene before bursting out with a familiar slang. You said it was outside. You didn't even tell me you were cheating. Are you still good brothers? He paused. Good siblings? Zhao Shi tilted her head and saw several cameras flying next to the photographer in the back, pointed directly at her, their red dots flashing. Was the live broadcast already live? Shit. Who sent this person to frame her? Hello, I'm her assistant. My name is Lin Yan. He held his silver-rimmed glasses, lowered his eyes, and smiled gently. Chapter 95. Lin Yin? Who is Lin Yin? And she said she's her assistant? Zhao Shi's head was swollen with questions, barely able to contain them. She obviously only knew one person named Lin, so where did this person come from? That voice sounds familiar. Please don't get me wrong. I'm just helping her rehearse her lines to prepare for the semifinals. Lin Yin tucked a strand of her long black hair behind her ear. Her demeanor was dignified, her movements subtle, and her every gesture exuded the graceful elegance of a lady from a noble family. Zhao Shi's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Of course, she had her back turned, avoiding the camera. Otherwise, with the audience's sharp eyes, she'd be exposed. She mouthed the word awesome to him. If it weren't for the familiarity of the voice, and the fact that she had eliminated all possibilities, believing that the last option, even if it was impossible, was the inevitable truth, she would never have believed that the man before her was Lin Tanyan. His acting was simply amazing. He was so good at pretending to be an Omega. He almost made her fall in love. Damn it! So, is it true that only alphas understand alphas best? No, when will you help? And Ishii was about to say something, but Zhao Shi interrupted him. There are so many things you don't know, and I have to report everything to you. Oh, that's right. He nodded. They made way for the staff and reporters filming the contestants' essential show to enter. Then, one by one, they opened Zhao Shi's makeup bag and Zhao Shi's suitcase. The reporters picked up items inside that Zhao Shi didn't recognize and began to talk about them. Everyone, please look! This essence uses the latest sun-blocking and whitening factors. It not only protects against UV rays, but with long-term use, it can also give you baby-smooth skin. This foundation is really used by many celebrities. It spreads easily, doesn't rub off, and doesn't make your skin look fake. The more you use it, the better your skin becomes. And this face cream is what our contestant Zhao Shi uses every day. She uses it in the morning and at night. She says she goes through 10 bottles a month. Zhao Shi, listening nearby, crossed her arms. At this point, she couldn't take it anymore and grumbled, "Is my face the size of a pot? I use 10 bottles of this stuff a month?" The reporter's face froze, and he didn't know what to say next. The staff around him were also stunned. Several cameras hovering nearby were still filming them, which meant that the words had already been broadcast. Keep your voice down. This is live broadcast. And Ishii noticed something was wrong and quickly tugged at the corner of her clothes. That's not the right way to deceive consumers. How do I know if these things are good? If someone has problems using them, won't they still blame me for taking advertising fees and colluding with the program team to deceive them? That's not how you make money. These words left the production team speechless, because what she said was the truth, impossible to refute. Strangely, not only did the cameras not stop, but several of them were focused on her. Zhao Shi didn't pay any attention to that. The red light of the camera flashed diligently, as if afraid of missing anything. Besides, am I someone who needs money? Zhao Shi's eyes inadvertently glanced in Lin Tanyan's direction. Ha, now with the funding from Team Lin, I've instantly become a wealthy man, even standing up straight. Don't try to buy me into doing anything against my conscience. Zhao Shi glanced at the camera with a domineering air, his expression cold, but tinged with a hint of justice. Are you leaving? The filming couldn't continue, so the staff had no choice but to leave with the cameras. I don't understand. Why didn't they immediately shut down the live stream after the incident? Instead, they waited for her to finish speaking? The reporter's face turned green. What do we do now? Are we going to be blamed? The person operating the camera tapped the communicator at his ear. The director said to continue, and to focus on the central conflict, Zhao Shi, because the ratings have suddenly skyrocketed. And look at Star Online. It's getting rave reviews. They say our show isn't scripted, it showcases the contestants' true personalities. But if that offends the brand, our program's revenue depends on advertising. The camera operator sighed. Hey, you're still too young. Sometimes, it depends on what the higher-ups want. Other things aren't that important. Besides, does the program's revenue really come from advertising? You haven't been involved in the financial side of things, so how do you know it's advertising? And Ishii broke out in a cold sweat. I thought we'd be eliminated from the competition. That would directly offend the production team. Don't worry. Zhao Shi smiled and reassured him. I think I know what they want. What? They're trying to use this grand event to cover up their own crimes. So no matter what I do, even if it means spitting in front of the director, it's okay, right? She said this while looking at Lin Tanyan. Lin Tanyan raised his eyes, but said nothing. Do you think I was right? What do you mean by covering up? I didn't understand. And Ishii was confused. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Zhao Shi said to him, "You can leave now." "Really? Are you kicking me out now?" And Ishu had just finished speaking when he suddenly understood and gave a meaningful smile. "Oh, adult stuff, I get it. But there's a contestant meet and greet at 7 o'clock. You better finish quickly and remember to come to block 222. Zhao Shi rolled her eyes. "What the hell are you thinking about? The Rubik's Cube of music is divided into 27 blocks, named after their locations. Block 222 is the one in the center." As soon as Anishu left, Zhao Shi closed the door. Turning around, she saw Lin Tanyan suddenly sway. She instinctively raised her hand to catch it, but he forced himself to steady himself. Then, he rested his hand on his temple, and sat down leisurely on the edge of the bed. His movements, both walking and sitting, were filled with slow grace. What's wrong with this guy? Zhao Shi wondered. Is he pretending to be Lin Dayu here? She felt a headache coming on. Lin Dayu. Ahem, Captain Lin, it's just the two of us here. You don't have to act like an Omega in front of me, right? Otherwise, she'd lose control and actually mistake him for an Omega. Zhao Shi couldn't forget that moment when she imagined dozens of love poems and which one to recite at her wedding. It was so embarrassing. Who could have said that her first crush would be on an alpha? And it had to be someone they previously had a feud with, who were now just work colleagues, and who probably wouldn't be friends in the future. Zhao Shi couldn't imagine anyone standing shoulder to shoulder with someone like Lin Tanyan. Lin Tanyan's fingers suddenly fluttered, unbuttoning and opening his shirt. Hey! What are you doing? Zhao Shi took a half step back and saw a dense mass of bandages beneath his clothes. The bandages were tightly wrapped, and you could see the flesh bulging slightly. A layer of black shimmered beneath them. These bandages were relatively absorbent and odor-removing, but they would probably need to be changed soon. So, because of his limited mobility, he had to keep his movements small. Zhao Shi then remembered that he was still injured, and how people could mistake his injuries for elegance. Living like this, following a pattern, never revealing vulnerability, must be tiring, right? Where's the suppressant? Lin Tanyan's fingers, gripping the edge of the bed as he supported himself, were so tight his knuckles turned white. Zhao Shi could clearly see a faint red tinge at the corners of his eyes, yet his expression remained stern and resolute, a seemingly utter contradiction. She hurriedly pulled the suppressant from her pocket. I bought 7 in total all here. As Zhao Shi spoke the number, she saw Lin Tanyan purse his lips, his dark eyes blinking slowly. The hazy light reflected in them, and at first glance, it looked like he was dizzy. Not enough, is it? She asked. I know someone else has it. 3 full boxes. It's right here at the music cube. If it's not enough, you could ask them for some. She said one, but Zhao Shi felt the only option was to rob or steal. After all, she had a grudge against Hua Wanshou. Lin Tanyan nodded with difficulty. Give me these first. He took the syringe of inhibitor from Zhao Shi and thrust it into his neck with his backhand. His movements were precise and skillful, but his long wig obscured his view. He lifted his hair with one hand and pushed the syringe with the other. His hands were shaking. Let me help you. No need. Lin Tanyan even began to lean to the side, even though he was already struggling with the pain. He actually got up from the bed, but he couldn't stand steady and leaned against the wall. Then the syringe loosened in his grasp, and just as it was about to slip out, he clenched it tightly again, like a lifeline. This made Zhao Shi break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't enough to begin with, and if it fell, it would be disastrous. She was also afraid that if the inhibitor wasn't enough, Lin Tanyan would go berserk and attack without even recognizing anyone. How could she possibly defeat a Super S-Class? Thinking of this, she was terrified and rushed over to snatch the inhibitor from his hand. I do it! Zhao Shi moved quickly, taking advantage of his sluggishness to push him against the wall. While lifting her hair with her other hand, she pressed the inhibitor into the back of his neck. She heard Lin Tanyan's slight intake of breath. Zhao Shi stared at the back of his neck. Your gland? Lin Tanyan regained consciousness, his eyes darkening. Zhao Shi sighed. Super S-Class are just different from ordinary people. Alas, my gland is just a decoration. Without pheromones, it's like a useless organ. Maybe you recover after you stop taking the genetic medicine. Really? How long will it take? It's hard to say. Mainly, you're an adult, and you've long passed the time for pheromones to mature. So, is it possible you never have pheromones again? Lin Tanyan remained silent. Zhao Shi knew this was a tacit agreement. However, while others saw her as a partially disabled alpha, she felt it was okay. She hadn't had pheromones before she traveled through time. To her, they were only in novels. If she suddenly had them someday, She might not be used to them. Please use the rest for me, Lin Tanyan said. Zhao Shi did as he was told. By the way, where did you get that wig and clothes? Borrowed them. If they were stolen, then so be it. Borrowed them. You are quite nimble. Zhao Shi, bored out of her mind, started to chatter. You know what? With that, you really look like an Omega. The best looking one I've ever seen. Lin Tanyan's breathing suddenly became ragged, and the needle Zhao Shi was inserting into the gland suddenly deflected. What's wrong? Don't mention Omega in front of me right now. Zhao Shi slapped her forehead. You're right. It's already hard to control myself. She was about to ask where he bought the perfume. It smelled so good. But then she thought, he must have stolen it. The scent was so faint, almost inaudible, and familiar that she wasn't sure if she was really smelling it. Zhao Shi checked the time. Get some rest. I have to get ready for the player meeting. She had just opened the door when she bumped into an issue. Zhao Shi raised an eyebrow. That's right, I need your help with something. Sister, the production team said, they'd like Lin Yin to attend the contested meet and greet. Why? Because he was featured during the goods recommendation segment earlier, and the audience response was fantastic. In just a short time, his popularity has surpassed some of the contestants, so they'd like him to attend. Zhao Shi waved her hand. No. Sure, Lin Tanyan said. Now it was Zhao Shi's turn to wonder, are you okay with this situation? I can hold on for a while. Zhao Shi nodded, that's fine. We can buy a little more time. And Ishu asked, when? Zhao Shi smiled, give you time to steal something. Steal something? And Ishu suddenly realized, so, that's what you needed my help with? Suppress it? Who needs it? It can't be Lin Yin, can it? You can't satisfy him? Zhao Shi expressed grief, because I'm a cripple and don't have pheromones? What? That's so. Yeah. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. And Ishu nodded quickly, I take care of it. After finalizing their plan, Zhao Shi and Lin Tanyan, disguised as an Omega, immediately headed out for the contestant meeting. The mobile camera robots, already stationed outside, immediately gathered around and snapped photos of them. And just then, it was the time Zhao Shi and Hung Xing Wuyin had agreed on. The plan to go to Earth Wasteland couldn't be delayed any longer. The Antimatter Guild had already taken the initiative, and with players missing, the ghost planet theory was hard not to raise eyebrows. In other words, Zhao Shi would have to play games while attending the player meet and greet. It didn't matter, it wasn't her first time. The meet and greet wasn't something that required much concentration. She wouldn't play games like she had before, when battles were more important. Zhao Shi's thoughts shifted slightly. Before her was the deep blue glass floor of the music cube, reflecting her deep brown eyes. Through these eyes, in an unknown dimension, she channeled a portion of her thoughts into the deep black universe. The kill black hole screen lit up on her wrist computer. At the same time, hidden within the lace cuffs of Lin Tanyan's wrist, a black and white line interface also lit up. In the distant black hole base, within the cabin, two pairs of eyes opened simultaneously. Ghost planet, huh? Zhao Shi placed her hand on the edge of the cabin, her lips curled into a smile. Let me see, is there a ghost? Chapter 96. After being teleported to the platform, outside the earthly desolate planet, they could see numerous misshapen, gigantic monsters roaming the planet's atmosphere. These were species mutated by the black hole's radiation, similar to the one Zhao Shi had encountered after being ejected from the base. Zhao Shi and Rampant and Speechless exchanged a glance, neither speaking, but alert. Because this situation was bizarre. They had no reason to wander outside the planet. While they could survive in space, it was far less comfortable than staying on the planet's surface, protected by its atmosphere. Typically, this situation only occurred outside the black hole base, isolated by the base's protective shield. However, this planet lacked any shielding. They tried to speak to them again, their limbs surging towards them, but just as they were about to reach the planet, they immediately retreated, as if there was something there they dared not touch. I have a hunch, Zhao Shi said to the person next to him. What's that feeling? I think this will be another exciting journey. Wow, I'm excited. I wonder what hidden plot lines this dungeon holds. Hearing her words, the person next to her let out a sound like laughter. What are you laughing at? It was mainly because Zhao Shi rarely saw this person laugh. He felt that he played games less like games, and more like he was carrying out a mission. The sudden laughter gave him a sense of foreboding. Journey. Hengxing Wuyan repeated the words she had used, treat danger as a journey, and find joy in life and death. That's a good word. She had fought so hard for money, yet he still maintained such an optimistic attitude, a rare sight in his life. This kind of mindset was something he lacked. He always saw everything as dull. It seemed this dungeon was indeed not easy, Zhao Shi thought. She took these two inexplicable words as compliments on the game's quality. At this moment, Zhao Shi and Heng Xing Wuyin had successfully landed on the desolate planet. Looking out, it looked like a human city, with wide streets and tall buildings. Zhao Shi was somewhat surprised. The technological level of this planet seemed similar to that of Zhao Shi's previous life. There were still cars on the road, but they were now covered in dust. The billboards on the roadside were tilted, about to fall, and rusted. The last time he was on Zerg Planet, that place full of Zerg, he had discovered a subway underground. After completing the dungeon, he realized that those people had become Zerg. This time, the setting was surprisingly another human planet. Zhao Shi observed that it seemed uninhabited again. Where had all these people gone? And this time, they were on a ghost planet. Could they have turned into ghosts? The thought sent a chill down her spine. The streets were wide but deserted. The sky was a gloomy hue, and the dusty, old houses also cast a grayish-black hue. It was so quiet that the wind rustled through the mezzanines, making a whimpering sound. The whole scene evoked memories of the days of black and white televisions. The picture was blurry, with fuzzy black and white bands. Zhao Shi raised her hand to examine it. Her fingers were overly elongated, with black Zerg-like shells connecting the knuckles. Yes, after so many battles, she could already sense that the mechas used by the players were likely crafted from the corpses of Zerg and other mutants. She was a cyborg, and this was the technological age. What was so scary about ghosts? Besides, they were still in the game. But the next second, her mecha fingers transformed into white human fingers. Zhao Shi almost suspected something was wrong with her eyes. This was impossible, even if she was now experiencing both the game and reality simultaneously. With her current abilities, there was no way she could confuse the two. Besides, she didn't even look down at her hands in reality. At this moment, Zhao Shi in rampant silence explored the nearly silent planet, devoid of human presence, only the desolate sound of the wind. At the same time, she and Lin Tanyan entered the central area of the Music Cube 222. Following the order of the crew's appearance, they walked on a red carpet covered with flower petals. The place was lavishly decorated, bustling with activity. Surprisingly, the surrounding area was completely packed with seats. Dazzling lights flashed overhead, and cameras were stationed in every direction and corner. The contestant meet and greet was also live-streamed. With the current surge of technological advancements, people are increasingly pursuing authenticity. They believe that live streaming offers fewer editing artifacts and, without a script, allows them to truly showcase their true selves. A camera moved closer, and Zhao Shi stared at the lens with a cold expression, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. Of course, her expressionlessness wasn't intentional. What she saw was simply too horrifying. To avoid mistakes, she simply avoided unnecessary tasks. At that moment, they were walking down the dark hospital corridor. Through the window of the adjacent ward, she saw human fingers reflected in the glass, but she couldn't make out her own face. It was as if something had obscured it, a mist-like mass displacing it. Zhao Shi's world-weary, sullen face appeared on the giant, suspended screen, and screams erupted from the audience. Many of the contestants brought assistants, sometimes more than one. This show was all about authenticity, with some even bringing their own teams, complete with makeup artists, stylists, and costume designers. Zhao Shi was being relatively low-key, with only one assistant accompanying her. But this assistant had the whole audience transfixed. It was practically worth 10. His long black hair was like silk, and his every gesture exuded a graceful, aristocratic air. The breeze that circulated the venue blew petals onto his shoulders. And most importantly, the moment he lowered his head and glanced up, he was like a graceful lotus emerging from water, a faint smile on his face. Absolutely stunning, truly exceptional. I bet all the alphas in the room would be captivated by him right now. Zhao Shi naturally saw Lin Tanyan's movements and micro-expressions through the floating light screen. She couldn't help but sigh. This guy's acting is so amazing, she believed he was actually an Omega. Captain Lin is awesome, Zhao Shi whispered, tilting her head. I learned it over and over again from watching the holographic drama. Lin Tanyan maintained that demeanor as he spoke. Just for that professionalism, you deserve a thumbs up. And so, the person who was trying to pick a fight arrived. It was Mo Zixuan, the production team's stage director. He first pretended to be friendly with Zhao Shi, then got straight to the point, asking about Lin Yin nearby. The questions were nothing more than the usual three-piece set. How old are you? Where's your hometown? Are you in a relationship? As the questioning progressed, they began to ignore Zhao Shi. Under the pretext of gentlemanly etiquette, the handshake naturally turned into a touching. Xiaoxi lowered his head and chuckled. Of course, he was the one striking out, but we were the ones picking on him. The plan worked. Starting with attacking the director, that's called a good start. Broad daylight, openly molesting an Omega. Xiaoxi, taking advantage of his moment of inaction, launched a punch. Hack you, do you think I'm dead? This punch caused the entire audience to gasp, brought on a focused gaze, and skyrocketed the ratings, launching her on the road to fame. Simultaneously, the situation unfolded elsewhere. I don't understand. Why choose a hospital? This kind of place is usually a common setting for horror films. See if there's anyone in the hospital. Hung Xingwuyan said, dead people are still human. Let's see if we can find any clues about why this place is a ghost star. By the way, the enemy has the ability to interfere with the vision of the cyborgs. You should have noticed, right? But it seems to be their only ability right now. Xiaoxi, just this one ability alone is terrifying, isn't it? If the interference is even more extreme, we appear to be members of the Antimatter Guild, and we start killing each other. Hung Xingwuyan, So does this mean you're giving the enemy a way to counter us? Xiaoxi choked. It seems so. Chapter 97. I guess they're trying to create the feeling of being in a horror movie, keeping us on high alert. Xiaoxi looked at himself in the mirror. The reflection was of an ordinary human figure. But I could only see my hands changing, not my face. Because he doesn't know what I look like in real life. However, Hung Xingwuyan said, it's not necessary to know so much. When people are in fear, their thinking becomes stagnant and stupid, making them vulnerable quickly. The central air conditioning in the hallway seemed to be turned too cold. The gusts of cold wind blew against my neck, making me shiver. At this moment, Xiaoxi and Hung Xingwuyan were following the path to the morgue. In search of clues about the planet's native inhabitants, this was the only place with the best chance of finding them. By examining the records and the condition of the bodies, they could understand the reason for their disappearance. And if they all vanished suddenly at the same time, that would also be a clue. At that moment, the lights in the corridor began to flicker inexplicably, and an unknown cold wind blew a sound like a low, sobbing whimper, leaving Xiaoxi speechless. This old, scary scene had returned, but it didn't frighten her. Because she now clearly distinguished between the game and reality, and right now, her surroundings were incredibly lively. The contestant meeting was held at the venue. This time, it was a dinner, but surrounded by multiple tiers of auditorium. However, this opportunity for the contestants to get to know each other was also transformed by the production team into a show of brilliance for the audience. 65 contestants entered the venue through 4 different passages. In the center stood a large, long table. The other contestants, dressed in luxurious attire, took their seats. Only one seat remained vacant. At that moment, a huge commotion erupted from the eastern entrance area. What's wrong? What's going on over there? The audience stood up, craning their necks to see what was going on, pulling out their laptop cameras in telephoto mode to see what was going on. And every area here was in no shortage of cameras. The production team was well aware of the primary purpose of this competition, and they were naturally happy to satisfy the audience's curiosity. So, the footage from the east corridor was quickly synced to the big screen. Calm down! Calm down! A group of people stepped forward to stop her, but Xiaoxi, with a furious look on her face, refused to give in. You're the director, so what? You can't touch my people? Director Li, this is a live broadcast accident, right? Why don't you stop? Won't this seriously affect Director Mo's reputation? The staff member asked. Li Guangxu stared at the screen. The motto of this program is authenticity first, and at a time like this, we can't stop. Besides, he didn't even take her as a mere scene director seriously. He suddenly laughed. So many people want to rise to prominence, but what they lack is topics and traffic. A single opportunity for exposure is something so many people wait for, but they can't wait. There's a saying, I'm not afraid of being scolded, I'm afraid of not even having anyone to scold me. He muttered to himself, directors, huh? What pop stars lack the least of his directors. What they lack is people who can be called by name. Xiaoxi preempted Director Mo's reaction, having already calculated the positions of several cameras to ensure the borrowed shots were successful. In other words, Director Mo couldn't produce any evidence to prove his innocence. Of course, since he had already harbored lustful thoughts, there was no innocence to speak of. Xiaoxi seized this opportunity, managing her expression perfectly, fully displaying her righteousness, protectiveness, and the cool, domineering nature her fans love so much. The audience erupted in screams, and her popularity on Star Online soared. Her popularity soared, and naturally she was also subjected to the most intense criticism. For a moment, fans and haters clashed fiercely, while passers-by watched and watched, and the comments were flooded with comments. Already at the center of public opinion, this situation reached a new peak. When something happened over there, the other 64 glamorously dressed contestants couldn't just sit out the incident. To establish themselves as caring citizens and grab more shots, they had to join in. What happened? Let's talk it out. Yes, if there's anything, we can sit down and talk it out. Even if it's a personal grudge, it shouldn't be done on the air. It's completely disrespectful to the audience. It beginning to pretend to be the audience's point of view, imposing moral judgments to elevate their own standing. Of course, Zhao Shi had a plan. Although Lin Yan is an orphan, without a father or mother, and grew up in an orphanage, he had an incredibly miserable childhood. Then, after a rigorous assessment, he finally became my assistant. Zhao Shi also began a beautiful, strong, and tragic plot arrangement. But I truly consider him a friend. Even though he's of low status and a weak omega, as long as he's positive and optimistic, he still deserves respect, not being exploited by the director. The director and assistant have a huge disparity in status, a class gap, and an arrangement. The production team sent an assistant over. So this is their plan. I thought you were a serious show. Zhao Shi stroked his chin. Let's think about it again. How can we include the AO confrontation? This is the most effective way to ignite the fighting spirit of the Star Network. Others might be motivated by money, but Hua Wancho is different. He's purely in it for the fame, the title of the most dissolute playboy in the universe. He can't stand this feeling of being outshined. Seeing Zhao Shi stealing all the attention, Hua Wancho was naturally displeased. He stepped forward and confronted Zhao Shi. Do you have the right to say that? Do you think everyone knows about what you did before? You're acting so righteous now. This assistant. Could it be another one of your new lovers? TSK, you rotten cucumber, how dare you? Zhao Shi glanced at Hua Wancho. Well done. This director's fighting spirit was a little off, probably feeling guilty and unable to spark enough excitement. Just in time, the next round of attacks began. Oh my, which dog is barking? Barking so loudly so late at night. Didn't you get neutered? She glanced at the person who came in. Oh, you did, then why is it so loud? These words instantly set off Hua Wancho's explosive charge. His expression darkened, and he no longer cared about maintaining his image. The voice practically escaped through his teeth. He pointed at her with a raised orchid finger, his whole body trembling. Zhao Shi, I kill you. The commotion here was intense. Lin Tanyan first portrayed himself as a victim to the fullest, bringing the elegant white rose to tears. After helping to carry on the farce, he excused himself from the stage, saying he was in a bad mood. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the chaotic scene, and no one was paying attention to his movements. He flipped through a small map on his laptop, flicking his finger across it, and the map instantly magnified many times. The confidential room, the entrance to which was on the second floor of the music cube. He had to obtain something before this chaotic situation ended. The list of participants in a beauty and skincare program held here a month ago. To be more precise, it was a list of those who had either risked their lives to debut, or taken risks to maintain their youth. The beauty products they were testing contained extracts of brain-eating worms. Lin Tanyan quietly exited the stage, then clung to the wall of the passage, scuttling like a swift in the night, avoiding the moving hovering cameras and aiming for the angles between their blind spots. As he was about to enter the confidential room, his body suddenly faltered, his fingers pressing against the corner of the wall, his whole body trembling. The metabolism was too rapid, and the inhibitors were about to lose their effectiveness. At first glance, his dark eyes shone with amber gold. He lowered his eyes, staring at the ground, his eyelashes trembling. This period of passion, which lasted from 3 days to half a month, was a long-standing nightmare. Meanwhile, Anishiu, assigned the gentleman on the beam mission, stared at the burly man leaning against the windowsill, lost in thought. Can anyone tell him that the inhibitor is being guarded by a muscular man in the heat of passion? What should he do? Chapter 98. A long table covered with an intricate damask tablecloth, golden candlelight flickering ambiguously. If you didn't notice the surroundings, you might have mistaken it for a couple's candlelight dinner. Then a zoomed-in view revealed the table's astonishing size, surrounded by countless flashing cameras and specially invited audience seats. The Starlight 1001 contestant meet and greet event immediately went viral, with a series of pre-airing mishaps, and the buzz has remained high for a long time. It fused industry shady dealings, taboo homosexual relationships, contestants' personal grudges, discrimination against transgender people, and the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry, a truly overloaded tapestry. The contestant meet and greet was a chance for everyone to showcase their personalities. The contestants wore meticulously tailored gowns and applied exquisite makeup. They chatted freely, even if they didn't know each other well. To secure exposure, they had to find something to talk about, even going to great lengths to create a conversation. Hundreds of cameras suspended around the table automatically identify real-time hot spots based on viewer feedback, ensuring the live stream remains captivating. This enormous table seats 65 people, and with so many people on camera simultaneously, even a few extra seconds of screen time is incredibly rare. However, the two seats at the end of the table, supposedly the most distinctive and likely to stand out in front of the camera, were completely unpopular. Until a stern-faced female alpha appeared. She raised her chin, surveyed the room with a defiant gaze, and then made her way to the end of the table. She sat at the head of the table, her head propped up with one hand, looking both lazy and defiant. It was as if that spot was meant for her. Eyes flickered in that direction frequently, and many contestants had their sights set on her. After all, Zhao Shi had always been at the center of the public opinion fray. Any slight connection to her would surely earn her a share of the spotlight. But no matter how much they thought about it, no one dared to act. After all, the hype of a madman wasn't easy to come by. It could be life-threatening. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi was secretly delighted. Great. She found a corner seat. Anyway, her goal had been achieved. Apparently Lin Tanyan had already taken advantage of the chaos and left, so she shouldn't have any more to worry about. At a dinner like this, where drinking and all sorts of flowery talk were the order of the day, someone with social anxiety naturally had to stay away from the center of the action. She gazed at the exquisite meal spread across the long table, a hidden smile playing on her face. She was about to begin enjoying a wonderful dinner. Tonight, no one was allowed to interrupt her meal. Unbeknownst to Zhao Shi, her laughter frightened several of the contestants nearby, causing them to shiver a few times. They unconsciously leaned to the side, creating distance between them. Something was going to happen. She was going to cause trouble again. At the other end of the long table, Hua Wanchou had also taken a seat. He stared intently at the person at the other end, his fork nearly crumbling. Every time an accident happens, her popularity skyrockets. So, is she deliberately picking on someone? He had just received data from his subordinates and realized he had been used again. Just now, he and Zhao Shi had nearly come to blows, and a group of people had to intervene to pull them apart. In fact, they were mainly trying to stop Zhao Shi, because Hua Wanchou had fallen to the ground after being touched. Zhao Shi was shocked at the time. This guy was actually trying to scam someone. No, his face was so pale, it looked like he had a hidden illness. Zhao Shi thought, after all, he'd been cut open, so he must have a lot of problems. Zhao Shi wanted to create some chaos, but she felt that a few words would be enough, and she absolutely couldn't let anyone get killed. So Zhao Shi wanted to quickly help the man up and get him to the hospital. They didn't have any deep hatred, right? Who knew that the people around her would start desperately trying to hold her back, completely ignoring the poor, vulnerable man who had fallen to the ground. So she kept saying, "Get him to the hospital. Get him to the hospital." She watched his face grow paler and paler, his legs shaking, while the people around her just gathered around her, constantly telling her to calm down, their cameras snapping away frantically. Zhao Shi was speechless. What a decline in morals. Not only do interstellar people refuse to help elderly women, they even refuse to help young people who have suddenly fallen ill. Zhao Shi had just finished a plate of strawberry puffs, and was about to reach for the sparkling juice in front of her when she caught his gaze. She followed his gaze, and saw it was Hua Wanchou, who had been feeling unwell before. Even with a seizure, he was still here. Really dedicated. Zhao Shi nodded in approval. Provocation, still provocative. Hua Wanchou crushed the puff in his hand, and sticky cream squeezed out from between his fingers. Zhao Shi, that violent guy, had just threatened to send him to the hospital. Haha, if his bodyguards hadn't been barred from entering, especially since he brought an S-rank bodyguard with him this time, an alpha in the heat of passion, his combat power would have doubled. What a formidable force, otherwise. Would he have frightened Zhao Shi to the point of limp legs? Pa, he wasn't frightened at all. It's just that this Zhao Shi, fresh from the military academy, exudes an unpleasant aura of barbarism. How could a barbarian stand alongside someone like him? Hua Wanchou pondered, but perhaps I could try this path of black and red. Black and red, wouldn't black and red eventually become red? Zhao Shi was deliberately provoking him, hoping to use him to once again stand at the center of the vortex. At that moment, Hua Wanchou felt he saw through her. But he refused to accept the challenge. To avoid giving someone else a chance, Hua Wanchou prepared to avoid Zhao Shi. He glanced around, a determined smile on his face. Isn't it just a fight? I wonder who can defeat me. The only one at the center of the vortex is me. Hua Wanchou usually didn't do serious work. As the youngest son, he was spoiled and didn't need to worry about family matters. As a descendant lacking business talent, his family encouraged him to squander his wealth, lest he risk even more money by dabbling in business. Hua Wanchou had always relished the spotlight, mingling in the entertainment and influencer circles, acquiring a wealth of gossip, a subject he took great pride in. This time, it became the foundation for his debut. The gossip resources he had cultivated for years finally came in handy. Hua Wanchou cleared his throat and pointed at one of the contestants. Hey, I remember you're so-and-so, right? Aren't you being kept by the president of Shenhua Group? Why are you still competing to make money? He pointed at another. You've been married and divorced 3 times, so why are you still pretending to be innocent? And you? I saw you yesterday. You ordered 4 aces in Chunchi Hall, having a blast. Huh? How do you know? I was just passing by. The expressions of the 60 or so people at the table instantly exploded, along with those of the audience and the hundreds of netizens from all over the planet in the live stream. Soon, a contestant fired back, me? That guy was there too. I was playing with him yesterday. Keeping a mistress? It's not just me, it's him. Yes, him. He's also being kept. Mr. X brought him with me last time. Are you going to reveal something shocking? Okay, let's all go. The situation was going to escalate. This time, it really did. It might not just be the pot that was going to be shattered, but his job too. Director Lee was stunned as he watched the heated exchange erupt at the banquet table. Interstellar Light 1001 had been held so many times, each one live-streamed. While unexpected events were common, this was the first time something this explosive had happened. Zhao Shi ate dessert while watching the swords flying across the long table. She realized she picked a perfect spot. From this spot, she could see all the contestants clearly, even which finger they started to raise first, which plate they smashed first. And quite tacitly, there was a clear line separating the chaotic battle there from Zhao Shi's area, and the fire couldn't reach her. That's called watching a fire from the other side of the river, right? With dessert and live gossip, this competition was worth coming to. Meanwhile, while attending the dinner, Zhao Shi and Heng Xinghuiyan were exploring the Dihuang planet from killing the black hole, the planet now known as the Ghost Planet. Zhao Shi and Heng Xinghuiyan had already searched the morgue thoroughly, but there was no one there, no bodies either. There was only a sinister sound of wind, and something like running water. She had felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity since arriving on this planet. This eerie, damp, cold feeling made her feel very uncomfortable. It reminded her of her time on the High Star, when she had almost encountered those black, cold, wriggling, maggot-like creatures. That disgusting, fishy feeling. It didn't matter if she didn't think about it, but once she did, the thought wouldn't go away. They had found nothing in the morgue, and were about to move on. As Zhao Shi was about to leave, she glanced back and saw black, sticky water seeping from the cracks in the cabinets that held the bodies. The damp, cold, fishy smell filled her with a chilling chill. This feels like a brain-eating bug, but how could such a thing exist in a game? Is this a game or reality? Zhao Shi lowered her head, staring at her own human hand, and for a moment, it felt as if this were reality. But she was clearly eating a small chocolate tart, trying hard to suppress the curled corners of her mouth that seemed to be watching the fun. The production team's leaders were dispatched, trying to mediate this seemingly uncontrollable farce, yet the ratings continued to climb. The audience was flooding their screens with messages demanding that the show not be suspended, or else they would crush the music cube tomorrow. The incident had become too serious, and the production team was in a dilemma. They didn't dare suspend the show and offend the entire Galaxy's audience, let alone allow them to continue. This time, they had exposed all the negative information in the interstellar entertainment industry, which would also offend the investors behind these stars. Moreover, much of the revelations were related to them. The production team was panicking and exhausted trying to mediate. No one was eating now. A fight had broken out. Zhao Shi first moved the exquisite snacks closer to the battleground farther away. Then, she stood up and leisurely walked around the table, eating as she went. She only pretended to intervene, but the people were so loud they couldn't leave her alone. She could even watch the fun. Ah, it was so satisfying, wasn't it? So the madly surging, flowing black goo before her eyes had to be fake. Jiaoxi felt nauseous, but she wasn't afraid. She simply ran around the hospital, the black tide following closely behind. As she ran, Heng Xingwuyan disappeared, and so did the hospital door. All she saw was walls, as if she were trapped inside this hospital. Jiaoxi had already reached the top floor of the hospital. No stairs were visible to her as she climbed higher. The black tide continued to spread, engulfing floor after floor, and was about to reach this one. Even more terrifying, a human figure slowly emerged from the tide, its eyes and mouth dark, human-like but definitely not. Its mouth was filled with black teeth dripping with black water, and it pounced on her, riding the black water. Hurry! A familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. Go up this way. We can get out of here by reaching the top floor. Jiaoxi turned and saw Heng Xingwuyan. He had somehow found an invisible door in the wall. It was open, and looking up, she could see the bright sky. The thick black water had already submerged Jiaoxi's calves, and her movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. Then, the monster in the black water opened its mouth and let out a silent scream, leaping towards her. Hurry, she! Give me your hand! Heng Xingwuyan panicked. Jiaoxi reached out with all her might. The black monster behind her was only a step away, about to capture her. Jiaoxi grabbed Heng Xingwuyan's wrist. Huh? Jiaoxi looked up at Heng Xingwuyan and suddenly sneered. Then, with incredible speed, she twisted his hand to the side, twisting it 360 degrees. But she didn't break it. The cyborg's body wasn't easily damaged. At the same time, she dodged to the side, avoiding a thin black line that shot out from his palm. The black water monster behind him advanced. A black wave flashed by, slicing Heng Xingwuyan's neck, revealing the green tissue fluid within. His head gurgled off. With the destruction of his body, the illusion could no longer be maintained, revealing his true form. This was a cyborg, but not Heng Xingwuyan. What did he just shoot out? Gurgle gurgle, the black water monster said. Ah, I don't understand. Jiaoxi held her forehead. She knew the black water monster next to her was the one who was Heng Xingwuyan. But now she couldn't understand him, and maybe he couldn't understand her either. In fact, in Heng Xingwuyan's eyes, she was probably a monster too. Their vision had been adjusted, or perhaps something had interfered with it. As for why they could still recognize each other, it was probably tacit understanding. Well, first of all, a brain-eating worm wouldn't be that large. If it were, it wouldn't have needed to wait until they arrived at the hospital before attacking. Second, the door that had just opened faced the sky, which was too blue and clear, while the sky on this planet was clearly gray. And this hospital, ever since they'd been to the morgue, had felt strange. The doors and windows had suddenly vanished, a feeling more like a hallucination. But she wasn't sure yet whether it was some kind of hallucination, or if their robotic vision had been manipulated by some technical means. Gulp, said the black water monster. Jiaoxi replied with a gulp. Even if she spoke properly, he couldn't understand her. It was probably telling her to be careful, because the robotic being wasn't dead yet. To be precise, he was considered dead only if his consciousness bead was broken, not if his head was severed. So Jiaoxi immediately turned him over, preparing to pierce his consciousness bead. And then she discovered, it was a black consciousness bead. She had never seen a consciousness bead this color before. All consciousness beads were supposed to be a brilliant white. But she moved faster than she thought. Jiaoxi had already smashed his consciousness bead with one punch. As the bead shattered, the black color vanished into mist. The fragments of the consciousness bead turned a dull white. Gurgle gurgle, Jiaoxi said. What should we do now? Gurgle gurgle, Heng Xingwuyan said. Jiaoxi nodded. Oh, you don't know either. Then she saw the black water monster roll its eyes, looking at someone with a mental disability. What? This must be an illusion. Where are the monster's eyes coming from? Isn't it completely black? After dealing with this person, the two of them walked out through the black water. Jiaoxi moved much slower than Heng Xingwuyan. Could it be that he wasn't affected by the hallucination? What exactly is this ghost star boss? Jiaoxi has no idea. Furthermore, why is the person's consciousness bead black? Is he a player? Or, in addition to the faction they were fighting the monsters on, there was another faction in this game that shared the same faction as the boss? It was at this moment that she felt a familiar icy aura flash by. What was this aura? Jiaoxi immediately shouted to Heng Xingwuyan, gurgle. Be careful. The black water monster nearby reacted quickly. Something flew out from beside it, followed by a tearing sound, like something, or perhaps a stream of air. After the sound, Zhao Shi blinked again, and saw the scene before her changed. The person beside her was indeed Hung Xingwuyan, but he was covered in wounds, and cold air was emanating from the cracks in his body. Gurgle, gurgle? Ahem, the illusion is broken? Zhao Shi asked. That's a player's spirit, the phantom feather butterfly, capable of altering a person's senses. Heng Xingwuyan said, I don't remember this spirit being able to cause speech degeneration. I did it so I could communicate better with you. Zhao Shi realized something. So it can only cause hallucinations? I don't want to talk anymore. Why did you use it on me? Do you think I'm stupid? Probably because you think you're too strong. Heng Xingwuyan explained, generally more restrictions are only needed for the strong. I love that. Zhao Shi was so surprised to hear him praise her that her nose almost turned up in the air. Wait, are you pretending? Zhao Shi looked at Heng Xingwuyan warily. The sun is rising from the west? At that moment, Heng Xingwuyan seemed relieved to finally see her back to normal, but at the same time, his body suddenly slumped to the side like a puppet with its strings cut, ready to fall apart. Zhao Shi quickly grabbed him. Hey buddy, what's wrong? I see you're a little hurt, but not serious, is it? Sorry, something happened outside, he said. His voice was incredibly weak. Why are we talking about this between us? Zhao Shi gave him a look of regret. I understand. When you're playing online games, your mom suddenly calls for dinner, and if you don't hurry, she starts yelling at you. Isn't that normal? And the sudden weakness in his voice must be because he's afraid his family will find out he's been playing games all day. After all, Zhao Shi felt that there were too few people like her who could play games, go to school, and even appear on talent shows part-time. Go ahead, I can hold on here for a while. Okay. Then Heng Xingwuyan stopped moving, completely slumping against her. Only then did Zhao Shi realize how heavy the mechas in this game were. Zhao Shi carried him out of the hospital, and then she began to regret it, because the once empty streets were now bustling with activity. As they emerged, they saw a large group of mechas emerging from the streets. Their consciousness beads were all black. Zhao Shi even saw familiar faces among them, and she suddenly realized something. So, were these original players transformed? Did their consciousness beads turn black and become the enemy faction? So, were those with black consciousness beads considered alive or dead? And why was it always such a difficult, one versus many situation? So, can you talk to your mom about eating while we play games? Zhao Shi asked Hung Xingwuyan. Of course, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. In real life, Zhao Shi's computer suddenly vibrated. 999-9999. A message popped up. 9? Help? Does it mean help? It was a message from Angu. So many nines in a row. What terrible thing had happened to him? A ghost? No, there are no ghosts in this world. Zhao Shi pondered. If the thing in Alpha can't handle the most is being bullied, then he couldn't have been bullied, right? Haha, that's hilarious. Who would bully him? At that moment, she suddenly remembered something. Why did Hua Wancho buy so many inhibitors? S-level inhibitors. What if there really was an S-level alpha out there? Seeing the explosive dinner party raging nearby, Zhao Shi felt a little outraged too. Chapter 99. It was as if an invisible barrier separated her from the clamorous world. Amidst the chaos, she found herself alone, living a peaceful life. This alone seemed particularly out of place in the chaotic scene, and the attention in the live stream began to shift in the other direction. After receiving Anishu's message, Zhao Shi had already prepared to quietly exit the scene. The camera robots were all focused on the brawl. She had just set down her plate and turned when a camera robot suddenly stopped in front of her. She froze for a moment. This robot was a bit strange. Why was it filming her instead of gossiping? She quickly said a few perfunctory words and then went to save the people. Zhao Shi immediately let out a look of regret. What a shame, this table full of brilliant ideas goes unappreciated, while others lean towards the dregs of the conversation. As the saying goes, she was about to establish one of her characters in the holographic drama My Mechanical Puppet Alpha, the aloof and cold sect leader Zhao Shi, a talented immortal woman with a fondness for ancient poetry. At noon, hoeing the fields, sweat drips to the soil. Who knows, every grain of rice on the plate is the product of hard work. The poem she learned in elementary school was perfectly appropriate. I cherish this gift of nature dearly, and it's hard to reconcile with others. I'm full now. I'm not like those fools who bicker and skip meals. If I see you all tomorrow, I hope to borrow the east wind to help me ride it and defeat all evil. 3 clicks in one, vote for me. Excuse me, this worldly hustle and bustle. slipping away. Jiaoxi felt that she was extremely dedicated. In the only shot, she also took the opportunity to canvass for votes for tomorrow's semifinals. Before leaving, she still felt a bit bewildered. So, was she the only one diligently working? Were all the other contestants focused on gossip? Though it made sense, exciting news caught people's attention. The robots automatically tracked what people were interested in. The number of camera robots there, and hers told her what the audience preferred. Alas, the world is truly going downhill. What Jiaoxi didn't know was that after she quietly slipped away, within less than a minute of her live stream being broadcast simultaneously, the other camera robots began to swivel around, searching for a new target. The focus had already shifted. However, the camera robots couldn't find her on the field, and many of them became confused and went on strike. What could be more eye-catching than a white lotus standing solemnly in a murky mire? So, StarNet exploded again. 64 people were fighting tooth and nail, while Jiaoxi, usually so arrogant, was enjoying a peaceful meal. Surprisingly, no negative news was revealed about her, resulting in a persona of being aloof and self-disciplined. Comments: what a cute contrast. That's what we call cute contrast. I agree with the above. Self-disciplined? Who said that? Are you sure? Have you forgotten her past? The past was the past, and the present is now. Do you want to see what kind of monsters the other contestants are? Compared to the others, it's strange that even Jiaoxi suddenly looks more appealing. Aren't you surprised? Jiaoxi is so cultured. That poem she recited wasn't just a fragment from ancient literature. She actually deciphered it. Really? I didn't expect she had such abilities. Jiaoxi ran furiously in the game, and also in real life. Wait. What's with this familiar feeling? The night wind ruffled her hair, and the wind outside the wall was noisy and hot. Jiaoxi anxiously cried out, and go, you must protect your chrysanthemum. Wait for me to rescue it. Under the gray sky, many pairs of cold eyes stared at her simultaneously. The dark pearls on their chests exuded a familiar, sticky feeling. At the same time, she felt a chill enveloping her. With so many enemies, and the man hiding in the shadows, if Heng Xingyin could move freely now, they might be able to fight. But now she was alone. A wise man never suffers a loss. Jiaoxi carried Heng Xingyin and ran, with a cold and gloomy coldness chasing after her. Damn, could they just be quiet for a moment? It was so hard for her, so hard for her. In reality, Jiaoxi was clinging to the outer wall of the music world's Rubik's Cube. She followed Hua Wancho's room, spotted his spot, and kicked open the window, shouting, "Let go of that dog. Let him go." Then she was stunned. Am I here at the wrong time? She asked. No, you're here just in time. Come save me. Jiaoxi took a half step back. But I don't want to join you. You're playing too much. I can't understand you. I really can't. Upon entering the window, she saw an Ishu struggling to tie up a tall, imposing alpha. The alpha's eyes gleamed with a hazy, frenzied glint, while an Ishu whipped him with a belt in her other hand. Save me, sister! Tears welled in an Ishu's eyes, and she glared desperately for help. But Jiaoxi couldn't see why he needed saving. Aren't you having fun? What are you doing there? I thought you were beaten up. I really can't hold on any longer. I can't hold on any longer. And Ishu quickly explained. If I don't hit him, he blasts me with his lightning eyes. As an Ishu spoke, his movements slowed down. Sure enough, Jiaoxi clearly saw the alpha's eyes begin to turn a furious red, and veins began to bulge in his arms. A green light began to brew in his eyes, and Jiaoxi glanced over to see dark, bullet-like marks on the ground. Could it be that he really did this? What kind of spirit is this? Laser ray eyes? Just as he said, and Ishu couldn't hold on any longer. He was sweating and pale, like an old ox that had plowed thousands of acres of land, feeling completely drained. The belt in his hand was worn to a crisp, and his fingers trembled. Finally, he lost his grip and fell to the ground. At the same moment, as the action paused, the alpha with the lightning-like eyes looked up, their green lights suddenly blazing. Jiaoxi's face changed. It was real. Luckily, Jiaoxi caught the belt before it hit the ground, kicking it directly into the man's face, with a crisp sound of flesh colliding. The green light also disappeared at this moment, and he returned to his frenzied look. Master, hit me, keep hitting me, woof woof woof. Holy crap, so that's how it is. What a pervert. This bodyguard is a pervert, and his master is even more perverted. Jiaoxi felt a chill. Is this what all alphas look like when they're in heat? Her eyes fell on the 3 unopened boxes of suppressants. It seemed the man had lost his mind before he could even administer them, and none of his companions were willing to help him. Zhao Shi quickly pulled out 3 and stabbed them into the back of his neck with the precision of a dart. The man fell to the ground, his eyelids fluttering, and he fainted. It seemed so. 1 dose was enough, but 3 was an overdose, enough to knock out an adult alpha. Zhao Shi left a few for him and transferred double the amount to his computer. It's no use leaving so many. Using too much of this would kill anyone. Let's go! Zhao Shi called out to an issue and quickly returned to her room, but it was empty. Zhao Shi immediately realized something had happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to administer the suppressants during his passion, unless he wanted to lose his composure in public like the alpha had just done. She couldn't imagine Lin Tanyan losing his mind under the control of his passion. She thought, if it were him, he would never put himself in that situation. But where could she find him now? It was at this moment that Zhao Shi smelled a very unique, very faint, almost inaudible fragrance. She remembered that this wasn't the first time she had smelled it. This time, she had to ask him where he bought the perfume. Chapter 100. The scent was faint, yet Zhao Shi could smell it. Fortunately, it wasn't far away. As it grew stronger, Zhao Shi concluded that Lin Tanyan was inside. The first time she smelled it, she recalled the day she was fired. The next time she saw Lin Tanyan at the Pop Star, he was the only one present both times. Is it a custom-made perfume? Zhao Shi thought it was likely, considering he was such a discerning person. The scent was unique. It wasn't exactly a scent, but more of a feeling, a pleasant one. It felt like a pine tree standing on a snowy plain, a ray of bright sunlight filtering through, a crisp scent with a hint of warmth. It was strange. Based on Zhao Shi's impression of him, he either didn't wear perfume, or he favored rather monotonous scents like sandalwood, cold plum, and wood, which suited his temperament better. A sunny pine scent? Strange, but strangely pleasant. Zhao Shi paused at the doorway, looked up, and seeing the large characters above, she immediately took a half step back. No, big brother, what are you doing in the Omega bathroom? Aren't you really going to get kicked out as a pervert? It's called a bathroom, but it's quite spacious. Every contestant suite actually has one, so the bathroom here is more of a multi-purpose space, with multiple functional areas, including a makeup area, dressing room, and shower. Zhao Shi hesitated for a moment, but still went in. After all, the other contestants were still attending the gossip dinner, and weren't around right now, so no one would know she'd been in the Omega bathroom. The rustling sound of water continued, like the sound of rain, and the water was flowing loudly. Zhao Shi followed the sound and stopped in front of a curtain, stiffening her neck and tilting her head to the side, feeling a little embarrassed. Even though she and Lin Tanyan were the same gender in this world, she had traveled through time, so she still felt that there were some differences between men and women. Why didn't she have these thoughts when she was with an issue? An issue was a dog, so she didn't count. That makes sense. Captain Lin, are you in there? Zhao Shi asked. After waiting for a moment, there was no response. Captain Lin? Lin Tanyan? Brother Tanzi? Zhao Shi called out several times, but still no response. Then, she tilted her head to glance under the curtain, her pupils shrinking, and she quickly pulled it open. Most of him was submerged in the water, his head tilted back against the wall. His black hair was soaked, and his raised neck revealed blue veins beneath the snow-white skin. His throat, bulging with a bulging Adam's apple, rolled slightly, his breathing rising and falling slightly. Water poured from the showerhead, pouring down on him, changing the color of the water flowing over him. Lin Tanyan's wounds were submerged in the water, staining the water red. The air was thick with the scent of blood, yet she had chosen to ignore it, preoccupied with the strange aroma. Zhao Shi stepped forward to help him up, but was afraid to use too much force, fearing she would tear at his wounds. At that moment, his eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Tiny, glistening droplets of water clung to them, and his golden pupils were shrouded in a hazy mist. What's going on? Zhao Shi's voice grew cold. Didn't you say these injuries are nothing serious? Lin Tanyan closed his eyes, and said nothing. Unlike alphas, the heat phase weakens omegas, making them easier for alphas to capture and conceive. He often wondered, was this kind of human evolution really evolution? What was the difference between us and the wild beasts of the jungle? Humanity, thanks to its intelligence, could have escaped this shackle. The existence of glands. Presumably, selfish genes invented a tool to better enslave humanity for the sake of reproduction. Zhao Shi saw the coldness in his hazy golden eyes and frowned. Was it too painful? I take you to the hospital. Zhao Shi pulled him out of the water and began to think about how to get such a large man away. The hospital can't treat him. Lin Tanyan seemed to be struggling to speak, his voice weak and raspy. Do you still have the inhibitor? I got it. It's in my room. By the way, why don't you come back to my room? I can take a bath there too. Zhao Shi thought he was in trouble. However, the situation now was no different from an accident. No room card. Ahem, I make you a copy later. As Zhao Shi spoke, he pulled a large, snow-white bath towel from the side, draped it over him, and then lifted him up horizontally. I can walk on my own? A creaking sound came from beneath the towel, more forceful than before, but muffled by the towel, making it less loud. Zhao Shi simply pretended not to hear it. What a joke. Walking outside covered in wounds would surely arouse suspicion, right? Besides, this is the Omega bathroom. What if I don't leave quickly? What if they see me? Zhao Shi quickly carried him out of the bathroom, dashing back to her room as fast as she could. Just then, Huo Wancho, who had come around the corner, saw her enter the room. If I'm not mistaken, she carried someone. Huo Wancho asked the assistant beside him with a puzzled look. It seems so. Water from feet leaves a mark on the floor. Huo Wancho followed the mark until it evaporated and disappeared, but he had already roughly determined Zhao Shi's location. Omega bathroom? Huo Wancho's mouth curved. So, she left early to do just this sort of thing. It's amazing how much she's being praised on the Star Internet now, with labels like thrifty, talented, and genuine. Foolish Star citizens, have you forgotten what a scumbag she was? He muttered to himself. The attendant, holding a testing device, looked up at Huo Wancho and said, Master, tests have revealed a significant amount of blood, even though the floor had been cleaned and looked pristine. Zhao Shi, you never guess? He come fully prepared. Huo Wancho never imagined his black and red strategy would stall at the outset, only to have Zhao Shi prosper again. With his righteous spirit in his grasp, he finally found another opportunity. Haha, so she was playing torture in the Omega bathroom. Come to think of it, the person she was hugging must be her assistant. It looked like she couldn't even walk. When Zhao Shi beat up the director, she spoke with such high-sounding rhetoric, but it turned out she was the one who played the most ruthless role. She stole the suppressant, and even beat up his bodyguard so harshly, even more so than he did. Huo Wancho concluded, Zhao Shi had reached her passion phase. It was a shame she avoided the cameras, leaving no record. But tomorrow, when the show officially begins, even the contestants' rooms will be equipped with cameras. How about he add fuel to the fire? Huo Wancho stroked his chin and smiled, wanting to let her fans see what a perverted thing they are fans of.